So cold. Lin Xu shuddered in a daze half awake. As he came to, he felt his face pressed against something smooth and soft. He opened his eyes to a blinding field of white before him. In an instant, Lin Xu realized what he might be looking at, and could not help suspecting he was dreaming. He shifted his head, and unable to resist, leaned in again. Lin Xu had experienced similar scenes in dreams before, yet none had ever felt as vivid as this moment. Realizing something was terribly off, Lin Xu lifted his head and looked around. The sight surrounding him made him suck in a sharp breath of cold air. He was on the deck of a sailing ship. A mast rose from the center of the deck, and the entire vessel swayed gently with the rhythm of the waves. Thick fog encircled the ship, obscuring whatever lay beyond. The deck was fairly large, over 10 meters long and 6 or 7 meters wide. At this moment, it was densely packed with women lying all over it. How he had ended up in such a place was baffling, but Lin Xu no longer had the leisure to dwell on that. He was utterly captivated, feeling as though his eyes were far from enough. All around him, the women sprawled across the deck were completely unclothed. I must be dreaming. Otherwise, how could a scene that only appears in dreams exist in reality? Lin Xu wished he could grow several more pairs of eyes. There was simply too much beauty before him for him to take in at once. Because the deck was relatively cramped, everyone was piled atop one another in a chaotic tangle. Just moments ago, Lin Xu had been lying on top of someone, his face pressed against her body. For now, aside from Lin Xu, everyone else remained unconscious. Lin Xu had more than once fantasized about possessing the ability to freeze time. The current situation was not quite the same as time standing still, yet it was not far from it. Lifting his head for a quick survey, Lin Xu roughly confirmed who was on the ship. All his classmates were here, as well as his entire family, along with a host of the most renowned female celebrities on Earth. Lin Xu's class was an integrated arts class, a graduating class this year with 36 students, including him and 2 teachers. Because the class admitted only liberal arts students, the gender imbalance was extreme. Lin Xu was the only male in the entire class. Even the homeroom teacher and the teaching assistant were beautiful young women who had only graduated a few years earlier. Lin Xu's family situation was also rather unusual. There were 6 people in the household. When he was 7, his parents died in a car accident, and he was adopted by his mother's close friend Xia Zian. Xia Zian had 2 daughters, the elder Wang Yuro and the younger Wang Yudi. Wang Yuro was 2 years older than Lin Xu, while Wang Yudi was the same age, only a few months older than him. In addition to her 2 biological daughters, Xia Zian had also adopted a pair of twin sisters a few months younger than Lin Xu. Their circumstances were similar to his. Their parents went bankrupt, the father jumped to his death, and the grief-stricken mother passed away soon after. Their parents had once been business partners with Xia Zian, and the twins had been adopted by her a year before Lin Xu arrived. Xia Zian's own fate had not been easy either. Less than a year after giving birth to Wang Yudi, her husband died of illness. Fortunately, before his death, her husband had left a sizable family trust for her. Every month, she received a considerable sum. On top of that, Xia Zian had founded a design company and was a highly renowned designer in Longhua, earning a substantial income. Only thus was she able to support Lin Xu and the others. Besides Lin Xu's family and his classmates and teachers, the remaining 18 people present were all top-tier celebrities. They were internationally famous female stars, some from Longhua and some from abroad. Among them were 9 from Longhua, 1 from Bangwa, 2 from Ingwa, and 6 golden-haired, blue-eyed women from Europe and America. 62 people lay sprawled in chaotic disarray across the deck. Aside from Lin Xu, every single one of them was female. Lin Xu felt he could even perceive a faint fragrance lingering in the air with every breath. One by one, his gaze passed over the women, each blessed with stunning features and skin fairer than snow. He could scarcely bear to look away from any of them. If the scene before his eyes were to be fully recorded, any small random frame cut from the footage would be a breathtaking wallpaper. He was especially struck by Decisive, a Western star idolized by countless fans for her voluptuous figure. Even Lin Xu could not help but sigh inwardly in admiration. By comparison, Yuga, his classmate lying sprawled across Decisive's body, seemed different in type. Though Yuga was one of the campus belles at their school, there was still a distinct gap between the two. It was not that Yuga was not beautiful. Rather, one woman was in full ripe bloom, while the other was only just about to mature. Their styles differed greatly. Lin Xu's gaze lingered on Decisive for an extra second or two. It was not that he did not wish to continue admiring her. There were simply far too many other wonders waiting for him to discover and appreciate. He thought to himself that if this moment could last forever, how wonderful it would be. Unfortunately, he was as bare and possessionless as everyone else here. If only he had a phone, he would at least take a few photos for the future. As Lin Xu continued drinking in the view, time flew by unnoticed. After roughly half an hour, he finally closed his eyes and drew in a deep breath. It was not that he had had his fill with such a sight before him. He could never truly be satisfied. However, Lin Xu knew he could not go on staring. He was beginning to feel a dull ache in his lower abdomen. Earlier, he had not expected the others to remain unconscious for so long. Had he known, he would certainly have tried to relieve himself earlier. But now too much time had passed, and he was worried that if he did anything someone might wake and see. Moreover, a considerable amount of time had already gone by. Everyone lay on the icy deck with the cold sea breeze blowing across them. If this continued, someone might well catch a chill and fall ill. After closing his eyes for a moment, Lin Xu forced his thoughts under control and opened them again. Taking several deep breaths, he turned once more to the beautiful teacher, Su Ro, the woman he had been lying upon earlier. After a brief consideration, Lin Xu lowered his head and reached out his hand. Earlier he had wanted to do this, but had been afraid of waking Su Ro. Now that he had decided to rouse everyone, he no longer feared disturbing her. He gave a few gentle pinches, and seeing that Su Ro still showed no sign of waking, Lin Xu shifted his body. On his other side lay another campus belle from his class, a wealthy heiress named Chu Qingyao. In their class, Lin Xu was the only boy, and a strikingly handsome one at that. Many of the girls liked him. Paradoxically, his popularity had turned him into the class's collective darling. Though he was often teased verbally, Lin Xu had gone through university without even a single girlfriend. Someone like the heiress Chu Qingyao might chat with him at school. But once they left campus, unless Lin Xu became a major star in the future, their paths would rarely cross. The girls in his class loved to flirt with him in words, but it never went beyond that. They would not even let him hold their hands. Now Chu Qingyao lay beside him without a single stitch of clothing. Even if he did something that woke her, he would have an excuse ready. With hardly any cost, he could do things he had once wanted to do, but never could things he would normally never have the chance to attempt. Lin Xu believed that to let such an advantage slip by would be sheer foolishness. Just as he had with Su Ro, he leaned closer, lowered his head, and then reached out to give a light testing pinch. It was not that he did not wish to behave similarly toward the others present, it was simply that apart from those right beside him, he would have to stand up to reach them. With people covering every inch of the deck, he had no way to move without stepping on someone. When Lin Xu pinched her, Chu Qingyao's body twitched slightly. Seeing signs that she might be waking, he hurriedly withdrew his hand, and then pushed Su Ro's arm instead. Because his push on Su Ro was stronger, the already half-awake teacher finally came to and opened her eyes. When she saw Lin Xu right before her, completely naked and only an arm's length away, her eyes instantly widened. After a brief moment of stunned realization, a piercing scream erupted, echoing across the entire ship. Lin Xu had chosen to wake Su Ro instead of Chu Qingyao because she was their homeroom teacher and a few years older. Yet faced with such an extraordinary situation, Su Ro's reaction was still extreme. As her shrill screams continued without pause, the others on the deck began to wake one after another. One woman after another woke up, and after a brief moment of realization, shrill screams rose and fell across the deck. The few who were still unconscious were also roused by the ceaseless chorus of screams. Some of them took a quick look at their surroundings and immediately joined in the screaming. Waking to find themselves in a strange place with everyone around them completely unclothed, each reacted in her own way. Some screamed while covering their chests, others immediately began scanning their surroundings. Several of Lin Xu's female classmates instinctively edged closer to the classmates they were on better terms with. On the already small deck, the chaos only worsened as more and more screams erupted. "Where is this? How did I end up here?" Someone cried out. "It's so cold, where are my clothes? Mom, I want to go home." In their freshly awakened panic, many of the girls, except those closest to Lin Xu, had yet to notice that there was actually a boy among them. The girls nearest to Lin Xu either backed away while covering their upper bodies, squatted down and wrapped their arms around their knees, or even in their fluster clapped their hands over their own eyes. On the cramped deck, the chaos opened up a wide space around Lin Xu when he stood up. Noticing that something was happening on his side, the girls farther away all turned their gazes toward him. The moment they saw an unclothed boy standing there, the very air seemed to freeze. After a heartbeat of stunned silence, the screams that erupted were even louder than before. At first, most of the girls had only seen other girls around them and had not realized there was a boy present, so they had not made any particular effort to cover themselves. Now many of them were utterly flustered. Being seen by girls was one thing, being seen by a boy was something else entirely. One after another, they began searching around, desperate to find anything that could cover their bodies. Yet aside from the people themselves, there was nothing at all on the deck. Seeing the girls near Lin Xu squatting down with their arms wrapped tightly around their legs, the others hurriedly followed suit, squatting and hugging their knees while using the girls in front of them as a human shield. The girls closest to Lin Xu also wanted someone to shield them, but behind them was only more people. No one was willing to move forward to stand in front. As everyone else hastily squatted down, within moments Lin Xu was the only one left standing on the deck. Facing him with arms wrapped around their legs, they had at least managed to cover the most vital parts. None of them knew that Lin Xu had already been quietly observing them for nearly half an hour earlier. What is going on? What on earth is happening? How did we end up here? Voices cried out. Were we kidnapped? If so, why bring us here, and why strip off all our clothes? The chattering rose and fell as they discussed it among themselves, but no matter how they speculated, they could not make sense of what had happened. Many of the girls from Lin Xu's class turned their eyes towards Su Ro, who was squatting not far from him with her arms wrapped around her legs. One of them called out to her, "Teacher Su, do you know where we are?" In their panic, not knowing what to do, they clung to their homeroom teacher as if she were a life-saving straw. At that moment, however, Su Ro's own panic and unease were in no way less than the girls'. Faced with their questions, she turned her head and shook it, indicating that she had no idea what was going on either. "Lin Xu, you were the one who brought us here, weren't you?" The speaker was another beautiful teacher from Lin Xu's class. She was a little farther away from him, with many of the girls from that class edging closer to her and looking in her direction. Aside from Lin Xu, everyone present was female. They had all mysteriously appeared on this sailing ship without a single stitch of clothing. Naturally, suspicion fell most heavily on him. After a period of chaos, those who knew each other had clustered together, leaning close and whispering. Once the beautiful teacher Zhou Nuan finished speaking to Lin Xu, her voice, slightly louder than most and already drawing much of the crowd's attention, made nearly everyone turn to look at Lin Xu. Under her questioning gaze, Lin Xu gave a wry smile, shook his head, and replied, "Teacher Zhou, you give me far too much credit. How could I possibly have that kind of ability?" Earlier, when they first realized there was a boy among them, the vast majority of the girls had been too shy and flustered to look directly at him. Now they raised their heads one after another to stare. Many, seeing all of him, felt their faces burn scarlet in an instant. The more timid ones snatched a single glance and immediately covered their eyes, only to, driven by curiosity, secretly peek through the gaps between their fingers. Those who truly knew Lin Xu aside from his family members were his classmates. His family was aware that he had a remarkably good physique, but the girls in his class had never truly realized it. They had never imagined that the seemingly skinny Lin Xu they saw every day was actually this powerfully built beneath his clothes. And his excellent figure was not the main point. What truly shocked them was the part of him that no one else here possessed, something that far exceeded their imagination. Many girls in his class had never personally experienced such things, but they were not entirely ignorant. Even so, they had never expected Lin Xu to be like this. After quickly surveying the chaos around them, Zhou Nuan's gaze had remained fixed on him. By questioning him, she was helping everyone present to seek answers, and at the same time to clear him of suspicion. In truth, from the way he currently appeared, she could tell this situation was unlikely to be his doing. Otherwise, he would hardly be standing there unclothed himself, clearly not having had any chance to resolve anything. Lin Xu had in fact considered doing as the others did, covering himself with his hands or squatting down to hide. After all, he was the only boy present, and being stared at like this was undeniably awkward. But if he tried to cover himself, his two hands simply could not hide everything. Squatting would have hidden things more effectively, but would he then have to remain crouched there forever, never standing up again? Since it was only a matter of sooner or later, he simply chose not to follow the others' example. Beyond such considerations, Lin Xu was extremely confident in himself. At first he had felt a bit shy, but after a short while that feeling faded. He reasoned that as a boy, being looked at by a group of girls was hardly a loss. He had already looked over everyone present, letting them look back at him, he felt would keep things fair. "Xiao Su, do you know what is going on?" At this moment, with only Lin Xu still standing, Xia Zian, who had been hiding among the others like everyone else, observed the situation for a while, calmed herself, then looked his way and asked. Faced with his Aunt Xia Zian's question, Lin Xu shook his head and said, "I don't know. I suddenly lost consciousness just now, and when I woke up, I was already here." This was indeed the truth. At this moment, he was also completely in the dark. Hearing his answer, Xia Zian nodded lightly, then added to him, "Before I passed out, I seemed to see a flash of white light before my eyes, and then I lost consciousness." Even as she spoke to him before Lin Xu could respond, the surrounding chatter swelled up once more. "Me too, I felt a flash of white light. Could we have been abducted by aliens? How else could they bring us all here at the same time?" Voices called out. "Why would aliens abduct us? What would they want with us? I want to go home." Amid the cacophony, the deck sounded like a bustling marketplace until Xia Zian raised her voice. "Quiet, everyone, calm down. Our first priority is to figure out where we actually are." Her voice carried clearly, and at her words the crowd gradually fell somewhat quieter. For the vast majority of those present, what they needed most right now was someone who could take charge and sort out their thoughts. Xia Zian was a bit older, and everyone here more or less knew her. Her words carried some weight. Seeing that things had quieted somewhat, Xia Zian said to Lin Xu, "Xiao Su, go take a look around the deck and see if there's anything else nearby. Be careful and watch out for your safety." At this point, anyone else standing up would have revealed far too much, and Lin Xu alone was already fully exposed to everyone's gaze. He did not seem to care much anymore about being seen, and he was also the only male here. So Xia Zian sent him to scout the surroundings. Lin Xu stood straight, chest out, and head held high. Since he was a child, Xia Zian had taught him to carry himself openly and confidently in front of others. The deck was not large. Compared to earlier when they had all been sprawled haphazardly upon it, now that everyone else was squatting, it no longer felt so crowded. Lin Xu first swept his gaze around once more, then walked toward the mast at the center of the deck. Wherever he walked, the girls nearby would shuffle in a crouch away from him, backing off, while still facing his direction, doing their best to prevent him from seeing their backs. Yet with him standing and them squatting, as long as he stepped a little closer and took a casual look, even their backs were difficult to keep hidden. With everyone else crouched, and only Lin Xu standing alone, he resembled a lion surveying his territory. Watching the naked girls squatting all around him, a thrill of satisfaction surged in his heart that words could not describe. The sail billowed in the wind, propelling the ship forward. Beneath the mast was a helm which could be turned to adjust the sail's direction. Seeing nothing unusual there, Lin Xu continued on toward the edge of the deck. Along the perimeter ran a guardrail about half a meter high. Looking down, he saw the several-meter-high hull below, and beneath that waves slapping against the wood as the ship moved forward. From the vessel's shape, it was clear there must be space beneath the deck. Lin Xu followed the edge of the deck all the way around and finally stopped near the bow. There he found two recessed handles set within a square outline of seams. It appeared to be an iron hatch that could be opened to lead down into the cabin. "Andy, there's a door here, an entrance into the ship's interior," he called out. "There is an entrance on the deck that leads down into the cabin, which is not too difficult to find." Nearby, there are already a few girls present. However, suddenly appearing in a strange environment with no clothes on is quite disorienting. The girls present are mostly in a state of panic. There are girls near the edge of the deck railing who, upon waking up, didn't think to check what the situation outside the railing was. Naturally, no one noticed that there was another entrance here. Even Lin Xu, who was not far from here earlier, had been too busy admiring the scenery at that time. He had no thought to pay attention to anything else, and likewise did not see this entrance. After hearing what Lin Xu said, everyone turned to look at his position. Including Xia Zi, and many girls wanted to come over and see what was happening. However, at this moment, if they stood up, they would expose themselves extensively. Although Lin Xu could not see everyone, just a slight turn of his gaze would reveal them. In such circumstances, no one among the others present was willing to stand up. Especially Xia Zian, who at this moment had Lin Xu looking directly at her. Xia Zian quickly considered the situation and decided to approach and take a look. She said to Lin Xu, "Xiao Su, you lower your head and close your eyes first. I will go take a look." Facing Xia Zian's request, Lin Xu understood what she meant. He took a breath and followed her instructions to lower his head. Seeing Lin Xu bow his head, Xia Zian quickly stood up and moved closer. With Xia Zian leading the way, other girls who wanted to take a look quickly stood up as well. Lin Xu lowered his head, but did not close his eyes. With his head lowered, unless someone got very close to him, it was impossible to see that Lin Xu's eyes were open. After a brief rustling sound, Xia Zian, who was now very close to Lin Xu, spoke to him. "Xiao Su, it's fine now. Can you see if you can open this door?" At this moment, the area around Lin Xu was already filled with people. Xia Zian was only a step away from him. In this position, if Xia Zian looked up at Lin Xu, she would be able to see his open eyes. However, at this moment, Xia Zian was not focusing on Lin Xu, as she was looking at the entrance door beside him. With this movement, everyone quickly sought out their close acquaintances to huddle together. Overall, the group was now divided into 3 to 4 small factions. Among them, Xia Zian and Lin Xu's sisters gathered together. Teacher Su Ro was surrounded by female classmates who were relatively close to her. Teacher Zhou Nguyen was also surrounded by female classmates who were good friends with her. The remaining group consisted of a cluster of top female stars from the entertainment industry who also huddled together. In a strange environment, virtually everyone subconsciously approaches those they know while seeking some psychological comfort. The entrance door to the cabin on the deck appeared unremarkable. While everyone looked around, Lin Xu bent down and grasped the recessed handle with both hands. Lin Xu tentatively began to exert force, and only when he had exhausted all his strength did the door open a crack. The door was made of pure iron, heavier than Lin Xu had imagined, and feeling somewhat exhausted, he released his grip. Then Lin Xu adjusted his posture and tried to open the door from the other side. After a couple of attempts, he took a deep breath and said to the crowd, "This iron door is quite heavy. I can't open it by myself. I need someone to help me." Lin Xu often exercised, and his strength was somewhat greater than that of an average adult male. After several trials, Lin Xu clearly understood that he could not open the door alone. Upon hearing what Lin Xu said, the others present exchanged glances, and for a moment no one stepped forward. If everyone present were girls, it would be a different story, as what they had would be the same. Initially, it would be quite awkward, but they could quickly accept it. However, now there was Lin Xu, a boy, present. When they first woke up, nearly everyone quickly crouched down to cover themselves. Although Lin Xu could potentially see everything, it would be limited. To step forward and help Lin Xu would undoubtedly expose themselves completely to him. None of the girls present could bring themselves to do that, including Xia Zian, who had raised Lin Xu since he was young. Seeing that no one was willing to help him, Lin Xu sighed and addressed the crowd. There's nothing on this deck. This door must lead to the cabin. Perhaps there's water, food, and clothes inside the cabin. Even if there's nothing, we can go down and warm up. If we don't open this door, let alone food and drink, just staying on the deck for a while might make us all freeze. After speaking, Lin Xu scanned the group of top stars. Among them, there were 6 from Europe and America, where the mindset is relatively more open. However, when Lin Xu looked over, the top stars all lowered their heads and avoided making eye contact with him. Compared to others, these top stars had more to think about. They did not know why they had appeared on the deck of such a ship without clothes. But if outsiders knew there was a male present while they were fully exposed, it would greatly impact their reputations. With so many people around, no one could guarantee that when they returned, no one would leak the information. Thus, at the beginning, they were the quietest, trying to protect themselves while observing the situation. Seeing that even a few top female stars from Europe and America were unwilling to step forward, Lin Xu first glanced at Su Yun and Zhou Nguyen. Noticing that they also avoided his gaze, Lin Xu finally looked at Xia Zian. Everyone else understood that Lin Xu's reasoning was sound, but no one wanted to take the lead. Xia Zian noticed Lin Xu looking at her and quickly considered before saying to him, "Xiao Su, it's very inconvenient for us with you here. You go to the front of the boat and face away from us. We will open this door." Xia Zian was one of the older ones among them. She owned a design company and was quite clever. Since this door required help to open and Lin Xu couldn't be used, then having him avoid it would work. Xia Zian herself could step in. She would seek help from others, and as fellow women, surely someone would be willing to step forward. Xia Zian's suggestion gained the approval of many. Indeed, opening the entrance door with Lin Xu would require cooperation, which would cause him to see them. So just having him step aside would be sufficient. The reason no one had thought of this earlier was not that the people present were foolish. It was because Lin Xu had been acting alone, and he was the one who discovered the entrance. Moreover, everyone present was still a bit dazed, subconsciously thinking they needed to work together with Lin Xu. Xia Zian's idea was good. Lin Xu had thought of it too, but he didn't believe others could open the entrance door. However, since Xia Zian arranged it this way, Lin Xu had no objections. He turned and walked towards the bow of the ship, turning his back to the crowd and gazing at the sea. Seeing Lin Xu turn his back, Xia Zian took a deep breath and stood up. As Xia Zian rose, everyone turned to look at her. Although they were all women, being stared at by so many people made Xia Zian feel quite embarrassed. However, at this moment, someone had to step up. Xia Zian had to take the lead despite feeling awkward and shy. "We are all in this together. We must cooperate to understand our situation and find a way home. Now who will join me in opening this door?" Lin Xu's family had Xia Zian as the head. If she insisted, Wang Yuro and the others would certainly follow her lead. However, Xia Zian was quite democratic at home and rarely forced her family members to do things they were unwilling to. Plus, since she had already stepped forward, it was time to let others join in. Only when others began to participate could the atmosphere be slightly broken. Otherwise, they would all sit there feeling too shy to do anything. Now Lin Xu stood at the bow with his back to everyone, and as Xia Zian finished speaking, Su Ro stood up first. "I will." Only by standing in front of everyone could one truly appreciate how awkward it was to be under so many gazes. But since she had already stood up, Su Ro took a deep breath and mentally prepared herself. Basically, they are all my students. There are not many outsiders. Moreover, they are all big stars. They have seen so much, so there's no need to feel shy. As she continually encouraged and motivated herself, Su Rao's body stopped trembling from nervousness. Seeing someone step forward, Xia Zian gave Su Ro a thumbs up. "Teacher Su, you are truly responsible." Xia Zian noticed Su Rao's slight panic and spoke words of encouragement. After calming her emotions, Su Ro nodded at Xia Zian. The two approached the entrance door, each grasping. Neither Xia Zian nor Su Ro had the strength of Lin Xu. Together, their strength was merely comparable. Xia Zian and Su Ro did not coordinate much, and their combined strength was insufficient. Even with all their effort, they couldn't lift the door as high as Lin Xu had done alone. Faced with this situation, Xia Zian and Su Ro switched places to try again, but the results were similar. Experiencing the weight of the iron door firsthand made them understand just how strong Lin Xu was. "We can't open it with just the two of us. Can anyone with more strength help us?" Xia Zian and Su Ro were the first to step up, paving the way for others. Seeing they really couldn't open it, the top star from the west, Elisa, stood up after quickly saying a few words in English to Lu Iqian, the top star from Long Country. She also noticed that Xia Zian and Su Ro couldn't open the entrance door because of their limited strength. She believed her strength was greater than theirs. As Elisa stood up, someone from the student group on the other side also stood up. It was Li Mengjie, who was referred to as a female warrior by the other girls in Lin Xu's class. It wasn't that Li Mengjie looked manly, but rather she was quite beautiful and was one of the school flowers at Lin Xu's school. Lin Xu's class was quite special, as all 3 school flowers of the entire school were in their class. One was a rich girl, Chu Qingyao, another was the commoner school flower by Yuga, and the third was Li Mengjie. Li Mengjie was called a female warrior by her classmates because she was significantly stronger than the average girl and enjoyed exercising in her free time. From their physiques alone, both Elisa and Li Mengjie showed signs of having trained a bit. Among the female stars, especially those from Long Country and the Stick Country, very few weighed over 100 pounds, and most were not as strong as Lin Xu's classmates. Although Elisa was quite slender, she had a larger frame, making her appear bigger than the other female stars. Excluding Lin Xu, Elisa and Li Mengjie were among the strongest women present. With their adjusted mindsets, they approached the entrance door together to try to open it. The door opened wider than it had with Xia Zian and Su Ro, but it was still far from fully opened. Xia Zian and Su Ro helped by lifting the edge, while Elisa and Li Mengjie tried to raise it. However, after lifting it slightly, Elisa and Li Mengjie were practically exhausted. Xia Zian and Su Ro's assistance only slowed the falling of the iron door. As they watched the door slowly descend and about to close, they quickly withdrew their hands to avoid injury. Since the entrance door wasn't very large, at most 4 people could fit to open it. Now, with 4 of them unable to open it, the other girls present would likely be in the same situation. The strength of the others was at most comparable to Xia Zian and Su Ro. The ship's entrance door was recessed into the deck, and the higher it went, the more angle it had, requiring greater strength. As Xia Zian and Su Ro withdrew their hands, Elisa and Li Mengjie couldn't hold on either. With a thud, the entrance door closed again. With the entrance door closed, the 4 of them bent over, breathing heavily from exertion. After catching their breath, Xia Zian spoke to the others. "This isn't working, and we can't open it at all." After saying this, Xia Zian looked towards Lin Xu. It was clear that they needed Lin Xu to open this entrance. As Xia Zian and the others tried to open the entrance door, a bolder girl approached Lin Xu, who was bent over with his back, turned to see if she could help. Seeing there was no way to help, the girl nearby crouched down again. After Xia Zian finished speaking and looked at Lin Xu, many others also turned to look at him. Xia Zian knew that this wasn't a solution, so she quickly thought and shouted to Lin Xu, "Xiao Su, come over here." The deck wasn't very big, so Xia Zian and the others were trying to open the door while calling out. When Lin Xu heard Xia Zian shout, he turned around. Xia Zian hadn't informed Su Ro and the others in advance before calling him. As Lin Xu turned back, they were still standing there. Upon seeing Lin Xu looking their way, Su Ro and the others quickly raised one hand to cover the top and one to cover the bottom. When Xia Zian saw Lin Xu looking at her, she instinctively wanted to cover herself as well. However, she thought that even if she covered up now, Lin Xu would see everything later. Xia Zian controlled herself and did not cover up like the other 3. She had done this deliberately. She intentionally called out to Lin Xu without informing Su Ro and the others to help them become slightly desensitized. Su Ro and the others who had stepped up earlier were somewhat stronger in spirit. When Lin Xu turned around and saw them, although they were a bit flustered, they did not scream like many of the other girls had before. When Lin Xu turned around and saw Xia Zian and the others, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Earlier, he had carefully observed everyone present, but at that time, everyone was lying on the deck. Since Lin Xu hadn't dared to move, he couldn't see everyone clearly because some were pressed down by others. Now, however, Xia Zian was not covering up, and although Su Ro and the others were covering, it wasn't comprehensive. Half-covered and not lying down in a state of unconsciousness, the visual impact was entirely different. Lin Xu had already expended a lot of energy trying to open the entrance door. Afterward, when he turned around to face the sea at the bow, he was somewhat depleted. However, at this moment, Lin Xu suddenly felt a rush of energy within him and his head buzzed. Seeing Lin Xu staring blankly at her, and Su Ro, Xia Zian understood his situation very well. "Xiao Su, come quickly. The iron door is too heavy for us to open. We still need you." Xia Zian spoke to Lin Xu again, and only then did Lin Xu come back to his senses and swallow nervously before responding. Oh, I'm here." Xia Zian called out to Lin Xu without greeting Su Ro and the others, leaving them a bit taken aback. As Lin Xu approached them, Su Ro and Li Mengjie shot Xia Zian a complaining glance. As Lin Xu got closer, Elisa was the first to crouch down, followed by Su Ro and Li Mengjie. Crouching maximized their chances of not being seen by Lin Xu, and it also provided a sense of security. When Lin Xu arrived, he initially looked at Su Ro and the others, but then his gaze remained fixed on Xia Zian. Seeing Lin Xu's gaze focused on her, Xia Zian let out a slight breath to calm her emotions. She pretended not to be aware of her situation and calmly spoke to Lin Xu again. "Do you want to push from this side or pull the handle?" Hearing Xia Zian's words, Lin Xu struggled to shift his gaze away from her and looked toward the entrance door. After thinking for a moment, he said to Xia Zian, "I'll pull the handle from this side. I can manage on my own, otherwise if the force is uneven it would be more difficult to open." After speaking, Lin Xu moved to the back of the door. Earlier he had already tried to gauge how heavy this iron door was. It was indeed quite difficult to open alone as he lacked the necessary strength. If someone with similar strength were to assist Lin Xu, pulling the handle from each side wouldn't be difficult. However, if there was a significant strength disparity, it would be uneven distribution of force. Since the door was entirely jammed against the deck, uneven force would actually require even more strength to open. No one present could match Lin Xu's strength. If he only pulled one handle, it would surely be ineffective. Earlier, the four of them couldn't open the door precisely because of the uneven force. Otherwise, with their combined strength, they might have stood a chance. Besides people, there was nothing else on the deck. If there had been something to prop the door open, they could have gradually opened the entrance. Unfortunately, everyone was completely bare. Even the necklaces, earrings, hairpins, and hair ties that many girls had brought were gone, let alone anything that could serve as a prop. As Lin Xu stood on the other side of the iron door, Xia Zian looked at Su Ro and the others and spoke to Li Mengjie and Elisa in English. You two should stop crouching. You both have a bit more strength. Come over here. Once Lin Xu opens a gap, you can lift it up. Faced with Xia Zian's suggestion, Elisa and Li Mengjie exchanged glances, looking at each other. Earlier, Elisa and Li Mengjie had gathered their courage to come forward due to their strength. At that time, Lin Xu had his back to them, so they didn't have to worry too much about being seen. However, if they were to follow Xia Zian's instructions to help Lin Xu, they would need to face him directly. Lifting the door would undoubtedly require both hands. At that moment, they would have no cover in front of Lin Xu. Seeing that Elisa and Li Mengjie were still hesitant, Xia Zian continued. I know what you're thinking, but we need to put in some effort now. The weather is getting colder, and while we don't know when it will get dark, I suspect it will be soon. If we don't hurry to open this entrance and see what's inside the cabin, when night falls, some of us might freeze to death. Are you just going to watch as one of us freezes to death? In terms of age, Xia Zian was one of the older individuals among. The other slightly older ones were several female celebrities from Longhua, such as Yang Xiaomi and Lu Yiqian, who were all in their 30s. No one was clear on why they ended up here, but there were many speculations about why it was these particular people. There was essentially no interaction between the top female celebrities and Lin Xu. The only one who had a connection with them was Xia Zian. Before coming here, many internationally renowned female celebrities had attended a fashion gala heavily funded by several major companies in Longhua. Xia Zian was one of the main designers for this fashion gala. Several top female celebrities walked the red carpet in outfits designed by Xia Zian's company. Since it was funded by major companies in Longhua, most of the invited top female celebrities were also from Longhua. As for why Lin Xu and the others were there, it was because the event took place in Paris. Lin Xu's class also had their graduation trip planned for Paris. The trip was initiated by the class' rich and beautiful school princess, Chu Qingyao. The travel expenses were fully sponsored by Chu Qingyou's family. All the students in Lin Xu's class were art students, and after graduation, they would likely head into the entertainment industry. Upon hearing about the fashion gala in Paris, the vast majority of the class wanted to witness it in person. Xia Zian, being one of the organizers, could bring people into the venue. As for why Wang Yuro and the others were there, they were also brought along by Xia Zian. Wang Yuro was already working and followed Xia Zian as her assistant. Wang Yudi and her twin sisters Gu Qing and Guya had just graduated from university this year like Lin Xu. Xia Zian brought them along to give them a taste of the world while also allowing them to travel in Paris. The result was that just as the gala began, everyone mysteriously ended up on the ship they were currently on. Xia Zian couldn't recognize everyone present, but nearly everyone recognized her. Thus, when Xia Zian stepped forward, no one contradicted her arrangements, as they all respected her. What Xia Zian said made perfect sense, and everyone understood the situation. Although Xia Zian was Lin Xu's aunt, who raised him, judging by Lin Xu and Xia Zian's reactions, it was evident that this was the first time Xia Zian behaved like this in front of Lin Xu, otherwise she wouldn't appear so composed. Since Xia Zian had taken the lead, the others indeed shouldn't remain crouched and still. Essentially, all present were looking toward Lin Xu. Seeing that Elisa and Li Mengjie still hesitated and didn't move, a girl from the crowd stood up. "And Xiao, come. Let's open the entrance door with Lin Xu together." The girl who stood up looked somewhat frail. She was a classmate of Lin Xu named Zhou Jiejia. Zhou Jiejia was one of the more timid and introverted girls in class. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Xu looked up in her direction. Zhou Jiejia, usually gentle and introverted, surprised Lin Xu by being the first to stand up. As Lin Xu looked at her, she instinctively raised her arm to shield herself. However, just as she raised her arm slightly, she put it down again. She stood there looking at Lin Xu, taking deep breaths out of nervousness, allowing Lin Xu's gaze to fully assess her. The reason Zhou Jiejia stood up was partly because she was already feeling quite cold. Secondly, she thought that if she couldn't find clothes or a way out soon, she would inevitably be seen completely by Lin Xu. In such an environment, the hope of finding a way out in a short time seemed bleak. Since it was only a matter of time before Lin Xu saw her fully, she might as well face it calmly. In fact, not just Zhou Jiejia, everyone present understood this principle. However, many still harbored fantasies, hoping there might be something in the cabin to cover them, fantasizing that waiting a bit longer might bring someone to rescue them. Many in the crowd relied on others to resolve the current predicament, wishing to hide among the crowd and hoping someone else would solve their problems. As Zhou Jieji stood up, the cold wind blew, and under Lin Xu's gaze, she trembled due to the cold and her nervousness. Lin Xu felt a sense of admiration for Zhou Jieji's bravery, noting that although she appeared weak and introverted, her inner strength was commendable. Despite his admiration, Lin Xu continued to watch Zhou Jieji, appreciating the view. Zhou Jieji was relatively slender, but overall well-proportioned. As Zhou Jieji trembled and walked towards Lin Xu and the others, someone in the crowd spoke up. "If Jieji is so brave, then I'll go for it too. What's the big deal about Lin Xu seeing me? I just have a few extra pounds, it's not like I'm losing anything. Besides, I've already looked at Lin Xu, so it's not like I'm at a disadvantage. Aunt Xia, count me in, I'll help too." Then another girl stood up. She was Lin Xu's classmate, named Bai Jai. Bai Jai was usually quite carefree and often joked around with Lin Xu. They were buddies and she loved teasing him in class. Although Bai Jai spoke boldly when she stood up and felt the many gazes on her, she regretted it a bit. Especially when Lin Xu looked her way, she felt his gaze burning into her. However, having already spoken up and stood up, sitting back down would be quite embarrassing. Bai Jai gritted her teeth and walked towards Lin Xu and the others, her steps trembling much like Zhou Jieji. It was clear that she was under immense psychological pressure at this moment. Compared to Zhou Jieji, Bai Jai had exceptionally long legs. Previously, classmates had teased Bai Jai, saying that her legs started right below her neck. Watching the two girls approach, Xia Zian let out a small sigh. She had already taken the lead. If no one followed, she would have to ask Wang Yuru and the others for help. But now her lead was effective and others were following. For everyone else present, their hesitations would be somewhat. In fact, it was proven that with Xia Zian taking the lead, others were following, which relieved some concerns. As Zhou Jieji and Bai Jai approached her, Li Mengjie spoke up from nearby Lin Xu. "I'm stronger, so let me handle it. If we can't open the door and Lin Xu uses too much energy, we won't have enough to open this entrance. We need to open it in one go, we can't waste too much energy on this door." After saying this, Li Mengjie spoke to Eliza in English. "Eliza, now is not the time to hesitate. We too are the strongest among the girls. If we let someone else try and they can't open the door, it will waste a lot of energy. We've already wasted quite a bit of energy trying to open this door. If he expends too much energy and doesn't have enough strength left, we won't be able to open it. We all need you to step up and help." Although Lin Xu's class was an art class, everyone aimed to pursue careers in entertainment, so their English was quite decent and normal communication in English was no problem. Upon hearing Li Mengjie's words, Eliza frowned slightly. As an international star, she valued her reputation more than many others. If it got out that she was on a ship unclothed and helping a boy open a hatch on deck, it would severely damage. With so many people present, no one could guarantee that everyone would keep the incident on the ship a secret, especially those female stars like her who often had collaborations. In case of competition for resources, their teams would definitely smear her. Seeing Eliza frowning in hesitation, Li Mengjie spoke to her again. "I understand you're worried about your reputation, but right now we're not even sure if we'll survive. If we really make it back, I believe no one will speak of it. For you it may affect your reputation, but the rest of us are also unclothed, aren't we? If it gets out, everyone's reputation will be impacted. Moreover, we've appeared here unexpectedly surrounded by the sea and thick fog. Can we truly make it back alive?" Just as Li Mengjie finished speaking, she wanted to say more. But beside her, Su Ro interrupted her, preventing Li Mengjie from continuing. "Mengjie, stop it. If she doesn't want to, let's just go with Lin Xu to open the door together." Su Ro didn't let Li Mengjie continue because what she said was somewhat negative. In fact, everyone present was well aware that at this moment, even surviving was a question. With Lin Xu being the only boy on the ship, the others were still feeling shy. Under the influence of various shyness, everyone's feelings were fluctuating, and they tried their best not to think in that direction. Allowing Li Mengjie to continue her speech would only lead to despair among the others and create various negative emotions. Li Mengjie, interrupted by Su Ro, understood that Su Ro didn't want her to continue. She took a deep breath and stood up firmly. When Li Mengjie spoke, everyone looked at her, including Lin Xu, who was not far from her. As Li Mengjie stood up, the distance between them was only a little over a meter, making her fully visible to Lin Xu. Due to her regular exercise, the lines of Li Mengjie's body conveyed a sense of strength, giving the impression that she was quite powerful. Earlier, when Lin Xu turned to look at the bow of the ship, although it was just a fleeting glance, Li Mengjie quickly covered herself and crouched down again. But she knew Lin Xu had seen everything. Moreover, when Li Mengjie, Eliza, and Xia Zian were opening the door together, their movements were quite large, and Lin Xu certainly had been watching. With these two factors, when Li Mengjie stood up again and was gazed upon by Lin Xu, she did not feel as heavy a psychological burden as Zhou Jieji and Bai Jai had felt when they first stood up. Seeing Lin Xu staring at her intensely, Li Mengjie, to ease her embarrassment, shot him a fierce look and said, in response to Li Mengjie's inquiry, Lin Xu instinctively replied, "Looks good." Hearing Lin Xu's frank response, Li Mengjie paused for a moment before saying to him again, "If you keep staring at me like that, I'll gouge your eyes out." Li Mengjie had a straightforward personality, and she always spoke her mind. Although many knew that surviving was a problem, no one dared to bring it up. Li Mengjie was the first to voice it, which was typical of her candid nature. Lin Xu knew that this was just how Li Mengjie was. Her words were more for easing her own shyness and embarrassment, and he didn't take her words to heart. Seeing that Lin Xu still looked at her the same way after her threat, Li Mengjie turned her head away, not wanting to. Li Mengjie thought, "If I don't look at you, then I won't see you looking at me. Ooh, I'll just pretend you're not looking." At this moment, Lin Xu indeed stopped looking at her as Eliza and Su Ro almost simultaneously stood up. Li Mengjie was indeed very beautiful, but Su Ro was not bad, either, not to mention Eliza, who was an international top star. The two stood up together, and Lin Xu's gaze fell upon them. Whether it is Li Mengjie or Su Ro Elisha, they are relatively brave, otherwise they wouldn't have stepped forward early. Previously, Lin Xu was standing near the bow with his back to everyone, but as soon as he turned around, everything behind him would be fully visible. At that time, Su Ro, Li Mengjie, Elisha, and Xia Zian were moving the entrance door together, but they were taking a considerable risk of being seen by Lin Xu. In fact, when Xia Zian called out to Lin Xu, Elisha and the others were all seen by him. Although it was just a brief moment, they were seen nonetheless. Elisha, who had become an international top star, was not a foolish person. Li Mengjie's earlier words had struck a chord with her. Like the vast majority present, she was well aware that leaving was not an option. The question was whether they could survive. For now, however, there was no immediate survival crisis, and Elisha, like others, still held on to hope. Under Lin Xu's gaze, Su Ro raised her arms in front of her as a shield. Although she knew she couldn't avoid being seen by Lin Xu later, it provided her with some psychological comfort. As for Elisha, she did not shield herself. She stood up knowing she would cooperate with Li Mengjie to open the entrance door for Lin Xu. When the time came, the movements would be significant, and standing in front of Lin Xu, it was inevitable that he would see everything. Seeing Li Mengjie stand up, Su Ro and Elisha also got up, and Xia Zian let out a sigh of relief. As the first to be fully seen by Lin Xu, Xia Zian bore quite a psychological burden. Her two daughters and the two sisters she had adopted were all watching. Facing them like this in front of Lin Xu, the feelings in her heart were easy to imagine. When Lin Xu looked at her, she felt his gaze was burning. However, given the previous situation, she had no choice but to step forward. If she didn't take the lead, others would definitely shrink back. Now, apart from her Zhou Jiejia by Jiai, Su Ro, Li Mengjie, and Elisha had all stood up. Lin Xu's gaze was no longer solely focused on her, as before, which made her feel somewhat relieved. Including Xia Zian, there were now 6 people standing up, excluding Lin Xu. People have a tendency to follow the crowd. The more people stood up, the lighter the psychological burden for others. Seeing Lin Xu staring intently at Su Ro and Elisha, Xia Zian spoke up. "Everyone stop being dazed. I feel the temperature is dropping. Let's hurry and open the door." In response to Xia Zian's words, Lin Xu took a deep breath and bent down to grasp the 2 recessed handles. Seeing this, Li Mengjie and Elisha moved closer, waiting for Lin Xu to lift the entrance door a bit. Li Mengjie and Elisha bent down ready to assist, while Lin Xu lifted his head to check if they were prepared. Different perspectives revealed different observations. Different actions also reflect different situations. Under the immense visual impact, Lin Xu nearly spat out blood. Seeing that Lin Xu was still not moving, the prepared Li Mengjie and Elisha looked towards him. Noticing Lin Xu staring blankly in front of them, Li Mengjie called out to him angrily, "Why are you still looking? Hurry up." Hearing Li Mengjie's words, Lin Xu swallowed hard and then grasped the recessed handles with force. As the saying goes, men and women working together make the work easier. When faced with beauty, Lin Xu exerted a bit more strength than usual. With Lin Xu's effort, he quickly opened the door at a greater angle than before, veins bulging out all over his body. However, Lin Xu's strength was limited. He could maintain the angle for a short period, but could not widen it further. Seeing this, Li Mengjie and Elisha reached out to lift the edge of the entrance door that had been opened. With assistance, Lin Xu didn't need to use all his strength to hold it. He could ease up a bit. With a slight reprieve, Lin Xu spoke to Li Mengjie and Elisha in English. "I will count to 3, and we will all exert force together. 1, 2. As Lin Xu, Li Mengjie, and Elisha all exerted their strength, the angle of the entrance door quickly reached 90 degrees. The square iron door had a shallow recess on Lin Xu's side. The door panel at a 90-degree angle was just wedged into the recess, standing upright. With the iron door open, the people around saw the staircase below. Watching the door open, a somewhat exhausted Li Mengjie sat down on the deck. Having just worked together with Lin Xu to open the door, Li Mengjie no longer cared whether Lin Xu continued to walk. Elisha had just exerted all her strength as well. As Li Mengjie sat on the deck, gasping for air, she too was supporting herself with one hand on the ground, taking deep breaths. Lin Xu's condition was not much better than theirs, bent over with his mouth open, panting heavily. As Xia Zian and Li Mengjia had mentioned earlier, Lin Xu had consumed a considerable amount of energy when he opened the door alone. Realizing that he couldn't open it on his own, Lin Xu hadn't exerted all his strength like he did now. Meanwhile, Li Mengjia and Li Sha, who had worked with Xia Zian and Su Ro to open the door, had already used a lot of energy, and their arms felt a bit sore. Their strength had weakened compared to when they first started. If it had been two others not as strong as them, it would have been quite difficult to open the door. If Lin Xu had expended too much energy without opening it at once, by the time they tried again, it might not be possible to open it. Li Mengjia and Li Sha were already at their limit, lacking sufficient energy for later. Seeing the iron door opened by Lin Xu and the others, everyone around felt delighted, sensing a glimmer of hope. The most visibly happy was by Jiai, who joyfully waved her hands and lightly bounced. Lin Xu, looking up, felt a bit dizzy from her movements. Amid her happiness, Bai Jiai noticed Li Mengjia, still sitting on the ground, stepped forward to help her up and hugged her, saying, "Mengjia, you did it." Before she had struggled to break through her psychological barrier. However, after standing for a while, those who had already stood had become somewhat accustomed. When Lin Xu looked at them, they were no longer as uncomfortable as they had been initially. Even Su Ro, who had been using her arm to shield herself, no longer knew when she stopped hiding. After a brief moment of catching his breath, Lin Xu approached the side of the door panel, looking at the staircase leading to the cabin. The entrance was only about half a meter wide, accommodating just one person at a time. "We don't know what's down there. Who wants to go in first?" In response to Xia Zian's words, whether standing or squatting, everyone silently looked at Lin Xu. As the only male present, having opened the iron door to the cabin, Lin Xu had become a pillar of support for many of the girls there, all waiting for him to take the lead. Xia Zian saw that Lin Xu was about to enter first, but she didn't want to let him take risks without knowing the situation. So she spoke up to see if anyone else wanted to lead into the cabin. Seeing that everyone looked at Lin Xu, Xia Zian let out a soft breath and said, "Then I'll go down first. If I find anything useful, I'll prioritize Lin Xu and those who have stood up. Is that okay with everyone?" Lin Xu had been well taken care of and protected by Xia Zian since childhood. In potentially dangerous situations, she didn't want anything to happen to him. Now, with the situation in the cabin unknown and uncertain dangers, Xia Zian decided she would enter first. She also made it clear that there might not be any supplies inside. If there were supplies, it would be fine if there were enough. If there were only a few, there would surely be issues with uneven distribution. If it was prearranged, others wouldn't have grounds to complain if Lin Xu was prioritized. Seeing that no one else voiced their opinion, Xia Zian began to step down the staircase into the cabin. Lin Xu understood that Xia Zian didn't want him to take the lead and risk himself. Just as Xia Zian was about to go down, Lin Xu reached out and grasped her arm, stopping her. "Annie, let me go first. After all, I'm a boy stronger than you all. Even if there's danger, I can handle it better than you." People inherently feel fear towards the unknown. Xia Zian was scared too as she prepared to enter the cabin first. Especially looking down from the deck, the light filtering through the doorway didn't reach the bottom of the cabin, which was, however, if no one else was willing to step up, her retreat would only waste time. Unlike others present, she had her daughters and adopted sisters, as well as Lin Xu. Her family was all here. If she didn't resolve the issue quickly, others might just struggle to survive, but for her it meant her whole family wouldn't survive. Stopped by Lin Xu, she shook her head slightly at him. From Xia Zian's perspective, if her family faced danger and couldn't survive, she wanted to be the first to face it. She didn't want to watch Lin Xu and the others die before her. Seeing Xia Zian shake her head, Lin Xu exerted some force to pull her arm. With his gentle tug, Xia Zian was tilted and ended up in his embrace. "Annie, don't worry, there's no movement down there, and there's no strange smell. I think it's not very dangerous." Lin Xu had hugged Xia Zian often before, but now the situation was different. Feeling his warmth against her, Xia Zian's heart trembled. It must be said that Lin Xu's embrace brought her a lot of security. Then, without allowing Xia Zian to refuse, Lin Xu let go of her and pushed her to the side, stepping onto the stairs were almost vertical, and apart from the light coming through the door, it was dark inside. Lin Xu descended step by step, gradually disappearing from the sight of the others on the deck. Not just Xia Zian, but Su Ro and the others felt the same. They gathered at the entrance, watching Lin Xu gradually vanish into the darkness. Lin Xu entered the cabin alone, feeling quite uneasy. After all, it was pitch black below, and he had no idea what lay hidden. He cautiously stepped down, testing one step at a time. With each step, Lin Xu counted in his heart. He had walked a total of 62 steps before confirming that there were no more steps ahead. Tentatively, he decided he had reached the bottom of the cabin. Estimating the height of the steps, Lin Xu roughly calculated that from top to bottom, it was about 5 floors, roughly 15 meters. It takes time for one's vision to adapt to the darkness. As Lin Xu's eyes adjusted slightly to the darkness, he stretched out his hand and could see a silhouette about 10 centimeters in front of him. When Lin Xu crouched down to check the ground, Xia Zian, who had been waiting above, softly called out, "Little Xu. Andy, I'm here. Everything's fine. Is there a lot of space down there? I can't see much yet, but it should be quite spacious. Then wait for me. Okay. Lin Xu, already at the bottom, sensed no danger, so he did not stop Xia Zian from coming down. As the faint sound of footsteps came down the stairs, it wasn't long before Xia Zian also reached the bottom. Since Lin Xu was right below the steps, Xia Zian bumped into him as she descended. "Auntie, it's me. Give me your hand, they'll hold on to you." After saying this, Lin Xu reached out to feel for Xia Zian. As Xia Zian felt Lin Xu's hand resting on her body, and even squeezed it slightly, she whispered to him, "Don't touch randomly." After confirming Lin Xu's hand position, Xia Zian took his hand. Having arrived earlier, Lin Xu had already explored the area around his feet. Beneath his feet was an iron plate identical to the rest of the ship, and there was nothing nearby. After holding onto Xia Zian's hand, Lin Xu slowly began to walk forward. The size of the cabin was much smaller than he had imagined. After tentatively taking 6 steps, Lin Xu touched the ship's wall. After feeling around for a bit, he spoke to Xia Zian. "Auntie, it seems we've reached the end. Walk along the wall to the left, and remember how many steps you took." Then Lin Xu and Xia Zian began to feel their way along the left side of the cabin. After walking 7 steps, Lin Xu stopped. "Auntie, there's something blocking the way. Don't move, let me be careful." After that, Lin Xu released his grip on Xia Zian and began to explore with both. Before long, Lin Xu had fully explored the object blocking their path. It was an iron post with something resembling a button on it. "Auntie, there's a button here. Do you think we should press it to check?" "A button? Don't press it, yet let me feel." After Xia Zian finished speaking, she reached out with both hands towards Lin Xu. When her hand touched something, she paused slightly before instinctively continuing to explore. Xia Zian initially thought she had touched Lin Xu's arm. However, upon grasping it, she realized it was not the case. This was thinner than Lin Xu's arm. Realizing what it was, Xia Zian quickly withdrew her hand, her face turning red in the absence of anyone to see. After confirming Lin Xu's position, Xia Zian noticed he remained silent. She pretended to be unaware and leaned slightly to the side before continuing to explore forward. Soon she felt the iron post that Lin Xu had just explored. After some searching, Xia Zian also found the button Lin Xu mentioned. It's a square iron block with a button on top. "What is it for?" "I don't know, it might be a switch for something. I think we can press it to try." "Alright, wait, I can't find it now." After Xia Zian had just found the button, she accidentally touched something else and couldn't locate it again for a moment. "Let me look," Lin Xu said, and Xia Zian felt a hand resting on her back. Then that hand slid along her back to her arm, moving towards the iron post. In the dark environment, such contact seemed quite normal. Before long, Lin Xu found the button again. "Auntie, I found it. Should I press it?" "Yes." When Lin Xu pressed the button, he found the entire cabin instantly lit up. Having adapted somewhat to the pitch-black environment, both Lin Xu and Xia Zian squinted as the cabin suddenly brightened. After a brief moment of reaction, Lin Xu quickly looked around. The cabin was not very large, shaped like an oval roughly 3 meters in circumference, comparable to a larger bedroom. In terms of height, it was about what Lin Xu had calculated while descending the steps. Before them was something resembling a workbench with just a single button on it. Just as Lin Xu was about to speak to Xia Zian, a buzzing sound of electricity echoed within the cabin. "Captain has been selected." The sudden buzzing startled both Lin Xu and Xia Zian. What astonished them even more was that the button Lin Xu had just pressed vanished. Suddenly, a screen appeared on the iron post before them. Then several lines of text appeared on the screen. Before Lin Xu and Xia Zian could examine the text on the screen, they heard a voice coming from the entrance. "Lin Xu, Annie, are you okay?" The voice was unmistakably that of Li Mengjie. In response to Li Mengjie's inquiry, Lin Xu spoke up. "We're fine but safe down here. We found a switch for a light and turned it on so you can come down." Li Mengjie had asked because she had seen the cabin suddenly light up from the deck. As Li Mengjie spoke, she bent down to look inside the cabin through the entrance. Hearing Lin Xu's reply, she saw Lin Xu and Xia Zian standing inside. She sighed in relief and said to those outside, "It's safe inside, and there's lighting, but aside from that it looks like there's nothing else. I'm going down now." After saying this, Li Mengjie stood up and entered the cabin through the almost straight stairs. After Li Mengjie came down, Su Ro thought for a moment before also looking down through the entrance and then following her down. While Li Mengjie was coming down, Lin Xu and Xia Zian were fixated on the screen ahead. Staring at the text displayed, Lin Xu and Xia Zian were left speechless. "Dear Captain, welcome to the Misty World Joint Ocean Survival. This ocean survival involves all humanity from Blue Star randomly assigned to different ships. The first to press the start button becomes the ship's captain. The captain has control over the ship and can view its attributes. They can exchange points for supplies to upgrade the ship. The ship will continually sail across the Misty Sea, encountering various islands along the way where the captain decides whether to dock. On the second day of survival, you will randomly encounter your first island in the Misty World. On the island, you can gather various supplies, and you may also meet other survivors or encounter beings of other races. Treasure chests will randomly appear on the sea, and you can attempt to fish them out. The chests may contain food supplies to upgrade the ship, or even unknown dangerous creatures. There is a 3-day novice protection period during which your ship will not face any danger. After the novice protection period, you may encounter various strange weather and dangers from the ocean. Based on the current ship's speed, the freezing mist that can freeze everything will catch up with the ship in 718 hours and 54 minutes. Hurry and upgrade the ship to give it faster speed to avoid being covered by the freezing mist. Surviving is your only goal. Detected that there are a total of 62 people on the ship's 61 crew rings, and 1 captain's ring will be distributed. To ensure that survivors do not die of thirst or hunger in the initial phase, we will distribute 62 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water and 62 pieces of 500g bread every day for the next month. After reading this in detail, the captain can confirm the distribution of supplies. A long passage of text occupied the entire screen. If it weren't for the fact that the button had just vanished right in front of Lin Xu, he would have seriously doubted the authenticity of the text. But now there was no room for Lin Xu to doubt, and there were many ways to verify the accuracy of the text description. For instance, choosing to confirm to see if supplies would appear out of thin air. The text on the screen was too surreal. Even when Li Mengjie reached Lin Xu and Xia Ziyan's side, they had yet to regain their composure. Seeing Lin Xu and Xia Ziyan staring blankly at the screen, Li Mengjie also looked at the screen. Unlike Lin Xu and Xia Ziyan, who repeatedly examined it, Li Mengjie read the text on the screen aloud. After Li Mengjie read through it entirely, aside from Eliza Su Ro and Zhou Jejia, had also arrived at the cabin looking at the screen ahead. While on the deck, Su Ro and the other girls who stood up had already been seen clearly by Lin Xu, so they felt no significant psychological burden when coming down. They had all heard Lin Xu call out that it was safe below. As Li Mengjie finished reading the text on the screen, Su Ro and the others fell silent, just like Lin Xu. Since the text was in Chinese, Eliza couldn't understand it, and stood confused beside them, unsure of what was happening. Ocean survival. Is this some kind of novel? Who orchestrated this prank? It's quite bizarre, but we can't dismiss it. How else can we explain how we all suddenly ended up here? It's simple to verify. The captain can choose to confirm and find out the truth. Su Ro and the others did not see the strange scene that suddenly appeared on the screen, and they still maintained a certain level of skepticism towards the text on the screen. From Lin Xu's perspective, it was already quite certain, which is why he had remained silent for a while. Lin Xu had a strong capacity to endure, and after a period of digestion, he had come to accept the current reality. He now had the thought of admiring the beautiful scenery while looking at Su Ro. While on the deck, he did not see the sun, and the sky was somewhat overcast, illuminated by natural light. Inside the cabin, a white light emanated from the ceiling. Observing Su Ro and the others under natural light was different from seeing them on the deck. Each had its own charm. Currently in the cabin were Lin Xu, Xia Ziyan, Su Ro, Li Mengjie, Zhou Jejia, Bai Jiai, and Eliza. Eliza was confused and did not understand what was happening. After Lin Xu finished speaking, she asked Li Mengjie what the situation was. The two had previously opened the cabin's iron door together, with Lin Xu establishing a certain relationship. Li Mengjie quickly and simply explained the situation to Eliza, who tilted her head in disbelief. Xiao Su, let's go up together to inform everyone about the situation below. After they all see the content on the screen, you can confirm it. All right, Annie. If the content on the screen was true, there would be opportunities to see the beautiful scenery later. Lin Xu did not continue to admire it, and followed Xia Ziyan out of the cabin. Su Ro and the others also knew that the cabin was too small to accommodate too many people, so they followed Lin Xu and the others out of the cabin. When Lin Xu entered the cabin, some people on the deck had been crouching for too long and were slightly stretching their legs. When Lin Xu and Xia Ziyan emerged from the cabin, the girls who had been whispering to each other turned their gaze toward Lin Xu. I have something to tell everyone. There are no supplies in the cabin, no food, no water, and no clothing. Seeing that Lin Xu and the others had come out without wearing clothes, the others on the deck had already guessed that there were no clothes to cover them inside the cabin. However, when they heard Xia Ziyan say that there was also no food and water, nearly everyone displayed disappointment. Not having clothes was one thing, but without food and water, none of the people present could last long. Many people present had hoped that Lin Xu and the others would find food and water in the cabin. Mom, there's nothing. What should we do now? The speaker was Wang Yuru, Xia Ziyan's eldest daughter, who had been watching Lin Xu and Xia Ziyan in the crowd with Wang Yudi. When Xia Ziyan asked Li Mengjie and Eliza to get up to help, they were somewhat reluctant, and Wang Yuru was. However, Zhou Jejia stood up first, followed by Bai Jiai, causing Wang Yuru to remain seated and quietly comfort Wang Yudi and the others. Hearing a hint of despair in Wang Yuru's voice, Xia Ziyan knew that the majority present shared similar feelings. Don't be anxious. It's not that there are no possible solutions. We witnessed some bizarre things below. You can also go see for yourselves now. Shaoyi, you go to the bow and turn your back to everyone. Xia Zian called Lin Xu up from the cabin, considering that it would be inconvenient for Lin Xu to stay in the cabin. Although Xia Zian believed that it was only a matter of time before others would know, she wanted to give them a bit of buffer time. The cabin's floor was not very large, unable to accommodate everyone at once unless they were all tightly pressed. However, it was possible for Lin Xu to stand in a corner of the cabin with his back to the crowd, still that way others would feel uneasy not being able to see him face to face. Xia Zian had participated in many large events and understood that when many people were present, their thoughts would be diverse. She had to consider various aspects and try to accommodate everyone's emotions. For now, everyone needed to unite and work together. If someone broke down under pressure, it could infect others. As Lin Xu stood at the bow with his back to the others, Wang Yuru was the first to stand up. Seeing Wang Yuru stand, Wang Yudi followed, and then the twin sisters Gu Qing and Guya also stood up together. Seeing that they had all stood up, Zhou Nuan also rose, and with the lead of teacher Zhou Lin Zu's classmates stood up one after another. Then under the arrangements of Xia Zian and Su Ro, Wang Yuru and the others gradually entered the cabin. When the number of people entering the cabin reached 10, Xia Zian asked the remaining people to wait. If everyone were normally dressed, Xia Zian thought it would be somewhat challenging to arrange the people present, especially those internationally renowned top-tier female stars. They were usually revered and adored by many. However, now, due to everyone being undressed plus the fact that Xia Zian and Lin Xu had led the way to open the cabin door and entered first, everyone felt grateful towards Xia Zian, making them more willing to comply with her arrangements. Everyone entered the cabin in batches and saw the content on the screen inside. Many people had only seen such bizarre content in novels. They found it hard to believe and suspected that it might be someone's prank. The girls who had seen the content each had their own thoughts. Lin Xu stood at the bow enjoying the sea breeze, but was not paying attention to how the girls reacted after reading the content. Just as he had walked out of the cabin, a voice rang in Lin Zu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the system has been activated. This system is a selection task system that can activate the selection task system for those who meet the standards. As the voice suddenly emerged in his mind, Lin Xu began to study what this selection task system was all about. He did not understand why he had suddenly ended up on such an iron ship. It was even more absurd to become a lord in the cabin of the iron ship and participate in some nonsensical ocean survival. And now he had activated a system only protagonists in novels usually possessed, which was simply absurd to the extreme. As the girls entered the cabin one by one to see the content on the screen, Lin Xu had already fundamentally figured out the system he had activated. This system comes with an infinitely large space that can hold any items, and rewards issued by the system can be placed in the system space. To obtain rewards, one needs to issue others a selection task system. After issuing the selection task system, Lin Xu can set selection tasks for the other party. Once the selection task is set, the other party completes the task and receives rewards. Lin Xu can then receive rewards that are 10 to 10,000 times the value of the choices made by the other party. The multiple of rewards that can be obtained depends on the intimacy level and the number of joint cultivation sessions between Lin Xu and the other party. The selection task system has restrictions on the recipients, requiring a comprehensive standard score of over 85. This comprehensive standard is evaluated based on looks, figure, and so forth. In other words, Lin Xu can only issue the selection task system to females, not to males. Moreover, Lin Xu can only issue the selection task system once a day. Those who receive the selection task system from Lin Xu can obtain a system space of 10 square meters. Completing the selection task to receive rewards will be deposited into the system space. Those who receive the selection task system must not disclose in any way that they possess the selection task system, as the system restricts such information from being revealed. As the issuer of the selection task system, Lin Xu has the right to reclaim the issued selection task system. Lin Xu, who had become the captain of this ship, was still uncertain about how to proceed, and he himself felt quite pressured. He previously did not have much confidence in leading Xia Zian and the others to survive. But now with the system in hand, Lin Xu felt a surge of confidence, believing he could lead all the girls to survive and live a good life. The girls who looked at the contents inside the cabin began to discuss with familiar people. Overall, most of the people present did not believe in the so-called ocean survival. After all, this matter was too bizarre, too far-fetched. However, verifying whether the content on the screen was real was not difficult to Lin Xu, just needed to click confirm. When they just looked at the screen, there were those who attempted to click confirm, but none received any response. After entering the cabin in batches to view the content on the screen apart from Xia Zian and her companions, everyone else returned to the deck to crouch. They had all seen each other when they just entered the cabin, but still felt uncomfortable being observed by Lin Xu, the only boy. Lin Xu had his back to everyone, but who knew if he would secretly turn around? Once everyone returned to the deck to crouch, Xia Zian spoke to the group. Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. To verify the authenticity of the content on the screen, let's have Lin Xu go and try it out. Everyone has seen the inside of the cabin. The surroundings are all hard iron plates, and there are no secret doors. If Lin Xu confirms that the things mentioned in the text on the screen appear, then we will have to believe that such a bizarre event is indeed happening to us. After Xia Zian finished speaking, she called out to Lin Xu. Xiao Su, go into the cabin to confirm it, please. Lin Xu, who had already studied his system quite a bit, turned around when he heard Xia Zian calling him. Standing at the cabin door were still the same few people as before. As Lin Xu had already observed them for quite a while, they could now face him with relative calmness. That's how people are. Before certain things happen, they have one mindset, but after they occur, their thoughts can change. Of course, while they could accept Lin Xu looking at them, it didn't mean they wouldn't feel shy when he actually did. Except for Xia Zian, Su Ro and the others would avert their gazes whenever Lin Xu looked at them, deliberately avoiding eye contact. Lin Xu walked toward the cabin door, and Su Ro and the others made way for him. After Lin Xu entered the cabin, Xia Zian spoke to the group. I will follow Lin Xu. Anyone who wants to come along can do so to see what's happening. After saying this, Xia Zian closely followed him into the cabin. Then Li Mengjie and the others followed suit into the cabin. The remaining people who had not stood up were contemplating whether to follow inside to see what was going on. However, if they were to follow down, they would inevitably be seen by Lin Xu. After some consideration, no one found the courage to break through. Once Lin Xu and the others entered the cabin, a few heads appeared at the approximately 50-centimeter wide hatch. The many people on the deck lacked the courage to let Lin Xu see, but they could still glimpse the scene inside the cabin. Girls who had already formed an idea and were close by quickly occupied the advantageous position at the hatch, allowing them to see inside the cabin. With the cabin illuminated, Lin Xu quickly descended the steps to the bottom of the cabin. Standing in front of the screen again, Lin Xu's mindset had significantly changed from when he first saw it. Until Xia Zian and the others followed him down, Lin Xu did not rush to click the confirm option on the screen. He turned to look at Xia Zian and the others who had come down one after another. After they all arrived, Lin Xu finally stepped forward to click the confirm option on the screen. As Lin Xu clicked confirm, a pile of items suddenly appeared next to the iron stump. These items were precisely the 62 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water and 62 pieces of 500g bread described in the previous text. The sudden appearance of these items left everyone who saw it utterly astonished. Those who witnessed it were well aware that there had been nothing beside the iron stump just a moment ago. The text earlier was real. Ocean survival is real. Initially, there were no items, but those who saw were already clear that the text on the screen was indeed authentic. Not only Xia Zian and her group, but the girls on the deck looking into the cabin through the hatch also saw the suddenly appeared items. There really are things that appeared out of nowhere. It's as if they were conjured. We are truly engaged in ocean survival. Let me see. Though there were only a few people who could see the scene inside the cabin from the hatch, upon hearing that items had indeed appeared, those who couldn't see the inside also crowded forward to see if it was true. However, before others could look, someone was the first to notice a delicate silver-white bracelet of the thickness of a data cable had suddenly appeared on their wrist. What is this? How did it suddenly appear on my wrist? Is this the crew bracelet? When someone voiced their discovery, everyone instinctively looked at their own wrists, and they all saw a bracelet that had appeared on their right wrist. Many on the deck had not seen the items that suddenly appeared in the cabin. However, with a bracelet now on their wrist that had been absent moments ago, they could not help but believe that the so-called ocean survival was real. Some quick-thinking girls had already begun to check what functions the bracelet had. They discovered that with just a thought, a glowing interface displaying numerous values appeared before their eyes. The main interface displayed on the glowing screen showed satiation value, rationality value, stamina value, health value, and survival duration. They could use their thoughts to view details about what these values represented. In addition to the main interface, there were many other interfaces. Among them were survival task points, interface task points, exchange interface, area map interface, communication interface, friends interface, trading interface, mall interface, bracelet space, and so on. Having a bracelet space with 20 slots where the same item only occupies one slot means that as long as one has the strength to carry the items, they can be stored inside without direct contact. Is this like the storage bags in novels? Quick look. The area information interface has a lot of details, all saying how they suddenly appeared on a ship and became survivors. Hey, the trading interface shows someone selling items that require survival coins to purchase. What are survival coins? Survival coins are in the bracelet space. Do I have one? I see the introduction states that one can earn a survival coin for every hour of survival, and these coins can be used to directly buy items from the mall interface. While that's expensive, a t-shirt actually costs 100 survival coins. Yeah, that's really pricey. A 500g piece of bread is also 50 survival coins. With the bracelet suddenly appearing on their wrists, everyone began to check what it could do, and various sounds filled. Inside the cabin, Lin Xu and the others quickly discovered the bracelets on their wrists, each one examining it. Looking at the information box that appeared on the screen before him regarding naming the ship, Lin Xu first checked his captain's bracelet. Lin Xu's captain bracelet was different from those of Xia Zian and the others. Theirs were silver-white, while Lin Xu's was light gold. Without comparing with others, Lin Xu was unsure if there were any differences. After quickly checking what functions each interface had, Lin Xu opened the captain interface. He estimated that the other people on the ship definitely did not have this interface. On the captain interface, the names of everyone on the ship were displayed. By checking, one could see anyone's satiation value and other metrics. In addition, as the captain, he not only needed to ensure his own survival, but also the survival of the crew. For every period the crew survived, he could earn a certain amount of survival coins. If a crew member died, he would also be deducted a certain proportion of survival coins. As the captain, while others earned 1 survival coin for each hour of survival, he could earn 2. Becoming the captain does not mean one will always be the captain. If more than 2/3 of the crew on board impeached the captain would be stripped of his title and become a crew member, and the crew could vote to elect a new captain. The one receiving more than half of the votes would become the new captain of the ship. Becoming the captain of a ship indeed comes with better treatment than that of ordinary crew members. However, if one fails to manage well and incites the wrath of others, the consequences can be quite dire. If he were to be impeached by the crew, there would be little room for survival aboard the ship. The information on the wristband is overwhelming and requires thorough examination. After gaining a slight understanding, Xia Zian and her group began conversing with Su Ro. At this moment, everyone on the ship had come to believe the text displayed on the previous screen. Lin Xu quickly familiarized himself with the various functions of the wristband and opened the communication interface. The communication interface is divided into a world channel and a regional channel. The world channel is currently inactive, while the regional channel displays B256 zone. As soon as Lin Xu opened it, a torrent of information flashed rapidly. Heavens, what kind of place is this? How many people are on your ship? On mine, it's just me, my girlfriend, and her male There's nothing here, just a bottle of water and a piece of bread. The items in the shop are so overpriced. How are we supposed to survive? This wretched place, I don't want to stay here. I want to go home. Haha, there are 7 men and 1 beautiful woman on our ship. Can you guess what we are doing now? Bastards, you are all bastards. You gang up on 1 woman, you will face retribution. Whether we can survive is uncertain, and yet you talk of retribution. You seem to be enjoying yourself, don't you? What a pity we can't stream live. Otherwise everyone would enjoy seeing what you look like now. All survivors in the regional channel can send messages, and various chaotic messages flashed quickly. Lin Xu quickly browsed through the messages and noticed some ships had only a few people, while others had over a dozen. It was quite rare for them to have a total of 62 people on their ship. The regional channel is not very useful besides allowing one to understand other situations through their speeches. While Lin Xu checked the regional channel, others on their ship were also viewing the information therein. Currently, no one is selling anything on the trading interface. However, the shop interface does offer a variety of items, all of which are exorbitantly priced. After going through all the interfaces, Lin Xu turned to Xia Zian and the others. The light screen interface on the wristband is not visible to anyone but himself. Xia Zian and the others were also checking while conversing with Su Ro. Noticing Lin Xu looking over, Xia Zian, who had almost understood the wristband's functions, asked Lin Xu, "Xiao Su, how many more functions does your captain's wristband have compared to ours?" Since the wristband distinguishes between crew members and the captain, Xia Zian could easily deduce that Lin Xu's wristband was different from theirs. It has an additional captain interface, allowing me to see the fullness level and other information of all crew members. Furthermore, as the captain, I must ensure the crew's survival and can offer additional rewards. Other than that, it's quite similar to yours. While Xia Zian and the others were conversing, Lin Xu was also listening. Comparing what they said with the functions of his own captain's wristband, he found there was basically no difference. After asking Lin Xu, Xia Zian paused for a moment before speaking. It's confirmed that we have indeed come to this so-called mist world to participate in ocean survival. Xiao Su, go ahead and name the ship and see how to upgrade it. What functions does the ship have? Lin Xu approached the screen looking at the input box and turned to Xia Zian and the others to ask, what name should we use? Anything is fine, just go ahead and decide. From Xia Zian's perspective, the ship's name is merely a code, it doesn't matter what it's called. The others in the cabin were equally uninterested in what the ship was called. Seeing this, Lin Xu thought for a moment and entered the 4 characters Chung Fong Palang on the screen. However, upon confirming, a prompt appeared on the screen stating that this name has already been taken and he needed. Lin Xu and the others had delayed on the deck for quite a long time, and many survivors on other ships had entered their cabins before them. Lin Xu then entered several names in succession, such as survival, escape, and destruction, all of which were indicated as already taken. The attempt to name the ship reveals that a considerable number of people have been pulled into this mist world for ocean survival. Feeling somewhat helpless, Lin Xu looked to Xia Zian and the others for suggestions. While Lin Xu was inputting the ship name, Xia Zian and the others were watching. When Lin Xu looked at them, Li Mengjie suggested, "How about naming it Survival Rose? There are more girls on our ship, and it's an ocean survival theme." The name suggested by Li Mengjie is quite feminine, and Lin Xu didn't want to linger on the ship's name any longer, so he directly input it. Naming Successful Survival Rose, wishing you smooth sailing. After a line of text flashed across the screen, a ship information page appeared. Survival Rose, ironclad sailboat ship, level 1, current speed 6 knots, maximum speed 8 knots, height 16 meters, mast height 12 meters, length 16 meters, width 7.5 meters, tonnage 66 tons, current draft 6 meters. Physical defense of the ship 200 note, can defend against collisions from sea creatures not exceeding level 1 in size. Remaining power of cabin lighting 96, overall durability 98. Lin Xu quickly reviewed the information and clicked the upgrade button beside it. There are various loading upgrade options available to upgrade the ship. Items such as engines, propellers, and fuel tanks need to be purchased from the shop. After these items are equipped, they can also consume resources for upgrades. After upgrading various components of the ship, it can be overall upgraded, expanding the ship's area and significantly enhancing its performance. Currently on the Survival Rose, besides the meager water and bread, there are no other supplies, let alone upgrade. After being surrounded by Xia Zian and others while checking various ship information and functions, Lin Xu spoke up. The number of items needed to upgrade the ship's level is too many. Our top priority right now is to ensure survival first. Once we have enough survival coins, we can buy a water purification device from the shop. Not having enough food is manageable. We can endure hunger, but without sufficient fresh water, we won't last long. One person can only have one bottle of 500 milliliters mineral water a day, which is far from enough. We also need to purchase a fishing net and rod as soon as possible. Initially, Lin Xu wasn't in a hurry to take action because he didn't understand the situation. Now that he knows what he has to face, he must quickly make some arrangements. What Lin Xu said aligned with what Xia Zian and the others were thinking, and they had no objections. Let's first distribute the water and bread to everyone to stabilize their emotions. After that, we can discuss how to get through today together. After Xia Zian finished speaking, Lin Xu nodded, then he utilized the task assignment system to have Xia Zian select tasks. Having activated the task selection system, Lin Xu had already considered his first target. Among the many people on the ship, the one closest to him was Xia Zian, making her the best choice. Earlier, Lin Xu was unclear about what would happen after making a selection, so he didn't rush. Utilizing the task selection system, a series of data about Xia Zian appeared before him. Xia Zian, female, 37 years old, height 173 centimeters, leg length 104 centimeters, bust 90 centimeters, a waist 62 centimeters, hip 95 centimeters, attractiveness score 91, charging count 1, charging times 32, clothing bonus 0, overall score 90. This series of data gave Lin Xu a more detailed understanding of Xia Zian. Seeing that Xia Zian had only one person and 32 times surprised Lin Xu slightly. When Lin Xu was taken in by Xia Zian, her husband had already passed away. Xia Zian never mentioned her late husband in daily life, nor were there any photos of him at home. Even Wang Yuro and Wang Yudi knew very little about it. Lin Xu didn't expect the system to include this as one of the criteria for the overall score, especially considering Xia Zian's low count. In Lin Xu's mind, it was quite normal for Xia Zian, who had been married for several years and had two daughters, Wang Yuro and Wang Yudi, to have had hundreds of experiences. Moreover, Xia Zian's husband had passed away when she was quite young, and it was surprising that she hadn't sought another partner all these years. Xia Zian's beauty needs no further elaboration. Oh, she is exceptionally beautiful, not inferior to many female celebrities. She managed to make her design company quite famous, which was not only due to her strong design skills, but also many wealthy investors choose Xia Zian for their designs, partly because her creations are stylish and appealing, and partly because they wish to build closer relationships with her. Over the years, there have been directors and others who sought Xia Zian to enter the entertainment industry as an artist. However, while Xia Zian may not be rich, her financial situation is relatively free, which is why she never pursued this path. Xia Zian met the criteria for the task selection system, and after quickly reviewing her data, Lin Xu issued her the selection system. Ding, congratulations, the system has been activated. The voice that suddenly rang in her mind startled Xia Zian, and a thought blossomed within her. Am I destined to be the female protagonist as described in some novels? After the voice finished, Xia Zian quickly checked what the system she had just acquired could do. Compared to Lin Xu's system, the task selection system given to Xia Zian was much simpler. Aside from confidentiality and other precautions, it had just one function, randomly triggering selection tasks. Completing the selected tasks would yield rewards. This was Lin Xu's first time issuing a system to someone. After granting Xia Zian the selection task system, he began to study how to issue selection tasks to her. After issuing the system to Xia Zian, Lin Xu's system interface displayed her information panel. It showed their intimacy value, the number of times they had cultivated together, and the conditions required to increase their intimacy. The maximum reward he could offer depended on the intimacy value between Xia Zian and him. The intimacy value is tiered. The higher the level, the greater the rewards. Currently, their intimacy value was 92, which was considered very high under normal circumstances. According to the system, the maximum intimacy value under normal circumstances is 100 points, achievable by couples who have lived together lovingly for many years. Under normal conditions, the intimacy value between children or parents can reach around 95 points if the relationship is excellent. This refers to the normal intimacy values. The system has even higher thresholds, with the maximum intimacy value reaching 1000 points. According to the system's introduction, reaching an intimacy value of 1000 points would unlock new features. If the initial intimacy value does not reach 100, it will be calculated as 100, and Lin Xu would receive 10 times the rewards Xia Zian earned. When the intimacy value reaches 100 points, Lin Xu will receive 100 times the rewards along with additional special rewards. Subsequently, every increase of 100 points in intimacy value or reaching a certain cumulative number of cultivation sessions will yield additional special rewards. For every point the intimacy value increases, the reward multiplies by 1 up to a maximum of 1000 times. To issue a selection task, at least 2 options must be created, and the system will assess the difficulty of completion based on the content of the options. The difficulty rating ranges from 1 star to 7 stars, providing corresponding rewards based on the level of. The system has its own assessment methods. Lin Xu only needs to submit the option content, and the system will evaluate it. After assessment, Lin Xu can decide whether to issue the selection task. Currently, Lin Xu and Xia Zian's intimacy value is 92 points, meaning he can issue selection tasks totaling a difficulty of up to 92 stars in one day. This means that if it is a 1-star task, Lin Xu can issue it 92 times, but if all are 7-star tasks, he can only issue it 13 times. With the thought of experimenting first, Lin Xu quickly devised a 1-star difficulty selection task to issue to Xia Zian. After issuing the task, the system prompt sound resonated in Xia Zian's mind. Ding detected that the host is facing a survival crisis due to lack of supplies, triggering a selection. Option 1, assist others in distributing water and bread from the cabin to everyone and receive a plain white t-shirt as a reward. Option 2, engage in physical contact with Lin Xu for over 10 seconds to receive 1 bottle of 500 milliliters water and 1 piece of 500 g bread. The selection task created by Lin Xu was quite simple, partly because he wanted to try it out and partly to confirm whether the rewards could actually be obtained. Additionally, he wanted to give Xia Zian a simple selection task to complete quickly, allowing her to realize the existence of the selection task system and that rewards could be gained. With the constant ringing of the system prompt in her mind, Xia Zian was somewhat dazed. Seeing her in a trance, Su Ro beside her spoke up. "Sister Xia, what's wrong?" Hearing Su Ro call her Xia Zian came back to her senses. "It's nothing, just thinking about how well all have to survive on this ship from now on, and it feels a bit surreal." The excuse Xia Zian casually mentioned did not raise any suspicions in Su Ro. To Su Ro, it wasn't just Xia Zian who felt this way, as she, along with others on the ship, found it hard to accept the bizarre situation they were in. Once Xia Zian regained her focus, she began to consider whether to choose option 1 or option 2 for the task. If suddenly appearing on a ship and being passively involved in so-called ocean survival was absurd, then the system voice that suddenly rang in her mind was no less bizarre. At this moment, Xia Zian wasn't sure if completing the task given by the selection system would yield rewards. Option 1 of the task could basically be completed without her doing much. As for option 2, it wasn't particularly difficult for Xia Zian to complete either. The rewards priced in survival coins were equivalent to those of option 1. Water and bread are essential for survival in the future. Currently, each person could receive a bottle of water and a piece of bread during the new recruit protection period. However, for an adult, having just 1 bottle of water and 1 piece of bread a day barely sustains survival. Even though the others on the ship are all women with smaller appetites, it is still not enough to satisfy hunger. Compared to water and bread, a plain white t-shirt is also something Xia Zian desires greatly. Although she has adjusted to not wearing clothes for now as a normal person, she still wishes to wear something to cover herself. However, if she chooses option 1 to obtain a t-shirt, it would be awkward to wear it in front of others who do not have one, and she wouldn't be able to explain its origin. After a quick contemplation, Xia Zian came up with an idea and decided to complete option 2. The reason for this choice was that she wasn't thirsty or hungry at the moment. Having a bottle of water and a piece of bread today was sufficient. But it wasn't just about her. Lin Xu and the others were also present, and she was concerned about whether they would have enough to eat. For now she could do without clothes, but food and water were essential. They could be lifesavers in critical moments. Seeing that Xia Zian was fine, Su Ro and the others began to work with Lin Xu to transport water and bread. The water was in bottles while the bread was wrapped in transparent plastic bags. Since there were 7 people in the cabin, each person could carry a maximum of 10 bottles of water at a time. With the bread being square was easier to carry, each person could take a dozen pieces at a time. Regardless of what they took first, they would still need to make another trip. One by one, Su Ro and the others approached the bread, preparing to take some first. We can all take bread, you guys take the water. Su Ro and the others took the bread while Lin Xu and Xia Zian stayed behind to figure out how to carry more. As Lin Xu bent down to grab water, Xia Zian approached and grasped his arm. Annie, what's wrong? Lin Xu was aware of the situation. The tasks were all predetermined by him and assigned to Xia Zian. How could he be unaware of what Xia Zian intended to do? However, he could not reveal to Xia Zian that the task selection system she possessed was issued by him, nor that the tasks were formulated by him. From Xia Zian's actions, Lin Xu understood what task she had chosen. If Xia Zian was preparing to complete the option 1 of the selected task, she wouldn't need to do anything but wait to distribute water and bread to everyone. At this moment, Lin Xu could only pretend to be unaware, acting as if he didn't know what Xia Zian intended to do, allowing her to hold onto his arm. Xiao Su, do you have the confidence to lead everyone to survive? Yes, since heaven has allowed me to become the captain, I will do my utmost. We not only need to survive, but also live happily and joyfully. Xia Zian spoke to Lin Xu primarily to take the opportunity to complete the selected task. However, seeing Lin Xu remain calm until now, she felt quite gratified and sighed inwardly that Lin Xu had grown up. With Lin Xu's cooperation, Xia Zian quickly achieved 10 seconds of physical contact with him, receiving a prompt that the selected task was completed. As Xia Zian completed the selected task, the rewards were issued to her system space. At the same time, Lin Xu also received a prompt due to Xia Zian's completion of the task. The reward Lin Xu received was 10 times that of Xia Zian, as both water and bread were ordinary items, so the rewards multiplied by 10 meant Lin Xu received 10 bottles of water and 10 pieces of bread. Looking at the extra bottle of water and a piece of bread in the system space that she could take out at any time, Xia Zian let out a sigh of relief and withdrew her hand. Confirming that completing the selected task could truly yield rewards, Xia Zian felt much more hopeful about leading Lin Xu and the others to survive. Like Xia Zian realizing that the system could indeed provide rewards, a faint smile appeared on Lin Xu's face. And shall we bring the water up? After saying this, Lin Xu bent down to grab the water, while Xia Zian also bent down to pick up the bottles and hold them in her arms. In fact, at this moment, Lin Xu and the others could use their wristbands to store items in their wristband space to take to the deck. 62 bottles of water and 62 pieces of bread only counted as 2 types of items, which combined only occupied 2 slots in the wristband space. The reason for not doing so was that everyone was well aware that if someone stored items in their wristband space, others would worry about being monopolized. Lin Xu and the others intended to share everything equally without monopolizing, but others might think otherwise. To reassure everyone, it was most appropriate to carry some items openly. In the regional channel, someone had already sent a message saying that the people on their ship had fought over water and bread. When Lin Xu and Xia Zian brought the water to the deck, Su Ro and the others had already piled up the bread on the deck for distribution. Those who received the bread directly stored it in their wristbands. In the regional channel, someone also mentioned that items placed in the wristband space could not be taken by others. On Lin Xu's ship, because he was the only boy, it remained quite harmonious until now. In fact, as of now, it was simply that no one had taken the lead. If someone did take the lead to contend for resources, given the number of people on Lin Xu's ship, it would certainly lead to a greater conflict. When that time came, with everyone competing and chaos ensuing, no one would know if someone managed to grab items and stored them in their wristband space. If someone took more, there would surely be others with none, leading to complete disorder. Soon the bread was distributed, 1 for each person. Su Ro and the others also took 1 bread each and gave the remaining 2 to Lin Xu and Xia Zian, who had brought the water to the deck. After receiving the bread, Lin Xu and Xia Zian also stored it in their wristband spaces. Then Lin Xu said to Su Ro, "Teacher Su, there isn't enough water for so many people below. You and Meng Jie can distribute the water first. We'll go down to get some." Upon hearing Lin Xu's words, Su Ro nodded, and Lin Xu, Xia Zian, and the others entered the cabin again. Just now, the distribution of bread was very orderly, and Lin Xu and Xia Zian had smoothly brought the water to the deck and distributed it to everyone. After the distribution was completed, Lin Xu looked at the group of girls squatting in front of him and spoke to everyone. I believe everyone has learned about our current situation through the wristbands. As captain, I have the responsibility to lead everyone to survive, but you all must also be obedient. If anyone does anything harmful or excessive to others, don't blame me for turning against you. The current supplies are certainly insufficient to satisfy everyone's hunger and thirst, so please conserve as the iron pedestal in the cabin is a workstation used for the captain to upgrade the ship and can also be used to craft some items. Please keep the bottles from the water and the plastic bags from the bread. They can be utilized at the workstation to create plastic ropes and other plastic products. The usage of the workstation is quite simple. Just touch it with your wristband to open it. I know everyone urgently needs clothing to cover themselves. I've observed that as long as we can collect enough animal hides, we can synthesize clothes through the workstation. Tomorrow the ship will encounter an island, and we might be able to collect some items there. If we want everyone to have clothes to wear, we can't manage it in a short time. Relying solely on the survival coins obtained through our own efforts will take nearly 5 days for each person. Moreover, I believe it's inappropriate to use survival coins to purchase clothing. A regular t-shirt costs 100 survival coins, which is too expensive. My suggestion is to pool our survival coins together and first purchase the necessary equipment from the marketplace. Lin Xu spoke at length, and the people on the deck listened in silence. Even Xia Zian did not interrupt, as she understood that Lin Xu needed to step up to establish authority. Their ship had many people, which had its pros and cons. The advantage was that more people meant more resources could be obtained, allowing for more completion of survival tasks. However, similarly, with more people, the consumption of resources also increased, and it was easier to give rise to various problems that were hard to manage. Don't be fooled by how everyone is behaving so obediently right now. This is merely because they are all newcomers. After some time, who knows what the situation will be. Seeing that no one present had any objections, Lin Xu felt relieved. As the only boy on the ship, he held a unique advantage in a situation where everyone else was female. At the very least, as long as he did not act inappropriately towards the girls present, they were relatively willing to cooperate. As for being seen by Lin Xu, there was no way around it. They had nothing but wristbands on. There was nothing on the ship to cover their bodies. It was not that Lin Xu intentionally wanted to see them without clothes. If they were unwilling to be seen by Lin Xu, they could easily squat like this in front of him, hugging their legs. As long as Lin Xu, the only boy, did not take any inappropriate actions towards anyone present, he led the way in opening the cabin door and evenly distributing water and bread to everyone, gaining some goodwill. At the moment, there was not much to do. Everyone's priority was to remain stable and survive the first day of their ordeal. Once Lin Xu finished what he needed to say, he used the system to edit another task for Xia Zian. As long as he assigns a choice task to Xia Zian, he can earn 10 times the reward she receives. Lin Xu naturally plans to set more choice tasks for Xia Zian to complete. Being able to assign choice tasks to Xia Zian makes Lin Xu feel as if he can control others. Lin Xu had just assigned a choice task to Xia Zian and gained a better understanding of how to issue these tasks. By using the system to issue choice tasks to Xia Zian, he can either edit the content himself or generate random options based on her actual situation. For choice tasks edited by Lin Xu, the system automatically assesses the difficulty and assigns rewards. The rewards for randomly generated options from the system are 50 higher than those Lin Xu created. After Lin Xu assigned a choice task to Xia Zian, she needs to complete it before he can issue her another one. Lin Xu just tried it, and the randomly generated options are currently not suitable for Xia Zian. Ding, detecting that the host is low on resources, triggering a choice task. Option 1. Assist the captain in arranging everyone to enter the cabin and receive a bottle of 500 milliliters mineral water. Option 2. Find an opportunity to embrace Lin Xu for more than 10 seconds and receive 50 survival coins. Editing choice tasks is not as simple as it may seem. For instance, Lin Xu could edit a task for Xia Zian to simply drink some water or say a few words, but such simple tasks are not permissible. However, tasks that are too simple for Xia Zian are assessed as having low difficulty. The rewards given after the system's evaluation are also very low, barely reaching the standard of a bottle of mineral water. Lin Xu can assign Xia Zian numerous choice tasks, but many of the simpler ones with low difficulty ratings cannot compare to a high-star task. Earlier, Lin Xu tried assigning a dual cultivation task with Xia Zian, which achieved a difficulty rating of 5 stars. Completing the selected option would yield excellent rewards, such as a water purifier that produces 5 liters of fresh water per hour. The water purifier is an essential device on the ship. If the ship had a purifier that could produce 5 liters of fresh water per hour, it would greatly alleviate the water problem for everyone on board. However, even if he obtains the water purifier now, he cannot take it out directly, as he cannot explain it. Once their ship docks on the island tomorrow, Lin Xu can claim that anything he takes out was obtained from the island. Moreover, even if there is this option in the choice tasks Lin Xu gives Xia Zian, now he estimates she would not. Since awakening on this ship, many thoughts that Lin Xu previously dared not voice have surged forth. He does not wish to dual cultivate with Xia Zian, just yet he believes in taking gradual steps. The tasks he previously edited for Xia Zian to have physical contact and now to embrace are all designed to gradually lower her psychological defenses. It is not just Lin Xu who wants to dual cultivate with Xia Zian. After acquiring the system, he developed a grand ambition. The bracelet shows the time, and in the misty world time flows just like on Blue Star with 24-hour days. It is now nearly 6 p.m. The sky is noticeably darker than before, and it is getting colder on the deck. Some people are already shivering from the cold. On Blue Star, Lin Xu and his friends had graduated from university just a few days ago, right in the summer when the weather was warm. It is currently unclear what season it is in the Misty World's ocean. When Lin Xu first awakened, the temperature was around 15 degrees Celsius. 15 degrees Celsius is not very cold. Lin Xu felt cold at the time due to the significant temperature difference compared to Blue Star, making it difficult for him to adapt. As for now, with some time having passed, the temperature has dropped to about 10 degrees. 10 degrees is not extremely cold, but it is worth noting that everyone present is without clothing. The women on the deck, those who are squatting, can keep themselves a bit warmer in that position, but it does not provide much warmth. Without clothing to cover their bodies, they must enter the cabin at night. Otherwise, staying on the deck all night will definitely lead to serious cold. Everyone needs to enter the cabin next. The cabin is quite small, so if everyone stands closely together at the bottom, they can manage to squeeze in. However, if that is the case, no one will be able to rest properly at night. Through the regional channel, Lin Xu learned from other survivors that all the ships should be similar. Having many people has many advantages, but the disadvantages have also become apparent. Those on smaller ships can lie down and rest in the cabin, while Lin Xu and his group do not have that environment. Lin Xu has long had ideas on how to arrange for everyone to enter the cabin. The bottom of the cabin cannot accommodate everyone, but there are many steps where people can sit and rest. After completing one choice task, Xia Zian quickly analyzed which one to choose next. When a choice task appears, it requires selecting an option and then completing it. After some thought, Xia Zian came up with an idea. Similar to the first triggered choice task, selecting option 1 would require her to do almost nothing. As for option 2, it is a bit more difficult for Xia Zian to complete. She currently has no idea what reason she... Comparatively, the reward value of both options is roughly the same. However, with the choice of 1 bottle of mineral water, Xia Zian is more inclined to obtain 50 survival coins. In the shop, a bottle of 500 milliliters mineral water is priced at 50 survival coins. However, with 50 survival coins, one can purchase a bottle of mineral water at any time, while a bottle of mineral water cannot be exchanged for 50 survival coins. Currently, someone is selling mineral water in the trading interface with the price for a bottle being 45 survival coins cheaper than in the shop. However, since everyone has just entered this misty world, no one has that many survival coins. Thus, even if it is cheaper than in the shop, no one is buying. Although option 2 is more challenging to complete than option 1, it is not overly difficult. Xia Zian just finds it hard to bring herself to do it. However, recalling that when she opened the cabin door, she was embraced by Lin Xu for a moment, Xia Zian felt there was nothing wrong with embracing him again. Having made her decision, Xia Zian reminded herself that it is not that she must choose option 2. She simply desires the reward of survival coins more. Xiao Su, it's too cold on the deck. The cabin is warmer. Everyone needs to get inside the cabin quickly. Go wait over there for now until we enter the cabin last. Lin Xu could think of getting everyone into the cabin, so of course Xia Zian could think of this as well. Upon hearing Xia Zian's words, Lin Xu nodded and instinctively moved to the bow of the ship facing the sea. The girls squatting on the deck were already quite cold, and Xia Zian's organizational skills were remarkably strong. In just a few minutes, the girls had already entered the cabin under Xia Zian's arrangement. Su Ro and the others who had stood up in front of Lin Xu earlier naturally became the order maintainers on the ship due to their previous efforts. Once everyone else had entered the cabin, only Xia Zian and the others remained on the deck. They stood there actually feeling colder than the girls who were squatting. However, since they were standing and moving, they didn't feel too cold. When Xia Zian called Lin Xu, he turned and walked over to her side. We are the last few to stay back. You will enter after us. Xia Zian was the second to last to enter the cabin, and Lin Xu followed her inside. As Lin Xu entered the cabin, a peculiar and pleasant fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Initially, when Lin Xu had just awakened on the deck, he had also caught a whiff of that delightful aroma. However, there had been wind on the deck, and later he could only smell the faint scent when getting close to certain girls. Now, with everyone inside the cabin and the cabin door acting as an outlet, various fragrances converged and wafted out. Lin Xu took a deep breath and looked at the people inside the cabin. At this moment, the lowest part of the cabin was filled with people, and after squatting for too long, many girls were on the verge of having numb legs. Knowing they would need to spend the night in the cabin, no one planned to continue squatting. Under Xia Zian's arrangement, Lu Yiqian and the other 16 female stars sat at the bottom. In a space of more than 3 meters, the 17 female stars were relatively not cramped. The bottom of the cabin was full of people, while the others occupied a step each, with the steps and cabin door being about 50 centimeters in size. If 2 people squeezed onto a step, it could accommodate them, but 1 person per step was just right when staggered. Girls who were closer in daily life chose to sit 2 to a step to keep warm. There were plenty of steps, and Lin Xu and the others did not occupy them all. When Lin Xu entered the cabin and did not receive a reward prompt, he understood what Xia Xian's choice was. After Lin Xu assigned tasks to the choice system for Xia Xian, he would not be notified of what choices she made. Thus, Xia Xian's choices needed to be judged by observing her actions. The girls in the cabin sat with their legs crossed, leaning forward, resting their heads on their knees. Although it was all girls except for Lin Xu, many had seen each other while moving around just now. However, in the absence of clothing, some things would inevitably feel a bit awkward when exposed. By sitting this way, they could avoid being directly stared at by others, and it also helped them keep warmer. The girls sitting on the steps were also leaning forward. Thus, Lin Xu could hardly see much in front of him, but his position was the highest, allowing him to see everyone present clearly. Most of the girls present had long hair, and without hair clips or ties, they let their hair down. From Lin Xu's perspective, it looked quite unique, a different kind of beauty. As more people entered the cabin, the overall temperature rose, unlike the cold on the deck. Overall, it could be considered a temporary settling down. They could find refuge for now, and many in the cabin were. With the wristbands, they could see what others were saying through the area channel, and familiar people had plenty to talk about. However, for most present, they felt extremely anxious once they understood the situation they were in. Talking and chatting with others could to some extent alleviate their emotional pressure. Xia Xian arranged the female stars at the bottom of the cabin, with Lin Xu's female classmates above them, followed by Wang Yuru and Wang Yudi. Above them were Su Ro and Li Mengjia, as they had done plenty of things together with Lin Xu. Eliza chose to stay with Lin Xu and the others instead of joining that group of female stars. Seeing that everyone was mostly settled, Xia Xian planned to quickly complete the selection task of the system. After acquiring the system, Xia Xian reviewed its functions and introduction. She knew that without completing a selection task, no new selection tasks could be triggered. In Xia Xian's view, arriving in this unknown world for ocean survival with Lin Xu and the others left them with a future full of uncertainty. Her greatest reliance was the selection task system she possessed. The selection task system was her hope of leading everyone to survive alongside Lin Xu. Thus, completing the selection tasks quickly to gain rewards and trigger the next selection task was extremely. After Lin Xu sat down on the steps behind Xia Xian, she took a moment for mental preparation and turned to Lin Xu, who was admiring the unique scenery inside the cabin. "Xiao Su, come with me outside for a moment. Oh, I want to talk to you privately." As soon as Xia Xian spoke, Lin Xu understood her intentions and nodded slightly before getting up. Hearing that Lin Xu and Xia Xian were going outside, Su Ro and the others turned to look at them. They didn't think that Lin Xu and Xia Xian would discuss anything harmful to everyone. After all, Lin Xu and Xia Xian had entered the cabin first, and they had plenty of time to communicate then. Lin Xu and Xia Xian could have easily chosen confirm on the screen and monopolized the water, and once the wristbands were distributed, everyone could use them to understand their current situation. However, very few people mentioned the newbie protection period, where 1 bottle of water and 1 piece of bread were distributed daily. Those who did talk about it were mostly discussing what they had lost. If they hadn't seen the information on the screen beforehand, even if they knew about it, it would have certainly taken some time. The fact that Lin Xu and Xia Xian didn't do that, but instead let everyone see the contents on the screen, proved that they had no intention of harming anyone. Su was the first to exit the cabin, and after coming out, he waited at the cabin door for Xia Xian. When Xia Xian emerged, Lin Xu extended his hand to help her. The cabin was relatively warm, while the temperature on the deck had dropped as time passed. As Lin Xu and Xia Xian stepped outside, a gust of sea breeze swept by, causing both to shiver. When Lin Xu entered the cabin, he embraced Xia Xian, catching her off guard, as she hadn't expected such an act. But now it was different, as she needed to find an excuse to take the initiative and hug Lin Xu. Xia Xian and Lin Xu stood at the bow of the ship, facing the sea, as she spoke to him. "I never thought I would one day arrive in such a world, but feels like a dream." "Indeed, Auntie, it is truly surreal," Lin Xu replied, and Xia Xian continued, "Surviving in such an unknown world at sea, I wonder how long we can last. As the captain, do you have any general plans for the future?" Lin Xu knew that whatever Xia Xian said was just a pretext, so he followed her lead. "The priority is to gather as many resources as possible for our daily needs, and use survival coins to upgrade the ship's equipment. I feel that since we are tasked with ocean survival coins can be used to purchase various magical items in the marketplace, and the ship can be upgraded." The screen also indicated earlier that even the treasure chests retrieved from the ocean come with certain dangers. It won't be as safe as it is now in the future. What Lin Xu said reflected his own thoughts. Currently, there was no danger, but since this was an ocean survival scenario, it was designed to challenge survival, not to keep people at ease. Water and bread in the mall are quite expensive, but even with just the survival coins earned from survival, one could buy a bottle of water or a piece of bread in just over 2 days. And this is just the beginning. In a few days, if someone finds enough fresh water, the surplus will surely be put up for sale in the trading interface. Due to the pricing in the mall, it won't be too cheap at first, but after some time the prices will definitely drop. A person can survive on the bare essentials, even if they only drink 1 bottle of water and eat 1 piece of bread within 2 or 3 days. They won't die in the short term. Xia Zian nodded at Lin Xu's words, her thoughts being quite similar to his. Tomorrow our ship will approach the island. Ooh, I wonder what dangers lie there. I hope there won't be too many dangers and we can gather some resources on the island. Hopefully. After saying this, Xia Zian fell silent, contemplating how to subtly embrace Lin Xu. Seeing that Xia Zian did not continue speaking, Lin Xu silently stood beside her, understanding that she was unsure of how to initiate. He leaned closer to Xia Zian, almost pressing against her, and said, "Auntie, I'm quite scared and worried. I'm afraid that when I wake up tomorrow, you all will have vanished." Hearing Lin Xu express such feelings of insecurity, Xia Zian turned to look at him. Standing at 173 centimeters, she was about half a head shorter than Lin Xu, and she turned to face him as he did the same. The two were very close, and Lin Xu looked down at her. As he turned to face her, Xia Zian reached out and touched Lin Xu's cheek. Similar situations had often occurred back at home. Whenever Lin Xu was unhappy, Xia Zian would cup his face and comfort him by stroking his head. But the situation was different now. Although the sky was slightly darkening, it wasn't completely dark yet. Xia Zian appeared particularly special from Lin Xu's perspective. "Xiaosu, you don't need to worry. Auntie is here. As long as Auntie is alive, I will definitely ensure your safety." Although Xia Zian had a task to fulfill, what she said came from her most genuine thoughts. After she spoke, Lin Xu nodded heavily, and Xia Zian leaned closer to him. Lin Xu was giving Xia Zian an opportunity, and she timely seized it. As she gently pulled Lin Xu, he naturally embraced her. With the system notification indicating the completion of the task and the reward gained, Xia Zian noticed that Lin Xu had no intention of letting go. Rather, he hugged her even tighter than before. Thus, Xia Zian allowed Lin Xu to embrace her. She completed the task and received a reward of 50 survival coins. The reward was directly credited to her wristband, and her initial 1 survival coin became 51, which made Xia Zian very happy. She hadn't expected to complete this task so easily. However, as she was enveloped in Lin Xu's warmth, her emotions began to stir. Yet before Xia Zian could think too much, the prompt for a new task echoed in her ear. Surprised by the content of the prompt, she was momentarily taken aback. Ding! Detected overly intimate contact between the host and Lin Xu, triggering a task. Option 1. Quickly push Lin Xu away to earn 10 survival coins. Option 2. Allow Lin Xu's hand to touch you for more than 5 seconds to receive 1 ordinary fishing hook of 10 meters. Option 3. Lean up and kiss Lin Xu for a 500 milliliters water purifier. This time the options for the task edited by Lin Xu were evaluated by the system. Option 1 was deemed too easy, hence the reward was correspondingly low. The reason Lin Xu created such an option was to prevent Xia Zian from struggling to choose between options 2. After all, both options 2 and 3 were quite forward, and Lin Xu was unsure whether Xia Zian would make a choice between them. Earlier, Xia Zian completed the task and earned 50 survival coins, while Lin Xu received 10 times that, 500 survival coins. At this moment, 500 survival coins were a significant fortune, allowing him to purchase many items through the mall interface. Now Lin Xu could issue quite a few tasks to Xia Zian. As long as she chose and completed them, he would receive 10 times the reward she earned. Thus, Lin Xu needed Xia Zian to complete the tasks as soon as possible. However, if the tasks he issued made her hesitant and difficult to choose, it would delay his rewards. So Lin Xu thought that if Xia Zian didn't want to take options 2 or 3, there was still option 1 available for a quick completion. If there had been no task edited by Lin Xu, Xia Zian would have undoubtedly pushed Lin Xu away next. Lin Xu had essentially prepared in advance. No matter what Xia Zian chose, he would earn the system reward. When Xia Zian made her choice earlier to have Lin Xu accompany her for a chat, he had already contemplated what task to issue to her. Options 2 and 3 were what Lin Xu wanted Xia Zian to pursue. If she chose to do so, it would significantly lower her psychological defenses. After editing the content, the system rated its difficulty as 2 stars, and the rewards were much more generous. The emergence of such a task was unexpected for Xia Zian. Option 1 was the easiest to complete, requiring only a push against Lin Xu. However, in comparison to the rewards of options 2 and 3, Xia Zian hesitated. If the rewards were not high, then option 1 offering 10 survival coins would be acceptable. However, compared to the rewards of option 2 and option 3, it would be unreasonable to choose option 1. The reward for option 2 is a 10-meter-long ordinary fishing hook, which is one of the tools used on the ship to retrieve treasure chests. The shop page also sells fishing hooks of different lengths with varying prices. The ordinary models increase in price with length and hardness. There are also special models that can increase the chances of catching treasure and even enhance the rarity of the treasure chests obtained. The special models with unique effects are not something that can be purchased by ordinary people, often costing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of survival coins. The most basic 3-meter fishing hook is priced at 300 survival coins on the shop page. For every additional meter in length, the price increases by 100 survival coins. Calculating based on the value of survival coins, option 2 is equivalent to 1,000 survival coins. The reward for option 3 is a 500 milliliters freshwater purifier, which is being sold for 1,200 survival coins on the shop page. A bottle of 500 milliliters mineral water on the shop page costs 50 survival coins, and a 500 milliliters freshwater purifier can produce 500 milliliters of freshwater each day. This means that if there are sufficient survival coins to purchase the 500 milliliters freshwater purifier, the freshwater produced over 24 days would offset the value of the purifier. Comparing options 2 and 3, one has a shop value of 1,000 survival coins, and the other has 1,200 survival coins. In this case, option 1, offering only 10 survival coins, is pitifully low. Xia Zian quickly reviewed her options in her mind and decided to abandon option 1, hesitating between choosing option 2 or option 3. Whether it was option 2 or option 3, both were relatively similar in terms of difficulty for Xia Zian. As for the completion difficulty, they were not much different. Both required Xia Zian to push through her psychological barriers. The choice task assigned to Xia Zian by Lin Xu was perfectly timed. It was right after Xia Zian had just broken through her barriers and embraced Lin Xu. Had it been at a different time, even if Xia Zian desperately desired the rewards of option 2 or option 3, she would have struggled to choose. Regardless of whether it was option 2 or option 3, the rewards were indeed plentiful, but for the moment, they could not be directly accessed. From the perspective of reward, Xia Zian was leaning towards the fishing hook offered by option 2. The freshwater purifier was indeed very much needed right now, as it could provide a continuous supply of freshwater. However, freshwater was not in such urgent demand at the moment, and there were many people on the ship. Even if she made an excuse to use it, she would not be able to satisfy everyone's needs. The fishing hook was also very important. If there were treasure chests nearby while the ship was sailing, she would need to use the fishing hook to retrieve them. It might not be needed immediately, but when encountering a treasure chest, the utility of the fishing hook would become apparent. Otherwise, even if a treasure chest is close to the ship, there would be no way to obtain it. No one could jump into the sea to retrieve it. The ship's deck is several meters high above the surface of the sea, and who knows what other dangers might be lurking in the water. At such a height, if one were to jump into the sea without a rope, they would have no chance of coming back up. After some quick thinking, Xia Zian had an idea and chose option 2. Indeed, as Lin Xu had thought, under specific circumstances, Xia Zian's choices would differ. In contrast, at this moment, as they embraced each other, option 2 was a relatively easy task for Xia Zian, and she could complete it with relative ease. On the other hand, option 3 would be harder to explain if she were to complete it. Having made her decision, Xia Zian patted Lin Xu on the back and gently tried to break free. Feeling Xia Zian's strength, Lin Xu took the opportunity to release her. As Lin Xu let go, Xia Zian's hand naturally followed along his arm to grasp his hand. Then Xia Zian pulled Lin Xu towards her and said, "Little Xu, I believe we will lead everyone to survive." After speaking, Xia Zian looked at Lin Xu with a determined expression, encouraging him. It must be said that Xia Zian often interacted with all kinds of people and had quite strong acting skills. If Lin Xu had not clearly seen Xia Zian's face becoming increasingly flushed with such a determined expression and tone, he might have thought she was oblivious to where his hand was placed. Lin Xu understood that Xia Zian was completing the choice task, so he cooperatively acted as if he felt nothing, nodding heavily. "Annie, let's work hard together." The 5 seconds passed quickly. After Xia Zian finished speaking to Lin Xu, the time was up, and she completed the choice task and received a 10-meter ordinary fishing hook. As for Lin Xu, he also checked the system space after the rewards were distributed. He had just been wondering what would happen to the fishing hook after multiplying the reward by 10. Would it be a 100-meter fishing hook? After looking, Lin Xu realized it was not the case. He received not a 100-meter fishing hook, but a 30-meter fishing hook. Unlike ordinary fishing hooks, this one had a higher material hardness and could be adjusted in length. Seeing that, Lin Xu did not react differently, as if he had not noticed anything amiss. Xia Zian's heart raced while she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With the choice task completed, Xia Zian quickly released Lin Xu's hand. Once she let go, Lin Xu could not continue to keep his hand on her side. After retracting his hand, Lin Xu said to Xia Zian, "Auntie, it's getting colder outside. Let's head into the cabin." After Xia Zian completed the choice task, Lin Xu did not immediately assign her a new choice task. He had been gradually helping Xia Zian to increase her psychological tolerance. Continuing to assign her related choice tasks would not give her enough time to adjust. Letting her take a moment to calm her emotions before assigning her new choice tasks would make the process seem more reasonable and smoother. It was only just past 6 in the afternoon, and there was still a long time until midnight. After Xia Zian completed the choice task, Lin Xu received a notification that his intimacy value with Xia Zian had increased by 1 point. Hearing Lin Xu's words, Xia Zian nodded in agreement and then turned to walk towards the cabin door. Earlier, Lin Xu and Xia Zian had been very considerate while working. As Lin Xu and Xia Zian left the cabin, some people inside stood up to stretch or adjust to a more comfortable sitting position. Seeing Xia Zian return, the girls who were still standing knew that Lin Xu would follow closely behind, and they all sat down, returning to their previous positions. Xia Zian sat down on the step behind Su Ro. Seeing Lin Xu coming over intending to sit on the same step, Xia Zian made space for him. The step was about 50 centimeters long, and while 2 people could sit on it together, they would certainly be quite close. Had it been before completing the previous 2 choice tasks, Xia Zian would not have let Lin Xu sit on the seat. However, having just embraced Lin Xu again and actively taken his hand now that Lin Xu came over to sit with her, Xia Zian felt she did not mind much psychologically. People are often unable to overcome their own psychological barriers and accept themselves. It's like running naked. Those who have never done it find it hard to imagine. However, for those who have experienced running naked, it becomes much easier. If a payment is offered, someone who has never done it might demand 1 million, while someone who has would likely accept just 100,000. Similar to Su Ro and the others, initially they found it difficult to accept being seen by Lin Xu. But after being seen multiple times, their discomfort lessened. Though they still felt some unease, it was far less than at the beginning. Xia Zian was the same. Once she and Lin Xu had a deeper connection, the psychological barriers became much easier to handle. It's like between a man and a woman. If they have already kissed, would they still care about holding hands? When Lin Xu sat down next to Xia Zian, Su Rao's companion Li Mengjie turned to glance at Lin Xu. Although Lin Xu had seen them earlier, when Su Ro and the others faced him, they would still try to cover up slightly. Having been seen before made it easier now that they were sitting in a position where they could cover themselves. While being seen again was not a big deal, they still felt the need to conceal themselves slightly when facing Lin Xu. Su Ro and the others felt that they were intentionally showing themselves to Lin Xu. Using their hands and arms to shield their bodies, they still conveyed a sense of beauty even if they were not completely covered. Lin Xu sat beside Xia Zian, admiring the unique scenery below while contemplating how to arrange follow-up tasks for her. Currently, Lin Xu had assigned 3 choice tasks to Xia Zian, and based on her selections, she had completed 2 1-star tasks and 1 2-star task. Previously, Lin Xu and Xia Zian's intimacy score was 92 points, and it had just increased by 1 point on the deck. Lin Xu could still assign Xia Zian 88 1-star choice tasks. Based on Lin Xu's prior attempts, both 1-star and 2-star tasks were relatively easy for Xia Zian to complete, but 3-star tasks were considerably more challenging. While the choice tasks need to be completed by Xia Zian, the primary beneficiary would be Lin Xu. Lin Xu needed to consider how to effectively set up tasks for Xia Zian that were easier to complete quickly while still being rated highly by the system. Lin Xu currently possessed 10 bottles of mineral water, 10 pieces of bread, 501 survival coins, and a 30-meter extendable fishing hook. On the first day of survival at sea, this collection surpassed that of many other survivors. With so many supplies, Lin Xu was filled with hope for the upcoming challenges. And this was just the beginning. As he continued to use the system to acquire more items, his days would only improve. While Lin Xu was contemplating the next choice tasks for Xia Zian and envisioning their future lives, he suddenly heard a bang from outside. The sound was not very loud, but it was enough for everyone in the cabin, including Lin Xu, to hear. "Stay here and don't move, I'll go check what's happening." As the only male present, and also the captain closest to the cabin door, Lin Xu naturally took the lead in assessing the situation. Before going out, Lin Xu glanced at the shop interface on his wristband. With 200 survival coins, he could purchase a sharp iron knife or similar weapons from the shop. In a situation where everyone was unarmed, having a suitable weapon could greatly enhance one's combat capability. For example, if the women on the ship all rushed at Lin Xu without weapons, he would be unable to defend himself. However, if he possessed a sharp weapon, the threat to the women would increase significantly and none would dare to approach him. A grown man with a weapon is an entirely different concept from one who is unarmed. While Lin Xu was unsure of what had happened outside, he was prepared. If a weapon was needed, he would simply purchase one from the shop interface. As Lin Xu got up, Xia Zian looked up at him and said, "Be careful. If things look bad, come back quickly. The cabin door can be closed from the inside, which can prevent many dangers." "I know." Lin Xu approached the cabin door, but did not rush out. He merely peeked his head out to look outside. Opening the cabin door from the outside was a bit tricky, but from the inside it was easy to both open and close. There was a button under the cabin door, Pressing it would activate a hydraulic mechanism that lifted the door. The raised cabin door was locked in place. The inner lock was slightly lower than the outer one, and once lifted the door would close automatically. Opening was similar. There were hydraulic rods on both sides of the door, and pressing the button would push the door open. Earlier, Lin Xu and the others had to put in considerable effort to open the door, partly due to its heavy iron construction and partly because the hydraulic rod was pulling it down. Lin Xu peered outside, scanning for the source of the recent sound. After a thorough look, he found nothing unusual. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xu exited the cabin and walked around the edge of the deck. Soon he spotted a box that was being pushed against the side of the ship by the flowing water. The box was roughly 1 cubic meter in size, entirely black, adorned with several circular rings, each about the size of a fist. Lin Xu quickly retrieved the extendable fishing hook he had obtained earlier from the system space, adjusting its length to reach the box. After catching the ring with the hook, Lin Xu tentatively pulled upwards. The box appeared sizable, though its material was unknown. Surprisingly, it was lighter than Lin Xu had anticipated. It felt almost like a foam box, manageable with just one hand. Soon Lin Xu pulled the box over the railing using the hook, then let go of the hook and grabbed the rings surrounding the box. Once the box was on the deck, a text prompt appeared on Lin Xu's wristband, asking if he wanted to open the black iron treasure chest. After a brief hesitation, he chose to open it. You have opened a black iron treasure chest and received 10 survival coins, 5 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 5 pieces of bread, and a 10-meter rope. After the notification, the box itself vanished while its contents appeared before Lin Xu. The survival coins looked like hard currency that was neither gold nor silver. 10 coins piled together next to them were the 5 bottles of mineral water and 5 pieces of bread. Opening the treasure chest was quite peculiar, but given that he was in such a world for survival at sea, the wristband and other aspects were also quite strange. The oddity of opening the treasure chest felt trivial in comparison. Lin Xu stored everything in his wristband space, returning to the cabin with a smile. While retrieving the treasure chest with the hook, Lin Xu already thought about how to explain to others how he had acquired it. He would say that the hook was a bonus he received as captain, which he hadn't mentioned earlier since he hadn't needed it. As for why he had it while no one else in the area reported that the captain would have a fishing hook, he would simply say he didn't know how that happened. Anything hard to explain could be attributed to the misty world and ocean survival. No one would suspect otherwise. As Lin Xu entered the cabin, everyone turned to look at him. Seeing Lin Xu's smiling face, they all understood that no danger had occurred. Lin Xu walked over to Xia Zian's side, sat on the same step as her, and addressed the group, saying, "The sound we heard earlier was the treasure chest colliding with the ship. I managed to retrieve the treasure chest, which contained 10 survival coins, 5 bottles of mineral water, 5 pieces of bread, and a 10-meter rope." As soon as Lin Xu finished speaking, Lu Mengjia exclaimed in surprise, "What luck! I just saw on the area channel that someone found a treasure chest floating in the sea, and I can't believe we got one too. Lin Xu, how did you retrieve it?" Lu Mengji's question reflected the curiosity of many others. In response to her inquiry, Lin Xu smiled and replied, "My captain's wristband has a fishing hook. I forgot to mention it earlier as I hadn't needed it." Some in the group had been paying attention to the area channel for information. Thus, they learned that other captains received 1 more survival coin than their crew. Moreover, while captains had the authority to view some crew information and could upgrade the ship and its equipment, they shared the same conditions as the crew otherwise. Now that Lin Xu claimed he had a fishing hook on his captain's wristband from the start, it raised some doubts. However, those who understood some details did not voice their concerns. On one hand, the information obtained through the area channel was not necessarily accurate. It was merely what the speaker claimed, leaving room for doubt. On the other hand, in such a mysterious, misty world for ocean survival, what was truly impossible? Lin Xu offered a brief explanation and continued speaking to the group. "The treasure chest is quite special. It disappears once opened. As for the items inside, I will distribute them as needed." Regarding Lin Xu's statement about keeping the items with him, for now no one voiced any objections. After all, Lin Xu was the only one who had gone out and nobody knew he had retrieved the treasure chest. He could have easily kept the contents for himself. Trust between people is gradually established through interactions after certain events occur. Lin Xu's consistent demeanor and actions have built a certain level of trust in the hearts of others. In truth, Lin Xu looks down upon the items obtained from the treasure chest. If it weren't for the system, he would probably choose to conceal the fact that he retrieved a treasure chest. Not to mention that as a male, he inherently requires more water and food than females. There are also Xia Zian and the others to consider. Even if he does not think of himself, he must take into account Xia Zian and her companions. Lin Xu voluntarily revealed what he had salvaged from the treasure chest, earning the goodwill and trust of men. Listening to Lin Xu's open disclosure about what he had obtained from the treasure chest, Xia Zian felt both comforted by his forthrightness and somewhat helpless. Although she now has a task system available to complete selection tasks for rewards, completing several of these tasks has only yielded her a bottle of mineral water and a piece of bread. Lin Xu could have discreetly sought out the treasure chest after leaving the cabin without anyone seeing him. Other items could be managed, but water and bread are essential for survival. 5 bottles of water and 5 pieces of bread are not much, and what he has is hardly sufficient to share among everyone. This does not imply that Xia Zian is selfish. Rather, in the current situation, one must prioritize oneself and those nearby. When Lin Xu went out alone, Xia Zian intended to follow him to check the situation outside the cabin. However, she did not move because just before Lin Xu exited, she had been assigned a selection task. There were 3 options. Option 1 was to directly follow Lin Xu out, which would yield a reward of 20 survival. Option 2 was to observe Lin Xu through the cabin door without being noticed, which would grant a reward of 1 bottle of mineral water. Option 3 required her to stay in the cabin and wait for Lin Xu to return, yielding a reward of level 1 basic combat. Among the 3 options, option 1 offered the least valuable reward, while option 2 was somewhat acceptable. After a brief hesitation, Xia Zian chose option 3. She was unaware of what the level 1 basic combat reward entailed. However, just by the name, it was clear that this would enhance her combat prowess. On a ship where survival was paramount, water and food were critically important. But possessing a certain level of combat ability also had unparalleled benefits. Currently, the ship was in harmony as no one was suffering from hunger or thirst. Once hunger reaches a certain point, anything could happen. While it is not necessary to consider problems arising from thirst and hunger at this moment, the ship would approach an island for the first time tomorrow. It remains uncertain what dangers lurk on the island, but increasing one's combat ability offers a better chance of survival in any perilous situation. In both reason and sentiment, Xia Zian chose option 3, thus remaining in the cabin without moving. Xia Zian was at the top of the steps, remaining still, while others found it inconvenient to follow her outside to see the situation. Thus, until Lin Xu returned, no one left the cabin. When Lin Xu exited, he assigned Xia Zian a selection task, partly to give her this opportunity and partly because he did not want her to follow him. If there were indeed dangers outside, Lin Xu believed it would be better for him to return alone. After creating the selection task, the system assessed it, rating the difficulty of option 3 as 2 stars, with the reward being level 1 basic combat. Lin Xu was also unclear about the specifics of the level 1 basic combat reward. Based on his understanding of Xia Zian and the reward for option 3, he had anticipated that she would choose this option. One could even say that if Lin Xu were in Xia Zian's position, he would also choose option 3. The fact that option 3 was rated as 2-star difficulty by the system, according to Lin Xu's estimation, was due to this choice being somewhat contrary to Xia Zian's true feelings. It was similar to the previous selection task Lin Xu created, which compelled Xia Zian to act against her will. This was also rated as 2-star difficulty by the system. The system judges the difficulty of task options not only based on how easy they are to complete, but also considers the situation and disposition of the task recipient. For instance, if Lin Xu were to assign a selection task to Bai Lu or Lu Yiqian, even merely getting them to hold hands with him would likely rate above 2-star difficulty. Lin Xu was very happy upon his return, partly because he had obtained a treasure chest and salvaged some items. What he retrieved was not of utmost importance. Rather, the key point was that from now on, whatever he produced could be attributed to the treasure chest. Additionally, as he entered the cabin, the system informed him that Xia Zian had completed the selection task and received the level 1 basic combat reward. In contrast, Lin Xu received a 10-fold reward from Xia Zian, amounting to level 10 basic combat. When the level 10 basic combat reward was granted, a multitude of combat scenes and techniques flashed rapidly through Lin Xu's mind. Based on Lin Xu's own estimation, level 10 basic combat would be at least equivalent to the level of a martial arts champion in the Blue Star world. Previously, Lin Xu had trained regularly, possessing strength greater than that of an average adult, but his fighting skills were merely that of an ordinary person. With his own strength, he could handle 2 or 3 girls on the ship, but that was the extent of it. Now, with level 10 basic combat, even the combined efforts of all the girls on the ship would not match up to him. Xia Zian received level 1 basic combat as well, and after the reward was granted, numerous combat scenes and techniques also flashed through her mind. Once an ordinary fighter, Xia Zian could now handle a couple of adult males lacking combat skills with ease. Both Xia Zian and Lin Xu felt immense joy from their increased combat abilities. After Lin Xu sat down next to Xia Zian, he spoke about the items he had salvaged from the treasure chest. Xia Zian nudged Lin Xu with her elbow. When he turned to look at her, she inquired with her eyes. From Xia Zian's gaze, Lin Xu understood what she wanted to ask, and with a smile he subtly nodded. Seeing that Lin Xu's response indicated he was withholding some details about the items from the treasure chest, Xia Zian exhaled softly. There were many people on the ship, each with different thoughts, making human sentiments complex. It would be a bit foolish for Lin Xu to disclose everything he retrieved from the treasure chest, Yet Xia Zian would not voice her thoughts as his actions were not wrong. In Xia Zian's view, Lin Xu's choice to withhold some details showed he was prudent, understanding that he could not trust everyone present unreservedly. Many people on the regional channel are saying they found treasure chests and asking others how to salvage them. Some are unsure how to retrieve the treasure chests, and the items they obtained are not as plentiful as what Lin Xu has salvaged. The people on their ship were idling in the cabin with nothing to do. Many, after understanding the various functions of the wristbands, kept checking the information on the regional channel. For many, speaking on the regional channel and observing the comments of other survivors not only allowed them to understand the situations of others, but also helped pass the somewhat dull time. The information on the regional channel was chaotic, refreshing at a rapid pace. Once a message was posted, other messages quickly surfaced to cover it. Zhou Jijia, who often stared silently at the information on the regional channel, shared what she read with those around her as she saw the incessant flow of content. As Zhou Jijia spoke, Li Mengjie and the others began to pay attention to the information on the regional channel, discussing the details. They caught exchanging comments. I see some saying they are trying to use plastic bags of bread and mineral water bottles to create a rope to salvage the treasure chest. However, they retrieved a water monster as tall as a person from the treasure chest, and now the monster is on their ship's deck, asking them what to do while everyone hides in the cabin, afraid to go outside. Some reported that after their ship managed to retrieve the treasure chest, they started fighting over it. It is currently unknown how many people from Blue Star have been pulled into the misty world for ocean survival. Judging by the discussions in the regional channel, the number is quite large. Many individuals are attempting ocean survival on their boats, among them some clever minds who have thought of using limited plastic bags and water bottles to create ropes to retrieve treasure chests. The treasure chests are very light. As long as one can reach them, they can be pulled onto the boat. With many people around, there are some bad characters, but also plenty of kind-hearted individuals. Currently, all the survivors have just entered the misty world not long ago, and many are still struggling to adapt following the behavioral standards from Blue Star. At present, aside from the crew on their own boat, survivors cannot even see each other, resulting in a lack of. In such circumstances, many who have figured out how to salvage treasure chests share their experiences on the regional channel. Various pieces of information in the regional channel include shares of what items were obtained from the treasure chests, and a small number of individuals report encountering sea monsters. From the remarks of other survivors, it is clear that what can be obtained from the treasure chests is purely random. Anything could emerge, from supplies to dangers. The appearance of treasure chests is also quite timely. Lin Xu estimates this may be a beginner's benefit provided by ocean survival. As for those who opened treasure chests and found nothing or encountered sea monsters, it can only be said that they are part of the unfortunate few. The regional channel allows everyone to post messages, enabling them to learn about the conditions of survivors. Those with little to do keep an eye on the information in the regional channel, and Lin Xu also glances at it from time. Many people in the cabin are discussing among themselves. Some might not have eaten or drunk since noon, taking small sips of water or nibbling on bread from their wristband space before putting it back. With many people in Lin Xu's cabin, the temperature rose after a while, and the previously cold women started to feel warm again. There is still much time left. Lin Xu is not in a hurry to assign tasks to Xia Zian and converses casually with the few people beside him. Earlier, Lin Xu also attempted to randomly generate choice tasks for Xia Zian, but due to the lack of incidents, the content was relatively simple. Tasks such as going to the upper deck to take a look or stretching a little are quite simple. Even with an additional 50 reward for random content, it is not very high. During this period, Lin Xu randomly generated a few high-star difficulty choice tasks. However, even if he assigned these to Xia Zian, she would find them challenging to accomplish. The rewards for high-star difficulty choice tasks are quite high. Lin Xu looked at them enviously, but the timing is not right, and even if Xia Zian received them, she wouldn't be able to complete them promptly. Instead of giving Xia Zian choice tasks that are difficult for her to complete now, it is better to wait for the right moment to assign them, allowing her to finish quickly. Time passed second by second. Before long, more than half an hour had gone by, and increasingly more people in the cabin began taking out water or bread to eat. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. The cabin remained lit, not much different from before. Lin Xu occasionally looked down, observing the diverse states of the others in the cabin, feeling many emotions. By assigning random tasks to Xia Zian and trying more on his own, Lin Xu explored numerous high-star difficulty, but relatively easy-to-complete choice task options. For Lin Xu at this moment, he just needs to wait. When the timing is right, he can arrange a series of choice tasks for Xia Zian. Time slowly approached 8 p.m. Many people in the cabin had fallen silent, and some felt drowsy, resting their heads on their knees. In such an environment, many people find it hard to sleep, yet there is nothing to do. A long time has passed since Lin Xu last assigned choice tasks to Xia Zian. Lin Xu, Xia Zian, Su Ro, Li Mengjie, and Wang Yuru had chatted a lot, but now there was little interest in continuing the conversation. In terms of the current situation, apart from Lin Xu and Xia Zian, others indeed lack the desire to chat. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lin Xu edited a choice task to assign to Xia Zian. Ding detected that the host is currently idle, triggering a choice task. Option 1. Hold Lin Xu's hand for 1 minute to receive a regular white t-shirt. Option 2. Give Lin Xu a kiss to receive a level 1 basic firearm. Earlier, when Lin Xu assigned tasks to Xia Zian, she earned a level 1 basic combat reward. Upon seeing the rewards of this choice task, Xia Zian understood that the level 1 basic firearm should be a reward similar to the level 1 basic combat. Having already obtained the level 1 basic combat, Xia Zian now preferred to acquire the level 1 basic firearm over a regular white t-shirt. However, while option 1 is relatively easy to complete, option 2 appeared to be somewhat difficult for Xia Zian. She could call Lin Xu to the deck again, finding an excuse to kiss him. Yet Xia Zian thought that if she did this again, it might raise Lin Xu's suspicions. After all, she had previously believed her actions were discreet, and Lin Xu should not have noticed anything. But doing something similar again would not be the same. After a quick consideration, Xia Zian thought of a clever way to fulfill the task. After making a choice, she glanced upwards to ensure no one was watching, and as Lin Xu looked down, she slightly turned her face towards him from a slightly behind angle. Then Xia Zian reached out and tapped Lin Xu on the shoulder on the other side. Lin Xu, startled by the tap, instinctively turned his head towards her. Due to the close distance, as Lin Xu turned his head, he happened to make contact with Xia Zian. Instantly, this was not an act put on by Xia Zian. Upon contact with Lin Xu, she felt a current surge through her entire body. The choice task system prompt sounded just as Lin Xu and Xia Zian touched. After a moment of reaction, Xia Zian quickly withdrew and said to Lin Xu, "I just saw something dirty on your shoulder and helped you get rid of it." "Oh, okay." Xia Zian pretended nothing had happened, and Lin Xu did not expose her. Earlier, when Xia Zian earned the level 1 basic combat reward, Lin Xu had received level 10 basic combat. With level 10 basic combat, Lin Xu's perceptiveness had significantly increased. He had already sensed when Xia Zian leaned towards him. Xia Zian's attempt to accomplish the second choice task through coincidence could be seen as Lin Xu deliberately giving her an opportunity. With Lin Xu's cooperation, Xia Zian easily completed the choice task. Having completed the choice task, Xia Zian received the reward of a level 1 basic firearm, while Lin Xu gained a level 10 basic firearm. A flood of related memories surged into Lin Xu's mind. The ability awarded by the system resembles the transmission of skills, allowing one to grasp and immediately have matching abilities. As of now, Lin Xu can master all kinds of firearms from Blue Star with great proficiency. As long as he can see them with his own eyes, hitting a target 800 meters away with a sniper rifle is a piece of cake. Having obtained another powerful ability and getting a chance to kiss Xia Zian, Lin Xu felt very happy. Seeing that Lin Xu truly believed it was an accident, Xia Zian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, Xia Zian had kissed Lin Xu quickly and no one noticed. At this moment, Xia Zian remains unaware of the challenging events that await her next. Just now, Lin Xu assigned a selection task to Xia Zian. Option 1 is of 1-star difficulty, while option 2 appears simple, but is actually at 2-star difficulty. Xia Zian is very intelligent and quick-witted. She completed the previous selection task in a somewhat accidental manner. Having triggered several selection tasks in a row, Xia Zian pondered why all her triggered tasks were related. Why does this selection task system always trigger options related to Lin Xu? She wondered, could it be that he's the only boy on this ship? After thinking for a while, Xia Zian couldn't figure it out. She had no idea that the selection tasks she triggered were all content that Lin Xu had edited and released to her. After kissing Lin Xu earlier, Xia Zian felt a bit guilty and tried to avoid looking at him. About half an hour later, close to 9 o'clock in the evening, many people in the cabin were drowsy. Even though they felt sleepy, they couldn't actually fall asleep. Xia Zian rested her head on her arms against the side of the ship, equally wide awake. Seeing that only a few people in the cabin were still quietly chatting, Lin Xu turned to Xia Zian and said, "Annie, keep an eye on things for a bit. I'll take a short nap and I'll watch over everyone later tonight. If everyone else falls asleep, it would be unsafe with no one keeping watch." Xia Zian nodded in agreement with Lin Xu's words. She knew it was hard for everyone to fall asleep now, and they would be alerted if anything happened. However, as the night wore on, especially around 2 or 3 in the morning, the boat's natural fatigue would make it difficult for anyone to resist sleep. Among the many people present, there were indeed some night owls who often stayed up late back on Blue Star. But that was in a stable environment. Too many bizarre events had occurred from the afternoon until now. Many were on edge, maintaining a high level of tension. The moment they relaxed, fatigue would surge forth. Letting Lin Xu sleep for a bit now and waking him up when she could hardly hold on later was very reasonable. There were plenty of people present, and it wasn't as if no one could replace Lin Xu for the watch. However, whether it was Xia Zian or Lin Xu, they currently only trusted Wang Yuru and her group, with insufficient trust in others. Lin Xu didn't genuinely want to sleep. Aside from keeping watch later, the main reason was that if he didn't pretend to sleep, it would be difficult for Xia Zian to complete the selection tasks he would assign her. Lin Xu closed his eyes. Unlike many others in the cabin who rested their heads on their legs, he leaned against the wall on the other side. This was to make it easier for Xia Zian to complete some selection tasks later. After about 10 minutes, Xia Zian received a prompt from the selection task system indicating that she had triggered a new selection task. Upon knowing what the options were, Xia Zian sighed deeply. Why is this selection task system so ridiculous? What kind of tasks are these? Ding detected a deep bond between the host and Lin Xu, triggering a selection task. Option 1. Hold Lin Xu's hand for 1 minute to receive a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water. Option 2. Give Lin Xu's hand a kiss to receive a white t-shirt. After some consideration, Xia Zian reached out and grabbed Lin Xu's hand. For her, holding Lin Xu's hand was quite simple, and even if someone saw it, it wouldn't be a big deal. 1 minute passed, and Xia Zian completed the selection task, receiving her reward, a bottle of water. Both options were of 1-star difficulty. After Xia Zian completed it, Lin Xu could still assign her a selection task worth 83 stars. Lin Xu wasn't actually asleep. He was aware that Xia Zian was holding his hand. Xia Zian's choice of option 1 surprised him slightly. Compared to option 1, the reward for option 2 was higher. According to Lin Xu's estimated difficulty standards, option 1 barely met the 1-star difficulty threshold. Option 2 was of higher difficulty among the 1-star tasks, approaching 2-star difficulty, hence the difference in rewards. However, Lin Xu was not Xia Zian, and he couldn't know how she thought her choices could vary. The first selection task that Lin Xu assigned while pretending to sleep was relatively simple. It was a trap set by Lin Xu, starting with easy tasks and gradually increasing the difficulty. After Xia Zian completed the selection system task and received a bottle of water as a reward, Lin Xu immediately issued the next preset selection task to her. Ding detected a deeper bond between the host and Lin Xu, triggering a selection task. Option 1. Give Lin Xu's hand a kiss to receive 60 survival coins. Option 2. Place Lin Xu's hand on your thigh for more than 1 minute to receive a white t-shirt. This selection task was also of 1-star difficulty, with rewards being fairly similar. The rewards for completing the selection task were determined randomly by Lin Xu's system after assessing the difficulty, and it wasn't something Lin Xu could control. After triggering a selection task and reviewing the options, Xia Zian felt quite speechless. Both options offered decent rewards, and either would do, but she leaned towards gaining survival coins. In terms of difficulty, both options were similar. Since Xia Zian was still holding Lin Xu's hand, whichever option she chose would be relatively easy. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xia Zian made her choice. Compared to kissing Lin Xu's hand, she preferred placing Lin Xu's hand on her thigh. Xia Zian thought that when Lin Xu was younger, she frequently hugged him, and it was common for him to touch her thigh. Now that Lin Xu had grown up, the intimacy had diminished due to gender differences, but placing his hand on her thigh wasn't too forward. As for kissing Lin Xu's hand, that was also acceptable, but Xia Zian found that action to be somewhat crossing. If there were no choices, she would do it for the sake of the rewards from the selection task system, but now there were other options. After making her choice, Xia Zian pulled Lin Xu's hand towards herself. With Lin Xu's hand resting on her thigh, he instinctively wanted to move his hand, but held back. He was pretending to sleep and couldn't let Xia Zian notice. Feeling the warmth radiating from Lin Xu's palm, Xia Zian took deep breaths. Soon a minute passed, and Xia Zian completed the selection task, once again receiving a white t-shirt as a reward. Looking at the white t-shirt in the system space, Xia Zian contemplated what reasonable explanation to provide for its origin to wear it. Having received a white t-shirt as a reward, Lin Xu, on the other hand, obtained 10 shirts. For the time being, Lin Xu definitely did not plan to take out the white t-shirt. After completing the selection task and receiving the reward, Xia Zian let out a light sigh. Xia Zian believed that after triggering 2 selection tasks in succession, she would have to wait a while before another would trigger. However, just as she relaxed, she received another prompt from the selection task system. Looking at the somewhat excessive options for this selection task, Xia Zian felt extremely helpless. Ding! A notification has detected that the host has had intimate contact with Lin Xu, triggering a selection. Option 1. Hold Lin Xu's hand to receive 50 survival coins. Option 2. Let Lin Xu rest on your lap to receive a 500 milliliters water purifier. Option 3. Hold Lin Xu's hand to increase your level by 1. Among the 3 options, Lin Xu primarily wanted Xia Zian to choose either option 2 or option 3, preferably option 3. However, Lin Xu was unsure of Xia Zian's thoughts. If he only presented options 2 or 3, she might hesitate. Thus, Lin Xu created a relatively simple option 1 to leave Xia Zian a way out. Xia Zian looked at the options, torn between which one to choose. Option 1 was quite simple, she just needed to hold Lin Xu's hand. However, the reward for option 1 was also the least valuable of the three options, making Xia Zian reluctant to complete it. After a fierce internal struggle, Xia Zian glanced over at Lin Xu, who seemed to have fallen asleep. Just moments ago, she had placed Lin Xu's hand on her lap to complete the task, confirming that he was indeed asleep. In this regard, Xia Zian was not afraid that Lin Xu was still awake. She had merely held his hand, and if he was awake, she had plenty of reasons to explain. After much deliberation, Xia Zian made her decision and leaned closer to Lin Xu, softly calling out, Lin Xu, are you asleep?" Xia Zian's voice was very soft, only audible to Su Ro below her. Su Ro didn't pay it any mind to her. Xia Zian's quiet tone indicated she was merely confirming Lin Xu's slumber. Xia Zian called out to Lin Xu, but he showed no reaction. Confirming that Lin Xu was asleep, Xia Zian looked down and thought, "I'm just doing this to complete the system task. It's not my fault the system is so ridiculous." Xia Zian gazed downward, mentally preparing herself. After a considerable amount of time, she turned to After hesitating for a moment, Xia Zian placed Lin Xu's hand aside. As the notification for completing the task sounded, she quickly withdrew her hand. Since Xia Zian completed option 3, she received the reward of increasing her level by 1. After receiving the reward, Xia Zian felt a significant enhancement in her strength and other attributes, as if her entire being was filled with power. At the same time, the task system interface displayed her personal attribute panel indicating her current level. Although Lin Xu really wanted Xia Zian to complete option 3, he could not predict whether she would actually choose it. Just a moment ago, Xia Zian's small hand felt a bit cold, and Lin Xu nearly lost control of himself, wanting to open his eyes. Under the system's prompt, Lin Xu received a tenfold reward from Xia Zian, causing his level to soar directly to 10. Reaching level 10, Lin Xu experienced a 50 increase in overall attributes, feeling as though he had the strength to punch a cow to death. Of course, this was merely an illusion brought about by the sudden increase in his overall attributes. The reality was that he still found it quite difficult to actually punch a cow to death. Originally, Lin Xu's punching power was about 100 kilograms. Now it had increased to 150 kilograms. And this was just the increase in strength. Leveling up also enhanced his overall capabilities, including stamina, strength, agility, and more. By current standards in a fight, Lin Xu could easily handle 3 to 5 of his previous self. Having previously achieved level 10 in basic combat and firearms, Lin Xu was now at level 10 again, feeling extremely good and filled with hope for the future. On Xia Zian's side, her comprehensive enhancement, due to the increased level, made her momentarily forget her earlier embarrassment. However, another task prompt triggered, bringing her shyness back. The rewards from completing the selection tasks were quite good, and it was these rewards that gave Xia Zian immense confidence in leading Lin Xu and the others to survive. However, the tasks given by the selection system were far too inappropriate, which made Xia Zian feel utterly helpless. But looking at the excellent rewards offered in the option, Xia Zian felt unwilling to complete the simpler option that provided comparatively less benefit. Ding! A notification has detected that the host has a deep connection with Lin Xu, triggering a selection task. Option 1. Hold Lin Xu's hand to receive a piece of bread weighing 500 grams. Option 2. To increase your level by 3. This time, Lin Xu only issued 2 options for Xia Zian's selection task. Option 1 was the same 1-star difficulty task as before, while Option 2 had a difficulty level that skyrocketed to 4 stars. Having just received a reward that increased her level by 1A and experiencing her overall enhancement, Xia Zian felt extremely tempted by the reward of Option 2. After a brief hesitation, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. With the system's prompt indicating she had received a reward and leveled up by 3, Xia Zian felt her body enhancing in all aspects, while also realizing she was stepping onto a path of no return. The selection task issued by Lin Xu was also carefully considered by him. If Xia Zian had chosen Option 1 or Option 2 in the previous task, Lin Xu would not have edited and issued the content of Option 2 just now. In other words, having tested the waters, Lin Xu understood that Xia Zian would most likely choose Option 2 this time, which is why he released this selection task. As for Option 1, it was Lin Xu's way of providing an escape route in case Xia Zian chose not to go with Xia Zian completed the selection task and gained an increase of 3 levels, while Lin Xu received a tenfold reward from Xia Zian that did not result in his level increasing by 30 levels like before. The increase in level corresponds to a span below level 10. Each level increases attributes from level 11 to level 20. Each level increases attributes by 10. And after level 20, there's another span with each level increasing by 15. After receiving Xia Zian's tenfold reward, Lin Xu's level rose to 24, exactly matching Xia Zian's enhancement of 10 times. With a significant increase in overall strength, Lin Xu's power now reached twice what it was initially, with his punching force rising from about 100 kilograms to around 300 kilograms. If earlier Lin Xu felt he could punch a cow to death due to an illusion from a sudden increase in power, now he truly had a significant chance of doing so. After completing the selection task and receiving her reward, Xia Zian immediately returned to her position as if nothing had happened. Xia Zian experienced the comprehensive enhancement from her level increase, feeling that merely pushing past her psychological limits to accomplish it was quite worthwhile. However, at this moment, neither Xia Zian nor Lin Xu knew that during her completion of the level 1 task, everything she did was being closely observed by someone below. When Xia Zian completed the previous level 1 selection task, she first observed below and then confirmed once again whether Lin Xu was asleep. At that time, everyone else in the cabin was already drowsy and no one was looking up. Xia Zian thought her movements were quite quick. It was merely a fleeting moment and it was unlikely anyone had seen. However, sometimes coincidences happen. Lu Yiqian, resting on her lap, felt some discomfort in her neck and lifted her head to stretch. As she lifted her head, she happened to see Xia Zian holding something, leaving Lu Yiqian in shock. She never expected that Xia Zian and Lin Xu had reached such a level. While Lu Yiqian was surprised, she acknowledged that Xia Zian was incredibly beautiful and quite young. Lin Xu, being a vigorous young man, was also very handsome with a well-defined physique. Lu Yiqian had some business cooperation with Xia Zian and knew a bit about her situation, aware that she had always Xia Zian being single and having such a handsome companion like Lin Xu was somewhat understandable. However, what Lu Yiqian couldn't comprehend was how, with so many people in the cabin, the survival of all was at stake. What was Xia Zian thinking? Moreover, to do so in public, didn't she fear being seen? Lu Yiqian was quite puzzled, but decided to pretend she hadn't seen anything. However, having seen something, Lu Yiqian couldn't help but watch Lin Xu and Xia Zian with great curiosity. When Xia Zian went to complete her selection task again, Lu Yiqian's eyes widened. What Xia Zian had just done had already left Lu Yiqian in disbelief, and she never expected Xia Zian would bow her head. Lu Yiqian was stunned, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. As she did, Bai Lu, who had been looking down, subconsciously lifted her head. Bai Lu, noticing Lu Yiqian's shocked expression, instinctively followed her gaze. Following Lu Yiqian's line of sight, she caught sight of Xia Zian lowering her head and then raising it. In just an instant, Bai Lu understood what was happening. Her mouth dropped open in astonishment like a gopher. Fortunately, despite her surprise as a top-tier star, she had strong composure and did not scream. If she had screamed, the cabin was small enough that it would have drawn everyone's attention. Bai Lu, astonished, looked up, and Lu Yiqian beside her saw this, quickly nudging Bai Lu's arm and gesturing for her to be quiet and look down. Then Bai Lu and Lu Yiqian simultaneously bowed their heads, peeking up at Xia Zian. Xia Zian's movements were quick, and the process was merely a brief moment. If Lu Yiqian hadn't already seen and been peeking, no one would have noticed. When Xia Zian completed her selection task and received her reward, she again scanned below, noting that no one was looking up. Qian, were they just doing that? Yes, I saw it earlier. Sister Xia was holding it. Ah, how could they? Don't they fear being seen? I don't know. Let's not draw attention to it and act like we haven't seen anything. It's too shocking. I almost doubt I'm seeing things. Everyone had wristbands through which they could add friends and send messages. However, apart from those on the same ship, automatically having each other's friend locations, adding friends from other ships required 1 survival coin. Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu immediately exchanged messages through their wristbands, with Bai Lu expressing her feelings and then messaging Lu Yiqian again. It's unbelievable. Oh, I never expected Sister Xia and Lin Xu to have that kind of relationship. But it doesn't seem plausible. Based on Sister Xia's attitude earlier, it didn't seem like that. Who could know? Maybe it was all an act. And it's also possible they felt embarrassed because there were so many people. At that time, Sister Xia took the lead. If they weren't in that kind of relationship, why would they? Bai Lu responded immediately to Lu Yiqian's remark. What you said makes a lot of sense. Maybe it really is that way. But why would they do it in public? Lu Yiqian was equally confused and replied to Bai Lu after thinking. It could be that Sister Xia has a particular preference for doing things in such settings. You know, many people have unique. As top-tier female stars of the Dragon Kingdom, Bai Lu and Lu Yiqian were well-informed, aware of many things that ordinary people did not know. Feeling that Lu Yiqian was quite right, Bai Lu sent another message to Lu Yiqian. That's true, but given our current situation, how could we still have such thoughts? We can't know what others think, but let's secretly see what else they will do. Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu, with Lu Yiqian being somewhat older, often met at various events and had a good personal relationship. Initially, the two of them had been dozing off due to boredom, but with the current environment, they could not fall asleep. Now that they had discovered something shocking, their drowsiness vanished, and they exchanged messages through their wristbands while secretly keeping an eye on Xia Zian. Qian, quickly look. Sister Xia has pulled Lin Xu over to her side. I saw it. I can't see what they're doing. Do you think it could be a? It shouldn't be. That's too outrageous. Then what do you think it is? I don't know. On the other hand, Xia Zian, who had just risen 3 levels and was filled with energy, received another selection task, with the highest reward option being quite outrageous. After completing 2 selection tasks that exceeded her initial limits, Xia Xian's mindset became somewhat reckless. She chose whatever had the highest rewards. After completing an option with a difficulty of 4 stars, Xia Xian received 50 pieces of bread and 50 bottles of mineral water. For Lin Xu, he received 500 pieces of bread and 500 bottles of mineral water. As it stands, the bread and water Lin Xu held were sufficient for him, Xia Xian, and Wang Yuru to survive for minutes. It is worth mentioning that after Xia Xian completed the 4-star difficulty option, her intimacy value with Lin Xu increased by 1 point, bringing it to 94 points. Currently, Lin Xu could assign Xia Xian 73-star selection tasks. Given that Lin Xu had only assigned Xia Xian 21-star selection tasks, she had already reaped significant rewards. Based on the selection tasks Lin Xu assigned to Xia Xian, she gradually relaxed her boundaries to obtain more rewards. At this point, Xia Xian believed she had grasped some of the selection task system's patterns, knowing that the upcoming triggered selection tasks wouldn't be very serious. For Lin Xu, he edited and assigned tasks that were rated as relatively high difficulty, but relatively easy to complete to Xia Xian. To obtain more rewards from high difficulty options was no longer something simple to achieve. Lin Xu could extend the time limit of the tasks he just released to increase difficulty, but the highest would still be 4-star difficulty. Moreover, if he extended the time limit further, Xia Xian might be discovered by others while trying to complete them. Currently, Lin Xu did not want others to know, so those tasks had to be temporarily set aside, waiting for everyone in the cabin to fall asleep before seeing if there was an opportunity. Lin Xu had been pretending to sleep with his eyes closed. At this moment, like Xia Xian, he was unaware that 2 people in the cabin had already discovered Xia Xian's actions and were discussing it. Having triggered several selection tasks successively without receiving another one, Xia Xian let out a slight sigh of relief. The rewards after completing the selection tasks were quite substantial, greatly enhancing her survival capabilities for the future. However, she thought about those rather compromising actions she had taken, figuring that Lin Xu was asleep and unaware. If Lin Xu were to find out, she wouldn't be able to face him. After completing a series of selection tasks, Xia Xian's emotions were beyond words. Leaning against the side of the boat, she looked toward Lin Xu, her mind wandering. Feeling that her thoughts were becoming increasingly absurd, Xia Xian quickly turned her head away, no longer looking at Lin Xu. After a while, seeing that there was nothing happening on Xia Xian's side, Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu also stopped peeking. As they had previously discovered something together, Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu opened up some topics. Lulu, have you thought about it? We don't even have clothes right now, and we have no idea what the island will be like when the ship docks tomorrow. To obtain clothes through survival to get survival coins will take a long time, and when food and water are already a problem, buying clothes for covering won't be the priority. On our ship we have Lin Xu, and it's hard to avoid being seen by him. Sister Qianqian, what you said is actually clear to everyone on our ship. It's just that everyone is trying to postpone and avoid facing reality. On Blue Star we have numerous fans and are adored as female stars, but in this world on this ship, we are just ordinary girls like everyone else. I actually admire Eliza. She stood up early, and as a result she has far fewer concerns. After sending these messages, Bai Lu glanced over at Eliza, feeling admiration for her courage to stand up. Seeing the message Bai Lu sent, Lu Yiqian let out a breath and replied, "That's true, but having to be in front of a guy like this right now, I truly don't have such courage. Well, just take it one step at a time." I feel the same way. I really don't have that courage. I hope that after we dock at the island tomorrow, we can find something to cover ourselves with. Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu, having navigated the entertainment industry for many years, possessed both high IQ and EQ. They were well aware of what lay ahead, yet, as they said, knowing was one thing, but having the courage to face it was another. Not just them, but almost everyone present understood their situation, yet they all held similar thoughts, hoping to delay the inevitable. Sister Qianqian, tomorrow, I plan to search for supplies on the island after the boat docks. What about you? Let's see how it goes. This is the first island we are docking at, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. The protection period for beginners grants us a bottle of water and a piece of bread each day for the first 7 days, which will sustain our basic survival during this time. We must gather a certain amount of supplies, otherwise once the protection period ends we won't be able to survive at all. As for now, Lin Xu is quite fair, sharing both water and bread equally among us. But if he finds any supplies on the island tomorrow, he will definitely prioritize those closest to him, leaving us. Lulu, after the boat docks tomorrow, let's go together. It'll be good for us to look out for each other. Yes, we are not particularly close to Lin Xu, so if he has any excess, he certainly won't share it with us first. I have a decent relationship with Sister Ing, Sister Mi, and Sister Bing. If they plan to search for supplies on the island, we can call them to join us. Alright, but let's not have too many people. If there are too many, there won't be enough to go around. Many on the boat had formed small groups with their closest friends after acquiring wristbands. Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu were just a small representation of the many discussions taking place on the boat. Lulu, it looks like nothing is happening over by Sister Xia. Let's hurry and get some rest. Even if we can't sleep, we should at least rest to preserve our energy for tomorrow. Okay. After Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu finished speaking, they each rested their heads on their legs. On the step, Xia Zian, who hadn't triggered a selection task for a while, received a prompt from the selection task system. Looking at the options for the selection task, Xia Zian felt somewhat absurd yet relieved. Ding host detected to be idle, triggering selection task. Option 1, stand up and sit down 10 times without being noticed and receive a 500 milliliters water. Option 2, help Su Ro tidy her hair and receive 30 survival coins. Option 3, invite Su Ro to chat on the deck and receive a 500g loaf of bread. Although this selection task's options were somewhat absurd, they were much better than the previous ridiculous ones. Unfortunately, the rewards weren't very high. After a brief contemplation, Xia Zian decided to choose option 1, which offered the highest reward. Lin Xu's 3 options for the selection task given to Xia Zian had option 1 at a difficulty level of 2 stars, while options 2 and 3 were only at 1 star. Options 2 and 3 were randomly generated, offering rewards 50 higher than those Lin Xu had edited himself. Currently, Lin Xu's selection tasks for Xia Zian were somewhat challenging. Tasks with higher star ratings were difficult for her to complete, while those with lower ratings didn't offer substantial rewards. Lin Xu had previously tried having Xia Zian stand up and sit down 100 times without being noticed. The task's difficulty didn't even reach 3 stars, and the reward was in the 2-star range. However, if she had to stand up and sit down 100 times, the reward wouldn't increase much, while the difficulty would rise significantly. He revised option 1, and after assessing its difficulty star rating, decided to issue it to Xia Zian. Though Lin Xu pretended to sleep with his eyes closed, he could sense Xia Zian standing up and sitting down beside him. Xia Zian stood up and sat down a total of 11 times to complete the selection task option 1, during which time she was spotted once while standing up. Xia Zian simply stood up and sat down, not engaging in anything else. Being seen didn't matter, as the observer thought she was just stretching after being tired from sitting. Upon completing selection task option 1, Xia Zian received a 500 milliliters water purifier, while Lin Xu received a 5L water purifier. Xia Zian planned to take out the water purifier after the boat docked on the island for exploration the next day, claiming it was something she found in a treasure chest on the island. Lin Xu shared a similar thought. He also intended to use this rationale for many items he couldn't take out. Time passed slowly, and Xia Zian received various strange selection tasks. By around 11 p.m., she had completed a total of 11 tasks with a difficulty level of 2 stars. From those 11 tasks, Xia Zian received 20 bottles of mineral water, 20 loaves of bread, and 500 survival coins. In addition to these, she also obtained 2 water purifiers of 500 milliliters, along with a regular 5-meter fishing hook, a net basic boat, driving at level 1, and an increase in basic combat level by 1. As of now, Xia Zian and Lin Xu's intimacy value had reached 94, and she had used 45 points, leaving Lin Xu with the ability to issue her 49 stars worth of selection tasks today. Having completed so many selection tasks, Xia Zian had now leveled up to level 4, with basic combat at level 2, basic boat, driving at level 1, and basic firearms at level 1. Additionally, she possessed 2 fishing hooks, 1 net, 1 white t-shirt, 3 water purifiers of 500 milliliters, 72 bottles of mineral water, 71 loaves of bread, and 550 survival coins. Having the selection task system, Xia Zian had been pondering how to trigger selection tasks for rewards. However, she never expected to trigger so many tasks so densely. Completing numerous selection tasks, Xia Zian received many generous rewards, and she was very happy. Of course, to complete some options, she also sacrificed a lot and exceeded her original limits. Xia Zian received many rewards for completing numerous selection tasks, while Lin Xu received 10 times her rewards. Looking at the system space filled with 720 bottles of mineral water, 710 loaves of bread, and 5,500 survival coins, Lin Xu felt that life was beautiful. With so much water and bread, even if shared among everyone on the boat, it would be enough for them for quite a while. Besides these material rewards, Lin Xu also gained level 10 in basic boat driving, due to Xia Zian completing her tasks. As for basic combat, Xia Zian leveled up by 1, while Lin Xu initially thought his combat level would rise by 10 levels, but it didn't. His original level 10 basic combat was upgraded to level 1 master combat, due to the system's rewards. Lin Xu judged that this level of master combat was vastly superior to his previous abilities. Having arrived in this world with nothing, it took less than half a day to acquire so many possessions. Lin Xu couldn't help but want to quote a line from a movie asking, "Is there anyone else?" At this point, it was already past 11 p.m., and there was no conversation in the cabin, and many had already dozed off. The cabin was extremely quiet, and one could clearly hear the faint snores of some girls. Seeing that the timing was right, Lin Xu began editing some previously difficult high-star selection tasks to issue to Xiaozian. Earlier, during a continuous period of completing many selection tasks, although the content was bizarre and somewhat absurd, it hadn't involved Lin Xu. Now that she saw the selection tasks triggered involving Lin Xu again, each option was incredibly embarrassing, causing Xiaozian to smile wryly. Lin Xu assigned tasks to Xiaozian, among which there was always an option that was relatively easy to accomplish. After all, Xiaozian was one of his own, and Lin Xu did not want to make things too difficult for her. For Xiaozian, however, the high reward options required a certain sacrifice, yet she was immensely tempted. Having already received numerous rewards, she found herself unable to resist the allure of the high reward options. At present, almost everyone was asleep, and the cabin was very quiet. In such an environment, many things that were previously feared to be discovered now had room for maneuver. The first task option was 1 with a difficulty rating of 1 star, and 2 with a difficulty rating of 4 stars. The reward for the 1-star difficulty was commonplace, amounting to 40 survival coins. The rewards for the 2 4-star difficulty tasks were quite appealing. One offered a level increase of 3 and the other provided 120 bottles of mineral water. As it stood, Xiaozian possessed a total of 72 bottles of mineral water. Although that was quite abundant, it still fell short of fulfilling the requirement for the next reward. After a brief contemplation, Xiaozian opted for the choice that would increase her level by 3 rather than the 120 bottles of mineral water. Water was not something Xiaozian lacked at the moment, especially with 3 500 milliliters freshwater purifiers that could continuously provide some fresh water in the future. Moreover, the ship would dock at the island tomorrow, making it more crucial to enhance her level and strength in order to better cope with the unknown dangers of the following day. Although the content of options 2 and 3 differed, both were rated as 4-star difficulty, and the nature of the tasks was somewhat similar, requiring very direct engagement. At this moment, Xiaozian did not care which option was harder for her to accept. Anyway, neither was easy to accomplish, so she chose based on which reward she desired more. Lin Xu continuously assigned various choice tasks to Xiaozian, gradually understanding some patterns in how the system distributed these tasks. For similar tasks, if Xiaozian completed them after they were assigned, the next time the difficulty rating remained the same, but the rewards would decrease by approximately 20. In light of this situation, Lin Xu also devised some strategies, such as slightly modifying the tasks, for instance, by adding a time limit or specifying durations. Having previously completed similar options, Xiaozian completed this task with a flushed face, but without the overwhelming pressure she had felt before. After completing one choice task, Lin Xu promptly issued her a new selection task. Following a series of 12 4-star difficulty tasks, Xiaozian was blushing and felt somewhat drained. Reflecting on the tasks she had just performed, it seemed to Xiaozian that it was almost as if she had engaged in them for real. The rewards for completing numerous tasks were incredibly bountiful. Seeing Lin Xu still sleeping with his eyes closed, Xiaozian felt immensely relieved. She had just done so many things without waking him up. If Lin Xu were to wake, she truly did not know how to explain her actions to him, nor how to face him. Unbeknownst to Xiaozian, Lin Xu had been sneaking glances at her while she couldn't see him. Only he knew how much willpower he had exerted to maintain the facade of sleep. In her first completed 4-star difficulty task, Xiaozian's level increased by 3, bringing her to level 7, while Lin Xu advanced by 10 levels, reaching level 34. Upon completing the second 4-star difficulty task, Xiaozian received a 5L freshwater purifier, while Lin Xu obtained a 50L freshwater purifier. For the third task, Xiaozian received 150 pieces of bread, while Lin Xu received 1,500 pieces. In the fourth task, Xiaozian's basic firearms level increased by 2, and Lin Xu's basic firearms level rose to master level 2. In the fifth task, Xiaozian obtained a handgun with 6 rounds, while Lin Xu received an automatic rifle with 40 rounds. According to Lin Xu's own assessment, when he reached level 10, his reflexes would likely be sufficient to dodge handgun bullets. When he reached level 20, handgun bullets would pose minimal threat to him. Even if he took a bullet hit in, the damage would be negligible. By the time he reached level 30, Lin Xu estimated that a handgun bullet hitting him would merely sting, but would not breach his defenses. With the continuous rewards from the system, his level and strength surged, and Lin Xu speculated that the Misty World also had a leveling system, though he was unsure whether it was not yet unlocked or for some other reason. In her sixth completed 4-star difficulty task, Xiaozian received a portable stove that could burn for 24 hours. Initially, Lin Xu had estimated that he would receive something more advanced, just like the initial grappling hook, but instead he only received a portable stove that could burn for 240 hours. For the seventh task, Xiaozian obtained 5,000 survival coins, while Lin Xu received 500 survival coins. In the eighth task, Xiaozian received a sea fishing rod, while Lin Xu received a sea fishing rod that increased the probability of catching special fish by 20. In the ninth task, Xia Zian received 1 bottle of 10 cold medicine pills, while Lin Xu got 1 bottle containing 100 pills. For the 10th task, Xia Zian obtained level 1 crisis awareness, allowing her to sense dangers within a certain range, while Lin Xu received level 10 crisis awareness. In the 11th task, Xia Zian received a ship-mounted cannon with 20 shells capable of delivering 100 damage, which could be loaded onto the ship by the captain using his authority. As for Lin Xu, he received a ship-mounted cannon with 20 shells capable of delivering 300 damage, which could also be loaded onto the ship. In the 12th task, Xia Zian received 10 packages of edible salt, each weighing 100 g, while Lin Xu received 100 packages. With such a plethora of rewards, even if Xia Zian did not obtain much on the island, she would have enough to survive for a considerable time. After waiting for a while, without triggering any more choice tasks, Xia Zian looked at Lin Xu and sighed lightly. She felt an overwhelming desire to sit on Lin Xu's lap. Lin Xu continuously assigned Xia Zian 12 choice tasks, all of which included 4-star difficulty, and Xia Zian chose to complete the 4-star difficulty options. It is worth mentioning that as Xia Zian completed these choice tasks, her intimacy level with Lin Xu increased by 2 points. Currently, Lin Xu could still assign her 1 3-star difficulty task. Now, as it approached midnight, Lin Xu's system would refresh the task assignments for Xia Zian after midnight. With the mindset that even a mosquito's leg is meat, Lin Xu did not waste any time and assigned Xia Zian 1 last choice task just before midnight. When the system triggered the prompt for the choice task, Xia Zian felt a shiver. Upon seeing that the highest reward option was also quite easy to complete, she finally relaxed. Having done so much already, Xia Zian found it very easy to accept placing Lin Xu's finger in her mouth. With the system's reward prompt, Xia Zian received another 1,500 survival coins, while Lin Xu received 1,500 survival coins. As soon as midnight passed, Lin Xu could no longer assign any more choice tasks to Xia Zian, and the count reset. Currently, the intimacy level between Lin Xu and Xia Zian was 95 points, allowing him to assign her a total of 95 choice tasks of varying difficulty. Furthermore, with the arrival of a new day, Lin Xu could also assign tasks to another person. With the number of selection tasks refreshed, Lin Xu did not issue any more selection tasks to Xia Zian. One reason was that Xia Zian had been busy for a while and was undoubtedly a bit tired. It was time for her to rest. Another reason was that Lin Xu considered that tomorrow the ship would dock at an island for the first time, and perhaps there would be an opportunity to issue higher star-rated selection tasks to Xia Zian then. As it stands, the highest selection task option Lin Xu could issue to Xia Zian was a 4-star difficulty, as anything higher would be too challenging for her to complete in a short time. The higher the star rating of the options, the greater the rewards. Currently, the reward cap for the 4-star difficulty options had already reached its limit. To obtain better rewards, higher star-rated difficulty task options were required. Moreover, Lin Xu's intimacy value with Xia Zian was at 95 points, so if he issued her some high-star difficulty selection tasks, they could reach 100. At that point, he would receive rewards 100 times greater than Xia Zian's. It was only the first day, and Lin Xu had already gained substantial system rewards from Xia Zian, which he considered sufficient for a while. Initially, when Lin Xu arrived in this misty world, he felt quite anxious. As a modern person, he had never experienced outdoor survival. However, now as he received more and more rewards through the system, Lin Xu felt that surviving at sea in such a world was quite wonderful. With nothing else to do, Lin Xu checked the regional channel, which had become lively again after midnight. The reason for the excitement was that a large number of people had just learned about the sea survival situation. Previously, it was Lin Xu who had primarily opened the ship's cabin door. According to the earlier discussions on the regional channel, those who could enter the ship's cabin were mostly men, and quite a few. Since there weren't many girls, Lin Xu had thought about what would happen if a ship had only girls, or just one boy like himself, and that boy was not stronger than him. How would they open the cabin door? Now Lin Xu knew that those who had not opened the cabin door had been waiting on the deck all along. It was only when the cabin doors of the ships that had not opened at midnight automatically opened that they realized they were in a sea survival situation. Those speaking in the regional channel were mostly girls, many of whom were saying that their ships were all girls, asking up. With numerous girls speaking, messages in the regional channel flashed by quickly, mostly frantic pleas for help and inquiries. Some early risers who had not yet slept and were paying attention to the regional channel provided answers to various questions, telling these latecomers how to salvage treasure chests if they found any. Xia Zian, who was on night watch, also paid attention to the regional channel information and responded to several inquiries, helping one at a time. After watching the regional channel information for a while, Lin Xu saw that there wasn't much valuable content left, so he stopped paying attention. Not long after, he fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, he upgraded the ship to an enormous size with freedom and various entertainment facilities surrounded by beautiful women. Just as Lin Xu was joyfully playing with the girls in his dream, a not-so-loud sound startled him awake. Now Lin Xu had leveled up to level 34, possessing level 2 Master Combat Skill and level 10 Crisis Awareness, making him exceptionally sharp. Awoken Lin Xu immediately opened his eyes and looked at Xia Zian in front of him. She, who had been leaning against the ship's wall, was also somewhat drowsy, but woke up considerably due to the sound. Seeing Lin Xu looking at her, Xia Zian said, "Something must have just bumped into our ship similar to the previous treasure chest. It's probably another treasure chest. Let's go check it out." The last time Lin Xu went out, he had been very cautious, fearing any dangers. Now Lin Xu felt frighteningly strong, and the lack of a warning from his crisis awareness indicated that there wasn't much danger. After speaking, he stood up and walked up. Seeing Lin Xu like this, Xia Zian, who believed herself to be much stronger than him due to the rewards gained from the selection task system, quickly stood up and followed him. It was chilly at night, and the last time Lin Xu had come out of the cabin, he had felt quite cold. Now, due to his level up, his overall qualities had greatly improved, and as the cold sea breeze blew against him, he not only felt no cold, but rather felt quite comfortable. Sleeping against the ship's wall was quite uncomfortable. After a while he felt as if his body was rusting. Once on the deck, Lin Xu stretched to relieve himself. Just as Lin Xu stretched and lowered his arms, Xia Zian followed him onto the deck, and like Lin Xu, she also stretched her arms. "Xiao Su, you go that way, I'll go this way, and let's see what the situation is." Okay. Currently, the ship wasn't very large, and Lin Xu and Xia Zian quickly spotted a treasure chest being lifted by the waves on the side of the ship. This treasure chest was identical to the one Lin Xu had previously salvaged. It was now deep into the night, and the brightness on the deck was low. Nonetheless, Lin Xu could see much better due to his level increase. Had it been earlier, even if he had leaned over the side of the ship, he might not have been able to see the treasure chest in the sea. Upon spotting the treasure chest, Lin Xu called out to Xia Zian and then took out the fishing hook, reaching towards the treasure chest. Seeing that Lin Xu's fishing hook was retractable, Xia Zian was taken aback. She also had a fishing hook from the selection task system rewards, but it was just a very ordinary one, while Lin Xu's looked much more advanced. "Auntie, can you help me grab it?" Without sufficient vision, it was not easy to even see the treasure chest, let alone hook the ring on the treasure chest with the fishing hook. However, this was no problem for Lin Xu now. As he extended the fishing hook, he hooked the ring and pulled the treasure chest up. Hearing Lin Xu's voice, Xia Zian quickly came to her senses and took the treasure chest from the railing. "It feels metallic. Why is it so light? I don't know, the last one was like this too. It's quite special. But since we're in such a world, some things that exceed our understanding are quite normal. I opened the last treasure chest. You can open this one, but be careful." In response to Lin Xu's words, Xia Zian did not say much more and directly proceeded to open the treasure chest. Based on what is known about others, opening treasure chests also carries certain dangers, and one might unleash a water monster or something. Believing her strength to be greater than Lin Xu, Xia Zian did not want him to take risks. As Xia Zian opened the treasure chest, items appeared on the deck. "You have opened a black iron level treasure chest, obtaining 15 survival coins, 8 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 6 pieces of 500g bread, and 10 iron sheets." Fortunately, for 2 consecutive treasure chests, they had obtained supplies without encountering any water monsters. Looking at the many items before her, Xia Zian said to Lin Xu, "Xiao Su, you keep these things for now, and we'll distribute them as needed later." "All right." After saying this, Lin Xu collected all the items from the treasure chest into his spatial ring. Under normal circumstances, obtaining another treasure chest and opening some supplies would be a very delightful. However, since Xia Zian had received too many rewards from the selection task system earlier, the items opened from the treasure chest didn't seem as exciting to her. If Xia Zian felt this way, Lin Xu, who had received 10 times what she did, felt even less excited. Had it been earlier, Xia Zian might have stayed on the deck a little longer with Lin Xu. But now that Xia Zian had done many things for Lin Xu, they were left alone on the deck. Xia Zian couldn't help but recall the many things she had done for Lin Xu. "It's cold on the deck. Let's hurry back." After Xia Zian spoke, she turned and walked towards the cabin door, with Lin Xu quickly following. As for now, the deck was not completely dark. At intervals of 2 to 3 meters, normal people could still see each other's figures. And with Lin Xu's greatly enhanced vision, although the light wasn't as bright as during the day, watching Xia Zian in this environment had a unique charm. To be honest, being on the deck with Xia Zian to open the treasure chest and watching her made Lin Xu have a strong urge to issue a selection task to Xia Zian and engage in dual cultivation. Lin Xu's thoughts were intense, but in the end he still decided to give up. Now he assigned a choice task with a dual cultivation option to Xia Zian, which was rated as a 5-star difficulty by the system. However, at present, Lin Xu believed that even if he offered a choice task with a dual cultivation option to Xia Zian, and despite the high rewards, she would likely not choose it. In Xia Zian's heart, she thought that the things she had done earlier were completed quietly, and no one knew except for herself. She should have been unaware of everything, and suddenly assigning such a choice task to Xia Zian made it difficult to make Xia Zian choose and complete this high-star option. He couldn't be anxious. He needed to wait for the right opportunity. Lin Xu had just wanted to spend more time with Xia Zian on the deck to see if he could find an opportunity, but Xia Zian didn't give him the chance. After a long time had passed, Lin Xu had already stabilized his mindset, no longer allowing himself to be controlled by anxious thoughts. Returning to the cabin, Xia Zian was still in her previous position, and Lin Xu unceremoniously squeezed onto the same step as her. Now everyone is basically asleep. Let's talk about the treasure chest tomorrow. I'm a bit sleepy. You can keep watching the second half of the night. If anything happens, or you can't hold on, and want to sleep, wake me up. At this point, it was already past 2 in the morning, nearing 3. After speaking with Lin Xu, Xia Zian leaned her head against the ship's wall. It was more comfortable than resting her head on her own lap. Given her enhanced physical condition after leveling up, Xia Zian was not too sleepy. However, she knew she had many things to do tomorrow, and tonight she must rest well to be prepared for all the unknowns of the day ahead. Seeing Xia Zian close her eyes, Lin Xu quietly said to her, "Auntie, you can rest your head on my lap. It will be more comfortable." Upon hearing Lin Xu, Xia Zian opened her eyes and looked at him. When she saw him standing there, she was about to. At that moment, a choice task that had not been triggered for a long time was activated again. Ding detected that the host received an invitation from Lin Xu, triggering a choice task. Option 1, reject Lin Xu, reward 25 survival coins. Option 2, agree to sleep with your head on Lin Xu's lap, reward 3 to personal level. With the opportunity to offer Xia Zian a high-star choice task, Lin Xu would naturally not let it slip by. The choice task he assigned her had 2 options, where Option 1 did not even meet the 1-star difficulty standard. Option 2, however, reached 4-star difficulty with a reward of 3 levels of personal growth. After a quick flash of thoughts in her mind, Xia Zian spoke to Lin Xu. "This isn't very good, is it? Auntie, I know what you're concerned about, but we are no longer on Blue Star. We don't know what dangers we will face tomorrow. The most important thing now is to rest well to deal with whatever comes our way." Earlier, Xia Zian had completed many things while Lin Xu pretended to be asleep. Now that Lin Xu was awake, Xia Zian naturally felt embarrassed. It was one thing to do it normally, but given the current situation, it was rather unusual. Lin Xu understood Xia Zian's thoughts, so he provided her with an out. With that out, Xia Zian quickly seized the opportunity and replied to Lin Xu. "All right, then I am indeed quite tired and need to get a good rest to recover my energy." Xia Zian only needed to turn to Lin Xu's side to rest her head on his lap. With her back to Lin Xu, resting her head on his lap was indeed much more comfortable than leaning against the ship's wall. The choice task that Lin Xu assigned to Xia Zian, Option 2, could achieve 4-star difficulty. It's not that Xia Zian could complete it immediately by resting her head there, she needed to fall asleep first. As she rested on Lin Xu's lap, her face turned crimson, as she was fully aware of what was behind her head. However, in order to complete the choice task and gain the rewards from Option 2, Xia Zian could only pretend not to know. After lying down, she crossed her arms, her anxious heart preventing her from feeling very sleepy. With her eyes closed, she pondered for a long time. Since she had yet to complete the choice task to gain the rewards, Xia Zian forced herself to sleep. After about half an hour, Lin Xu received a system notification. Xia Zian completed the choice task. Xia Zian fell asleep and completed the task, upgrading her level by 3, while Lin Xu's level skyrocketed from 34 to 41 due to the tenfold increase. When the system notification sounded, Lin Xu knew that Xia Zian had fallen asleep. His hands, which had been crossed, now rested on Xia Zian's arm. After some time, Xia Zian, tired from staying up late, let out a soft snore. Lin Xu gazed at the group below, who had already fallen asleep, and glanced down at Xia Zian's beautiful face, feeling quite pleased. At this time, very few people were messaging in the regional chat. Even those who did were merely complaining. Xia Zian rested on his leg within easy reach. To prevent her from waking up, Lin Xu first assigned her another choice task. The choice task Lin Xu assigned to Xia Zian was reactive, only triggering when she woke up. After preparing, Lin Xu reached out towards Xia Zian. The choice task he assigned for her to sleep on his lap had multiple purposes. Firstly, it allowed him to issue a 4-star difficulty option, and secondly, even if Xia Zian could not fully cover him, she would still block more than 2/3. The reason Lin Xu wanted her to cover him a bit was something he had planned from the start. Ever since boarding this ship, Lin Xu had continuously faced various visual shocks. He admitted that he had many selfish motives in the various choice tasks he assigned to Xia Zian. The more she completed these tasks, the more he endured. However, currently, without a suitable environment or candidates, Lin Xu felt he had no good options. While he could obtain many system rewards through force if he attempted that, Xia Zian would definitely stop him, and he would be disliked on this ship. Having a system that could issue choice tasks in hand, being forceful, was definitely the last resort. After all, he only needed to rely on the system. His grand goals would eventually be realized. Moreover, in Lin Xu's view, it's always better to have willing participants than to force them. Rather than antagonizing many, it was better to wait for them to come to him. With no suitable environment or timing and no candidates available, Lin Xu could only pick up the old skills he had from Blue Star. There is a saying, if you want to be wealth, you must work for it. From the afternoon until now, nearly 10 hours had passed, yet Lin Xu had not thought he would maintain his initial state for such a long time. At his current position, Xia Zian was blocking in front of him. Only Su Ro, who was close, could see who those below wouldn't be able to see even if they looked up. Even if Su Ro turned around, or someone below woke up and looked up, Lin Xu had enough time to react. Although Lin Xu's idea was good and his position was quite hidden, there were times when even the most concealed thoughts would still evoke a worry in his heart about being seen. Thus, Lin Xu continuously observed the crowd below from above, ensuring that no one would discover what he was doing. To be in the same cabin with so many people was something that had only appeared in Lin Xu's dreams before. However, even in his dreams, Lin Xu had never imagined so many people. The reality was far more marvelous than any dream. As he looked down, he occasionally glanced at Xia Zian, unable to express the emotions swirling within him. Around 4 in the morning, Lin Xu inadvertently exerted too much force, causing Xia Zian to wake up. He had long known who among them was most likely to wake up. Xia Zian received numerous rewards from the choice task system, leveling up to level 10, far beyond what could be considered ordinary. Moreover, since Xia Zian was resting her head on his leg, she was the easiest to notice. The moment she woke up, she instinctively realized what Lin Xu was doing. At the moment Xia Zian awoke, she also received a prompt from the choice task system, triggering a selection task. Ding detected that Lin Xu is in a special situation, triggering choice task. Option 1, pretend nothing happened and continue sleeping, which grants a level 1. Option 2, keep pretending to sleep, which grants a danger sensing level 1. This time the choice task triggered for Xia Zian had 2 options, both assessed by the system as having a difficulty rating of 2 stars. When Lin Xu set up this choice task for Xia Zian, he never intended for her to wake up and stop him. Rather, he wanted to avoid facing her if she did. Therefore, Lin Xu did not provide Xia Zian with any other options. In fact, even if Xia Zian were to wake up midway and see him, he would only feel a brief moment of embarrassment, which might even serve to bring them closer. However, if that were to happen, he would undoubtedly be interrupted. Lin Xu thought that if he could get closer to Xia Zian, there would be plenty of opportunities later, and he did not want to be interrupted. In the current situation, even without the appearance of the choice task, Xia Zian, knowing what had happened, would still choose to pretend to sleep. After all, if she were to wake up, she would have to confront Lin Xu about what he was doing. What Lin Xu was doing was already somewhat inappropriate. If she were to catch him in the act, it would be embarrassing for both of them. As for what Lin Xu was currently doing, Xia Zian thought of the things she had done while Lin Xu was asleep. She considered this a way to repay a part of it. Lin Xu's inadvertent increase in strength was naturally because he was nearing completion. When Xia Zian received the system prompt and the rewards, Lin Xu's danger sensing level also upgraded from level 10 to level 20. Unlike basic combat, where the level would upgrade to a master level after reaching level 10, the danger sensing skill had further increased by another 10 levels. The upgraded danger sensing allowed Lin Xu's perception to become more acute, expanding the area of danger detection by about 20 times. After finishing, Lin Xu still kept his hand on Xia Zian, which made her, who was pretending to sleep, feel quite helpless. Originally, Xia Zian had been awakened by Lin Xu, and she couldn't fall back asleep, but her drowsiness remained. Although the situation was different, she still wanted to catch a few more moments of sleep, and she dozed off again after an unknown amount of time. With his enhanced danger sensing and formidable strength, Lin Xu leaned against the ship's wall and closed his eyes shortly after Xia Zian fell asleep, soon drifting off himself. When he heard some movement in the cabin, Lin Xu instantly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. At the bottom of the cabin were a group of female celebrities. Chen Dudu had calmed down first and fallen asleep last night, and she was the first to wake up today. Having slept motionless on his legs for an entire night, she felt sore all over. Upon waking and seeing Lin Xu with his eyes closed, she wanted to stand up and stretch. She didn't expect that the moment she stood up, Lin Xu would open his eyes and look at her. They locked eyes for about 2 seconds, and Chen Dudu's face turned bright red as she quickly wrapped her arms around herself and slowly squatted down. Chen Dudu was the first to wake up. The time was just approaching 5 in the morning, and she looked outside through the cabin door where the sky was beginning to lighten. Chen Dudu never expected Lin Xu to be so perceptive. She merely stood up to stretch, and he saw everything. Seeing her squat down again, Lin Xu let out a small sigh. Now that Lin Xu's physical attributes were astonishingly strong after a brief sleep, he was already brimming with energy. For a vigorous youth like Lin Xu, waking up after a sleep was when he felt the most invigorated. Just a glance was enough to require him to calm his emotions. Taking advantage of Chen Dudu's lowered head, Lin Xu placed his hand back on Xia Zian. When Lin Xu touched her, Xia Zian immediately woke up as well, but just like before, she did not move. This time it wasn't due to a triggered choice task, but rather Xia Zian planned to pretend to be unaware. Lin Xu didn't linger too long. After a moment, he gently patted Xia Zian's shoulder and called out softly, Annie. Lin Xu had gained numerous rewards and levels, and with just a short sleep, he could regain his energy. Though Xia Zian's rewards were far fewer than Lin Xu's, they were still significantly greater than those of ordinary people. Although she had been awakened by Lin Xu for a while, it hadn't hindered her sleep too much, and she had basically restored her energy. Even if Lin Xu hadn't woken her, she planned to wake up by herself soon. After all, Xia Zian was acutely aware that she was still resting her head on Lin Xu's leg once the others awoke, and saw it would be awkward even if no one said anything. As for whether anyone had woken up and seen her while she was asleep, Xia Zian couldn't control or manage that. However, regardless, even if someone had seen her sleeping, it would have been an extremely rare occurrence. Lin Xu softly called out to Xia Zian, who opened her eyes and then got up from Lin Xu's leg. After standing, Xia Zian glanced towards the cabin door and spoke to Lin Xu. It's dawn already. Did you rest well? Not bad. If you're still sleepy, you can nap a little longer. I'll go outside for a quick bathroom break. Lin Xu had been startled awake by Chun Du. After waking up, he had no intention of going back to sleep. The reason he woke Xia Zian instead of letting her sleep a bit longer was that he needed to relieve himself. In his vigorous state, Lin Xu could easily relieve himself over great distances on Blue Star. Now, with his physical attributes greatly enhanced, especially in the morning, Lin Xu's range was significantly far. After a quick bathroom break, Lin Xu returned to the cabin. Just as he got back, Xia Zian told him she also needed to go to the restroom. As Lin Xu and Xia Zian moved about and spoke, there was some noise. Below them, Su Ro had already slept enough and woke up at the sounds. Having rested, Su Ro felt a significant mental recovery, but her body still felt quite tired. Seeing that Xia Zian was not in the cabin, Su Ro looked at Lin Xu and spoke. Where's Sister Xia? She went outside to use the restroom. Oh, can you turn your head? I need to go too. In response to Su Ro, Lin Xu turned his head towards the wall of the boat. As Su Ro stood up and passed by Lin Xu, she heard him whisper softly, no need to be shy. Oh, it's not like I haven't. Upon hearing Lin Xu's words, Su Ro's face instantly turned red, and she pretended she hadn't heard anything as she quickly exited the cabin. Yesterday, Su Ro was seen by Lin Xu in everything, but under those circumstances it was unavoidable, and she was not the only one he saw. Now, with a new day upon them after a night has passed, Su Ro's mindset has changed somewhat from the unavoidable situation of yesterday. Although being seen by Lin Xu again doesn't matter much, she still prefers to avoid it if possible. Especially now when everyone else is still asleep, she is alone facing Lin Xu. At this moment, Su Ro feels just as desperate for clothes as she did when she first woke up on the boat yesterday. With a soft tease towards Su Ro, Lin Xu turned to look at her as she passed by. Su Ro hurriedly left the cabin and happened to run into Xia Zian. The two exchanged a glance and silently assessed each other, both choosing not to speak and moving aside. As Xia Zian entered the cabin from the deck, she found Lin Xu turned sideways looking at the cabin door. In response to Lin Xu's gaze, Xia Zian instinctively wanted to block herself with her arm, but the thought crossed her mind, and she didn't do it. Xia Zian thought to herself that everything that needed to be seen yesterday had already been seen, and she had done quite a lot with Lin Xu while he was near her. As she slept, there was no need to hide anything now. Xia Zian did not sit down after returning, but stood on the steps behind Lin Xu. As Lin Xu scrutinized her from head to toe, she still reached out to cover her lower half. Due to Lin Xu and others moving back and forth along with Lin Xu's conversation with Su Ro, many people in the cabin began to wake up. For everyone present, the whole night had not been a restful sleep, and now that they had almost slept enough, any little disturbance would wake them up. As more people woke up and began to whisper to each other, more and more were roused from their dreams, and those who weren't awake yet were called awake by others nearby. Many had taken the opportunity to use the restroom while Lin Xu was looking at the ocean at the bow yesterday. Although they had only drunk a little water, many woke up and immediately thought of going to the restroom, but with Lin Xu at the top of the steps, none of them brought it up, waiting for others to go first. The earliest to wake up was Chun Du, who had heard and seen everything Lin Xu and Xia Zian had. When Su Ro went to the restroom, Chun Du, who had been wanting to go for a while, also wished to follow, but she had to cross over quite a few people in the cabin. Feeling she could hold it a little longer, Chun Du remained still. Among those who had woken up and were talking, many sent messages through their wristbands to familiar faces nearby, expressing their need to use the restroom and hoping someone would take the lead. Seeing that most people were awake and receiving messages from Wang Euro and others through their wristbands, Xia Zian said to Lin Xu, Xiao Su, you go up to the deck first. Everyone needs to go out to use the restroom. Okay. Lin Xu stood up and everyone in the cabin turned to look at him. Upon seeing Lin Xu still standing tall, nearly everyone silently expressed their surprise. They couldn't understand how Lin Xu could remain unchanged from yesterday until now after such a long time. Since it was inconvenient for Lin Xu to exit due to her position above, Xia Zian turned around and left the cabin first after Lin Xu responded. As she exited the cabin, Su Ro was just returning, and upon seeing her, Su Ro made room for Xiaozian. Then Su Ro saw Lin Xu following closely behind Xiaozian. As Lin Xu looked Su Ro up and down, she shot him a fierce glare. Lin Xu cheerfully walked to the bow, gazing at the sea and feeling the sea breeze. Once Lin Xu arrived at the bow, Xiaozian called for everyone in the cabin to hurry and come out. With a significant elevation in status, Lin Xu, with his back to the crowd, clearly heard the sound of waves accompanying the rustling noise. Everyone wait on the deck, while Lin Xu goes to collect our water and bread for today. Last night, it was Lin Xu and Xiaozian who kept watch for everyone, as she and Lin Xu had built up a bit more credibility among the crowd than yesterday. When Xiaozian called for Lin Xu, the scene Lin Xu turned to see was the same as yesterday, with the crowd squatting in batches on the deck. Apart from Xiaozian, even Su Ro was squatting, and so were Li Mengjie and the others. Lin Xu entered the cabin and opened the screen, using the captain's privileges to collect the water and bread distributed to the newcomers that day. After the numerous bottles of water and loaves of bread appeared, Lin Xu directly collected them through his wristband. Yesterday, he carried them to calm everyone's nerves, but today that was no longer necessary. Once on the deck, Lin Xu took out 62 bottles of water and 62 loaves of bread from his wristband. Then he went back to the bow. After Xiaozian led Su Ro and the others in distributing the water and bread to everyone, she addressed the crowd. Last night, Lin Xu and I obtained a treasure chest, which yielded some water and bread. Now these items are kept with Lin Xu for unified management. Today our ship will approach an island, and those who are able to obtain beneficial items, water and bread, will be prioritized in distribution. In the future, whoever contributes more to our ship will be prioritized for food and water as well. As it stands, Su Ro and the others contributed significantly yesterday, so they will be the first to receive additional allocations. What Xiaozian said was something they had discussed while chatting last night. Regarding her statement, the crowd had no objections. It was only fair that those who worked more received more. This was also to motivate everyone's enthusiasm. Otherwise, if they all squatted like they did now, it wouldn't generate any value. The mineral water and bread obtained yesterday were consumed by many, knowing there would be more today. Only a small fraction had held back and kept a little. For a normal adult woman, a 500g loaf of bread could be stretched to last for 2 meals, if eaten. However, many on the ship did not eat much during lunch, and by evening they were quite hungry. Coupled with going to bed late last night, it was normal for a loaf of bread to be consumed entirely. As for food, enduring hunger for a day with a single 500g loaf of bread was barely manageable, but regarding water, having only one 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water for a day was insufficient. When the water was distributed, many on the ship opened theirs to take a few sips. The deck was still a bit cold for the women at dawn. After Xiaozian finished speaking, she let Su Ro and the others help arrange for others to enter the cabin. Once everyone had entered the cabin, only Lin Xu and Xiaozian remained on the deck. Xiaozian approached Lin Xu and said to him, "I wonder when we will dock at the island and what we will encounter there. Most of us have lived in modern society and have no experience with survival in the wild." In response to Xiaozian's words, Lin Xu smiled and replied, "Don't worry too much. There shouldn't be any major dangers. The distribution of water and bread during this ocean survival beginner period is to provide a buffer. I estimate that the first stop at an island is just to give everyone a supply. I hope so." After Xiaozian finished speaking, she glanced at Lin Xu and then continued, "Xiao Su, why are you always like this? Would you like me to go down and keep an eye on things? You can handle it yourself on the deck." Lin Xu understood what Xiaozian meant, but he didn't expect her to openly say this to him. Regarding this issue, Xiaozian had wanted to bring it up earlier, but it was quite difficult to say it directly to Lin Xu. However, after some events that occurred last night, Xiaozian found herself better able to face certain matters today compared to yesterday. In Xiaozian's view, it hadn't been long since Lin Xu had been like this after last night's early hours. Oh, why was he still the same today? Lin Xu had been in this state for a long time, and Xiaozian was genuinely worried that this might harm his health. Moreover, they were set to dock at an island today, and Xiaozian felt that Lin Xu's condition was quite inconvenient. Thus, she decided to chat with Lin Xu for a while, then pretended to casually adopt the senior's tone to talk to him. Lin Xu was well aware of his own situation. He knew that even if he continued to use his old skills, it would be of little use. After all, he had too much to face in the current environment. In the given circumstances, it was not merely a matter of using his old skills a few times. In fact, even dual cultivation might not entirely resolve the issues, as the current environment was too peculiar. Lin Xu had considered this problem. Previously, he could only slightly alleviate it enough to get some sleep. In response to Xiaozian's words, Lin Xu shook his head slightly and replied, "No need, I'm all right. The current environment is beyond my control. What you're suggesting only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause, and it won't last long. I think I should be fine after some time to adapt." Hearing Lin Xu say this, Xia Zian let out a long sigh as she understood that for now there wasn't much of a good solution. I hope we can find enough clothes to cover everyone when we reach the island. And stop staring at others, that makes them shy when you stare at them like that. I know, but sometimes I can't help but look. Let's go back, you must be hungry too. Let's grab something to eat and For now, if it weren't for Xia Zian lacking a suitable reason, she would have wanted to lend Lin Xu her white tea. She noticed that many girls would unconsciously stare at Lin Xu when they looked at him. Even she sometimes found herself unable to control her gaze towards him. As for the denim shorts Xia Zian owned, she hadn't considered them at all, as given Lin Xu's current situation, he couldn't possibly fit into them. Xia Zian currently had no suitable reason as she planned to give Lin Xu her white t-shirt after they docked at the island. What she didn't know was that Lin Xu not only had a white t-shirt and denim shorts, but also quite a few. However, Lin Xu had never thought about distributing them to others in the short term. After all, if he handed them out, how could he continue to act so openly as he did now? Just now, Lin Xu pondered whether he should assign Xia Zian a task to choose for him, and whether she would complete it. After considering it, Lin Xu decided against it. He wasn't sure if Xia Zian would choose to do it. Moreover, if they were on the deck, some people inside the cabin might come out and see. Though the probability was low, it was unnecessary, and Lin Xu thought that if things went this way, he naturally to have more better timing was required. Although Xia Zian had mentioned it, now it wasn't quite the right time yet. After chatting on the deck, Lin Xu and Xia Zian returned to the cabin where several people had taken out. The bread wasn't very hard and had a slight sweet and salty taste. While it wasn't particularly delicious for many people, being able to eat at this moment was already quite good. Xia Zian ate half a loaf of bread and drank half a bottle of water, then offered the remaining bread to Lin Xu, who had already finished an entire loaf. Lin Xu typically had a large appetite and found that one loaf of bread was not enough for him. Knowing that Xia Zian still had plenty of bread, he didn't worry about her going hungry and accepted the bread she handed over, consuming it in a few bites. I have some left, I tore it apart to eat, so here you go. Facing the small piece of bread offered by Su Ro, Lin Xu smiled and said to her, "Thank you, Teacher Su, but no need, I'm full." On the boat, everyone except Lin Xu were girls, and the girls generally had smaller appetites, so they didn't eat much. Yesterday afternoon, they received a piece of bread, and again this morning got another piece, so everyone was able to eat enough. Last night, after Su Ro was full, she gave the remaining small half loaf to Lin Xu. Not only Su Ro but also Li Mengjie and Wang Yuru had shared their uneaten bread with Lin Xu. In their eyes, Lin Xu, being the only boy on the boat, had to rely on him for many things, and they had to ensure he. Moreover, they all knew that Lin Xu had received bread and water from opening treasure chests. While it was supposed to be shared, if Lin Xu were not full, he would definitely prioritize himself. And even if they gave bread to Lin Xu, they didn't need to worry about going hungry themselves, as they had already shared their food with him. Lin Xu certainly wouldn't let them starve. No one on the ship had experienced hunger. Although they knew that food and water would become critically important on the boat, they hadn't felt hungry yet. Thus, without experiencing it, they didn't have much of a concept about it. Seeing others willing to share while they were full, they were also willing to share. Especially Wang Yuru and the others who had grown up with Lin Xu. Even if it meant going hungry themselves, they still wanted to give Lin Xu food first. So far, the atmosphere on the ship had been quite harmonious thanks to Lin Xu's exemplary behavior yesterday. Seeing that Lin Xu didn't need any more, Su Ro packed the remaining bread into her bracelet. She was willing to give to Lin Xu, but for others she had to think carefully, as that piece of bread could be her only food for the entire day. Everyone has their own scale in their hearts. Su Ro knew that if she gave to Lin Xu, he would certainly ensure she wouldn't suffer a loss. It's a form of investment. At present, everyone present was unaware that the food and water Lin Xu had were enough to sustain the entire ship for many days. Those who had been the first to stand up and willing to share bread with him, like Su Ro and Li Mengjie, he certainly wouldn't let them go hungry. Of course, this was merely a matter of priority. Given enough capability, Lin Xu also didn't intend to let anyone on the ship starve. Even after the ship docked at the island today, Lin Xu would let everyone know how fortunate and blessed they were to be on this journey together. Having eaten and drunk, many people in the cabin began discussing what the situation would be like when the ship docked at the island. For instance, whether they would encounter people from other ships, whether they would face fierce beasts on the island, or what resources they could find on the island. Regarding the unknown island, many people on the ship felt a mix of anticipation and fear. The time to approach the island was earlier than everyone had imagined it at 6 a.m. All of their bracelets received a text prompt indicating that the ship was nearing the island. Upon receiving the text prompt, Lin Xu quickly exited the cabin. Previously, he and the others had been on the deck, but around them was an endless ocean with no other scenery in sight. Now a gigantic island appeared beside the ship, quite astonishingly. At this moment, the ship was navigating along a specific area by the island's edge. After taking a glance, Lin Xu hurried back into the cabin. At this moment, only the captain had access to the screen, which lit up with a line of text. Island detected. Do you wish to dock? Below this text was a 10-minute countdown, meaning they had 10 minutes to decide whether to dock. Meanwhile, the area channel, which had seen little conversation, instantly became lively. Besides Lin Xu's ship, other survivors' ships had also discovered the island. Since the decision to dock at the island needed to be confirmed by the captain, there was now less than 10 minutes on the countdown. Lin Xu addressed everyone in the cabin. It's our first encounter with an island. We must dock. To avoid wasting time, everyone give me a path. After Lin Xu finished speaking, he turned around, and about 6 or 7 seconds later, he turned back. By then the crowd below had cleared a space for him to pass through. Soon Lin Xu arrived at the screen, and looking at the options of yes or no, he chose yes. As he made his choice, a long string of text appeared on the screen. A long string of text containing various information about the island and precautions for docking. The Newbie Welfare Resource Island, with a total area of 250 square kilometers, is an island that survivors will encounter on the second day of ocean survival. The Newbie Welfare Resource Island is meant for newcomers, and each ship encounters a unique island that does not intersect with other survivors' ships. The danger level of the Newbie Welfare Resource Island is 1 star. As a welfare resource island for newcomers, the danger level is reduced by 100 and the resource richness is increased by 200. As this is the first docking for the survivors, a warm reminder is given to ensure that the ship's anchor is dropped, otherwise the ship will continue to sail. During the first docking, to prevent the survivor's ship from running aground, please drop the anchor when prompted. The island will sink into the sea after 6 hours, and everyone must board the ship within this time frame. The survivor level mode is open, allowing all survivors to collect resources or hunt beasts to gain experience. Lin Xu clicked on the share crew option, and all crew members on the ships received the text content on the screen. After sharing, Lin Xu clicked understood, and the ship's sail automatically turned towards the direction of the island. The people on the ship silently watched the content shared by Lin Xu. Until now, Lin Xu and the others had not changed the direction of the sail, allowing the sea breeze to guide the ship. Below the sail is a gear wheel that can adjust the direction, but nobody knows what will happen after the adjustment, so the ship continues to sail in its previous direction. In fact, not adjusting was the correct choice, otherwise they would have realized that the time before the extreme cold fog approached was rapidly diminishing. While everyone was watching Lin Xu's shared content, the screen displayed the distance to the island, approximate water depth, and whether it was suitable to drop the anchor. Upon reaching the designated position on the screen, Lin Xu dropped the anchor through the screen. With a splash, the ship's speed began to sharply decrease and soon came to a halt. After dropping the anchor, Lin Xu checked the countdown for the extreme cold fog. The countdown had decreased by more than 6 hours compared to normal. This means that while Lin Xu and their ship had stopped, the fog continued to approach at a steady speed. Taking advantage of this pause, Lin Xu checked the newly opened level mode and ability mode. As Lin Xu had previously thought, the upgrade from the system rewards was directly reflected on the level page. Looking at the long string of experience points needed for the level upgrade on the page, Lin Xu believed that without the system, he would take an eternity to reach the current level. In addition to the levels, several abilities that Lin Xu previously obtained from the system also appeared in the ability mode. Judging by the situation, the system had rewarded Xiaoxian based on the environment Lin Xu was currently in. After a brief understanding, Lin Xu quickly made his way to the deck along the path that the others had cleared. Then Xiaoxian followed him out. After a brief hesitation, Su Ro, Lu Mingjie, and a few others were led by Su Ro to also emerge from the cabin. From the discussions in the regional channel, Lin Xu learned that all the survivors on the ships were experiencing the same. Aside from the lack of resources, the ship was equipped with basic equipment such as sails and anchors, which could be operated and upgraded via the screen. At this moment, the anchor had already been dropped. The ship was sitting in about 6 meters of water. The ship was approximately 100 meters from the island. Lin Xu's ship was not very large, but it was not too small either. He had previously checked the ship's information and knew that it had 4 sealed compartments. Basically, apart from the cabin, they were in the other parts of the ship were all isolated sealed compartments. From Lin Xu's perspective, their ship did not conform at all to modern ship dimensions, as it was extremely unreasonable and too tall. This was also why the overall weight of the ship was considerable, otherwise a bit of wind and waves could easily cause it to capsize. To reach the island, one would need to swim over, and due to the height of the ship, it would also be a problem for ordinary people to get off. The height of the ship's body was 16 meters, including the height of the ship's railing. Given the draft of the ship, the deck was approximately 9 meters above the sea surface. Xiaoxian had selected a regular fishing hook as a task reward, which was 10 meters long. The regular fishing hook sold in the wristband mall was also 10 meters long. The reason the regular fishing hook sold in the wristband mall was 10 meters long was that a shorter length would not reach the sea surface from the deck. At this moment, the ship's anchor had been dropped and two thick iron chains slanted down into the sea. For an ordinary person to get down, the best way was to climb down the iron chain of the anchor and then climb back up. Earlier, to retrieve treasure chests, some survivors on the ship who understood ship knowledge had dropped the anchor and climbed down the iron chain into the sea. The anchor hung outside the stern, and above it next to the deck were several iron gear wheels. If operated manually, it would only require a small amount of force to turn the gear wheels to raise or lower the anchor. At the edge of the stern, there was an upward tilted iron pin used to secure the anchor. One person could turn the gear wheel to lift the anchor slightly, allowing the anchor to be moved and lowered. Retrieving the anchor is also not difficult. Similarly, one person can turn the gear wheel, and when the anchor is in the right position, it can be secured to the iron pin. When controlled through the screen, the safety pin beneath the upward tilted iron pin retracts, causing the pin to tilt downwards and the anchor to slide down. Looking at the newbie welfare resource island, which was now so close, Lin Xu and the others all felt an urgent desire to land. Although they had not drifted on the ocean for long, most of their time had still been spent in the cabin. However, the ship was quite small, and with the gentle rocking of the wind, everyone greatly missed the feeling of solid ground beneath their feet. I will take the lead and check out what the situation on the island is like. If there isn't much danger, I will inform you. Whether to explore the island will be your decision. Please inform everyone of those who cannot swim should stay behind. Whatever we find, we will not withhold from them. After Lin Xu spoke to Xia Zian and Su Ro, Xia Zian immediately replied, I am not at ease with you going alone. I will join you to scout the way for everyone. Lin Xu understood Xia Zian's concerns and nodded. All right. Xia Zian initially thought Lin Xu would climb down using the anchor's chain. However, just as she finished speaking, Lin Xu suddenly vaulted over the ship's railing and jumped into the sea. This frightened Xia Zian, and after a brief moment of shock, she hurried to lean over the railing to look down. The ship was so high above the sea surface that without diving experience, one could easily get injured. As she looked down, Lin Xu, who had splashed into the water, had already surfaced head above water, waving and calling to Xia Zian. Auntie, the water isn't very cold. Lin Xu jumped down, startling not only Xia Zian, but also Su Ro and the others. They were a bit slower to react than Xia Zian. When they leaned over the railing to look down, Lin Xu's voice reached them. Seeing that Lin Xu was fine, Xia Zian and Su Ro all breathed a sigh of relief. How could you just jump down? It's so dangerous. I'm fine. Seeing that Lin Xu had jumped without any issues, Xia Zian also felt inclined to jump down. She now believed that with her strength, it would be very easy. However, if she were to do the same, it would be rather startling. The level mode was open, but everyone should only be at the lowest level of 0. She was currently at level 10, far surpassing the others. After a quick consideration, Xia Zian decided to use the anchor's chain to descend. When she saw Xia Zian gripping the iron chain and quickly sliding down, although it was not as shocking as Lin Xu's jump, it still left Su Ro and the others dumbfounded. The way Xia Zian descended was so smooth it looked incredibly simple. As Xia Zian slid down the chain, Lin Xu swam towards her. When there was still over a meter to the sea surface, Xia Zian let go and entered the water. After she surfaced, Lin Xu reached out and grabbed her arm. Before descending, Xia Zian had tied her hair back, but it had come loose after entering the water. Using Lin Xu's support, she first wiped the water from her face and then tidied her hair. Let's set off first, you all notify the others. After speaking to Su Ro and the others, Lin Xu watched as Xia Zian finished tidying up and then released her to swim towards the island. The ocean in the Misty World is quite similar to that on Blue Star, with surface temperatures and air temperatures alike growing cooler as one descends. Xia Zian would accompany him, which was within Lin Xu's expectations, as Xia Zian must have thought that he was now very strong and would protect her during the exploration of the island. After a brief pause, watching Lin Xu and Xia Zian swim side by side, gradually moving further away from the ship, Su Ro on the deck spoke to Li Mengjie and the others. Let's get the people in the cabin out and ask who is ready to explore the island. After finishing her sentence, Su Ro quickly walked to the cabin door and spoke to the people inside. Lin Xu and Aunt Xia have already gone to the island. You can come out and see the situation now. Upon hearing that Lin Xu had gone to the island, the people inside the cabin began to come out one by one. By the time everyone was on the deck, Lin Xu and Xia Zian had already reached the island, standing on the shore and waving to the people on the ship. At nearly 100 meters away, the people on the ship could only see a general outline of Lin Xu and Xia Zian, unable to make out any details. Because they could not see Lin Xu and Xia Zian clearly, the people on the ship naturally assumed that Lin Xu and Xia Zian were like them. Thus, they were less cautious, each standing at the edge of the ship's railing to look at Lin Xu and Xia Zian. What they currently did not know was that after Lin Xu's significant upgrade, his vision far exceeded that of ordinary people. He stood on the shore of the island looking at the people on the ship, able to see even the fine details of their hair. With only 6 hours to explore the island, although the scenery was rare, Lin Xu did not waste much time admiring. He sent a message to all the crew through the captain's wristband informing them that there were no dangers in the sea and that there were some small seafood resembling flower clams along the shore of the island. After sending the messages to all the crew, Lin Xu turned to Xiaozian and asked, "Aunt, which way should we go?" On the side of the island closer to the ship, there was about a 10-meter sandy beach, and beyond that were various oddly shaped rocks. In the crevices of the rocks grew various unknown low shrubs, and further away stood towering coconut trees. These coconut trees were 30 to 40 meters tall, without large leaves, only a few scattered coconuts on top. As for what lay further away, it was currently unclear due to the obstruction of the rocks. From what could be seen, this new beginner resource island felt somewhat similar to some yellow islands on Blue Star. Using his inherent sense of crisis, Lin Xu did not perceive any dangers on the island. This sense of crisis was something Lin Xu possessed himself, developed from his own experiences. The reason he did not sense any danger was that within the range he could perceive on the island, there was nothing that could pose a threat to him, hence, there was no danger warning. With no dangers around, Lin Xu felt indifferent about exploring in that direction. This stop at the island for exploration was said to be for gathering resources, but in reality Lin Xu wanted to learn more about the situation in this world through island exploration. With the system at hand, Lin Xu did not believe that anything he could find on the island would be better than what the system. As the saying goes, desire leads to demands. Since Lin Xu was not too concerned about what resources he could gather from the island, he was naturally not in a hurry. For Lin Xu, simply being able to arrive on a relatively vast island from a small boat and take a stroll would elevate his spirits. His primary consideration was not about what to gather from the island. Instead, he was more focused on whether he could find an opportunity to assign some high-star option tasks to Xiaozian, allowing her to complete them and receive rewards to achieve his desired goals. In response to Lin Xu, Xiaozian thought for a moment and said, "There shouldn't be much on the shore, let's go deeper in this direction. There are coconut trees over there, and we should see if we can get some coconuts." For Xiaozian, she currently had a task selection system, which provided her with numerous rewards. She did not believe that the harvest on the island would surpass what she had gained from completing tasks in the system. With little hope for the island exploration's yield, Xiaozian's mindset remained quite stable. The location she mentioned had relatively low rocks which could be climbed easily. Initially, Lin Xu went up first, and then reached out to help Xiaozian. As they walked, they encountered a rock nearly as tall as a person. Xiaozian felt that Lin Xu would have difficulty climbing, so she went ahead and climbed up a bit first. When Lin Xu reached for her hand, he used her strength to pull himself up. At this height, Lin Xu could easily jump up himself. However, sometimes it is better to hide one's skills. For example, right now, after Lin Xu used Xiaozian's strength to reach this rock, he inadvertently leaned over onto Xiaozian. Feeling Lin Xu's weight on her, Xiaozian's face turned red instantly. She patted Lin Xu's back and said, "You're on top of me, get up quickly." Hearing Xiaozian say this, Lin Xu quickly responded with an "oh," and then placed one hand on the rock to. However, Lin Xu had some ulterior motives. His other hand was still resting on Xiaozian. After Lin Xu stood up, Xiaozian bit her lip and shot him a glance. However, whether Lin Xu's actions were intentional or accidental, Xiaozian decided to treat it as if nothing had happened. After all, if it were to be acknowledged, it would only create awkwardness for both of them. After getting on this rock, the path ahead became relatively flat, and they were getting closer to the coconut trees they had seen earlier. The rock they were on was a relatively high point, allowing them to confirm from a height that there were no dangers on the beach they had previously come from. Though the path towards the coconut trees was relatively flat, the rocks were more uneven and difficult to traverse. Xiaozian did not even notice when Lin Xu had been holding her hand the entire time. They supported each other and arrived at the base of a coconut tree. The lonely coconut tree had 3 coconuts hanging from it, situated about 20 to 30 meters high. Without any tools, one would need to climb to reach the coconuts. Lin Xu had a 30-meter extendable fishing hook which he took out and easily knocked down 2 coconuts. The position of the 3rd coconut was too high for the fishing hook to reach, and Lin Xu and Xiaozian did not feel the need to forcefully get it. There were still many coconut trees on the island, and they naturally aimed to gather the easier ones first. Lin Xu and Xiaozian knocked down the coconuts from nearby trees, collecting a total of 12 coconuts. Of the 12 coconuts, 8 were collected by Xiaozian, while the other 4 fell close to Lin Xu, who conveniently stored them in his wristband space. As for the remaining higher coconuts, Lin Xu could get them if he truly wanted to, but he saw no necessity. Afterwards, Lin Xu and Xiaozian discussed and continued their exploration. Lin Xu and Xiaozian spent some time gathering coconuts, about 10 minutes. During this time, some people on the ship who wanted to go ashore to search for supplies swam to the island along the iron chain. Everyone was well aware that they could not solely rely on Lin Xu and Xiaozian to search for supplies on the island. Although it was challenging to disembark with determination and courage, it was not as difficult as they had imagined. The angle of the ship's anchor chain was quite steep. When Li Mengjie was the first to reach the surface using both hands and feet, others who could swim followed her example. Though the process was somewhat awkward for these girls, there was no real danger. There were 62 people on Lin Xu's ship, and excluding Lin Xu and Xia Zian, about 40 of the remaining 60 could swim. The reason so many of them could swim was that everyone on the ship came from families with decent conditions, allowing them to learn swimming at a young age. Among the more than 40 who could swim, over 30 followed others into the water. The remaining ones who could swim but did not join were either hesitant or afraid to descend the iron chain. As for those who could not swim, some of them really wanted to go ashore, but they lacked the ability. After a brief period of hesitation, a few more people descended through the iron chain, leaving only a few who lacked the courage to go down. Several girls swam to the shore and found many small seafood on the beach, picking them up regardless of whether they were edible. Some bolder girls began to explore further in groups of 3 or 5. With more people disembarking from the ship, the exploration naturally became more detailed. While Lin Xu and Xia Zian had just gathered a few coconuts, another group of girls discovered a treasure chest wedged in a rock crevice. The girl who found the treasure chest was Chun Dudu. After a brief hesitation, she sent the items she found in the chest to the ship's public screen via her wristband. Chun Dudu had considered secretly hiding the treasure chest she obtained, but several people nearby had seen her find it. It was impossible to keep it a secret. Having found a treasure chest shortly after landing on the island greatly boosted the confidence of others, making them more eager to explore. After all, the treasure chest Chun Dudu found had many witnesses, and if no one had seen her, she could have opened it secretly without anyone knowing. The girls searched around the beach, collecting anything they thought might be useful into their wristband spaces. Meanwhile, Lin Xu and Xia Zian continued to delve deeper, moving further away from the coastline. Both were skilled and bold, appearing very composed. Holding hands, they ventured deeper, giving off the impression of a couple enjoying a playful day on a deserted island. However, during this process, especially after passing through a difficult stretch of rock, Xia Zian felt quite uncomfortable. The path was difficult to traverse, and there were many protrusions on the ground that hurt her feet. These 2 points were not the most significant. The main issue was that Lin Xu often brushed against her on the channel. Once or twice was fine, but after multiple instances, Xia Zian could no longer ignore that Lin Xu was doing it on purpose. Every time Lin Xu touched her in a special way, it felt like an electric shock. Xia Zian felt a slight itch in her teeth whenever Lin Xu casually bumped into her. She knew that Lin Xu was doing it on purpose, but knowing didn't change anything. She thought that if she directly pointed out Lin Xu's little intentions, it would put him in a very awkward position. However, from yesterday until now, Xia Zian had experienced a lot, and she realized that she had not only touched Lin Xu's hand, but also his arm, and even his fingers. It was precisely because Xia Zian had done too much with Lin Xu last night that her boundaries regarding him had dropped to an extremely low level. Now Xia Zian thought that they were no longer on Blue Star, and earlier Lin Xu had been holding her hand with his old skills. After all, it wasn't the first time she had been touched, so she kept reassuring herself that Lin Xu's actions were inconsequential. Xia Zian's mindset had undergone a significant change since she had just awakened on the boat yesterday until now. Had it been in the past on Blue Star, she would have raised him since he was little. If Lin Xu had behaved excessively, she would have directly pointed it out and criticized him. At present, Xia Zian's thoughts were quite complex. Last night, Lin Xu's behavior could still be explained as a momentary impulse while she was asleep. But now Lin Xu's actions were deliberate and had already crossed the line, leaving Xia Zian somewhat disturbed. Yet with her complicated feelings, Xia Zian couldn't figure out how to handle the situation. Lin Xu knew that Xia Zian would definitely notice that he was doing it on purpose, but he did not restrain himself. His current behavior was partly to satisfy his own little interests and partly to lower Xia Zian's psychological defenses to set the stage for the next step. Since he aimed to lower Xia Zian's defenses, Lin Xu did not impose any related choice task restriction. Under the circumstances of having a choice task reward limitation, according to Xia Zian's previous choices, she might have made some reluctant choices for higher rewards. As they looked around, Lin Xu and Xia Zian arrived at a patch of grass nearly as tall as a person, filled with thorny leaves. The type of grass was unknown, but the blades resembled chives and looked quite sharp. The trees in the dense forest were not too tall, about 10 meters or so. If there were any dangers on the island, both Lin Xu and Xia Zian believed that the chances of danger in this dense forest were greater. Of course, the probability of finding treasure chests in the dense forest should also be relatively high. Lin Xu stepped forward to examine the grass, and as expected, it was very sharp with jagged edges and small thorns. If an ordinary person were to accidentally get cut, they could easily be injured. Besides this grass, the ground was also littered with sharp twigs and leaves. Without clothes and shoes, an ordinary person would easily get hurt in the dense forest. However, Lin Xu was fine. His current defense was such that even bullets couldn't harm him, let alone the grass and sharp twigs. Earlier, Lin Xu pretended to have his foot hurt in front of Xia Zian just to touch her a little more. Although Xia Zian was far from Lin Xu's level, she had reached level 10, and her physical condition was very strong, making her resistant to common weapons. Lin Xu knew Xia Zian's situation, but Xia Zian didn't know Lin Xu. Just now, when Lin Xu pretended to have his foot hurt by a stone, Xia Zian knew he was doing it on purpose, but didn't consider that he was pretending even with the foot injury. Xia Zian also took a look beside Lin Xu and thought that it wasn't safe for him to enter the dense forest without clothes and shoes. She looked up at Lin Xu and said to him, "Xiao Su, there's no path to walk in this dense forest. Let's go around it and explore other places." In response to Xia Zian's words, Lin Xu nodded and with a slight frown said to her, "Auntie, I need to go to the bathroom." "Well, wait for me here. He'll go behind those rocks." Hearing Lin Xu say this, Xia Zian was slightly taken aback and then replied, "Is it a big one or a small one?" "A small one." "Then just do it here while turn around." In Xia Zian's view, Lin Xu had been standing there since yesterday. It was just a matter of peeing, so there was no need to hide it from her. "No, knowing you're right next to me makes me feel too awkward." Seeing Lin Xu say this, Xia Zian nodded, and "Then you should hurry up." Under Xia Zian's watch, Lin Xu walked more than 10 meters and then came behind a pile of rocks. The reason Lin Xu found an excuse to leave Xia Zian's line of sight was that he needed to avoid her and level up himself. Otherwise, many matters wouldn't develop well. As Lin Xu headed toward the pile of rocks, a thought emerged in Xia Zian's mind. She thought that once she couldn't see Lin Xu, she would head toward the dense forest. About 10 seconds later, Lin Xu appeared before Xia Zian, looking surprised and excitedly shouting at her, "Auntie, I just found a golden treasure chest. After I opened it, my hand ring notified me that my level experience increased, and I leveled up to level 10. I also got a lot of things." "Ah, you found a treasure chest too. What? Auntie, did you find one as well?" "Yes, I rummaged through the weeds here and found a treasure chest. After I opened it, just like you, it also notified me that my level experience increased, and I leveled up to level 10A, and I got quite a few things too. I feel like I'm filled with strength right now." Lin Xu avoided Xia Zian because he wanted to reasonably level up himself and gain some rewards in front of her. Xia Zian's thoughts were somewhat aligned with Lin Xu's. After he finished speaking, she followed up and agreed with him. Xia Zian didn't know that her choice task system was all set by Lin Xu, but she genuinely believed that he had leveled up by obtaining the golden treasure chest. Since Lin Xu was able to level up by obtaining the treasure chest, she naturally could too. Lin Xu knew that Xia Zian was just following his lead, finding a reason to claim she leveled up. Xia Zian directly disclosed her current level to Lin Xu. However, Lin Xu didn't reveal everything. After all, if he told her that his level had already reached 41, it would be too unbelievable for her. In fact, Lin Xu suspected that the treasure chest might contain items that could enhance one's level, but it definitely wouldn't be as simple as he described, nor would it allow someone to jump directly to level 10. Xia Zian had no idea that Lin Xu hadn't actually obtained the treasure chest, and had no clue whether opening the treasure chest could really make someone level up to 10. At present, Lin Xu's explanation to Xia Zian was unverifiable, and Xia Zian fully trusted him, believing he had no reason to lie. It's fine to attribute things that are difficult to explain to treasure chests or ocean survival, as everyone didn't know much about ocean survival, making it hard to discern the truth. "What else did you get from the treasure chest besides leveling up?" "Quite a bit of water and bread along with some items. What about you, Auntie?" "I also got water and bread." "Did you get any clothes from the treasure chest?" "No. I got a regular t-shirt and a pair of denim shorts." After Xia Zian finished speaking, she took out the t-shirt and shorts she had previously obtained from her system space. The system space and the hand ring space were similar in that items appeared out of thin air. After taking out the t-shirt and shorts, Xia Zian handed the t-shirt to Lin Xu and said, "You can wear this t-shirt for now, but you probably can't fit into the shorts, so we'll keep them for myself." Looking at the t-shirt that Xia Zian handed over, Lin Xu smiled at her and said, "Auntie, aren't you going to keep this t-shirt for yourself?" Seeing where Lin Xu's gaze was directed, Xia Zian said with annoyance, "I knew you would stare. On our boat, you're the only boy. The others all have what I have, so I'm not worried about them seeing. If you don't look, no one will look. And you've always been like this. It wouldn't be so inappropriate if you covered up a bit." In response to Xia Zian's words, Lin Xu chuckled and then put on the white t-shirt. Xia Zian also put on her shorts when Lin Xu was wearing a white t-shirt. The t-shirt and shorts rewarded by the system were given according to the standard of the bracelet mall page. They are a unified style. After putting it on, the white t-shirt just covered a little below Lin Xu's belly. Although it couldn't hide the main parts, wearing the t-shirt did cover his upper body muscles, which indeed looked less pronounced. In fact, if Lin Xu didn't leave the t-shirt for Xia Zian to wear, it would have been most suitable for her. The shorts were also a unisex style, and if Lin Xu could wear them, they would cover the main parts. Although Xia Zian couldn't block anything while wearing the t-shirt from a distance, the length of the t-shirt made it look complete. Unfortunately, given Lin Xu's current situation, it was impossible for him to wear it. The denim shorts had a drawstring for tightening the waist, and Xia Zian thought for a moment before pulling the string out and handing it to Lin Xu. Why don't you try to see if you can tie it with the string? Lin Xu, knowing what Xia Zian wanted him to do, smiled wryly. That's not going to work, but might break. Hearing Lin Xu say this, Xia Zian didn't insist, and instead re-threaded the string around her waist. Xia Zian had already planned to give the t-shirt to Lin Xu instead of keeping it for herself. She figured that since Lin Xu had been watching for a long time, it didn't make much difference whether he continued to look or not. Moreover, Lin Xu appeared quite different now. Wearing a t-shirt made him seem less imposing. Xia Zian wore denim shorts, adding a layer of psychological comfort for herself. From Lin Xu's perspective, Xia Zian at this moment was quite different compared to before. Seeing Lin Xu staring at her, Xia Zian shot him a glare and then spoke. After the upgrade, not only has my strength increased significantly, but my overall quality has also improved. I just tested it and my defense has increased a lot, and these grasses hardly scratch me. As long as it's not too sharp, stepping on it doesn't hurt. Let's go check inside the dense forest. After Xia Zian finished speaking, Lin Xu immediately replied. Then I'll use the grappling hook to clear the way. Let's see if we can find more treasure chests. Lin Xu then took out the grappling hook and swept it towards the grass ahead. These unknown grasses were quite brittle, and with a sweep of the grappling hook, they were cleanly cut in half. The grass leaves fell to the ground, covering it completely. While Lin Xu and Xia Zian were checking their surroundings, they moved further in. Lin Xu had leveled up to level 10 by opening the treasure chest, and he had a reasonable excuse to explain his level increase to Xia Zian. Now that he had abilities he could show off, Xia Zian was very pleased inside. Moreover, the main thing was that Lin Xu now had strength comparable to her own, so Xia Zian didn't have to worry too much about his safety like before. As Lin Xu cleared the grass ahead with the grappling hook, Xia Zian followed behind. After walking a few steps, she said to Lin Xu, Xiao Su, don't take everything out from the treasure chest, you need to learn to hold some back. Also, don't tell others about our leveling up to level 10. As the saying goes, one must guard against others. We should be cautious. If others know that we have gained too much, someone might harbor ill intentions and act against us. It doesn't matter if the people on our ship know, but if someone informs others through the bracelet, it wouldn't be beneficial for us. Hearing Xia Zian say this, Lin Xu paused his actions and turned to her saying, I know, don't worry. Xia Zian reminded Lin Xu, because as she said, they needed to be wary of others. Moreover, she thought that if she didn't remind Lin Xu, given his youthful nature, he might impulsively reveal everything once they returned to the ship. Just after Lin Xu finished speaking, Xia Zian looked not far behind Lin Xu and pointed, saying, there's a treasure. They had just entered the dense forest and hadn't walked far when they discovered a treasure chest. As soon as Xia Zian finished speaking, Lin Xu immediately turned his head and saw a corner of the treasure chest sticking out from the grass. Should I open the treasure chest, or will you? You open it, but be careful. If it had been before, due to the risk of opening a treasure chest, Xia Zian would have definitely opened it herself. But now that she knew Lin Xu had also leveled up to level 10, it didn't matter who opened the chest. Just like the treasure chests we found earlier on the ship, this one is also of black iron grade, and opening it has increased my level experience by 10 points. As Lin Xu spoke, he collected the items left behind after the treasure chest disappeared into his bracelet space. He had known that opening a treasure chest could also yield level experience. He and Xia Zian had opened treasure chests on the ship before, and at that time, they hadn't gained any level. Lin Xu also didn't expect that the excuse he casually made would end up being fortuitous. Since Lin Xu had previously leveled up to level 10 by opening treasure chests, Xia Zian naturally assumed that opening treasure chests would grant level experience. After Lin Xu finished speaking, Xia Zian paused before saying, a black iron grade treasure chest only gives 10 points of level experience. The treasure chests we obtained earlier must belong to a higher tier. Xia Zian didn't know that Lin Xu had the same thought as she did. Now realizing that a black iron treasure chest only gave 10 points of level experience made her feel it was a bit low. Moreover, she hadn't opened any treasure chests previously, and if Lin Xu inquired further about what the treasure chest she opened looked like, she wouldn't know how to respond. She brought it up as a way to gain more information from Lin Xu about the treasure chest he had just discovered. Xia Zian didn't know that Lin Xu was also faking it, and that he knew she was too, hence he wouldn't press for. Lin Xu also didn't know what level of treasure chest could directly upgrade someone from level 0 to level 10, and he didn't intend to elaborate on the topic. While continuing to clear the path with the grappling hook, he said to Xia Zian, it's not that it's too little, we gathered so many coconuts earlier, yet only gained 1 point of level experience. To level up from level 1 to level 2 requires 100 points of level experience, which means you can level up from level 0 to level 1 by opening 10 black iron grade treasure chests. If we can obtain enough treasure chests, leveling up won't be difficult when our levels are low. However, the level experience required increases steeply with each level. For our current levels, the level experience gained from opening a black iron gray treasure chest is too little. After Lin Xu finished speaking, Xia Zian nodded and said, yes, our levels are quite high now, so it's relatively difficult to level up. However, considering our current situation, our levels are among the highest among all survivors, so we should be able to handle most dangers. Lin Xu agreed with what Xia Zian said. He and Xia Zian had leveled up through system rewards. Others without the system found it not too difficult to level up at the beginning when they needed less level experience, but as their levels increased, the required experience rose sharply, making it much harder to level up. According to Lin Xu's estimate, it would take other survivors a very long time to level up to level 10. In such a case, even if they encountered danger, the level of danger wouldn't be too high, otherwise other survivors would have no chance of survival. Lin Xu and Xia Zian continued forward, and after walking about 30 or 40 more meters, they no longer encountered the tall grass they saw earlier, instead finding a type of grass that lay flat against the ground. Lin Xu and Xia Zian didn't have much knowledge about plants. They could recognize common plants, but for slightly rarer ones they were unfamiliar. Whether it was the previously sharp-leaved grass or the grass now lying flat on the ground, Lin Xu and Xia Zian didn't recognize either, nor did they know if the same species existed on Blue Star. Compared to the path they had walked before, the grass that was flat against the ground here had no thorns, and stepping on it was soft and quite comfortable. In fact, both the previously sharp-leaved grass and the current type of grass had certain uses. If they had time, they could collect some for backup. For instance, the sharp-leaved weeds, although they couldn't be woven into grass clothing, could be dried and used for starting fire or other purposes. And the grass lying flat on the ground could be collected to make grass mats or increase comfort when sleeping. If one had some skills, they could also make simple grass clothing to cover themselves. Lin Xu and Xia Zian, both having systems, weren't very interested in collecting items that would take a lot of time. They both believed that instead of spending time gathering, it was better to look for more valuable items on the island or find a few more treasure chests. Compared to before, the area ahead was relatively open and flat, with only a few low unknown shrubs scattered about. Because the visibility was quite clear, Lin Xu and Xia Zian only needed to glance around before simultaneously looking toward a treasure chest not far ahead. The fishing hook was thrown by Lin Xu, soaring through the air like a javelin for over 20 meters. A wild rabbit weighing around 5 to 6 pounds was struck in the head and instantly killed. Lin Xu quickly stepped forward to pick up the wild rabbit and then said to Xia Zian, "Aunt, we've caught a wild rabbit. We can finally have some meat soon." This wild rabbit had been hiding in a bush unnoticed by both Lin Xu and Xia Zian. Just as it poked its head out ready to flee, Lin Xu detected it and struck it down in one hit. Watching Lin Xu approach with the rabbit, Xia Zian said, "This is the first creature we've encountered on the island. I wonder if there are any larger creatures on this island." Lin Xu stored the rabbit in his spatial ring and thought for a moment before replying, "There should be, as this rabbit poses little threat to humans. Though the danger level has significantly decreased on our first visit to the island, it is still unwise to assume there is no danger at all," Lin Xu remarked, which Xia Zian nodded in agreement. "I think so too. Even if we encounter bears or tigers, we should be able to handle them," he said confidently. "It should be no problem." Xia Zian found it difficult to imagine facing bears or tigers. However, Lin Xu knew he could effortlessly defeat them with a single punch. To be honest, Lin Xu genuinely hoped to encounter a bear or a tiger. He had seen them on Blue Star, but had never tasted them. He was curious about their flavor. "And our efficiency together is too low, as there aren't many hiding spots around here. I'll go this way and you go that way. Let's split up and communicate via our rings if anything happens." Xia Zian nodded in agreement. Given their current levels, it was indeed inefficient to stick together. The reason Lin Xu wanted to separate from Xia Zian was that he wished to act alone for a while. Otherwise, he found it inconvenient to access the numerous items in his spatial ring. Xia Zian had a similar idea, as she also wanted to act alone for a while to justify the items she retrieved from her spatial ring. She had initially planned this, so she was pleased that Lin Xu had spoken up first. At first, Lin Xu and Xia Zian were still within each other's line of sight, but after Xia Zian turned around, she found she could no longer see Lin Xu. Once out of Xia Zian's sight, Lin Xu felt as free as a wild horse. He had been pretending in front of her, and had only relaxed a little after telling her he had leveled up to level 10 by opening treasure chests. However, the gap between level 10 and his current abilities was enormous. With a single jump, he could easily leap dozens of meters, nearly as if he could fly. Having upgraded to level 41, Lin Xu was eager to test his capabilities. There was nothing on the island that could threaten him, and he felt no sense of danger. He continuously jumped and ran, and in no time he had crossed from one side of the island to the other. There were indeed large beasts on the island. On his way, he had punched a tiger to death, and had done the same to a rhinoceros. The corpses of these two large beasts were now stored in Lin Xu's spatial ring. The other side of the island featured a cliff beneath which lay several clearly visible treasure chests on the rocks. Lin Xu easily descended using some protruding rocks to open the treasure chests one by one. The chests he opened were all the lowest level black iron chests, and one of them yielded no items. A strange monster twice Lin Xu's size emerged from one of the chests. After verifying its strength, Lin Xu dispatched it with a single punch. After defeating this monster, Lin Xu received a notification that he had slain a level 1 monster called Kabula and earned 12 experience points. Previously, he had received 8 experience points for killing the tiger and 6 for the rhinoceros. This monster Kabula granted 12 experience points upon defeat. In Lin Xu's assessment, this level 1 monster posed less of a threat than the tiger or rhinoceros. However, due to its humanoid form and bizarre appearance, it instilled a sense of terror. Overall, this level 1 monster Kabula had slightly higher speed and reflexes than an ordinary person, but not by much. Its strength was considerable, surpassing that of an average strongman. If one could overcome their fear, a group of 3 to 5 strong men could easily take down this level 1 monster Kabula. The monster's bizarre and frightening appearance caused an instinctual reluctance in people. However, if someone were to upgrade to level 1, they could use their overall attributes to hold their ground against it. Even if someone couldn't defeat it, they could escape, and for a short time, they wouldn't be pursued. This was true for ordinary people, but for Lin Xu it posed no threat whatsoever. He found it even easier to defeat this level 1 monster Kabula than to take down the tiger or rhinoceros. Not knowing if it was edible, Lin Xu also stored it in his spatial ring to show others. After opening all the discovered treasure chests, he leaped back to the top of the cliff. Feeling his current power, Lin Xu's mood soared. It was only the second day of their ocean survival adventure. Through the system, he had only received rewards for sending tasks to Xiaoxian. Once he began issuing higher star-level tasks and more tasks to others, Lin Xu couldn't even predict how powerful he could become. Collecting a variety of items, the overall gains paled in comparison to the rewards from the system. After checking the surrounding area for more treasure chests, he headed along the cliff towards Xiaoxian's location. Throughout the exploration, Xiaoxian and Lin Xu maintained contact, and Lin Xu could check Xiaoxian's location using the captain's ring. On his way back to find Xiaoxian, Lin Xu encountered a marshland with a small puddle at its edge. The puddle on the island was undoubtedly a coveted freshwater resource for other survivors. However, Lin Xu possessed numerous freshwater purifiers, so freshwater was of little importance to him. Where there was freshwater, danger was sure to follow. Upon arriving in the area, Lin Xu encountered 2 zebras drinking water and a crocodile preparing to attack them. Unsurprisingly, both the zebras and the crocodile became trophies within Lin Xu's spatial ring. Seeing only a few small fish in the puddle, Lin Xu had no desire to approach. The marshland was quite damp with many poisonous insects and snakes. Lin Xu observed several wandering poisonous snakes in the area. Although they posed no threat to him, Lin Xu didn't linger there. After killing the crocodile and opening a bronze treasure chest floating in the marsh, he left the area. The entire island was about 14 or 15 kilometers wide and long, with the marshland roughly at the center. Around the marsh, Lin Xu found 3 treasure chests hidden in the grass. After parting from Lin Xu, Xiaoxian explored the opposite side. Alone, and without Lin Xu beside her, she felt a bit anxious despite her extraordinary strength. She didn't venture too far, quickly searching her area. The spot where she parted from Lin Xu was approximately 3 kilometers from the coast. Afterward, the extent of Xiaoxian's exploration did not exceed 2 kilometers, leaving her still some distance from the marsh. Since she didn't delve deeply, her gains were far less than Lin Xu's. When Lin Xu returned to the previous grassy area, Xiaoxian had only killed an antelope and opened 3 black iron treasure chests. As for the dangers she faced, they included a poisonous snake that appeared suddenly and a level 1 monster that emerged from a treasure chest. If someone without upgrades encountered a situation like Xiaoxian's, it would be quite dangerous, leaving only the option to escape. However, for Xiaoxian, at present her reflexes were quick and the poisonous snake couldn't even reach her before she struck it down with her fishing hook. Regarding the level 1 monster that emerged from the treasure chest, Xiaoxian had been terrified at first and won. However, after running for a bit, she realized the level 1 monster was much slower than herself, so she steeled herself against the fear and began to engage. Not only had Xiaoxian reached level 10, but she also possessed level 2 basic combat skills. With those skills, her fighting ability saw a significant increase. Xiaoxian still didn't dare to engage the level 1 monster in close combat. Instead, she maintained her distance and attacked using her fishing hook. The fishing hook was a long iron rod with considerable attack power. After just a few strikes, she killed the level 1 monster. Upon receiving the notification from her ring that she had defeated the monster, Xiaoxian approached it. If it had been a human, she would have felt very uncomfortable about killing it. However, due to the monster's peculiar appearance, Xiaoxian felt little psychological burden in killing it. Like Lin Xu, she observed it for a while before storing it in her spatial ring, preparing to show it to the others on the ship for their adaptation. Alone, even though Xia Zian had considerable strength, her nerves were still taut. When Lin Xu rushed toward her, she quickly turned to look at him. Seeing that it was Lin Xu, she finally relaxed her guard. Once Lin Xu reached her side, she spoke to him. "Did you encounter any dangers?" "No, just minor issues. How about you?" "I'm fine too. I just opened a treasure chest, and a monster came out, but I killed it." "I also opened a treasure chest, and a monster came out. It looked quite scary, but it wasn't powerful," Xia Zian said with a hint of resignation after hearing Lin Xu. "Could you please stop staring at me like that? It makes me uncomfortable." Xia Zian initially did not want to mention it, not even bringing up how Lin Xu had previously bumped into her. However, after Lin Xu returned, he kept staring at her, making her feel the need to address it. In response to Xia Zian's remark, Lin Xu chuckled and said, "I can't help it." "Then try to control it as best you can." Xia Zian and Lin Xu had been apart for a while, and upon meeting again, Lin Xu kept staring at her, making her feel a burning sensation. Xia Zian's situation was akin to withdrawal symptoms. Having been constantly watched by Lin Xu, she had to force herself to adapt. After a period of not being scrutinized by Lin Xu, the direct gaze felt reminiscent of her initial encounter. However, given the previous circumstances, Xia Zian did not outright forbid Lin Xu from looking at her. In the current situation, she could not avoid it, but she did not want him to stare at her so intently. Having had a period of adjustment, Xia Zian now candidly told Lin Xu not to stare at her, feeling no embarrassment. Had it been yesterday, even if she felt reluctant, she would have pretended not to notice and would never have voiced it. Lin Xu did not feel any embarrassment or awkwardness when Xia Zian directly addressed him. In fact, even after she spoke, he continued as if nothing had changed. Seeing Lin Xu remain unchanged, Xia Zian raised her arm. Many times, different movements revealed distinct. Like the others on the boat before they woke up, it was a static scene, but once they awakened, it turned into a dynamic one, each with its own differences. Initially, Xia Zian found that every moment of movement could be captured as a wallpaper. After arriving on the island and donning her denim shorts, it was another experience, yet she did not cover up. Now that she raised her arm to block, it presented a rare beauty. Seeing Xia Zian like this, Lin Xu couldn't help but swallow hard. Lin Xu had not absorbed what Xia Zian had just said. She felt that if they continued discussing this matter, it would only complicate things, so she refrained and instead asked Lin Xu, "I've explored this area quite a bit. Where should we go next? Should we split up?" Xia Zian did not ask Lin Xu about his findings, nor did she inform him about her own. She had previously agreed with Lin Xu that unless it was necessary to share their gains, they shouldn't disclose anything to each other, including herself. If she obtained something and needed to use it, she would also refrain from telling Lin Xu. This way, she would have some trump cards in the face of survival crises. Xia Zian's reasoning was weak and unconvincing. The reason she made such an agreement with Lin Xu was that she did not know when she would trigger a choice task to gain a reward. If she openly shared her gains with Lin Xu, she would have difficulty explaining the source of any reward she received from the system later. Lin Xu understood Xia Zian's thoughts, and like her, fully recognized the inadequacy of her reasoning. Xia Zian felt a sense of admiration when Lin Xu highly affirmed a reason she herself deemed insufficient, realizing that he was still young and too naive. Now observing where Lin Xu's gaze was fixed, she felt he had matured. In response to Xia Zian's inquiry, Lin Xu spoke. "I've explored this area. Deep inside should be the center of the island, where there is a quite large swamp. Surrounding the swamp are too many poisonous insects and snakes, and I've opened several chests there, so I think it's unnecessary to go there. How about this area? We haven't explored this yet. This path is not too easy. Let's stick together." Seeing Lin Xu point in a direction, Xia Zian nodded. After a period of solo exploration, she felt quite lonely and anxious. After all, she was in an unfamiliar environment, and earlier she had encountered a monster when opening a treasure chest. With Lin Xu by her side, Xia Zian felt much more at ease. Moreover, during this exploration, her gains were not substantial, far less than the rewards from the choice tasks. With the rewards from the choice task system in hand, anything obtained from triggering a choice task would surpass what she could find on the island, diminishing her enthusiasm for exploration. Previously, Xia Zian indeed needed to separate from Lin Xu for a while, otherwise when they returned to the ship, it would be difficult to explain certain things she wanted to take out. Others would be easier to manage, as she could explain anything. However, if she remained with Lin Xu, he would know everything she obtained, making it impossible to explain the source. Now that she had been apart from Lin Xu for some time, she could say that anything she took out on the ship was obtained from treasure chests opened while separated from him. Lin Xu had a high-level strong abilities and quick speed. He had already made a rough tour of the island and had a good understanding of the general layout and terrain. The direction Lin Xu chose this time was steeper than the rocky cliffs they had to climb earlier. The rocks varied in height, many of which were unconnected. The overall appearance resembled a giant version of a foot massage board made of bamboo shoots. Many rocks stood upright with some gaps below that led to the sea where the water flowed. Given the terrain of that area, those who were not leveled up could only watch. They simply did not have the capacity to cross. The reason for choosing such an area to explore was naturally Lin Xu's careful planning. Lin Xu landed on the island firstly to understand the island's survival conditions, and secondly, to find an opportunity to act alone to explain the items he obtained through the system rewards. Additionally, he wanted to personally experience his current strength while acting alone. His primary task was to find the right moment on the island to issue a high-star choice task to Xiaoxian. Having been apart from Xiaoxian for some time, he had completed the basic tasks. He just needed this crucial one. He quickly explored to return to Xiaoxian to fulfill this main task. The right moment cannot be waited upon. If there is no opportunity, one must create it. Before reaching that area, the ground was relatively flat, and Lin Xu and Xiaoxian soon arrived at the area Lin Xu mentioned. Looking at the giant stones resembling bamboo shoots, Xiaoxian frowned slightly and said, "This place is unsafe. If we accidentally fall, it won't be easy to get back up. Do we really want to explore here? There is some danger, but what strength do we have now? Moreover, the more dangerous a place is, the more likely it is to have high-tier treasure chests. I have a grappling hook and rope. Even if we fall, we can get back up. Let's go as far as we can. If we can't proceed, well, return the way we came." After Lin Xu spoke, he moved forward, and Xiaoxian followed him. After walking a few steps, they reached the edge of a crack in the rock that was over a meter wide. According to the terrain, it was possible to navigate around from other places to reach the opposite rock, but it required walking a distance. Lin Xu slightly tiptoed and jumped across to the opposite rock. When Xiaoxian was acting alone earlier, she had also tested how much her overall quality improved after reaching level 10. A width of over a meter would have been difficult for Xiaoxian to jump across before she leveled up. It was not that she couldn't jump across, but she would feel mentally blocked and afraid. Now Xiaoxian knew it was easy for her. After Lin Xu jumped over, she exerted a bit of force and also landed beside him. Seeing Xiaoxian jump over, Lin Xu swallowed hard, thinking about how to quickly achieve his desired goal. Lin Xu and Xiaoxian had been on the island for about an hour. The island would sink in 6 hours, and they needed to return to the boat in about 5.5 hours. There was still over 4.5 hours left, enough time for anything. While exploring, Lin Xu didn't forget about his crew. Lin Xu and his crew had a chat group page where everyone could see each other's messages. From others' remarks, Lin Xu knew that someone had found and opened a treasure chest. Regarding the possibility of monsters appearing from the treasure chest, Lin Xu also posted a group announcement to remind others to open the chests cautiously to avoid encountering monsters they couldn't handle. As for whether they would listen, that was beyond Lin Xu's control. Without his reminders, the women were already aware that many had reported finding treasure chests on the island and the formidable monsters that had emerged from them. In fact, given Lin Xu's strength, even if someone opened a chest that unleashed a monster, he would be able to rush back for a rescue with just a little time. As for the monsters unleashed, as long as they didn't seek to kill, but instead tried to escape, there wouldn't be any immediate danger. Lin Xu also informed others through the group to notify him promptly if there was any danger. Initially, many of Lin Xu's crew were exploring near the edge of the beach. Besides Chun Dudu, who had found and opened a treasure chest and messaged the group, no one else reported finding or opening any chests. Whether they truly hadn't found any or had secretly opened them without telling anyone was something Lin Xu couldn't ascertain. He had explored the entire island and confirmed that it wasn't too dangerous overall. As long as they didn't venture too deep or encounter aggressive beasts by chance, they would generally be safe. Therefore, he announced to others that they could explore further away from the beach to search for supplies and treasure chests. However, for the women on the boat, considering their own abilities, they lacked the capacity to venture far from the beach. The chaotic rocky areas near the beach required climbing skills which most of the women didn't possess due to their physical limitations. Lin Xu's captain's wristband could locate all crew members, and he often checked where others were using it. The Rookie Benefit Resource Island had lowered danger levels, and as long as they didn't take reckless risks, the danger factor for all survivors wasn't very high. Lin Xu and Xiaoxian walked hand in hand, navigating over rocks and exploring the crevices between them. When Lin Xu started to take advantage of the situation again, Xiaoxian felt quite helpless and a bit annoyed. However, this process didn't last long, as Xiaoxian triggered a selection task. After reviewing the options, she felt quite speechless. Now it turned out that while Lin Xu had been taking advantage of her, if she wanted to complete the highest reward option, she would have to take advantage of Lin Xu herself. After a brief consideration, Xiaoxian took a deep breath when Lin Xu wasn't paying attention. She had already made up her mind since stepping onto the island. Lin Xu had always intentionally brushed against her. Why should she always let Lin Xu gain the upper hand while she couldn't? Besides, she believed she had a certain understanding of the selection task system she possessed. She knew that the selection tasks triggered by her system were usually not very serious. Now she could choose options that were less risque but easier to complete, but she couldn't always opt for the least rewarding one. Rather than that, it would be better to choose the higher reward option to complete. As for the subsequent consequences, Xia Zian was somewhat clear in her mind. However, she now found that the options in the selection task system were basically related to Lin Xu. She could only gain more rewards through Lin Xu, so she had to accept it. Previously, Xia Zian did not stop Lin Xu from intentionally touching her. Firstly, her inner boundaries had significantly lowered, and secondly, she was also wary of triggering another selection task related to Lin Xu. After all, if she pointed it out or stopped Lin Xu, it would create an awkward situation for both of them. Lin Xu might deliberately keep his distance from her, making it difficult for her to complete any related selection tasks afterward. In fact, based on the current development, Xia Zian had a sense of where things were headed. When she jumped and Lin Xu caught her, she brushed against him, completing her chosen option. A 3-star difficulty option once completed allowed Xia Zian to increase her level by 1. Now at level 10A, this level up was more significant than before. Just by finding an opportunity to touch Lin Xu, she received a reward of leveling up by 1. Feeling her overall enhancement, Xia Zian sighed inwardly at how easy it had come. Before level 10, each level up increased her stats by 5. This increase was based on prior levels, meaning that leveling from 1 to 2 also granted a 5 boost, but it was slightly more than the boost from 0 to 1. After level 10, each level up increased her stats by 10. This time, Xia Zian's upgrade from level 1 to 11 was equivalent to the previous 2 levels. On Lin Xu's side, as Xia Zian completed her selection task and received rewards, his level also rose from level 41 to 45. Upon completing this option, Xia Zian noticed a hint of surprise in Lin Xu's expression, but she pretended nothing had happened, acting as if it was all an accident. Lin Xu's display of surprise was of course feigned. At that moment, he and Xia Zian faced each other. Since she had touched him, he couldn't pretend to be asleep as he had earlier, as that would be too fake. Lin Xu showed a hint of surprise, but said nothing more, continuing to explore forward with Xia Zian. Knowing that Lin Xu had seen what she had just done when another selection task was triggered, and she saw 2 high reward options, Xia Zian sighed inwardly. There were 3 options, with the lowest one being something that could be completed without any action for a reward. However, with better rewards available, Xia Zian didn't genuinely want to pursue the less valuable reward. Fine, so this is how it is. Let's see what exactly I can do. After steeling herself, Xia Zian chose the option for the reward she desired among the 2 high reward options. In fact, considering last night, Xia Zian had already completed quite a few selection tasks with Lin Xu and had somewhat resigned herself to it. If Lin Xu continued to give her more selection tasks, what he wanted to obtain would almost certainly align with. Regarding this point, Lin Xu himself had some judgment. The reason he hadn't continued to push Xia Zian with more selection tasks was that the current environment didn't allow it. Now, with Xia Zian triggering 2 consecutive selection tasks, both involving Lin Xu, she wanted to see what the limits of the selection task system were. After making her choice, Xia Zian looked at Lin Xu and spoke to him. "Xiao Su, are you deliberately bumping into me because you really want it?" If this had happened earlier when Lin Xu had not chosen a task, he would have thought that Xia Zian was preparing to confront him. However, the situation was different now, as he had the task he edited, and since Xia Zian had not mentioned it before, her words carried a different meaning. Faced with Xia Zian's question, Lin Xu first nodded gently, then pretended to be a bit shy as he spoke to her. "Tu didn't mean it. I just felt a bit awkward. Give me your hand." Looking at Lin Xu, who was blushing and fidgeting after being called out, Xia Zian instructed. Seeing Xia Zian reaching out her hand toward him, Lin Xu feigned confusion. "Huh, give it to me." After Xia Zian repeated herself, Lin Xu placed his hand on hers. After Lin Xu's hand rested on Xia Zian's, she pulled him toward her. This. You wanted to touch. Xiao Su, I know you touched me secretly last night. I woke up at the time. Upon hearing Xia Zian say this, Lin Xu pretended to panic. Tu didn't know you knew. Then why didn't you stop me? There were too many people, and I was afraid if I stopped you, others would see, and you would be embarrassed. Well, just go ahead and touch who I've already shown you, and let you touch. What was originally a task that required great effort to complete was now done right in front of Lin Xu. As the 10 seconds elapsed, Xia Zian completed the task and received 1,500 survival coins. Completing a task that should have been difficult so easily, and having clarified things with Lin Xu, Xia Zian felt considerably relieved. After Xia Zian completed her task and received her reward, Lin Xu issued her another task. Given the circumstances, Xia Zian naturally prioritized the option she deemed more useful. Moreover, although the high reward options were different in content, the tasks were not too dissimilar. After choosing, Xia Zian moved closer to Lin Xu and hugged him. After 10 seconds, she completed another task and gained the ability for Level 1 Basic Object Identification. With Level 1 Basic Object Identification, Xia Zian knew she could now check information about many ordinary items. For example, she could now identify an unfamiliar plant using Basic Object Identification. After Xia Zian completed her task, Lin Xu received level 10 basic object identification, allowing him to discern information about even more items. Basic object identification is a highly versatile ability in ocean survival. It can be used to understand the utility of various items, including what is safe to eat and what is not. Xia Zian completed another task followed by another task that triggered continuously. Looking up at Lin Xu, who had been dazed since she pulled him over, Xia Zian took a deep breath and chose the option with the highest reward. When Xia Zian reached out her hand, Lin Xu understood what choice she had made. In terms of progress, the process was much smoother than he had imagined. He initially thought more groundwork was needed, but it turned out that it was unnecessary. The reason for this was that Lin Xu had already laid sufficient groundwork earlier. Many times things are not as complicated as one thinks. Many people consider and overthink situations before they occur. In fact, when one reflects on events after they happen, they often find significant discrepancies between their thoughts and reality. Not only are things not difficult, but they can also be quite simple. Awakening on a ship in the so-called misty world without knowing how they got there for ocean survival, Lin Xu had many thoughts while observing the others on board. Once he became the captain and had the task system, what he previously thought impossible was no longer just a fantasy, but a strong possibility of becoming reality. From that moment on, Lin Xu felt quite excited, but he knew it was just the beginning and that he needed to take things slowly, so he kept his emotions in check, not showing much surprise or excitement. Among the entire crew, Lin Xu was the only male, and he had many thoughts when seeing the others. Did the others not have any thoughts either? Lin Xu was quite the handsome guy, both in appearance and physique. As such a handsome man moved around the ship, many others had their own thoughts. However, due to the large number of people on the ship and various other reasons, even if many had thoughts, they kept them deep within. While on the ship, Lin Xu admired the beautiful scenery, and little did he know he was also seen as a beautiful sight by many on board. However, boys and girls handle certain situations differently. Girls tend to be more reserved and less inclined to let others notice their feelings. In private, if they are very close friends, they often share unique content and may even exchange some risque jokes. For Xia Zian, due to the choices she made through the task system yesterday, had it not been for the timing, she might. In the past, Xia Zian had never considered Lin Xu, but after frequently seeing him yesterday and reflecting on her own actions, she felt it was not entirely impossible. However, the relationship between Xia Zian and Lin Xu was a bit special. While she had certain thoughts, it was challenging for her to overcome her internal barriers. Lin Xu deliberately bumped into her while walking, and the main reason she felt flustered was that she knew it was inappropriate, yet she didn't want to stop it. It is often said that a lone man and woman alone can easily lead to something happening, and indeed that is often the case. In a relatively isolated space, for just two people, what shouldn't happen can easily occur. When Lin Xu and Xia Zian landed on the island, it was just the two of them with no one else around, creating a kind of intimate space. Moreover, at that time, Lin Xu and Xia Zian had nothing, let alone Lin Xu and Xia Zian. Even if it were just two strangers, a man and a woman, in such a situation, it would be very easy for something to happen. Lin Xu often found his gaze fixed on Xia Zian, and similarly Xia Zian sometimes looked at Lin Xu. However, compared to Lin Xu's openness, Xia Zian was more discreet. She would try her best to avoid being noticed by Lin Xu when he wasn't looking at her. No matter whether they are boys or girls, as long as they are normal people, they generally have similar psychological reactions when faced with certain situations. They experience emotional fluctuations and normal responses to occurrences. Since her husband passed away, Xia Zian had been alone for many years, but that didn't mean she didn't have any needs. It's just that she generally looked down on ordinary people and wasn't willing to just find someone to satisfy her needs. Initially, her husband died young, leaving her without the mood for such matters. Later, her career was busy, and with a whole family to support, she had even less inclination to find a partner. In fact, even without the task options requiring choice, Xia Zian had thoughts of wanting to hold Lin Xu while observing him moving around her. Now that Lin Xu had issued a task to Xia Zian with an option offering the reward she wanted most, she proceeded to follow the task's direction. Lin Xu has always had it, and so does Xia Zian. However, due to their relationship, Xia Zian does not dare to express anything to Lin Xu. Now she is completing a task from the selection task system to obtain rewards, struggling internally, but finding a suitable reason for herself. It is not what she wanted, but rather an option given by the selection task system. She is doing this for the rewards. The options from the selection task system serve as a way for Xia Zian to evade her inner thoughts. Lin Xu did not expect things to go so smoothly, reaching this point so quickly. With the prompt from the selection task system, Xia Zian completed a task of 4-star difficulty and received a reward of level 3. The task option completed by Xia Zian belongs to the mid-high difficulty of 4 stars, close to 5 stars, hence the reward is also very high. After all, previously Xia Zian was facing Lin Xu, who was pretending to be asleep. In her eyes, Lin Xu was truly asleep. After receiving the reward, Xia Xian's level rose by 3 levels, reaching level 14. Meanwhile, Lin Xu leveled up as well, jumping from level 45 to level 55 in one go. Xia Xian's 3-level increase resulted in a 30 boost in her strength compared to before. Adding the previous level up, Xia Xian at level 14 is essentially comparable to her earlier progression from level 0 to level 10. Having checked some details about the level upgrades in the ocean survival game, Xia Xian understands that the higher the level, the harder it becomes to upgrade. Yet she has now progressed from level 10 to level 14 without much effort. She sighed at the selection task system's lack of seriousness while being quite satisfied with the rewards. Given my current situation, if others knew how easily I leveled up, they would surely long to achieve the same as I did. I did put in some effort, but comparatively it wasn't much, and it was Lin Xu, so it can't be considered a loss. Xia Xian completed another task option, leveling up by 3 levels, and immediately triggered another selection task. Xia Xian was not surprised by this, as last night, she had triggered a series of selection tasks one after another without interruption. She is now very clear about the direction the selection tasks will take next. While Xia Xian completes the task, Lin Xu also receives a system prompt indicating that his intimacy value with Xia Xian has increased by 1 point. Now Lin Xu and Xia Xian's intimacy value has reached 96 points, just 4 points away from 100. When Xia Xian completes the selection task, Lin Xu will receive 100 times the reward Xia Xian obtains. You? Lin Xu pretended to be shocked. I think you might be endangering your health by acting this way, let me. As Xia Xian pulled Lin Xu's hand, she had already mentally prepared herself. After a moment, Xia Xian completed another 4-star difficulty option, earning a reward of 2 in basic combat level. Previously, Xia Xian had a basic combat level of 2, now, with the 2, she reached level 4. Meanwhile, Lin Xu received 10 times Xia Xian's reward, advancing from level 1 Master Combat to level 3 Master Combat. Having just completed a task option, Xia Xian triggered another selection task, disregarding any considerations and focusing solely on high reward options. This selection task included one option of 1-star difficulty, one of 4-star difficulty, and one of 5-star difficulty. The 5-star difficulty option offers exceptionally high rewards. Upon completion, she could obtain a level 3 ship engine worth 180 survival coins on the hand-ring marketplace, which can be installed onto a ship. This level 3 ship engine is essential for upgrading ships to level 3 and beyond. Once installed on a ship, it can significantly increase the ship's speed when fuel is available. After a brief consideration, Xia Xian chose the 5-star difficulty option. She selected this based on the high value of the reward. Although it might not be useful immediately, it will definitely be needed in the future. As for why she did not choose the 4-star option, she felt that the contents of both options were not much different, but this reward was higher. The 4-star option required Lin Xu to use his finger on her, while the 5-star option involved her further assisting Lin Xu. Although the content of the 5-star option is not about dual cultivation, it is essentially not much different. The difference lies in one being below and the other being above. In reality, Lin Xu had only recently arrived on the island with Xia Xian. If he deliberately touched her and she did not resist, he could take further action. At that time, although Xia Xian might initially disagree, she would not be able to hold out for long, and Lin Xu could issue her some tasks. The reason he did not act at that time was that the situation on the island was unclear and he needed to take the initiative. Moreover, such actions would make him appear to be begging Xia Xian, making it a half-push situation. Additionally, even if they had truly progressed at that time, the selection tasks he could give to Xia Xian would not be as numerous as now, and they might end up with just a few before reaching the end. Achieving his own goals is very important, as is providing Xia Xian with more selection tasks to obtain greater rewards. Now, with Xia Xian being driven by the selection tasks, Lin Xu can issue many selection tasks to her, and afterwards Xia Xian will not blame Lin Xu for anything. Xia Xian completed the 5-star difficulty option and obtained a level 3 ship engine, while Lin Xu received a level 10 ship engine. The engine Lin Xu received is far superior to the one Xia Xian obtained, being a necessary item for upgrading the ship to level 10. In terms of value, it is also very high priced at 130 survival coins on the hand-ring marketplace. Xia Xian continuously completed several selection tasks, and a considerable amount of time has passed. When another selection task triggered, Xia Xian skipped the lower reward options and directly chose the highest reward 5-star difficulty option. Xia Xian once had a husband and gave birth to 2 children. Although her husband had been sick shortly after their marriage and had not been well since. However, for Xia Xian, she has experienced much, understands everything, and can do everything. Yet after many years of solitude, she now appears somewhat out of practice. With the continuous triggering of selection tasks, after some time Xia Xian completed 2 4-star task options and 2 5-star task options. Thus, Xia Xian has completed a total of 43 stars worth of selection tasks. Currently, Xia Zian and Lin Xu have an intimacy value of 96, and Lin Xu can still issue 53 stars worth of selection tasks to Xia Zian. Additionally, she completed 2 more 4-star task options and 2 5-star task options. Xia Zian received a freshwater purifier that produces 5 liters of freshwater per hour, 8 of survival coins, an increase of 2 levels, and a 50-meter steel fishing net. Lin Xu received 10 times what Xia Zian got, a freshwater purifier that produces 50 liters of freshwater per hour, 8 survival coins, and increased his level by 6 levels, reaching level 61, along with a 150-meter special steel fishing net. The 50-meter steel fishing net Xia Zian obtained is priced at 450 survival coins on the handring marketplace. The 150-meter special steel fishing net Lin Xu obtained is priced at 4450 survival coins on the handring marketplace, with a value approximately 10 times that of Xia Zian's. Currently, Lin Xu and Xia Zian are in a location surrounded by rocks that are slightly higher than them, making it difficult to see them unless they are quite close. Between Lin Xu and Xia Zian, many of the events from last night have led to certain outcomes that were somewhat predetermined, dependent only on who would take the initiative first. Deep down, Xia Zian had been somewhat hopeful about what Lin Xu would do when he frequently bumped into her earlier. People are inherently complex, and their mindsets and thoughts change with the events that unfold over time. The myriad of strange occurrences from yesterday to now has caused a significant shift in one's mindset. Had it been in the past on Blue Star, Xia Zian would never have imagined that one day she would have something happen with. Last night, while Lin Xu pretended to be asleep, Xia Zian did many things to him, and now as she repeats some of those actions, she finds herself surprisingly accepting of it. Currently, Lin Xu has issued all the selection tasks that are relatively easy for Xia Zian to complete and are of high difficulty levels. As it stands, Lin Xu can still assign some selection tasks with a difficulty level of 4 stars to Xia Zian. However, for such tasks, as long as the final step is achieved, they can be issued at any time thereafter. Moreover, due to the numerous selection tasks Xia Zian has completed, the system has assessed similar tasks issued by Lin Xu to have a reduced star rating, and the rewards have significantly diminished. Lin Xu can modify certain aspects to increase the difficulty for higher rewards, but changing them would require a different time and place as well. In the current environment, there isn't much room for modification. Of course, this is a secondary issue. The main concern is that after Xia Zian completed a series of selection tasks, Lin Xu can no longer hold on. Another selection task with a 5-star difficulty level was sent to Xia Zian, who chose this option without any hesitation. As it stands, even without triggering a selection task, Xia Zian is already quite eager. The rock where Lin Xu and Xia Zian are located is bare on the surface. Although it is not entirely smooth, it is also not overly rugged. After being buffeted by the sea breeze for an unknown duration, the surface is similar to pebbles, and a common person would not feel uncomfortable standing on it. Once certain things have begun, the subsequent events are generally irreversible. Barring any surprises, they will inevitably lead to completion. At the moment of achieving it, Xia Zian felt immense satisfaction in various aspects. Similarly, Lin Xu also reached nearly the same point, achieving the primary goal of this trip to the island. Completing a 5-star difficulty option granted Xia Zian a special ability of level 1 night vision, while Lin Xu received level 10 night vision. Meanwhile, the intimacy value between Lin Xu and Xia Zian increased by 1 point, reaching a total of 97. After their first dual cultivation, Lin Xu also received an extra reward, obtaining a special ability enhancement. The special ability enhancement has no level. Its function allows for 1 enhancement of any item each day. For example, bread and mineral water can be enhanced, granting them additional effects. After this, Lin Xu issued 3 selection tasks with 5-star options to Xia Zian. These 3 tasks with 5-star options are essentially the maximum Lin Xu can issue at this stage. Without altering some content, it would be impossible to meet the 5-star difficulty standard. Therefore, Lin Xu needs to add some time to elevate the originally 4-star difficulty options to 5-star difficulty. By adding time limits and other factors to increase the task difficulty, the time aspect is naturally extended significantly. The last of the 3 selection tasks with 5-star options requires Xia Zian to persist until the end. The first 5-star difficulty option Xia Zian completed rewarded her with a level up of 3, raising her level to 19. Lin Xu's level increased by 8, bringing him to level 69. Although it seems that Lin Xu's level has not risen significantly, in reality, it is far more challenging for him to level up by 1 than for others to go from 0 to 20. The level increase awarded by the system disregards level experience and instead grants Lin Xu rewards based on 10 times the increase in Xia Zian's strength after her level up. For the second 5-star difficulty selection task that Xia Zian completed, the reward was 300 pieces of bread, while Lin Xu received 3,000 pieces. When they arrived on the island, Xia Zian was at level 10, and now she has leveled up to 19, representing nearly a doubling of her overall capabilities. With this increase, Xia Xian's overall qualities have reached a very high level. She believes that with her current physical condition and other qualities, handling Lin Xu should be quite manageable. However, Xia Xian has greatly underestimated Lin Xu. He is far more troublesome than she imagined. Xia Xian, by the halfway point, already felt she didn't want to move, leaving Lin Xu to do as he pleased. The third 5-star difficulty selection task was completed. Xia Xian received a reward of 12,000 survival coins from the selection task system, while Lin Xu received 120,000 survival coins. After this, Lin Xu did not continue to issue any selection tasks to Xia Xian. Given Xia Xian's current state, even if Lin Xu assigned her some selection tasks, she would be willing yet unable to complete them. Ultimately, the result unfolded as expected, and Xia Xian had no regrets. Through a series of selection tasks, the rewards she received were indeed bountiful. Looking at Lin Xu sitting on the nearby rock, Xia Xian, regaining some strength, spoke to him. "Xiaosu, do you think him a very easygoing woman?" In response to what Xia Xian said, he shook his head repeatedly and told her, "How could that be? It's mainly my fault for not being able to control myself well. I know what kind of person you are. All of this is because of me." Having lived together for many years, Lin Xu understood Xia Xian quite well. When assigning selection tasks to Xia Xian, he learned that she only had one husband over the years, and their encounters were not frequent. This means that the impression Lin Xu had of Xia Xian was indeed accurate. She was even more prudent than he had previously thought. Now, as events unfold so rapidly, Xia Xian wonders how Lin Xu perceives her. Although Lin Xu has never dated, he has interacted with girls for many years and understands their psychology quite well. Thus, Lin Xu took the initiative to shoulder the responsibility, alleviating some of Xia Xian's psychological burden. Hearing Lin Xu say this, Xia Xian felt somewhat relieved and continued speaking. "I don't know how it came to this. Xiaosu, can I ask you a question?" After Xia Xian finished speaking and saw Lin Xu looking at her waiting for the question, she continued. "If it weren't me who came to the island with you, but someone else on the boat, would you also?" Xia Xian's question was clear to Lin Xu. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "I don't know." Rather than saying he would or wouldn't, Lin Xu stated that he didn't know, and Xia Xian immediately understood that this was a veiled admission. Xia Xian felt no surprise at this. Given the circumstances, the probability of such occurrences was exceeding. If Lin Xu wanted to cheer Xia Xian up, he could have easily lied and told her he wouldn't deceive her. Regardless of whether Xia Xian believed it, after experiencing certain events, she would feel happier. However, Lin Xu was thinking that while he could comfort Xia Xian now, there were certain things he had to face later that he could. As long as he is prepared to pursue his grand ambitions, he would inevitably encounter Xia Xian, so it would be better to clarify things now. "Xiaosu, have you ever thought about a day when everyone on the boat gathers around you?" In response to Xia Xian's question, Lin Xu fell silent. Seeing that he did not respond immediately, Xia Xian sighed and said to him, "This is human nature, and it's normal. If I were you, I would think the same. Pull me up." After Xia Xian finished speaking, Lin Xu reached out his hand to her, and she took his hand to rise. After standing up, Xia Xian felt Lin Xu's gaze, and somewhat perplexed, asked him, "Why are you still staring?" Xia Xian is a clever person, as she understands the kind of thoughts Lin Xu might have and feels no surprise. She considers from Lin Xu's perspective, believing that if she were in his shoes, she would also have many thoughts and would not let any opportunity slip by if she had the ability. In such a strange world, all the original rules have ceased to exist. Without the constraints of laws and regulations, the desires within people's hearts are naturally magnified infinitely. Currently, their ship is relatively harmonious, but by observing the discussions of other survivors on different ships in the regional channel, it is evident that competition for water and bread among many ships is quite common. On some ships with only one girl, the situation is particularly dire. For now, it's a bit better, as they have a beginner's protection period to obtain some resources, and today they are stopping at an island to collect items. However, after some time, Xia Xian, who is well-versed in the history of Blue Star, believes that when people reach a certain level of hunger, the occurrence of cannibalism becomes highly likely. In such an environment, Xia Xian feels that the incidents happening with Lin Xu are not particularly significant. When she was presented with a series of task options from the task system last night, Xia Xian thought about these things. In order to gain more rewards, she did not resist too much. Having obtained numerous items, now Xia Xian feels that she has done nothing wrong today. However, she is puzzled by Lin Xu's continuous gaze upon her despite them having done everything together before. Clearly, he had already seen everything. Why is he still looking now? As a woman, Xia Xian cannot comprehend why a man would continue to look after having already seen. Faced with Xia Xian's confused inquiry, it was not as if they had not shared everything. There was nothing that could not be discussed openly. "It's just so beautiful. Oh, I can't help but want to look more. Isn't it enough? Do you still want to touch?" "Not enough. I want to touch." After Lin Xu finished speaking, he reached out his hand towards Xia Xian. "There's nothing wrong with that. Is it really that good?" "It is." Xiaosu, I still have to remind you, when you look at others, try to restrain yourself. It's not good to keep staring. Previously, Xia Zian had told Lin Xu that she felt very uncomfortable under his gaze, but at that time Lin Xu remained unyielding. Now that Xia Zian has brought it up again, her tone is markedly different from before. Previously she spoke as an elder, now she speaks in a different manner. Seeing Lin Xu nod in agreement, Xia Zian continued, "It's fine to touch when no one is watching, but when others are around you must not touch me. Also, when we return you must not tell anyone, especially you Ro and the others. I don't want anyone to know about it. If you need to, we can avoid others." Although they are already together, Xia Zian does not intend to let others know. She feels that privately it is acceptable. After all, they have what they should have. However, if others find out, she would find it hard to accept. After all, in the eyes of others, her relationship with Lin Xu is different. If others were to know, they would surely speculate whether she and Lin Xu had already been involved back in Blue Star. In response to Xia Zian's words, Lin Xu nodded again. At the same time, he frowned and said to Xia, "We need to hurry back. Someone has opened a treasure chest and released monsters." Lin Xu had previously warned others that monsters could emerge from treasure chests. However, on their ship, there are many people, and not everyone listens to Lin Xu. For others, being able to find and open a treasure chest to obtain some items is considered capital for survival. Everyone has their selfish desires, including Lin Xu and Xia Zian. Initially, when Lin Xu obtained the treasure chest, Xia Zian wanted him to keep some for himself. If it weren't for the system in Lin Xu's hands, he would probably choose to keep the first treasure chest for himself. He knows he cannot prevent others from opening treasure chests. They may have selfish motives to acquire more resources, but as the captain, Lin Xu knows the dangers they face and would not let them go unchecked. Lin Xu often observes the movements of others through the captain's wristband. When someone opened a treasure chest and released a monster, he quickly received the information through the ship's group channel. Hearing Lin Xu's words, Xia Zian immediately checked her wristband and then said to Lin Xu, "Then let's hurry." After Xia Zian finished speaking, Lin Xu quickly leaped and landed on another rock nearby. After waiting for a moment and seeing that Xia Zian did not follow, he turned to look at her. When Lin Xu looked at Xia Zian, she frowned slightly and said to him, "Xiaosu, you go ahead. I will catch up. Alright, if anything happens, contact me immediately through the wristband. I know, just go quickly." From Xia Zian's condition, Lin Xu understood why she wanted him to go first. Currently, others have no means to deal with the monsters emerging from the treasure chest, so he needs to get there quickly. As for Xia Zian, Lin Xu is not worried about her safety. Her level has already risen to level 19. Although she feels a bit uncomfortable now, if she encounters any danger, she can handle it. Moreover, he is fast. If anything happens, he can return in a very short time. Xia Zian originally planned to return with Lin Xu, but just as she was about to act, she found herself temporarily unable to move. It's not impossible to move, but any movement causes significant pain, while staying still does not evoke discomfort. Xia Zian has experienced this before, but after many years of being single, it was something she had encountered long ago. Currently, Xia Zian is not exactly a young maiden, but she is not far from it, and Lin Xu is quite extraordinary. His extraordinary nature is one aspect, while the other is that Lin Xu has been active since yesterday afternoon. In this situation, if the opportunity arises, it is natural for Lin Xu to take advantage, leading to Xia Zian feeling this way. From Xia Zian's perspective, if she were given another 10 or 8 minutes, she would likely not be as hindered as. After Xia Zian finished speaking, Lin Xu quickly jumped from rock to rock, heading in the direction indicated by his wristband. The monster that emerged from the treasure chest was Bai Lu. Last night, she and Lu Ichi had discovered some things Xia Zian was doing with Lin Xu and discussed them a lot. Early this morning, after everyone woke up, Bai Lu and Lu Ichi contacted Yang Xiaomi, Chen Dudu, and Zhao Lang. Those who have a good relationship with Bai Lu are not just these few, the other female celebrities are also familiar with one another. However, in terms of friendship, these few are closer, having dined together several times. Bai Lu and Lu Ichi both know that having too many people can be inconvenient, so 4 to 5 people is the most suitable group size, which is why they contacted each other. Not only Bai Lu and Lu Ichi, but the other individuals who landed on the island also formed small groups of 3 to 5 people to explore together. At this time, over 2 hours had passed since they landed on the island, and those who were still on the ship began to dismount. Without Lin Xu present, there are also some very clever individuals on their ship who are capable of coming up with solutions. For those who cannot swim, there are still ways to manage. Someone discovered a dry log about 5 to 6 meters long at the edge of the beach. They retrieved the log from the ship, and those who cannot swim used it to get to the island with the help of others. Lin Xu said that those who cannot swim would not receive less allocation by staying on the ship. However, everyone on the ship is well aware of one principle: only what they obtain themselves truly belongs to them. When others are unable to eat or drink enough, relying on the charity of others is simply unrealistic. Seeing others on the island reaping rewards, those on the ship naturally cannot sit still. Transitioning from the ship to the sea and then to the island is indeed a significant challenge for those who cannot swim. However, as long as they overcome some internal fears, it is not as difficult as they imagine. At first, the others on the ship were searching along the beach, and as soon as Chundudu arrived, she found a treasure chest. Seeing that many people were around, Chundudu shared what she found inside the chest through her wristband. After a while, seeing that there was no danger, Chundudu, Bai Lu, and the others decided to explore further away. They were quite lucky. Not long after, Yang Xiaomi found another treasure chest. Only a few of them knew about this treasure chest, so they did not inform others through the wristband, and opened it themselves, distributing the items inside. Upon finding another treasure chest, they received water and bread, which made Bai Lu and the others quite happy. After another round of searching, Bai Lu found yet another treasure chest in a crevice between some rocks. Upon seeing the treasure chest, Bai Lu called out to the other few people and then approached to open it alone. Because there had been no danger in previous treasure chests, Bai Lu did not expect that her first time opening a treasure chest would result in a monster appearing. When the treasure chest vanished and the monster appeared, Bai Lu was so frightened that she turned to run, and the others also scattered in panic. Chundudu recalled that Lin Xu had previously mentioned that if they encountered any danger or a monster emerged from a treasure chest, they should inform everyone promptly, and in her panic, she sent a message to the ship's group through her wristband. This was the first time Lu Ichi and the others saw the terrifying appearance of a monster described by other survivors. Filled with fear, they only knew to flee. Whoever opened the treasure chest and released the monster would be the primary target for the monster's attack. When chased by something fearsome, a person instinctively looks back to see how far it is. Not only Bai Lu but also Chundudu and the others would glance back at the monster charging towards them during their... Seeing the monster closing in on them, Bai Lu's fear intensified. Generally speaking, although the monsters that emerge from the treasure chests may be difficult to handle alone, before leveling up their speed is not significantly faster than that of an average person. In a situation devoid of fear, utilizing the terrain to gain an advantage, the monsters cannot catch up in a short time. However, Bai Lu and the others are currently filled with terror and can only run without a thought of maneuvering against the monsters. Bai Lu and her companions ran toward the level ground, moving quickly, yet the monsters, unrestrained by terrain, pursued them at a fast pace. After running for several minutes, Bai Lu and the others began to tire and slow down. When Bai Lu glanced back, she saw the monster just 2 or 3 meters away, causing her to burst into tears. After falling down, Bai Lu looked at the monster swiftly approaching with only one thought remaining in her mind. It's over, I'm going to die here. With this thought flashing through her mind, she despairingly closed her eyes, waiting for death. As Bai Lu fell, the monster drew near and was about to kick her. Just as she was about to close her eyes, a shadow rushed. Bai Lu then saw the monster that was about to kick her being sent flying by a tremendous force. At that moment, she felt as if she had escaped from a desperate situation, yet was also immensely shocked, her mouth agape in disbelief. Lin Xu, who was tracking Bai Lu's location, arrived just in time to see her fall as the monster was about to... At this moment, Lin Xu was still several dozen meters away from Bai Lu, but with his speed, he could instantly dash over to kill the monster. However, such a display would be too absurd, so Lin Xu quickly took out a coconut from his wristband and hurled it. The coconut thrown by Lin Xu, empowered by his terrifying strength, was no less powerful than many fire. The monster struck on the head by Lin Xu was directly sent flying to its death, and Lin Xu received a kill notification from his wristband. Having dealt with the monster, he staggered towards Bai Lu. Upon approaching Bai Lu, he noticed that she, after being treated by Xia Xian, looked much better, yet was now back to the dazed state she had been in when they were on the boat. Seeing Bai Lu in this state, Lin Xu spoke to her. All right, the monster has been killed by me. Hearing Lin Xu's voice, Bai Lu finally snapped back to reality and in a daze replied to him. Thank you. Are you all right? After a brief moment of calm, Bai Lu nodded in response to Lin Xu, wiped her tears, and slumped down as if her bones had turned to jelly. At this moment, Bai Lu was fully exposed in front of Lin Xu without any attempt to conceal herself. For Bai Lu, having just escaped death, she had no mind to consider this issue. In different forms of scenes, the displayed content is also different. Currently, Bai Lu slumped on the ground was a rare sight for Lin Xu, a moment that felt like it might never occur again if not captured. Although Bai Lu's current appearance was something to behold, Lin Xu did not continuously gaze at her. Because aside from Bai Lu, 3 to 4 meters away were Chundudu and Yang Xiaomi, while 5 to 6 meters away was Zhao Liang. After realizing the monster had been killed, they all ceased their flight and stopped. As Lin Xu approached, they either slumped on the ground or leaned against protruding rocks, gasping for air. For Bai Lu, who had just narrowly escaped death, her mind was unsettled, and the others were not faring much better. After all, they were not far from her, and were similarly disoriented. During their earlier flight, Bai Lu and the others had been driven by fear, causing their adrenaline to surge and unlocking their potential. Now that the crisis was averted and adrenaline levels dropped, without fear, they all felt the exhaustion from their earlier exertion. Lin Xu had thrown something from a distance, killing the monster with a whistling sound. Upon hearing the noise, Yang Xiaomi and the others instinctively turned to look, seeing something strike the monster. In their panic and coupled with the exhaustion from their earlier adrenaline surge, Yang Xiaomi and the others had no thought of concealing themselves. This allowed Lin Xu to appreciate a variety of unique sights. The first to react was Chen Dudu, who realized that Lin Xu's gaze had been focused on her and the others. She, relying on her remaining slight strength, subtly raised her arm to shield herself. In truth, Chen Dudu knew that this was a futile effort since they had already been seen earlier. After a brief moment of calm, Yang Xiaomi spoke to Lin Xu. Lin Xu, is the monster really dead? Yes, my wristband confirmed it. If you want to check, you can come over. After saying this, Lin Xu reached out his hand to Bai Lu, signaling for her to let him help her up from the ground. After a moment's pause, Bai Lu felt her spirits lift somewhat. Seeing Lin Xu's outstretched hand, Bai Lu pondered briefly before reaching out to him, being pulled up by his strength. As she regained some composure, she noticed Lin Xu looking at her. At this moment, Bai Lu thought about how if Lin Xu hadn't arrived in time to kill the monster, she might have died viewing him as her savior. On the other hand, since Lin Xu had already been looking at her for a while, she thought, why not let him look? Often people find it difficult to overcome their inner barriers without a prior experience. Once something has already happened, it feels less significant than it would have otherwise. After pulling Bai Lu up, Lin Xu noticed a small scrape on her knee and took out a bottle of mineral water from his wristband to hand to her. Use the water to clean the wound, otherwise it might get infected. Once we return to the ship, rinse it with fresh water, as seawater can also cause infection. I have more water, but just tell me if you need it. Yes, thank you. No need to mention it. Earlier, Bai Lu, consumed by fear and the adrenaline rush, had not felt her injury, but now she realized it as a sharp pain surfaced. After receiving the water, Bai Lu opened the cap and rinsed the scrape with the mineral water. After rinsing it hurt, Lin Xu then turned to look at Yang Xiaomi and the others, deeply observing them before turning towards the dead monster. The monster that Lin Xu had killed with the coconut had a flattened head. As Lin Xu approached the dead monster, Bai Lu took a deep breath and followed suit. She looked at the now motionless monster that had once chased her with a ferocious expression, forcing herself to endure her discomfort and fear as she examined it closely. Her reason for doing so was to help herself overcome some of her fears, so that the next time she encountered such a situation, she would not be as terrified as before. Reflecting on it now, Bai Lu thought that if she hadn't been so frightened, she wouldn't have tripped. Given a little more time, the monster wouldn't have caught up with her. After Bai Lu approached, Zhao Liang also came over. She knew very well that Lin Xu could see everything about her. However, just like Bai Lu, since she had already been seen being looked at again, was not so hard to accept. Moreover, Zhao Liang was very aware that even if she tried to shield herself now, it would be unavoidable in the future. Since it was unavoidable and she had already been seen, it was the perfect opportunity to break the mental barrier within her. Zhao Liang, known in the industry as Zhao Daring, was inherently quite bold. Although she was also frightened earlier, she was not as terrified as Bai Lu and Yang Xiaomi, which allowed her to run a bit farther. As she approached the dead monster, Zhao Liang remarked, "It looks quite fierce and terrifying, but upon closer inspection, it seems rather unique and even a bit cute." Upon hearing Zhao Liang's words, both Lin Xu and Bai Lu turned to look at her. Under the simultaneous gaze of Lin Xu and Bai Lu, Zhao Liang instinctively raised her arm to shield herself. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhao Liang controlled her instinctive movement as she understood that she needed to face this hurdle. Lin Xu and Bai Lu, upon hearing Zhao Liang's words, were immediately struck by a singular thought. What on earth? This creature has nothing to do with being cute at all. How did Zhao Liang even see it as cute? After regaining control over her instinctive reactions, Zhao Liang noticed the confusion on Lin Xu and Bai Lu's faces and pointed at the creature. "Look, it has a tuft of fur by its ear. Doesn't that make it a bit cute?" Lin Xu and Bai Lu displayed expressions of confusion mixed with respect towards Zhao Liang's statement. Lin Xu then turned to Yang Xiaomi and Chen Dudu, addressing them directly. "Do you want to come over and take a look? If not, I'll just put it in my hand ring." After Lin Xu spoke, Yang Xiaomi replied, "Wait, I'll come over to see it too." Having just seen Bai Lu approach the creature's corpse, Yang Xiaomi hesitated, and at that moment Zhao Liang also went over. Seeing Zhao Liang approach, Yang Xiaomi intended to follow, but hadn't fully committed. Yang Xiaomi's thoughts were similar to Zhao Liang's. She had just been observed and recognized that this was a good opportunity to break through her own limitations. Having been seen, she likely couldn't avoid it anymore, and now she just needed to overcome her inner self, which would make things much easier in the future. However, compared to Zhao Liang, Yang Xiaomi still felt a heavier burden in her heart and needed a bit more time for mental preparation. Watching Yang Xiaomi walk towards Lin Xu and the others, Chen Dudu blinked. "What's going on? Why are all my friends going over?" If she didn't go, would it seem out of place, making her feel special? After a brief hesitation, Chen Dudu also stood up and followed behind Yang Xiaomi. Unlike Yang Xiaomi, Chen Dudu still raised her arm to cover herself somewhat. When Yang Xiaomi got closer, she frowned slightly upon seeing the creature up close. This thing looks really scary. I never expected that such a terrifying creature could be killed by Lin Xu throwing a coconut at it. If I had known it was so easy to kill, we should have just escaped when we saw it. The coconut Lin Xu threw smashed into the creature, scattering its remains beside its corpse. It was clear to anyone with sense that Lin Xu had thrown a coconut to kill the creature. In response to Yang Xiaomi's words, Lin Xu glanced at her and replied, "It's not that easy to kill. Oh, I was able to do it because I leveled up on the island. In the future, if you encounter monsters from treasure chests, it's best to escape at the first sign." While Lin Xu was speaking to Yang Xiaomi, Zhao Liying crouched down and poked the creature with her hand. Its exterior is so hard it feels like stone. After saying that, Zhao Liying picked up a small stone from beside her and tapped it against the creature. Seeing this, Chindudu also crouched down to poke the creature while raising her arm to shield herself. "Alright, I'll put it away first. I still have the creature's remains in my hand ring. You can study it properly on the boat later. You all must be tired. Why not go rest on the beach?" Bai Lu got injured, so please take care of her. I'm fine, while continue exploring. If anything comes up, contact me through the hand ring. After Lin Xu said that he stored the creature's remains in his hand ring, and at the same time Chindudu spoke up. "Where's Sister Qian Qian?" Upon hearing Chindudu's words, Lin Xu looked at her and asked, "Is Lui Qian?" "Yes, we were together before opening the treasure chest. After the monster appeared, we didn't have a chance to check on others, and I don't know where Sister Qian Qian went now." After Chindudu spoke, Yang Xiaomi added, "I texted her. She said she was running away and is a bit directionally challenged. Now she doesn't even know where she is." Once Yang Xiaomi finished speaking, Lin Xu said to Bai Lu and the others, "The captain's hand ring I have can locate her position." When Lin Xu arrived, he used it to locate Bai Lu's position. Through the captain's hand ring, he could check where other crew members were, but since there were many crew members, he hadn't known beforehand that Lui Qian was also with Bai Lu and the others. After finishing his conversation with Bai Lu and the others, Lin Xu used the captain's hand ring to locate Lui Qian. "She's quite fast. I found her location. She's about 1 kilometer away from us. You all go to the beach first, I'll go find her." A distance of nearly 1 kilometer wasn't far, but given the current stamina of Bai Lu and the others, they indeed needed time to rest and recover. After Lin Xu said this, Bai Lu and the others had no objections. Watching Lin Xu's quickly disappearing figure, Zhao Liying spoke to the others. "We didn't arrive on the island much later than Lin Xu. How did he become so strong, able to easily kill the monster that came out of the treasure chest? And he's wearing a white t-shirt now." After Zhao Liying finished speaking, Yang Xiaomi joined in saying, "Who knows, maybe he got some opportunity on the island. For us, the stronger Lin Xu gets the better. He's our captain, and you saw how useful he was just now. If it weren't for his timely arrival, we might have all died at the hands of the monster." After Yang Xiaomi expressed her admiration, Chindudu said, "Yes, Lin Xu is our savior now. Lulu, can you walk by yourself, or do you need me to support you?" "I'm fine, but it's just a small scrape." After just experiencing life and death, Bai Lu and the others indeed needed to go back and rest. They had no desire to continue exploring and lacked the energy. They walked back while chatting, and before long they leisurely returned to the beach. The beach was relatively flat, and they could see many other people from the ship at a glance. Not everyone possessed Lin Xu's current stamina. Now 2 hours had passed since landing on the island, and many girls were tired and resting on the beach. On the other side, Lin Xu located Lui Qian and quickly headed towards her. The crew positioning function of the captain's hand ring was quite useful. Otherwise, even if they contacted each other through the hand ring, it would be easy to get lost in unfamiliar surroundings. A distance of nearly 1 kilometer was short for Lin Xu in just a little, while he saw Lui Qian sitting on the grass. Earlier, when Bai Lu opened the treasure chest and encountered the monster, Lui Qian was searching on the other side, quite far from Bai Lu. When Bai Lu fled, she ran instinctively toward where there were more people heading towards Yang Xiaomi and the others. Seeing Bai Lu emerge with a strange and fierce-looking monster from the treasure chest, Lui Qian was understandably scared. While Bai Lu and the others fled, although Lui Qian was at a distance from the monster, she panicked and just ran without looking back. Since Lui Qian was running in the opposite direction from Bai Lu and the others, she was not pursued by the monster. Unlike the others, during her escape, Lui Qian didn't dare to look back. She just kept running until she could no longer move. Having run out of stamina, Lui Qian stopped, and at this time Lin Xu and the others had already begun to examine the monster's corpse. Lui Qian found herself in an area with closely cropped grass, where Lin Xu and Xia Zian had briefly stayed before. She had come from another direction, avoiding the sharp-leaved grass and dense forest. On his way, Lin Xu had sent a message to Lui Qian through his wristband, instructing her to stay put. Thanks to the wristband's location tracking and the fact that Lin Xu had previously visited Lu Yiqian's location, he arrived quickly. At the moment Lin Xu appeared in her line of sight, Lui Qian felt as if she were seeing a close family member. On Blue Star, Lu Yiqian was elevated and distant, a goddess that many dared not approach. But now it was different. They were no longer on Blue Star, and Lu Yiqian was just an ordinary girl. In such a strange environment, being alone and unaware of her surroundings, the sense of fear within her was tremendously overwhelming. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yiqian wouldn't be so afraid. Even if she had a terrible sense of direction, she could still find her way back. However, due to the earlier scare from the monster, she had been so focused on running that she didn't pay attention to her surroundings. When she finally stopped, exhausted and unable to run any longer, she realized everything around her was utterly unfamiliar. During the brief time she waited for Lin Xu to arrive, her heart was filled with anxiety, wondering if she would ever find her way back. As Lin Xu reached out to Lu Yiqian, she instinctively extended her hand for him to help her up. "Are you okay?" In response to Lin Xu's inquiry, Lu Yiqian nodded. "Can you still walk? I'll take you back." "I can." With Lin Xu by her side and exchanging a few words, Lu Yiqian felt her sense of security rising, no longer as lost as she had been before. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Lu Yiqian's mind, causing her to doubt whether it was just her imagination. "Ding, congratulations, the host system has been activated." After a moment of daze, Lu Yiqian checked the system that truly existed. The task selection system was quite straightforward. Aside from some notes, it involved randomly triggering tasks that could yield system rewards upon completion. Upon realizing she had indeed acquired a system, a wave of joy surged within Lu Yiqian. Back on Blue Star, she often enjoyed reading web novels familiar with various systems depicted in many stories. These systems were standard for protagonists in novels, and she had never imagined that she would activate a task selection system herself. Lin Xu could issue a task selection system to one person each day, and he chose Xia Zian because she was the closest to him among everyone on the ship, always at his side, and she had been taking charge. Issuing the task selection system to Xia Zian made it easier to distribute various tasks. In fact, it proved to be correct, as Lin Xu earned a significant amount of rewards through Xia Zian. As for today, Lin Xu did not have a clear target in mind for who to grant the selection system to. For him, it made little difference who the second task selection system was given to. In Lin Xu's priority ranking, the first choice naturally included Wang Yuro and the others, followed by Su Ro, and next were the female celebrities on the ship. The reason the female celebrities were placed after Su Ro in Lin Xu's mind was a reflection of his own thoughts. On Blue Star, Lu Yiqian and the others were all goddesses, elevated and untouchable. If it weren't for Xia Zi, Lin Xu would never have had the chance to meet them in person on Blue Star. As a young man, Lin Xu had often watched videos or photos of Lu Yiqian and the others at events, reminiscing about his past experiences. In this regard, Lin Xu believed that among the vast male population of Long Country on Blue Star, very few had not engaged in such activities. The goddesses who had once seemed so distant and unattainable were now on the same ship as him, and he could even issue them a task selection system. If given the chance, Lin Xu definitely wanted to issue a task selection system to arrange some tasks for them. Among the many female celebrities, he wasn't picky, he desired them all. In a situation where he wanted all of them, naturally, he would issue the selection task system to whoever had the opportunity first. The reason he hadn't given Bai Lu or any of the others the selection task system earlier was due to the crowd. Had Bai Lu been alone at that time, Lin Xu would have likely issued the task selection system to her today. When Lin Xu granted Lu Yiqian the selection task system, he also saw her personal attributes. Lu Yiqian, female, 27 years old, height 170 centimeters, a leg length 101 centimeters, bust 85 centimeters, waist 60 centimeters, hip 86 centimeters, appearance score 96 points, number of recharge individual 0, recharge times 0, clothing score 0, identity score 3 points, overall score 94 points. Lin Xu noted that Lu Yiqian's attributes aside from the numbers were quite similar to his observations. However, seeing that Lu Yiqian had a recharge count of 0 and had never been recharged left Lin Xu astonished. In his view, someone as top tier as Lu Yiqian should have had some implicit rules in her past. Lu Yiqian had filmed some kiss scenes and rumored to have benefactors behind her. Having debuted for many years, how could she not have been recharged at all? Yet the system's response was that Lu Yiqian had not, and all the past rumors were merely lies. After examining Lu Yiqian's attributes, Lin Xu then looked at their intimacy value. Yet the system's response was that Lu Yiqian had not, and all the past rumors were merely lies. After examining Lu Yiqian's attributes, for Lu Yiqian, their first meeting was on the deck of the ship. Since arriving in this world, she had yet to exchange any words with Lin Xu. Thus, Lin Xu's search for Lu Yiqian was what led to their intimacy value increasing. Had it been before, their intimacy value might have only been a few points, or even 0. An intimacy value of 18 points, according to the system's calculation rules, indicated that they were at a level where they recognized each other and had some impression of one another. Lin Xu understood well that the lower the intimacy value, the easier it was to increase, while a higher value made it more challenging. For instance, with Xia Zian, their intimacy value was already quite high, requiring many actions to increase by just 1 point. The last 1 point increase came after both had already done a lot of things without further improvement. Seeing Lu Yiqian in a daze, Lin Xu realized she was just processing the activation of her system and check. Having just experienced immense fear, she was now met with the delightful surprise of the task selection system. As she checked the task selection system, Lu Yiqian could feel her heart racing. Ding! It has been detected that the host is being watched by Lin Xu, triggering a selection task. Option 1. Use your arms or other means to cover yourself to gain 20 survival coins. Option 2. Allow Lin Xu to watch for over 30 seconds to receive a 500g loaf of bread and a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water. As the first selection task given to Lu Yiqian, Lin Xu did not impose any intense requirements on her. The two options for the selection task issued by Lin Xu were both of 1-star difficulty, with option 1 being almost without difficulty, as the system's minimum task level is 1 star. Due to the low difficulty, the reward offered was also quite minimal, only 20 survival coins. Option 2 was considered to be a normal 1-star difficulty option, and since it didn't require Lu Yiqian to do much, the difficulty was low, but the reward was decent. Knowing what her first selection task was, Lu Yiqian felt that this task was somewhat abnormal. She had initially thought that the triggered selection tasks would involve dilemmas, where she wouldn't know how to choose from several. However, the selection task that was triggered now was like this. Since Lin Xu approached Lu Yiqian, his gaze had been fixed on her. At that moment, Lu Yiqian, preoccupied with her own state, had not paid much attention to this issue. Now, with the selection task system's prompt, when she looked at Lin Xu, she realized he was sizing her up. Currently, Lu Yiqian only needed to take action on option 1 to quickly complete the selection task and receive the reward. However, in comparison, option 2 had significantly more value. After a flurry of thoughts flashed through her mind, Lu Yiqian made her choice and proceeded with it. She and Bai Lu, among others, were in a similar mindset, knowing that being seen by Lin Xu was inevitable. Now that there was a selection task system, it could potentially help her avoid future incidents. But for the moment, having been seen, could she pretend it didn't happen just because she might avoid it in the future? Moreover, this was talk of the future. Right now, Lu Yiqian had 18 survival coins, and after choosing option 1, she would gain another 20 survival coins. One ordinary white t-shirt costs 100 survival coins, so even if she prioritized saving coins to buy the t-shirt, unless another selection task was triggered in a short time, it wouldn't be easy to save up quickly. Even if she did save up, prioritizing to buy a t-shirt wouldn't be wise. Additionally, a t-shirt could only cover the upper part. The lower part still lacked proper coverage. Earlier, Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu found a treasure chest together, sharing a loaf of bread and a bottle of mineral water. The bread and water they had from this morning were only half consumed, which would be enough for today, but what about tomorrow, the day after, and in the future? Compared to clothing for covering, water and bread were far more important. Having already been seen, if she continued to be watched for 30 more seconds, she could obtain a bottle of water and a loaf of bread, which Lu Yiqian deemed quite worthwhile. Since Lu Yiqian had already been seen, her heart was no longer as concerned as it had been before being seen. Many things require a significant leap from 0 to 1, while from 1 to 2 to 3, the leap is far less. After making her choice, Lu Yiqian quickly built her mental fortitude. She then acted as if she had not noticed Lin Xu's continuous gaze and did not cover herself, allowing Lin Xu's gaze to remain on her. Under normal circumstances, 30 seconds would pass quickly. However, knowing Lin Xu was watching her made Lu Yiqian feel that time was dragging on unbearably slow. Standing there silently in front of Lin Xu, Lu Yiqian felt quite deliberate and awkward. Just a couple of seconds later, she spoke to Lin Xu. Lin Xu, how old are you this year? 18. You're still so young. Is this t-shirt from the treasure chest? No, I didn't find it. My aunt found it and let me wear it first. How lucky to find a t-shirt from a treasure chest. How did you kill the monster that Bai Lu found? I leveled up by opening the treasure chest. Now it's quite easy to defeat the monsters that come from the treasure chests. As Lu Yiqian talked to Lin Xu, asking him questions, she herself was somewhat unaware of what she was saying. She was purely speaking whatever came to her mind, asking questions randomly. Speaking face-to-face was indeed less awkward compared to silence, and time felt like it passed a bit faster. When she received the prompt that she completed the selection task and earned the reward, Lu Yiqian let out a sigh of relief. Lin Xu was familiar with Lu Yiqian while she had just met him on the ship yesterday. Being here in front of someone who was almost a stranger, Lu Yiqian felt like the days were dragging on. At the moment she received her reward, Lu Yiqian checked her system space and looked at the one bottle of water and one loaf of bread. She had feeling a bit reassured. When it was time to receive her reward, Lu Yiqian pretended to just discover that Lin Xu had been looking at her, raising her arm to cover herself. No wonder Lu Yiqian is an actress. Oh, just now she pretended not to notice, and now she pretends to have just noticed. Everything looked quite natural. If it weren't for Lin Xu issuing the selection task to Lu Yiqian, it might have been easy to believe she had just Lu Yiqian completed the selection task, and apart from watching Lin Xu, did nothing else. Lu Yiqian's intimacy value with Lin Xu increased by 1 point. Lin Xu cooperated with Lu Yiqian to complete the selection task, and Lu Yiqian no longer continued asking questions, raising her arm to speak to Lin Xu. Which way should we go back? This way is longer, but easier to walk. Going that way along the beach is closer, but harder to navigate. Looking at the two directions Lin Xu pointed out, Lu Yiqian was about to suggest the easier route. Just then she received the prompt for a new selection task. Ding! It has been detected that the host can choose a road to return, triggering a selection task. Option 1. Take the longer, but easier route as mentioned by Lin Xu to gain 25 survival coins. Option 2. Take the closer but harder route as mentioned by Lin Xu to receive a 500G loaf of bread. The new selection task triggered was naturally issued by Lin Xu. The reason for such a reward, which is nearly the same and also 1-star difficulty, is that Lin Xu is testing Lu Yiqian. For Lin Xu, it didn't matter which road was taken, the only difference was spending a bit more time on the easier road. By issuing this selection task, if Lu Yiqian chooses the harder road to earn a slightly higher value reward, it would indicate that she is more inclined to complete high reward options, even if they are a bit more challenging. Lin Xu would give Lu Yiqian subsequent selection tasks based on her choice. As the prompt for a selection task echoed in her mind, Lu Yiqian did not expect it to come so quickly. She paused briefly before speaking to Lin Xu. Lin Xu, I'm thirsty. Oh, please wait while I drink some water. After saying this, Lu Yiqian took out the recently acquired bottle of mineral water from her system space and took a couple of sips. The reason for Lu Yiqian's action was that she had not immediately thought about what to choose, and secondly, she was indeed a bit thirsty. After running such a distance, it would be strange if she weren't thirsty. Thirdly, she wanted to confirm whether she could take items out of the system space. Confirming that taking items from the system space was the same as taking them from the wristband space, and that the reward of mineral water was also unaffected, Lu Yiqian spoke to Lin Xu. You said that way is closer, so let's go that way. Oh, I want to hurry back. Okay. After Lin Xu said this, Lu Yiqian made her choice and selected option 2. Lu Yiqian was quite cautious. She first confirmed with Lin Xu, ensuring that he had no objections before she finalized her choice. She wanted to avoid a situation where Lin Xu would not follow her chosen route, preventing her from completing the selection task. From Lu Yiqian's choice, Lin Xu knew she still leaned towards options with higher rewards. The road Lin Xu described as difficult was naturally uneven. Having not traveled far, Lu Yiqian, who was following Lin Xu, was already distanced from him. Lu Yiqian intentionally lagged behind Lin Xu. Although she had allowed Lin Xu to watch her to complete the selection task, he had been watching her for quite a while beforehand. But without the task's requirements, Lu Yiqian did not want to be stared at by Lin Xu continuously. Moreover, while walking, she couldn't keep covering herself completely. By keeping Lin Xu in front and herself behind, it also avoided some awkwardness. Of course, if Lin Xu casually turned to look at her, he could still see something. However, since she had already been seen fully, Lu Yiqian was less concerned about being casually seen again. Compared to being stared at continuously, this was something she could accept. This selection task was easy to complete. Not long after Lu Yiqian received the selection task system's prompt indicating she had earned a loaf of bread. Lin Xu turned to see Lu Yiqian stop a distance away and returned to her. Upon reaching Lu Yiqian, Lin Xu extended his hand towards her, signaling to help her over a gap in a rock that needed to be jumped across. Seeing Lin Xu's hand reaching out to her, Lu Yiqian hesitated on whether to stretch out her own hand. Before she could decide, she triggered another selection task. Understanding the content of the selection task options, Lu Yiqian felt a sense of helplessness rise within her. Activating the task selection system, Lu Yiqian was extremely happy and excited. In this unfamiliar world of ocean survival, she fully understood what the task selection system meant for her. Having triggered 2 selection tasks consecutively, although the rewards were not substantial, they were exactly what she needed at the moment: water and bread. During the completion of the first selection task, Lu Yiqian was spotted by Lin Xu in advance. Even without the selection tasks, Lu Yiqian would consider whether she should be less cautious in the future. Whether it was the first or the second selection task, Lu Yiqian relatively completed them without much effort. They were not too difficult. Lu Yiqian did not expect the third triggered selection task to be significantly more challenging than the previous ones. Ding, Lin Xu is detected to want to help you triggering a selection task. Option 1: reach out and let Lin Xu help you forward and receive 1 piece of 500G bread. Option 2: find an opportunity for Lin Xu to touch you and receive 1 to your level. Earlier, Lin Xu reached out to help Lu Yiqian, but she hesitated, not wanting to have any physical contact with Lin Xu in her current situation. Moreover, if she extended her hand to Lin Xu, she would barely be able to block much with just one arm. Under normal circumstances, it would be fine. Although there were distinctions between genders, Lu Yiqian was not one to refuse holding hands with someone. When Lin Xu first found her, it was he who pulled her up from the ground. However, now, there were only the two of them here in such a situation. Holding hands with Lin Xu and having too much physical contact, she could not guarantee that Lin Xu would not do something to her. Lu Yiqian understood better than anyone how much charm she possessed. Previously, she intentionally walked behind Lin Xu considering this aspect. Being alone with Lin Xu, although he had not made any other move aside from his wandering gaze, who could guarantee that he would not act. Lu Yiqian did not know Lin Xu very well. Now she was not as anxious as before, so she considered more. In the current situation, if Lin Xu did something to her based on the strength he showed when opening the cabin door initially, Lu Yiqian believed it would be hard for her as a girl to resist. Even if she could send messages through her bracelet, if it came to that, Lu Yiqian did not know whether she would want to. After all, letting others know about such matters would lead to Lin Xu being hated, but it would also be a very humiliating experience for her. When she completed the first selection task in front of Lin Xu, Lu Yiqian had already considered this issue. She acted as if she had not noticed to complete the selection task, and indeed, she also had some worries and fears that led her to take precautions. At that time, Lin Xu made no moves, giving Lu Yiqian a good impression, which increased her intimacy score with him by 1 point. But now that the selection task was triggered, Lu Yiqian had to make a choice between the two options. Reaching out to let Lin Xu help her forward was not particularly difficult. She was just a bit worried about whether Lin Xu would act impulsively. As for option 2, after understanding its content, Lu Yiqian wondered why her task selection system would present such an option. Compared to letting Lin Xu help her forward, option 2 was something else entirely. Allowing Lin Xu to touch her seemed to Lu Yiqian no different than inviting him to commit a crime. Having been on the island for a while, Lu Yiqian naturally knew that she could level up by opening treasure chests. From the comments of other survivors in the regional channel, she also understood how difficult it was to level up. If it were not for the fact that she found option 2 too problematic, Lu Yiqian would have been quite interested in the reward of 1 to her level from option 2. After a quick consideration, Lu Yiqian believed she could not take risks and should not put herself in a more unstable situation. When Lu Yiqian reached out to Lin Xu, he grasped her hand and received a system notification that awarded him 10 pieces of bread. Lin Xu then understood what choice Lu Yiqian had made. For Lin Xu, it was not surprising that Lu Yiqian chose option 1, as they had not had much contact yet. In the selection tasks Lin Xu issued to Lu Yiqian, one was a 1-star difficulty option, and the other was a 2-star difficulty option, which were also attempts. He wanted to see if Lu Yiqian would choose the 2-star difficulty option because of the reward. Lu Yiqian did not know much about Lin Xu, and similarly Lin Xu did not know much about Lu Yiqian. Lin Xu's understanding of Lu Yiqian came mostly from various films and television dramas, as well as her appearances at events and variety shows. On-screen mini-star actors tend to put on a lot of disguises, and what is seen may differ significantly from their It was precisely because Lin Xu did not know Lu Yiqian very well that he decided to test her, probing the boundaries of what she could accept. From Lu Yiqian's choices in the selection tasks issued by Lin Xu, it was evident that she was very different. Xia Xian had nearly complete trust in Lin Xu, so when Lin Xu issued her some selection tasks, after considering them, she would tend to choose the one with the higher reward. In Xia Xian's mind, even if she did something, Lin Xu would not act against her will. And this was indeed the case, so Lin Xu would not do anything to Xia Xian against her will. Without this layer of precaution, her choices naturally differed from Lu Yiqian's. For example, regarding physical contact, if it were Xia Xian, she would likely do it to gain the level up rather than worry like Lu Yiqian. Although it eventually reached that point, it was Xia Xian's own willingness, not Lin Xu acting against her will. Lu Yiqian did not know that Lin Xu had no intention of doing anything against her will. With the system in hand to issue selection tasks, Lin Xu had many ways to make Lu Yiqian willing. Lu Yiqian's small hand was not big. Held in his hand, it was as smooth as jade and very soft, bringing a refreshing feeling. With Lin Xu's support, Lu Yiqian found it much easier to navigate, but sometimes she could not help but be awed by the beautiful scenery Lin Xu appreciated. Lin Xu mentioned that the path was not easy. Naturally, it was somewhat challenging. He had no problem walking it himself, but for Lu Yiqian it became increasingly difficult. When a slightly larger downhill appeared, even though Lin Xu went down first and reached out to give Lu Yiqian support, she still had to stretch out her other arm to maintain balance. As Lin Xu stood below, Lu Yiqian came down, taking in the view. To be honest, Lin Xu wanted to get something to take pictures with. There were many beautiful sights he wished to preserve for later enjoyment. After coming down, Lu Yiqian was being held by Lin Xu with one hand, while her other arm maintained a defensive posture that blocked off a bit, keeping her balance. Once Lu Yiqian steadied herself, Lin Xu released her hand and said to her, "After we cross this rocky area ahead, we will be close to the beach." In response to Lin Xu's words, Lu Yiqian nodded and replied, "This path is quite difficult to traverse." "It is indeed tough, but we just need to persevere a little longer. Now that we have walked nearly halfway, we can't just turn back, can we, yo? To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that she had chosen to come this way herself, Lu Yiqian would doubt whether Lin Xu had deliberately picked such a difficult route. Thinking about what Lin Xu said, Lu Yiqian realized that it wouldn't be simple to go back now that they had come this far. Walking this way was downhill, while going back would be uphill, making it even harder. You look quite tired, oh, why don't you take a rest over there? Seeing a flat rock that Lin Xu pointed to, Lu Yiqian nodded again and walked over to sit down. After walking this far, Lu Yiqian was already quite exhausted. She had run over from a place where monsters emerged from the white dew treasure chest, which drained her stamina completely. Not long after, Lin Xu found her, and she didn't rest for long. Following Lin Xu again on this difficult path, Lu Yiqian quietly persevered, not daring to tell Lin Xu that she needed to rest. Sitting on the rock, Lu Yiqian crossed her arms defensively as she watched Lin Xu inspect the surroundings after she sat down and said to him, "Lin Xu, why don't you take a break too?" "No need, I'm not tired. I'm just checking if there are any treasure chests nearby." "Lin Xu, when did you go to Sister Xia's house?" "When I was 7. That year my parents died in a car accident and my aunt took me to her home." After hearing Lin Xu's words, Lu Yiqian cast him a meaningful glance, remembering that she had seen Xia Zian do some things with Lin Xu last night. "You were so young, how pitiful. Did you miss your parents a lot?" "Not really. They were busy with work when I was little and my mom sent me to kindergarten early. After kindergarten, the teacher would send me to daycare and she would come to pick me up quite late. When I got home, I would quickly fall asleep, and as for my dad, I wouldn't see him for 10 days or half a month. That's similar to me, and my parents also didn't take care of me much when I was young. Yeah. Even when I grew up, they didn't care much about me." During their journey, Lin Xu and Lu Yiqian had talked about some things like discussing which path was easier to navigate. Now Lu Yiqian took the initiative to inquire about Lin Xu's background, chatting with him out of her growing curiosity. She felt that aside from his wandering eyes, Lin Xu was quite understanding and measured in other aspects. He never took advantage of the situation by holding her hand for too long or deliberately initiating more physical contact. Just now, when Lin Xu asked Lu Yiqian to sit on the rock to rest, he received a notification that their intimacy level had increased by 1 point. At that moment, their intimacy level reached 20 points. Besides the 3 one-star difficulty tasks Lu Yiqian had completed, Lin Xu could still assign her 17 stars worth of tasks. Lu Yiqian's voice was a bit coy, sounding very pleasant, and Lin Xu was quite willing to chat with her and listen. In a situation where they were not very familiar with each other, chatting and exchanging words would greatly help in raising their intimacy level. "Isn't it tough being a star like you?" "Not really. I'm quite laid back. It's only tiring when filming, especially when using harnesses and such. Usually I just attend events and walk the red carpet. I have more rest time than work time." Lin Xu and Lu Yiqian chatted about various topics, becoming more familiar with each other than before. After chatting for about 4 or 5 minutes, Lu Yiqian felt rested enough and told Lin Xu she was ready to continue. Then as they continued walking towards the beach while casually chatting, Lu Yiqian exclaimed, "Why is this path so difficult to walk on?" After some time together, she felt more comfortable talking to Lin Xu. She was also observing the terrain and realized that the area Lin Xu led her through was relatively easier to navigate, while other places were much harder. In response to Lu Yiqian's complaints, Lin Xu smiled and said, "It's not too bad for me, but had I known it was this difficult for you, we should have taken a longer route back. Now that we are here, what good does that do? Just help me a bit." Seeing Lu Yiqian's small hand reaching out, Lin Xu extended his hand, and Lu Yiqian grasped his hand to help herself onto the rock beside him. Before resting, Lu Yiqian was quite guarded, but after walking with Lin Xu for a while, her defenses were not as high. In some of the harder parts, Lu Yiqian initially tried to shield herself as much as possible. However, many times she found it impossible and had to spread her arms to maintain balance. After several attempts, seeing that Lin Xu was merely observing without taking any other actions, Lu Yiqian decided to let go of her defenses to move faster. Right now, Lu Yiqian felt that if he wanted to watch, then let him. After all, he had seen enough already. People's adaptability is quite strong, and given some time, one can adjust. As time passed, Lu Yiqian's mindset began to shift as well. Now she had adapted to being glanced at by Lin Xu. Currently, Lu Yiqian's requirement was to allow him to look, but she hoped he wouldn't try to take advantage of her. However, sometimes the more one doesn't want something, the more it happens. As she crossed over a rock, Lu Yiqian accidentally lost her balance and leaned towards Lin Xu. At that moment, Lin Xu's reflexes were extremely quick, and he could easily support Lu Yiqian before she fell. However, Lin Xu did not do so. It was a rare opportunity presented by Lu Yiqian herself, so why would he not seize it? Having walked this far, Lin Xu maintained his distance from Lu Yiqian without deliberately taking advantage, but that didn't mean he lacked such thoughts. It's important to know that the reason he chose this path was because he had guided Lu Yiqian here. Leading her through this difficult route was Lin Xu's way of looking for suitable opportunities. A super beauty like Lu Yiqian, one only realizes how captivating she is through close contact, especially given their current situation. Lin Xu had a strong capacity for patience. He had managed to endure from the afternoon to the next day. After going to the island with Xia Zian, he endured for another hour to finish many tasks. When he was on Blue Star, Lin Xu was also quite patient. Despite the abundance of beauties in his class, he never sought out a girlfriend from among them. For Lin Xu back, then it wasn't easy to pursue a relationship with the several beauties in his class. However, if he only wanted to date other girls in the class to address his own needs, it wasn't too difficult. Yet Lin Xu was willing to rely on his own old skills rather than look for a girlfriend in his class. He believed that with so many beauties in his class, if he dated one, the others would inevitably distance themselves from him. As the only male student in the class, surrounded by girls every day, that feeling was incredibly good. Lin Xu didn't want to sacrifice the entire garden for a single flower. If Lin Xu could endure this, it shows just how strong his patience is. Moreover, if it weren't for his strong capacity for patience, he would have long since lost control and done something to Lu Yiqian. At present, Lin Xu was well aware that his relationship with Lu Yiqian wasn't deep enough. If he were to do anything, it would only backfire. Lin Xu had the chance to catch Lu Yiqian in advance, but chose not to intervene. Even with his abilities, he could easily lead Lu Yiqian through the area ahead. He had been holding back, not taking Lu Yiqian through the area, effortlessly waiting for this moment. When Lu Yiqian leaned toward him, Lin Xu reached out and caught her. As he held Lu Yiqian, Lin Xu had one thought: he shouldn't have worn the t-shirt that Xia Zian gave him all this time. As Lu Yiqian fell into his arms, her face instantly turned bright red. Lu Yiqian had hugged boys before, but there had always been quite a few layers separating them. It was never like this. She knew this was unintentional on Lin Xu's part, but it was her own clumsiness. Thinking that she had just fallen into his embrace, Lu Yiqian felt embarrassed and wondered why she hadn't triggered a choice task. At this moment, she felt that letting Lin Xu touch her like this could have triggered a choice task, allowing her to look. After a brief moment of chaotic thoughts, Lu Yiqian hurriedly pulled away from Lin Xu, feeling that it was a bit too intimate just now, and quickly said to him, "I just lost my balance accidentally." "It's fine, oh, just be careful and don't bump into anything." Meanwhile, Lu Yiqian received a prompt from the choice task system, and after understanding the task options, she felt speechless. Ding, detected intimate contact between you and Lin Xu, triggering a choice task. Option 1, ignore it as if nothing happened, and you will receive 30 survival coins. Option 2, find an opportunity for Lin Xu to touch you, and you will gain 1 to your level. Just moments ago, she almost fell and ended up in Lin Xu's arms, which triggered the choice task. Lu Yiqian thought, why didn't this trigger earlier? Otherwise, she could have easily completed option 2 to upgrade. Lu Yiqian felt a bit speechless. If there had been such a choice task beforehand, she probably wouldn't have wanted to choose. But now that it had happened, she wished there had been a choice task to complete it perfectly. Lin Xu, sensing Lu Yiqian's thoughts, naturally issued the choice task at the most suitable moment. This time, the choice task Lin Xu gave Lu Yiqian was similar to the previous one, with a difficulty of 1 star, requiring Lu Yiqian to do nothing. The other option was the same as before, and even the rewards were identical this time. The system's rewards were not controlled by Lin Xu, but there was a high probability that the same options would yield the same rewards. After some quick thinking, Lu Yiqian made a decision. Last time she found the option rather absurd, and worried that Lin Xu might do something to her, so she didn't dare to choose option 2. Now, after just hugging Lin Xu, she felt more at ease, noticing that he didn't take the opportunity to hold her longer. Moreover, after the previous experience, Lu Yiqian felt that completing option 2 wouldn't be difficult. She just needed to pretend to be clumsy once. Seeing Lu Yiqian blushing, Lin Xu truly wanted to go and kiss her. However, he knew it wasn't the right time yet. He needed to be patient to achieve his ultimate goal step by step. As she made her choice and noticed Lin Xu staring at her, Lu Yiqian felt even more embarrassed, wanting to find a hole to hide in. She clearly understood that although Lin Xu was wearing a t-shirt which wasn't thick, he must be able to sense something. This path is really difficult to walk, let's hurry. Seeing that Lu Yiqian wouldn't even look at him, Lin Xu knew she was extremely embarrassed and didn't continue to admire her. After Lu Yiqian spoke, he nodded and turned to walk ahead. Lu Yiqian didn't choose to complete the task immediately, thinking it would be too obvious. She followed Lin Xu for a while longer, and her prior shyness had calmed down significantly. After the earlier experience, Lu Yiqian spoke less with Lin Xu. Since Lin Xu hadn't received the system reward, he knew what choice Lu Yiqian had made. Knowing she had chosen option 2, Lin Xu waited to see how she planned to complete it. When they came across a spot that Lu Yiqian couldn't easily cross by herself, Lin Xu turned to wait for her. Lu Yiqian naturally reached out her hand to Lin Xu, asking him to help her. At this moment, Lu Yiqian could pretend to be unsteady to complete the task. She considered it herself, but hesitated slightly, missing the opportunity. For Lu Yiqian, although she chose option 2, when it came to actually doing it, she still felt a bit nervous, and because the rocky area ahead was quite uneven, Lin Xu held Lu Yiqian's hand to give her support. After walking a little further, they reached a larger downhill, where Lin Xu and Lu Yiqian needed to descend from a rock over a meter high. Lin Xu gently leaped down from the rock, and then turned to look at Lu Yiqian on the rock. For Lu Yiqian, a rock over a meter high was something she could manage on her own, though it would take some effort, as she needed to crawl down. With Lin Xu present, Lu Yiqian naturally didn't need to be so troublesome. Seeing Lin Xu extend his hand toward her, she bent down and grasped his hand. At this moment, it was a great opportunity for Lu Yiqian to complete the choice task. After a quick flash of thoughts, she decided to seize this chance. After all, if she didn't complete the task quickly, she didn't know when she would have such a suitable opportunity again. If good chances were hard to come by, it would be even more difficult to complete the task once they returned to the beach. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yiqian exerted herself and jumped down from the rock. Because she used considerable force, she tilted towards Lin Xu without needing to pretend she was unsteady. Once again, she found herself in Lin Xu's arms. After receiving the system prompt for the choice task, Lu Yiqian quickly separated from him. Under the system's reward, Lu Yiqian leveled up by 1. Upgrading from level 0 to level 1 only brings an overall increase of 5. However, with the overall enhancement, the upgrader can clearly feel the improvement, which is a significant difference compared to before. While her level increase wouldn't restore her to her peak condition, it did help her regain some strength. Lu Yiqian, who was already low on stamina, felt her body filled with power at this moment. Just by finding an opportunity to do something she had accidentally done before she leveled up by 1, and Lu Yiqian felt it was quite easy. Experiencing the overall enhancement brought by her level up, Lu Yiqian thought that if there were more similar choice tasks to upgrade her level, she would still choose them. After accidentally hugging Lin Xu, Lu Yiqian was extremely embarrassed. However, this was the second time, and she wasn't as shy, her face only slightly flushed. "I'm sorry, I might have used too much force. Did I bump into you?" Lu Yiqian jumped down with considerable force. After all, it was from a height, and she exerted quite a bit. If it were an ordinary person, just with Lu Yiqian's bump, they would most likely stumble and be knocked down. As for Lin Xu, he could easily catch her even if a steel ball were to fall from above. After Lu Yiqian said this, Lin Xu smiled and replied, "I'm fine, it was quite soft." "Are you okay?" Lu Yiqian, who hadn't felt much embarrassment, turned red to the roots of her ears upon hearing Lin Xu's teasing and seeing where he was looking. At the same time, Lu Yiqian felt a bit of pain as she looked down following Lin Xu's gaze and noticed it was a bit red from the bump. While jumping down, she intended not to act too deliberately, but she miscalculated her strength. Originally, Lu Yiqian didn't hide anything, but she quickly raised her arm to cover up a bit. Lin Xu teasing Lu Yiqian was also due to her choice in completing the task. Since Lu Yiqian chose to complete option 2 of the earlier task, it indicated that she had to some extent accepted some special contact. "I'm fine. Can you stop staring at me?" Informing Lin Xu that she was okay, Lu Yiqian felt embarrassed when she saw Lin Xu still looking at her even though she was covering herself. Previously, when Lu Yiqian was chatting with Lin Xu, she deliberately avoided certain topics, like whether Lin Xu had a girlfriend. For any topics involving relationships, Lu Yiqian thought it best not to bring them up while alone with Lin Xu to avoid him overthinking. Now that Lu Yiqian openly mentioned it, Lin Xu shifted his gaze to her flushed face and said, "It's good that you're fine. Shall we continue walking?" Afterward, Lin Xu turned around and continued walking ahead, while Lu Yiqian followed closely behind, slightly pursing her lips. With Lu Yiqian's level up, the overall enhancement made some paths that were previously difficult for her much easier. Due to the recent events, Lin Xu didn't speak first, and Lu Yiqian also remained silent, not initiating any topics. After walking a short distance, Lin Xu jumped over a small pit about 2 meters wide, while Lu Yiqian looked at it and felt she couldn't jump over. There were indeed other ways to get across, such as entering the pit and climbing out. Faced with Lin Xu extending his hand towards her again, Lu Yiqian briefly thought before reaching out to grasp Lin Xu's hand. As Lu Yiqian jumped over, Lin Xu used her momentum to assist her, and she easily crossed over. Previously, Lin Xu and Lu Yiqian had cooperated like this, and this time their collaboration was quite tacit. After a while, Lu Yiqian, feeling her embarrassment diminish, turned to Lin Xu and asked, "How much further? We're almost there. Just cross this area, and the path ahead will be easier. After another 200 or 300 meters, we should reach the beach." At this moment, the choice task system prompt sounded in Lu Yiqian's mind again, indicating that she had triggered another choice task. Knowing she needed to choose from certain options, Lu Yiqian felt quite helpless. Since starting with the task selection system, Lu Yiqian has completed a total of 4 selection tasks. She considers that apart from the second one, the rest are somewhat indecent. Now, with the triggering of the 5th selection task, Lu Yiqian believes even more that her task selection system is not serious. Ding! Detecting that you are getting along well with Lin Xu, triggering a selection task. Option 1, maintain the status quo and chat with Lin Xu for a total of 20 sentences to earn 22 survival coins. Option 2. Look for an opportunity to bump into Lin Xu to gain level 1 basic combat. Previously, Lu Yiqian completed a selection task and received a level 1 reward. Lin Xu, due to his higher level, only upgraded by 1 level even under tenfold conditions, reaching level 70. In terms of upgrade rewards, the system dictates that Lin Xu's reward is that he will level up if he meets the standard for a level up after the tenfold increase. If not, he will be judged by the minimum standard. For this selection task, given to Lu Yiqian by Lin Xu, there are still 2 options, with option 1 serving as a fallback for Lu Yiqian. Since the reward for maintaining the status quo is too low, Lin Xu added a bit more content to increase the reward. Choosing to give Lu Yiqian another selection task at this time is a precise timing by Lin Xu. If it were earlier, Lu Yiqian would still be in the shyness after completing the previous selection task. Now that some time has passed, Lu Yiqian appears to be much better. Allowing her emotions to settle before giving her the selection task, she would have a greater probability of choosing the option Lin Xu wants her to select. If it were before her level increased by 1 from completing the selection task, she would have chosen option 1 without hesitation. Option 2 would not even be considered by her. However, just recently she completed the selection task and raised her level by 1. With the level increase, her overall abilities have improved, and Lu Yiqian personally feels that leveling up has made her stronger. This time, the reward for option 2 of the selection task is level 1 basic combat. Although Lu Yiqian does not yet know what affects level 1 basic combat, as she can roughly guess its significance just from the name. Lu Yiqian is very eager to obtain level 1 basic combat. However, the content of the options is really 2. In the earlier encounters with Lin Xu, no matter how much she tried to control herself, Lu Yiqian made every effort to avoid physical contact with Lin Xu. It was like this the first time and the same the second time. Thus, after the second encounter, Lu Yiqian even ended up blushing. Under Lu Yiqian's utmost control, she did not make contact with Lin Xu on both occasions. Now, if she chooses option 2, not only must she make contact, but she must also find opportunities herself. Numerous thoughts flashed through Lu Yiqian's mind as she considered how she should choose. Qianqian, you never thought you could obtain a system and become the destined protagonist, did you? But why is this system so outrageous? What kind of selection tasks are being triggered? Does this mean that to obtain something, I must first give something? In such an unknown world, having level 1 basic combat for survival in the ocean would surely be beneficial, right? But oh dear, how should I choose? Should I take the plunge? I really want to obtain level 1 basic combat. After a fierce internal struggle, Lu Yiqian decided to choose option 2 to obtain level 1 basic combat. Although she has leveled up by 1, her overall abilities have improved, she is still weak and has no combat skills. She believes that level 1 basic combat will significantly enhance her combat power, providing her with more self-defense capabilities. Perhaps she could even defeat Lin Xu by relying on level 1 basic combat, thus eliminating her worries about Lin Xu forcing her into anything. After making her choice, Lu Yiqian comforted herself in her heart. The system didn't specify how to make contact, it's just a little bump. It's quite large, of finding an opportunity to bump into him shouldn't be difficult. I'll act as if it's unintentional and just lightly hit him with my hand. That should count as completing it, right? For Lu Yiqian, completing option 2 is not that hard. The challenge lies within her own heart. Having made her decision, Lu Yiqian began searching for suitable opportunities to complete the selection task. Lin Xu walked alongside Lu Yiqian while continuing to chat with her. After exchanging around 20 sentences without receiving system rewards, Lin Xu realized that Lu Yiqian had chosen option 2. Lu Yiqian followed her plan, and while Lin Xu was happy inside, he did not show it. At this moment, he had already thought about what selection task to give Lu Yiqian after she completed this one. Finding a suitable opportunity to complete option 2 is not difficult. Lin Xu and Lu Yiqian were walking close together, and Lin Xu often had to support Lu Yiqian, providing her with many chances. Soon Lu Yiqian found a suitable opportunity. While Lin Xu was helping her up onto a rock, she waved her. Knowing that Lu Yiqian was doing this to complete the selection task, Lin Xu still looked at her with a special gaze. The system's reward distribution ability was instantaneous, and both Lu Yiqian and Lin Xu received the system reward in a very short time. Seeing Lin Xu look at her with that special gaze, Lu Yiqian hurriedly said to him, I'm sorry, I didn't notice just now. Did I hurt you? I really apologize. Lu Yiqian was indeed a bit flustered. She felt that the force of her arm should not have been small. Seeing Lin Xu's reaction, she thought she had indeed hurt him. As Lu Yiqian repeatedly apologized, Lin Xu exhaled lightly and said, No problem, but you need to be careful. If you break something, you'll have to compensate me. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Lu Yiqian apologized again, and Lin Xu did not say much more. Just as Lu Yiqian finished speaking, their intimacy value increased by another point. Seeing that Lin Xu did not pursue the matter further, Lu Yiqian felt relieved. However, regarding the reward of level 1 basic combat, if such a situation occurs again, she believes she would dare to do it again. Upon receiving the reward of level 1 basic combat, Lu Yiqian instantly mastered numerous combat techniques, and she now feels incredibly powerful. At this moment, she naively believes that with level 1 basic combat, even if Lin Xu's level and strength surpass hers, she will not fear him. Currently, Lu Yiqian's intimacy value with Lin Xu is 21 points. Lin Xu has given Lu Yiqian 3 1-star difficulty selection tasks and 2 2-star difficulty tasks. According to the current intimacy value, Lin Xu can still issue a selection task of 14 stars to Lu Yiqian. With the reward of level 1 basic combat, Lin Xu's combat level has increased from level 3 master combat to level 4 master combat. When Lin Xu possesses level 10 basic combat, he compares to the level of a world champion on blue. With continuous upgrades due to the lack of comparables, Lin Xu is also unaware of what level his level 4 master combat has reached. In Lu Yiqian's view, the process of completing the selection task to obtain level 1 basic combat this time was much easier than the previous time when she had to bump into Lin Xu. She merely touched him with her hand and felt a bit of heat, nothing more than that. Having made her choice and completed it, Lin Xu also realized Lu Yiqian's tolerance had increased, so he issued another selection task to her. When Lu Yiqian received the triggered selection task and understood the options, she sighed inwardly, feeling increasingly that her task selection system is indeed somewhat abnormal. A closer interaction between the host and Lin Xu has been detected, triggering a choice task. Option 1: I cross ahead to return near the beach, and you will receive a 500g piece of bread. Option 2: find a way to make Lin Xu carry you while walking over 100 meters, and you will receive a 500 milliliters water purifier. Option 3: find a way to make Lin Xu carry you on his back while walking over 100 meters, and you will gain 1 level. This choice task assigned by Lin Xu to Lu Yiqian has option 1 as 1-star difficulty, while the other 2 options are 2-star difficulty. For option 1, Lu Yiqian does not need to do anything except continue forward to return near the beach. As for options 2 and 3, they are not particularly difficult for Lu Yiqian to complete. After understanding the options, a thought flashed through her mind on how to accomplish either option 2 or option 3. Knowing what the rewards for the 3 options were, Lu Yiqian was not inclined towards option 1, as the reward was considerably less than that of options 2 and 3. However, the requirements for options 2 or 3, while not hard to accomplish, posed a slight discomfort. For Lu Yiqian, if she were not in her current state, it would be fine whether Lin Xu carried her or had her on his back. But given her current situation, it was a different story. If I were to be carried, Lin Xu would definitely do a princess carry, which would bring me too close to him. Just a slight lowering of his head would almost result in contact. I could block a bit with my arms, but if he carries me, that would definitely lead to contact as well. Moreover, while the 500 milliliters water purifier is excellent, the purified water would surely not be for me alone. For option 3, being carried on his back is somewhat better, but it would still lead to contact below. However, option 3 offers a reward of a level increase after all. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Yiqian's mind, and for a moment, she did not know which option to choose. After assigning the choice task to Lu Yiqian, Lin Xu continued to walk ahead of her, ready to lend a hand when she needed some help. After much hesitation and indecision, Lu Yiqian came to a realization. In such a world where the future was uncertain, upgrading and enhancing her strength was more important than anything. She felt somewhat reluctant to complete option 1 of the choice task for just a 500g piece of bread. As for option 2's 500 milliliters water purifier, Lu Yiqian believed she did not need it at the moment. What's wrong? I twisted my ankle. Oh, are you alright? It hurts so much. Lin Xu knew very well that Lu Yiqian was pretending, doing it to complete the choice task. However, seeing Lu Yiqian slightly frown and rub her ankle, if he hadn't known beforehand, it would have been hard to tell that she was acting. Looking at Lu Yiqian squatting down and rubbing her ankle, Lin Xu asked her, "Can you still walk?" "I should be able to." After saying that, Lu Yiqian attempted to get up, and Lin Xu reached out to help her. As Lin Xu helped her stand, as soon as Lu Yiqian's foot touched the ground, she lifted it again. "It hurts so much. What should we do? The road ahead is rather difficult, and it looks like you can't walk at all. If you don't mind, how about I carry you?" Lin Xu knew Lu Yiqian wanted to complete the choice task, but if it came to her saying she wanted to be carried or on his back, she might find it a little embarrassing. So Lin Xu took the initiative to suggest carrying Lu Yiqian. After he said this, Lu Yiqian felt that Lin Xu was genuinely considerate, and their intimacy value increased by 1 point. Faced with what Lin Xu suggested, Lu Yiqian shook her head and said to him, "Isn't that a bit too much? Just help me a bit more, and I'll persevere a little longer." In Lu Yiqian's view, if she directly accepted Lin Xu's offer, she would seem rather unreserved. Lin Xu did not press the matter further and assisted Lu Yiqian as they moved forward. With Lin Xu supporting her, Lu Yiqian limped forward, but after a few steps the path ahead became even harder to navigate. "You twisted your ankle. If you keep pushing yourself, it might get worse." We don't know what we'll face in the future. It will be troublesome if your injury becomes more serious. And it will also be tough for me to help you ahead. After Lin Xu finished speaking, he looked at Lu Yiqian, who showed signs of struggle, and after a moment, she said to Lin Xu, "Then can you carry me across? Can you still walk while carrying me, eh?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xu understood Lu Yiqian's choice. He did not say more and bent down in front of her. Seeing Lin Xu express it through action, Lu Yiqian first confirmed her choice, and then took a deep breath before stepping forward. Feeling Lu Yiqian on his back, Lin Xu dragged her legs with his hands and lifted her up. Being carried by Lin Xu, Lu Yiqian's arms rested on his back, her upper body leaning back slightly. In this position, there was no contact above, but below it was a different story. In this state, feeling the warmth radiating from Lin Xu, Lu Yiqian felt incredibly shy. As for Lin Xu not using a gentlemanly hold, she currently had no mind to focus on that. With Lin Xu carrying Lu Yiqian, they began to move forward. In some places where Lu Yiqian had difficulty passing, Lin Xu leaped over effortlessly. Seeing Lin Xu carry her so effortlessly, Lu Yiqian, feeling shy, wondered how he had such strength, but seemed he had not just leveled up once or twice. Hold on tight, it's tough ahead. Okay. Originally, Lu Yiqian's arms were resting on Lin Xu's back, but after hearing his words and looking at the terrain ahead, she reached out and grabbed his arm. Lu Yiqian held on quite firmly, but due to the force and Lin Xu's deliberate intention, she could not help but lean forward. To stabilize herself, when Lin Xu jumped down from a height, Lu Yiqian ended up leaning against his back. At that moment, Lin Xu regretted wearing a t-shirt when he came to find Lu Yiqian uncontrollably leaning on Lin Xu's back after a short, while Lu Yiqian finally propped herself up. Remembering her recent vivid sensations, her face turned beet red. After a similar occurrence happened 4 or 5 more times, the blush on Lu Yiqian's face had not faded. "There's a treasure chest ahead. Oh, wait for me here while I go open it." "All right." Lu Yiqian followed Lin Xu's gaze and spotted a treasure chest in a rock crevice not far away. After saying this, Lin Xu set Lu Yiqian down and quickly approached the chest. This was a black iron-level treasure chest. Lin Xu opened it to find 6 bottles of mineral water, 5 pieces of bread, 36 survival coins, and a piece of iron mat that could be used for ship upgrades. Opening the treasure chest, Lin Xu gained 13 points of experience. Whether it was experience or the items obtained from the chest, they were inconsequential to Lin Xu. After being set down by Lin Xu, Lu Yiqian nearly lost her balance. It wasn't because her ankle hurt. That was just her act. The reason for her instability was the earlier events that had left her a bit weak in the legs. After opening the treasure chest, Lin Xu returned to Lu Yiqian's side. Watching Lin Xu bend down in front of her again, Lu Yiqian said to him, Lin Xu, I feel like it doesn't hurt much anymore. You must be tired too. I'll try to walk on my own next." Lin Xu had already carried Lu Yiqian over a distance of more than 100 meters. The reason he was still carrying her was that Lu Yiqian had not found a suitable opportunity or reason to suggest otherwise. While being carried comfortably, it would seem too sudden for Lu Yiqian to suddenly declare that she was fine. She had initially thought that once they passed through this difficult area and reached a flatter one, she would ask Lin Xu to put her down. Now that Lin Xu was going to put her down to retrieve the treasure chest, Lu Yiqian seized the opportunity to say that there was no need for Lin Xu to continue carrying her. Previously, Lu Yiqian had completed a selection task leveling up by 1 level to level 2, while Lin Xu, despite being 10 times stronger, had only leveled up by 1 level to level 71. After leveling up again, Lu Yiqian clearly felt how much stronger she had become and reassured herself that everything she did was to become even stronger. Hearing what Lu Yiqian said, Lin Xu stood up, turned to her, and smiled as he said, "I'm not tired at all. If you're still in pain, just let me know, and I'll keep carrying you." "Okay." Since the time Lu Yiqian had been alone with Lin Xu, she found him to be incredibly kind and it seemed as if Lin Xu understood her desires perfectly, often bringing them up first or not asking too many questions, causing her no discomfort. If he could change his habit of staring at girls, he would be perfect. But that's just human nature. If I were a boy and a girl was in front of me, I would probably act the same way. As they walked along, Lin Xu and Lu Yiqian's intimacy score increased by 3 points, and Lu Yiqian had a very good impression of Lin Xu. On Blue Star, Lu Yiqian had been exceptionally beautiful since she was young. She once mentioned in a program that she had never been pursued by boys during her school years. She wasn't lying if it was true. Her beauty intimidated the boys around her, making them feel inferior and too shy to approach her. Later, Lu Yiqian became famous, and due to her identity and image, she had very few opportunities to talk or chat with boys. Lin Xu was indeed handsome and in great shape, but in Lu Yiqian's experience on Blue Star, she had seen many attractive guys with great physiques. Lin Xu was certainly not inferior to any handsome guy Lu Yiqian had seen, but that did not necessarily make her develop strong feelings for him. However, in a specific environment and situation, it was different. People say to take advantage of the moment, and that's the logic behind it. When a person is emotionally vulnerable, their perspective on matters changes. At that moment, Lu Yiqian was running away, exhausted and unaware of her surroundings. When Lin Xu appeared before her, she felt that he radiated an extraordinary and imposing aura. As Lin Xu continued to take care of her and did not make any unwanted moves, Lu Yiqian's fondness for him increased dramatically. As for the current situation of having so much contact with Lin Xu, it was all initiated by Lu Yiqian to complete the selection task. She believed it had nothing to do with Lin Xu. After doing some things, a person often finds reasons to convince themselves in their own heart. After having considerable intimate contact with Lin Xu, Lu Yiqian increasingly felt that he was a very, very good. This was because Lu Yiqian had never experienced many of the current situations and had never interacted with a boy as she did with Lin Xu. Lin Xu also understood that his relationship with Lu Yiqian was not yet deep enough to assign her selection tasks, as he had with Xiaozian. Assigning selection tasks to Lu Yiqian required her to think that Lin Xu was unaware of what she was doing, and it couldn't be too blatant. After getting to know Lu Yiqian a bit, Lin Xu realized that he needed to proceed step by step. Expecting to reach the end in a short time like he did with Xiaozian was unrealistic. According to Lin Xu's estimation, it would take at least until their intimacy score reached around 70 or 80 points before he could achieve his ultimate wish. In the current situation, it was about taking advantage of the opportunity and maintaining the relationship with Lu Yiqian to increase their intimacy score. After Lin Xu finished speaking and turned to continue walking, Lu Yiqian felt once more that Lin Xu was truly a good person, and their intimacy score increased by another point, reaching 22 points. Lin Xu and Lu Yiqian's intimacy score increased quite quickly, rising from 18 to 22 points in a short time, an increase of 4 points. Lu Yiqian had pretended to twist her ankle, but since she was acting, she decided to commit to it and continued. Lin Xu continued to help her as before, doing his best to support her, which made Lu Yiqian feel a bit flustered when she saw him swaying. Lu Yiqian knew that in the current environment, she should not think too much. However, as a normal girl, after the prior contact with Lin Xu, especially having a good impression of him, she would naturally have appropriate reactions. Lin Xu's intimacy score with Lu Yiqian increased again, and he could now assign her a selection task worth 13 stars. As it stood, the highest task he could assign Lu Yiqian was a 2-star difficulty. Although a 3-star difficulty task offered high rewards, it also had many requirements. Lin Xu believed that without suitable opportunities, Lu Yiqian would not choose to complete it. After walking a short distance, Lin Xu had intended to assign Lu Yiqian a selection task later. He had not yet done so when he noticed that something was happening with his other crew members. Monsters had emerged from the treasure chest again, currently chasing people around the beach. This was not only communicated through messages in their group, but also privately messaged by Lu and several others who had experienced it before. Knowing that monsters would emerge from the treasure chest, people still held a glimmer of hope before it happened, believing they wouldn't be so unlucky. Those who found the treasure chest wanted to open it themselves. After all, the loot from the treasure chest could not be shared, but the experience gained from opening it could be. Although leveling up just by opening treasure chests was not easy, it was still the most convenient method for others compared to other ways. On the way back with Lu Yiqian, Lin Xu also occasionally exchanged messages with Xiaozian. Earlier, Xiaozian had already started heading back, but she still had some distance to cover to the beach. Any monsters have emerged from the treasure chest. How long until you return? I should be back in about 3 to 5 minutes. Then I'll hurry back since I'm closer. After quickly messaging Xiaozian, Lin Xu turned to Lu Yiqian and said, monsters have emerged from the treasure chest at the beach, and there's not much danger around here. Please wait for me here for a moment until I handle this and come back to get you. Okay. After Lin Xu finished speaking to Lu Yiqian, he leaped onto the nearby rocks, and soon Lu Yiqian saw Lin Xu jumping rapidly until he vanished from sight. Now that I've leveled up to level 2 with 1-star basic combat skills, it's still difficult for me to be as effortless as he is. What level has he reached? I should also be able to make it back. Lin Xu said that going in this direction would lead to the beach, so I'll just walk by myself. When I return, he'll say I found a treasure chest and leveled up after opening it. Yes, that works. Lin Xu also leveled up by opening treasure chests. With that, Lu Yiqian stopped limping and instead moved forward more agilely. Although she wasn't as quick and effortless as Lin Xu, she wasn't too far off. When Lin Xu was within Lu Yiqian's line of sight, he kept a considerable distance, but once out of her sight, he moved swiftly. What would have taken over 10 minutes to walk with Lu Yiqian, Lin Xu returned in less than a minute, considering the time it took to leave Lu Yiqian's view. For Lin Xu, while it was true that those who opened treasure chests and unleashed monsters brought it upon themselves, he could not ignore it, nor could he let anyone get hurt. If there were an injured person on the ship, it would be quite troublesome without any medicines. Lin Xu quickly approached the beach, stopping about 100 meters from the monsters and hiding behind a rock. Lin Xu moved at incredible speed, and despite intentionally avoiding detection, no one noticed. The reason Lin Xu did not rush to deal with the monster immediately was that he noticed the monster had not yet If he were to eliminate the monster, now many people might feel that there was not much danger and would not develop a greater sense of crisis. Only when the situation is extremely dangerous, like at that moment with Bai Lu, when Lin Xu saved her from imminent peril, would it leave a profound impression on Bai Lu. Others nearby would also be left with a deep impression. For Bai Lu and her companions, even if they were to find a treasure chest, now they would not dare to open it easily. As soon as the monster was released from the treasure chest, everyone on the beach, whether near or far, who could see the monster began to run forward, trying to distance themselves from it. Someone realized that the monster's first target was the one who opened the treasure chest, so they ran to the side, and upon noticing the monster was not pursuing them, fled in the opposite direction. At that moment, more than a dozen people were being chased by the monster. They were frightened and panicked by the monster's appearance and didn't know that running to the side would be safer, just like Bai Lu and her group. They simply followed others running in a certain direction. Watching those 10 or so people being chased by the monster, Lin Xu patiently waited for the right moment. The monster's primary target was the one who opened the treasure chest, but if someone was closer to it, then that person the monster would attack the nearest individual. Among the fleeing crowd, some ran fast while others lagged behind. After about a minute, Lin Xu saw a girl who had fallen behind just 2 or 3 meters away from the monster, and he stepped out from behind the rocks, rushing toward her. Lin Xu approached at an angle. Even though it wasn't a direct confrontation with the fleeing crowd, it was still quite close. However, at that moment, the fleeing individuals had no thoughts about whether Lin Xu was observing them. It is true that the more dangerous the situation, the easier it is for fear to cause problems. Sensing the monster closing in behind her, the girl running last instinctively glanced back. Seeing the monster so close, this girl, who was already struggling to run, suddenly felt her legs give way and collapsed to the ground. Last time, when Bai Lu and the others released a monster, Lin Xu dealt with it using a coconut. This time the situation wasn't as dangerous, and he picked up a stone about the size of a bowl. As the monster swiped at the girl, Lin Xu hurled the stone in his hand. The stone struck the monster's chest, knocking it back, while embedding itself in its body. The girl who had nearly been attacked by the monster was a classmate of Lin Xu named Li Jai. Although she wasn't the most outstanding in appearance in their class, she was definitely a beauty. Her figure was slightly plump, making her quite well endowed, placing her among the top ranks in Lin Xu's class. It was precisely because she bore a little more weight than others that she fell behind. As Lin Xu reached out to help her up, Li Jai, who had just regained her senses, looked at him. To her, Lin Xu was like a prince on a white horse coming to rescue her in her time of peril. After being pulled up by Lin Xu, Li Jai threw herself at him. Once she embraced him, she began to sob. Earlier, she was so scared that she forgot to cry. Now that the danger had passed, her emotions overwhelmed her, and she could no longer control them. Well, Lin Xu, I almost thought I was going to die here. Lin Xu gently patted her shoulder and spoke to her. It's okay now, you're safe. Don't cry. Whoa. For Lin Xu, dealing with the monster released from the treasure chest was a trivial matter. At this moment, holding Li Jai, he once again regretted accepting the t-shirt from Xia Zian. After Li Jai had cried in Lin Xu's arms for about 10 seconds, Xia Zian arrived, making her way towards them. Upon seeing Li Jai clinging to Lin Xu, her ample figure squeezed. Xia Zian slightly frowned and asked, is everyone okay? I'm fine, I killed the monster. Good, as long as you're okay. Miss, don't cry, it's safe now. All right, Xia Zian said, and Li Jai let go of Lin Xu, wiping her tears from her face. Lin Xu, thank you for saving me. No need to be polite as long as you're okay. Andy, you handle it from here. I left Louis Qian behind, so I'll go. After saying this, Lin Xu turned and walked in the direction he came from. The beach was relatively flat, and there were many rocks further in along the beach. As Lin Xu came over to kill the monster, and then left those who were slightly closer craned their necks to watch. While walking, Lin Xu sent a group announcement via his wristband. The monster has been killed by me. You can come closer to examine it and dispel any myths about it. In the future, we will encounter more monsters. Next time, we won't be so afraid. Let me reiterate, don't rush to open treasure chests. When you find them, you can bring them back first. Wait until I or Xia Zian are present to open them. At that time, whoever finds it will open it, and whatever comes out will belong to the person who discovered the treasure chest. If there is anything beneficial for the ship that isn't needed by individuals, you can choose to contribute it, but there's no pressure if you don't want to. Lin Xu hadn't spoken some of these words earlier because he thought the timing wasn't right, and saying them wouldn't be effective. For others, although they knew that monsters would emerge from the treasure chests, it was all hearsay. Now that someone had opened a treasure chest on the beach and released a monster, everyone there witnessed it. Seeing a nearly 2-meter-tall, robust, and grotesque monster firsthand made them more aware that the world they were in was filled with dangers. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. This was true in the current situation. Descriptions by others could not compare to witnessing it firsthand. By the time Lin Xu finished the announcement, his figure had already vanished from the beach. Xia Zian, after reading Lin Xu's announcement, sent a message in the crew group on the wristband. Ladies, those close to here, come take a look. Those two treasure chests over there who found them first can now open them. I now have the ability to kill the monsters released from treasure chests. Everyone gather over here, I have much to explain to you. Not everyone disregarded Lin Xu. There were still two unopened treasure chests on the edge of the beach. These had been brought back earlier by someone who found them, and the treasure chests were quite light, easily carried by a single. Lu Yiqian had good intentions as she believed that Lin Xu would need considerable time after returning, allowing her to traverse this challenging area. Having upgraded to level 2 with a level 1 basic combat skill, Lu Yiqian felt quite capable. During this time, she also checked the discussions of others in the group of ships through her wristband to gauge the situation. However, after a brief look around, she became uncertain about which direction to take. People who are directionally challenged typically lack a good sense of orientation, sometimes even having no sense of direction at all, relying entirely on signs. Previously, Lin Xu had pointed the way for Lu Yiqian and guided her, so she didn't need to discern the direction herself. If it had been a straight path, it would have been easier as she just needed to keep walking forward. But with the complex terrain, it was impossible to walk straight. Some areas were difficult to cross and required. After wandering for a while, Lu Yiqian completely lost her way. Noticing that the terrain was lower towards the beach, she decided to move towards the lower area as much as possible. Given enough time, using her method, Lu Yiqian could navigate out of this area, albeit at an uncertain. This was why Lin Xu, equipped with the captain's wristband, could locate Lu Yiqian, otherwise it would take some time to. Upon seeing Lu Yiqian from a distance, Lin Xu did not approach immediately, but instead watched her from afar. After a while, feeling the time was right, he called out to Lu Yiqian. "Yiqian, you took the wrong path, I'll come this way." Huh. Turning around to see Lin Xu, Lu Yiqian realized her mistake and paused for a moment before walking towards him. From the moment Lin Xu called out to Lu Yiqian, about 10 minutes had passed. Noticing that she was approaching him slowly, Lin Xu went to meet her. "Is your ankle better?" Yes. After you left, I discovered a treasure chest nearby and opened it to level up. My ankle has improved significantly, it hardly hurts now." "How lucky. Why didn't you wait for me to return before opening the chest? What if it contained a monster? I wouldn't have made it back in time to save you." Faced with Lin Xu's question, Lu Yiqian momentarily felt bewildered. Indeed, there had been monsters emerging from treasure chests near the beach earlier. She shouldn't have opened the chest by herself, as it could have been dangerous. As someone who had previously fled from a monster emerging from a treasure chest, she shouldn't have opened it alone. While Lu Yiqian had initially planned, while thinking of leveling up through the chest, she forgot this crucial detail. Well, the chest was in a pit, and I reached down from above to open it. I figured even if a monster came out, it would be hard for it to climb up, so I just opened it myself. Lu Yiqian's mind raced as she stammered out a somewhat plausible excuse. After she finished speaking, Lin Xu nodded and replied, "Oh, I see. So should I have waited for you to return? Besides, didn't we agree that we need to go this way to reach the beach? How did you end up over there?" On this point, Lu Yiqian didn't need to think too hard, as she quickly replied to Lin Xu. "I thought my ankle was better and that I could return on my own, but after wandering around a bit, I lost my sense of direction and got lost." "You didn't go out much on Blue Star, did you?" "How do you know?" Lin Xu smiled at Lu Yiqian's retort. Seeing Lin Xu's demeanor, Lu Yiqian realized he was teasing her, and she lowered her head, biting her lip. "Let's go, we'll take you back first." Despite saying this, Lin Xu could still assign Lu Yiqian several choice tasks at the moment. With the two of them alone together, any choice tasks he assigned would be easier for Lu Yiqian to complete. Once Lu Yiqian returned with so many people around, it would be difficult for her to complete any choice tasks assigned to her. Of course, in a crowded setting, if Lin Xu assigned Lu Yiqian choice tasks, the difficulty of the options would increase along with the rewards. However, at present, there were still 13-star options available for Lu Yiqian, and Lin Xu felt that assigning her 2 or 3 more choice tasks would suffice. After helping Lu Yiqian jump down from a rock, Lin Xu held her hand tightly. Having held hands for a while, Lu Yiqian had grown accustomed to it, even to the point of not noticing it felt natural for her to hold Lin Xu's hand. Lu Yiqian didn't know the way and wasn't sure where to go. Wherever Lin Xu led, she followed. This also gave Lin Xu some maneuvering space. After he jumped down from a rock over 2 meters high, he looked at Lu Yiqian on the rock and asked her, "Yiqian, can you come down?" Previously, Lin Xu had called Lu Yiqian Miss Lu, but she had requested him to call her. Estimating the height of over 2 meters, Lu Yiqian shook her head at Lin Xu. "It's a bit high, I'm afraid." "It's fine, just jump towards me, and I'll catch you." After Lin Xu said this, Lu Yiqian received a system prompt triggering a choice task. Ding detected that the host needs to descend from the rock, triggering a choice task. Option 1, lie down to descend, and you can receive 6 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water. Option 2, jump down and be caught by Lin Xu, and you can receive 5 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water and 5 pieces of 500g bread. This time, the choice tasks Lin Xu assigned Lu Yiqian were all of 2-star difficulty, with option 1 just meeting the 2-star difficulty standard. After understanding the options for the choice task, Lu Yiqian felt there was no need to hesitate. If she went down herself, she would need to lie down on the rock and descend backward. In this situation, while it somewhat avoided direct contact with Lin Xu, if she jumped down, he would surely catch her from behind. As for option 2, Lu Yiqian had already done something similar once before. After that experience, she felt that it wouldn't be too hard to accept this time. After making her choice, Lu Yiqian said to Lin Xu, "Just be careful." Seeing Lin Xu get ready, Lu Yiqian jumped forward and Lin Xu extended his arms to catch her. After catching Lu Yiqian, Lin Xu took a step back to absorb the impact. While he could catch Lu Yiqian steadily, without moving, this would mean she would feel the impact much more. Lying in Lin Xu's embrace for a moment, Lu Yiqian held onto his arm to steady herself and instinctively glanced down at him. Having just jumped down, she and Lin Xu were in close contact, and she distinctly felt her stomach pressing against him. After completing another choice task and receiving rewards, Lu Yiqian took a moment to calm herself before speaking to Lin Xu. "Did I hurt you? No, I'm quite sturdy." Lin Xu patted his chest, and Lu Yiqian smiled at him. "How much farther?" "Just cross over there, and we'll be near the beach." Then let's hurry up." The route Lin Xu chose was all pre-planned, just like now. After walking a short distance, Lin Xu and Lu Yiqian came upon a path filled with sharp stones. "Once we cross this, we'll be nearly there, but it might hurt our feet and cause scratches. How about I carry you or piggyback you, so we can get through quickly?" Initially, Lu Yiqian instinctively wanted to refuse Lin Xu's suggestion, but the choice task system triggered another choice task. That might not be good. With your weight and mine combined, it'll be even more painful and easier to get hurt. I'm not delicate like you girls. I'm tough and sturdy. I walked through this path before without any issues." "Well, then you can carry me." "Sure." Previously, Lu Yiqian had Lu Xu carry her for quite a long distance, and now she was quite accepting of having him carry her again. In fact, after being carried by Lu Xu earlier, Lu Yiqian felt a flicker of anticipation deep within her. The reason she chose to have Lu Xu hold her instead of carrying her this time was that the reward for selecting the task option of being held was higher, and she needed it more. Ding. Detected that the host finds it difficult to traverse the upcoming path, triggering a task selection. Option 1. Have Lu Xu carry you through the area ahead and receive 8 pieces of 500G bread. Option 2. Have Lu Xu hold you through the area ahead and receive 1 to your level. This time, Lu Xu presented Lu Yiqian with 2 task options, both at 2-star difficulty. Since she had completed a similar task before with Lu Xu carrying her, option 1 was naturally more acceptable to Lu Yiqian. However, the reward for option 2 was a level increase, which she believed was more important than anything else. Although it might feel a bit more intimate considering how much contact she had with Lu Xu before, she thought it wouldn't matter. After Lu Xu finished speaking, he stepped in front of Lu Yiqian and effortlessly lifted her into a princess carry. For Lu Xu at that moment, holding Lu Yiqian was incredibly easy, feeling as if he didn't need to exert any effort. Lu Yiqian appeared somewhat plump overall, with a bit of baby fat on her face. Yet from Lu Xu's perspective, she felt much lighter than she looked. As Lu Xu held Lu Yiqian, she wrapped her arms around him. Even though she tried to cover some areas with her arms, the proximity made the sensations vastly different from when they were farther apart. Earlier, when Lu Xu carried Lu Yiqian, his attention was mainly focused on his back. Now that he was holding her, he could clearly feel how soft and tender she was overall. Holding Lu Yiqian, Lu Xu strode forward. To secure herself better, Lu Yiqian rested her head against Lu Xu's chest. Listening to the rhythmic thumping of Lu Xu's heartbeat, Lu Yiqian felt her own heart racing faster. When she heard Lu Xu stepping on shells, she quietly spoke to him. "Be careful, don't hurt your feet. It's fine, you don't look that thin. Why are you so light? I don't know, maybe I'm just all fluff and not weighing much." The closer they were, the more different their mental states became. Lu Xu had not walked far with Lu Yiqian in his arms when he received a system notification that their intimacy value had increased by 1 point. "Hold on tight, I'm going to jump over." Ahead lay a chasm nearly a meter wide, which Lu Yiqian could see while being held by Lu Xu. After Lu Xu finished speaking, Lu Yiqian hesitated briefly before reaching out to wrap her arms around his neck. Lu Xu jumped over with Lu Yiqian in his arms, and with the momentum, when he landed, she pressed tightly against him. Aside from being slightly squished against Lu Xu's side, there wasn't much else to it. If Lu Yiqian had been dressed appropriately, it would have seemed a bit intimate, but not too much. However, given the current situation, it was indeed different. With fewer layers of clothing, many aspects had indeed changed significantly. Seeing Lu Xu looking down, Lu Yiqian released her hold on his neck and chose to shield herself. Even though she knew she had been observed closely for a while, she believed it was better to cover up a bit for her own psychological comfort. Noticing Lu Yiqian's flushed face, Lu Xu did not continue to look at her, but proceeded forward. Lu Yiqian's face was red, not just from being pressed against Lu Xu. The main reason was that when Lu Xu jumped over, she clearly felt herself being squeezed several times. For Lu Yiqian, from the moment Lin Xu found her to all the experiences they had shared, although it wasn't quite that way. But in a certain sense, Lin Xu had touched her, and she had touched him as well. Aside from not having dual cultivation, the experiences were not much different from it. Being held like this by Lin Xu made Lu Yiqian's heart flutter, her heart racing, as if a little deer was looking at Lu Yiqian's shy, flushed face nestled in his arms. Lin Xu felt an indescribable sensation in his heart. Once he was just an ordinary youth on Blue Star, hardly able to meet Lu Yiqian. Now, after experiencing so much with Lu Yiqian and still holding her, this was something he could only dream of in the past. Continuing to hold Lu Yiqian, Lin Xu moved forward, quickly crossing the area and reaching an easier path ahead, where he set Lu Yiqian down. When Lu Yiqian was set down, she nearly wobbled and couldn't keep her balance, quickly grabbing onto Lin Xu to steady herself. Seeing her like this, Lin Xu took a deep breath, reminding himself that it was not yet the time. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, I'm just a bit numb in the feet, probably from twisting my ankle earlier." Lu Yiqian provided a suitable excuse, and Lin Xu did not press further, saying to her, "The area ahead is quite flat. Once we get through, we'll reach the beach." After setting Lu Yiqian down, she completed the task selection option 2, and her level increased by 1A, reaching level 3. She leveled up and her overall abilities improved, but her leg weakness had little to do with her overall capabilities, as she was still weak in the legs. However, after leveling up, Lu Yiqian quickly stopped feeling weak in the legs. She completed the task selection and leveled up again, while Lin Xu only leveled up by 1 level from 71 to 72. Lin Xu and Lu Yiqian's intimacy value was now at 23, and he could issue Lu Yiqian a task with a difficulty of 12 stars. With suitable opportunities, Lin Xu naturally wanted to give Lu Yiqian more task selections. Not only would Lu Yiqian receive rewards upon completing the tasks, but he would benefit more and enhance the relationship between him and Lu Yiqian. However, the previous task took a bit longer than expected. When he was carrying Lu Yiqian, he had intentionally taken a longer route. As a result, Lin Xu found it challenging to issue another task selection to Lu Yiqian now. Glancing at the time, it was still not yet 9 a.m. And considering the day was still long, Lin Xu chose not to issue more tasks. Moreover, while Lin Xu was carrying Lu Yiqian, Xia Zian had already sent him several messages informing him that everything was arranged at the beach and asking why he hadn't returned yet. Based on Xia Zian's estimation of the time it took Lin Xu to return earlier, they should not be far from the beach. Seeing that Lin Xu had not returned for a while, Xia Zian thought to herself that Lin Xu must be deliberately stalling to spend more time with Lu Yiqian. Lin Xu not issuing any more task selections to Lu Yiqian was also due to Xia Zian urging him to return. The path ahead was relatively flat, and Lu Yiqian no longer needed Lin Xu's assistance. He walked ahead while she followed behind. When they could see the beach, Lu Yiqian stopped. Upon her stopping, Lin Xu instinctively turned to look at her. Faced with Lin Xu's inquiry, Lu Yiqian didn't speak, but took a couple of steps forward, wrapped her arms around his neck, and looked up at him. "Thank you." As soon as Lu Yiqian said this to Lin Xu, he received a system notification that their intimacy value increased by another 2 points, reaching 25 points. Just as Lin Xu received the system notification, he felt something soft against his face. After Lu Yiqian kissed him on the cheek, she let go and walked straight ahead. Receiving the system notification and seeing the intimacy value increase was somewhat unexpected for Lin Xu, and being kissed by Lu Yiqian was even more surprising. Watching Lu Yiqian walk ahead, Lin Xu reached up to touch the spot on his cheek, where she had kissed him, smiling. Lu Yiqian is adored by countless fans on Blue Star, often referred to as a celestial being. However, this does not mean that she is completely detached from the mundane world. Since she began spending time alone with Lin Xu, their time together has been relatively short. Nevertheless, the myriad of events that transpired during this brief period left a profound impression on Lu Yiqian. During this time, Lin Xu had many opportunities to take advantage of her, yet he refrained from doing so. She is well aware that this is not due to her lack of charm or Lin Xu's disinterest in women. Lu Yiqian understands her own allure. If Lin Xu were truly disinterested in women, his eyes would not be so restless, nor would he be so attentive. In other words, despite their numerous physical interactions during their time together, Lin Xu has not overstepped any boundaries and has been exercising restraint. Lu Yiqian is unsure of Lin Xu's exact level, but from how effortlessly he carried her and set her down without breaking a sweat, she realizes that he is certainly above her current level of 3. Lu Yiqian believes that with her current level of 3, she could never match Lin Xu's capabilities. Being a male, he is inherently stronger than her, and the increase in strength from leveling up is also significant. However, with her foundational combat level of 1, Lu Yiqian can gauge Lin Xu's strength and estimates that he must be at least around level 10. In this regard, Lu Yiqian is not mistaken. Lin Xu's displayed abilities in front of her are indeed roughly at level 10. Lin Xu clearly possesses remarkable strength, yet, without knowledge of her foundational combat level, he has not taken advantage of her, which causes Lu Yiqian to hold him in high esteem. Now as they approach the beach, Lu Yiqian knows that once they return and others are present, she will not have the opportunity to be alone with Lin Xu as she does now. Feeling sentimental, Lu Yiqian embraced Lin Xu and planted a kiss on his cheek, expressing her gratitude for his care and for bringing her back. Lu Yiqian understands that she had wandered off without knowing where she was going, and without Lin Xu's help she would have found it very difficult to return. As for seeking help from others, even her close friends like Bai Lu would likely try to find her, but there was a great chance they would not know where she was. In retrospect, Lin Xu is her savior. As for the many physical interactions during their journey, Lu Yiqian views them as part of her efforts to complete her task selection system. Lu Yiqian is unaware that her task selection system was assigned to her by Lin Xu, with all the tasks being edited and issued by him. Thus, in Lu Yiqian's eyes, Lin Xu holds a grand and noble image. As she walks towards the beach, Lin Xu follows closely behind her. Lu Yiqian walks confidently ahead of Lin Xu, unconcerned about being seen by him. Along the way, they have already touched and looked at each other countless times, so there is nothing left to be shy about. When Lin Xu set her down, she followed behind him simply because she didn't know which way to go and needed him to lead the way. As for being seen by others upon their return, Lu Yiqian feels there is no need to hide. Anyone who sees her walking back with Lin Xu would know she is not trying to conceal anything. Moreover, in Lu Yiqian's view, given the current situation, it is not only her, everyone else on the ship will eventually be in the same position. Now she possesses a task selection system that allows her to gain rewards by completing the triggered tasks. She won't have to worry much about food and water in the future, as the system also offers tasks related to survival coins. However, even so, after acquiring survival coins, Lu Yiqian believes she most likely wouldn't prioritize. One t-shirt costs 100 survival coins, and a t-shirt alone won't cover everything. She'll also need a pair of shorts, which also costs 100 survival coins. To get a complete outfit, she would need at least 200 survival coins. With those coins, buying clothes would undoubtedly be a very poor use of resources. This is how it is for her with the task selection system. It goes without saying that for others the situation is others can obtain some items from chests, but currently the most common rewards from the chests are water bread and a small amount of survival coins. Other items that are not immediately needed can be sold in trade. As long as the price is lower than the market price, there will be buyers. Water and bread sell best in a couple of days when others have survival coins to afford them. As long as the price is lower than the market, people who run out will definitely buy. However, other items are less of an issue. Even those who find chests are few and far between. As essential resources for survival, unless absolutely necessary, or if there are extras that cannot be used in the short term, no one would want to sell them. Clothes can be set aside for now, but one cannot go without water or bread. Given the current situation, there are not many chests found by everyone on the ship. If anyone were to find a chest and open it to get water or bread only to sell it instead of keeping it for themselves to buy clothes, those people would definitely not be helped by others if they ran out of water or bread afterward. At this moment on the beach closest to the ship, many crew members from Lin Xu's ship have gathered nearby. When Lin Xu looks over, he notices numerous girls also glancing in their direction. As Lu Yiqian approaches, some girls instinctively raise their arms to shield themselves. Lin Xu's keen eyesight allows him to see that the girls on their ship all have fair skin. From a distance, the sight of so many fair-skinned girls dazzles Lin Xu's eyes. Xia Xian calls out to Lin Xu to hurry back, as she has been holding a gathering with the girls and has explained, though Lin Xu is momentarily dazzled by the brightness, he can't bear to take his eyes off the scene. The beach offers an unparalleled beauty indescribable in words. At the forefront are Xia Xian and Su Rou, who stood up first on the ship. Not far behind them are Bai Lu and Yang Xiaomei. Following them are the girls from Lin Xu's class, and finally the remaining others. When Lu Yiqian is about 10 meters away from Xia Xian, she speaks. Are you alright? Although Xia Xian's tone is calm, Lu Yiqian can sense the double meaning in her words, both asking if she is okay and if Lin Xu has bullied her. In response to Xia Xian's inquiry, Lu Yiqian shakes her head and replies, I'm fine. Seeing that Lu Yiqian does not seem to be in distress, Xia Xian turns to everyone. Ladies, I'll say it again. I know it's hard for everyone to adapt right now, especially since many of you are still inexperienced young girls. However, given our current situation, it is not acceptable for you to struggle with adaptation. In the short term, we won't be able to obtain many clothes. If things remain as they are, we won't be able to survive moving forward. Therefore, you must adapt and do so quickly. Starting from me, we will go in order. Each person must stay in front of Lin Xu for at least 10 seconds. After Lin Xu returned to deal with the monsters that emerged from the treasure chest, he immediately left to pick up Lu Yiqian. Xia Xian also quickly gathered the people on the beach. She knew this was an excellent opportunity to address the biggest issue on the ship. The monster that emerged from the treasure chest was Zhao Xueqing, another classmate of Lin Xu who was with Li Jiai at the time. Zhao Xueqing ran faster than Li Jiai, so Li Jiai was the first to be caught. Su Rou and the others were also nearby, and saw the monster emerge from the chest, Su Ro had considered coming to the rescue. As Lin Xu's teacher, Su Ro felt a strong sense of responsibility. However, the monster's appearance was too horrifying, and Su Ro was just a girl a few years older than Lin Xu and the others. Overcome with fear, Su Ro did not dare to approach easily. Another teacher, Zhou Nguyen, was similar to Su Ro. After running a distance in the opposite direction, she saw her students being pursued by the monster. She also had the desire to help, but felt powerless knowing that her effort would be in vain. When Xia Zian called for a gathering, Su Ro and the others who were not far away came over. After gathering, Xia Zian instructed the two girls who found the treasure chest to open it by the beach. Once the chest was opened, Xia Zian allowed them to keep what came out. Xia Zian analyzed the pros and cons for everyone, informing them that they must face Lin Xu directly. Naturally, the first to agree with Xia Zian were Su Ro and a few others who had already been seen, followed by Bai Lu and several others. Bai Lu and the others thought about how Lin Xu had seen them when he came to rescue them, and if the others were not spotted by Lin Xu, they would be at a disadvantage. When Bai Lu and the others also stood up to support Xia Zian, the more than 10 girls who had been chased by the monster, including Li Jiai, echoed their sentiment. Since they had already been seen, and as Xia Zian said, in this world where survival was a problem, they indeed should not have so many reservations. With Xia Zian, Su Ro, Bai Lu, and over 10 other girls supporting her, they constituted nearly half of the. Xia Zian called for a show of hands, and initially more than half of the people agreed. Seeing that so many were willing to cooperate with Xia Zian's arrangements, even those with reservations began to go along with the majority. They thought that since so many others were no longer bothered, the problem they needed to face directly would not be so awkward if everyone faced it together. Xia Zian seized the opportunity extremely well. Had it been earlier on the ship, even if she had tried her best, it would have been difficult to gain everyone's consent. Now that a monster had emerged from the treasure chest, the majority of people near the beach had seen the terrifying creature, and many were frightened. No matter how terrifying others described it, without personal experience, it was hard to comprehend. Especially after witnessing someone nearly die at the hands of the monster, they were even more shaken, and seeing the corpse of the monster up close filled them with dread. This made many girls realize that the world they were in was filled with danger, and their own safety was not. Right now, Lin Xu had arrived in time to deal with the monster, but what if he hadn't come back then? Would Li Jiai have died at the hands of the monster? If Li Jiai had been killed by the monster, would it have been their turn next? Under such circumstances, the issue of being seen by Lin Xu seemed trivial compared to their own lives. Aside from being terrified by the monster, many girls had been active on the island for quite a while. During this time, they were also completely exposed. Just by being active like this, the others nearby could see them, which helped them adjust significantly. With the emergence of the monster and their own adaptation, Xia Zian's proposal received much support. Xia Zian called for Lin Xu to hurry back, as she had handled things here and needed him to help the others adjust. Originally, Xia Zian had thought about this issue, but she had not rushed to implement it. However, after doing some things with Lin Xu, her mindset had changed significantly. Xia Zian approached Lin Xu, standing less than half a meter away from him. Being passively seen and now actively being looked at by Lin Xu were two different concepts. Though Xia Zian and Lin Xu had shared some experiences under the current circumstances with so many people around, she still felt quite embarrassed coming forward. Facing Lin Xu and feeling his gaze upon her, Xia Zian felt a blush rise on her face. After about 10 seconds, she walked away from Lin Xu. Having faced Lin Xu in front of everyone, although the process was quite shy and her heart felt awkward, she actually felt much lighter after going through it. Xia Zian came to Lin Xu's side, and Su Ro took a deep breath, ready to step forward. Before she could, Lu Yiqian, who was not far on Lin Xu's other side, walked in front of him. Indeed, being alone with Lin Xu was vastly different from now. Lu Yiqian had done a lot of mental preparation and still blushed deeply. After staying in front of Lin Xu for about 10 seconds, Lu Yiqian walked to the back of Lin Xu, followed by Su Ro, who came to stand in front of Lin Xu. Like Lu Yiqian, Su Ro stayed in front of Lin Xu for over 10 seconds before walking to the back of Lin Xu, her face flushed. Unlike Xia Zian and Lu Yiqian, Su Ro even blushed on her neck as she passed by. As Su Ro walked behind Lin Xu, both Xia Zian and Lin Xu looked at Lu Mingjie, who was beside Su Ro. Facing Lin Xu's gaze, Lu Mingjie shot a glare at him before stepping forward. After about 10 seconds, Lu Mingjie walked from in front of Lin Xu to behind him, whispering to Lin Xu as she, "You really have it too easy, you brat." The first few individuals faced the most pressure. As each girl came to Lin Xu's front for a moment, and then went to the back, the later arrivals found it less embarrassing as they saw so many others doing the same. Of course, everyone was different. Many girls were still extremely shy, while others were relatively unaffected. Take Li Jiai, for example. Her earlier experience had been a matter of life and death, and after going through that, she no longer cared about many things. She was among the first to approach Lin Xu, and when she stood before him, she asked, "Lin Xu, who do you think is better, me like this, or Jiai like before?" Facing what Li Jiai said, Lin Xu swallowed and replied, both are good, both are good. Oomph. Li Jiai then walked behind Lin Xu, followed by another girl coming to the front. This girl was named Wu Xiaohuan, a classmate of Lin Xu. When she came to Lin Xu, she crossed her arms. After about 10 seconds, Wu Xiaohuan closed her eyes, lowered her arms, and only opened her eyes again after a while. She stayed in front of Lin Xu much longer than the previous girls, and only after feeling sufficiently accustomed to his gaze did she walk to the back of him. Then one by one others came to stand in front of Lin Xu for a moment before heading to the back. For Lin Xu, having one girl after another come up to him was quite a pressure to bear. If he were wearing clothes, it would surely be as if he had a very obvious tint. Lin Xu had once heard that it was all the same, and after seeing many of them, it would just be that. However, in reality, that was not the case. Under different faces and body shapes, each girl exuded her unique charm and style. The girls came up to Lin Xu, allowing themselves to gradually adapt. After spending some time in front of Lin Xu, the girls felt relieved, realizing that it was not as difficult to accept as they had imagined. This time, Xia Zian aimed to help everyone adapt, which naturally included Wang Yuro and the others. Compared to others, Wang Yuro and her friends faced greater psychological pressure as they confronted Lin Xu, someone they had once shared close quarters with. As Wang Yuro approached Lin Xu, she trembled slightly, biting her lip hard. Wang Yuro was like this, and so was Wang Yudi, while Gu Qing and Guya were somewhat better off. Although their faces were flushed with embarrassment, they could still smile warmly at Lin Xu. After Wang Yuro and the others, it was Bai Lu's turn, who boldly stepped forward to Lin Xu. Next came Yang Xiaomi, Zhao Liying, and Shen Dudu. Seeing Bai Lu and the others so brave, the remaining reluctant female stars forced themselves to step up to Lin Xu. After all these people passed in front of Lin Xu, only a few remained hesitating as others moved forward. They wished to stay at the back, giving themselves more time for mental preparation. As they saw others already moving behind Lin Xu, they began to approach him one by one. It took about half a minute for a person to walk from Lin Xu's front to the area behind him. However, as some took longer, by the time everyone had reached the area behind Lin Xu, more than 40 minutes had passed. Only Lin Xu knew how he had spent those 40 minutes. When everyone moved behind him and no one was left in front, he turned to look at them. Lin Xu and the others had arrived on the island around 6 a.m. And now it was just past 9 a.m. According to the time limit for staying on the island, they could remain for another 2 hours. Everyone had been busy searching for and collecting usable resources all morning and were somewhat fatigued. Those who had adapted earlier took this time to rest. After this period, everyone had greatly adapted. Earlier on the ship, they had all crouched down, trying to hide themselves as much as possible from Lin Xu's gaze. Now, among those watching Lin Xu from behind, some were sitting on the beach, some crouching, while small groups chatted quietly. When Lin Xu looked at them, they no longer instinctively tried to hide themselves as they had at first. It was like when they first encountered a monster, everyone had felt immense fear. However, after seeing the corpse of the monster when they encountered another monster, although they still felt fear, it was not as overwhelming as when they had never encountered one before. Now it was the same for everyone. Having spent some time in front of Lin Xu, allowing him to scrutinize them, they felt it was not such a big deal when he looked back at them. As the sage Confucius stated in the Analects, people suffer not from a lack of resources, but from inequality. When everyone's situation is the same with nothing to compare, everything feels fair and no conflicts arise. Lin Xu had explored many places on the island earlier. Now he had little desire to continue exploring. He sat before the others, observing them in their varied forms, thinking of a pride of lions with himself as the Lion King. Have you been wanting this all along? It's all right, but it's just to help them adapt quickly. Are you secretly delighted? Not really, just feeling a bit overwhelmed. Annie, I want. No, I'm not ready yet. We still have a lot to do. If you really can't handle it, go find a secluded place to handle it yourself. Maybe I should just forget it. Xia Zian and Lin Xu communicated privately through their wristbands, discussing what they needed to do next. After their discussion, Lin Xu sent out an announcement to everyone through the wristband. Next, we still have some time. We will split into 2 teams to gather some resources from the island. Those with me wait here, the rest follow Xia Zian. Earlier, aside from a few who formed teams to explore deeper into the island, the vast majority remained. There were some small seafood near the beach, but due to the large number of people on Lin Xu's boat, it didn't take long for the easily found resources to be collected. The island's beach was not entirely surrounded by the island. On both sides of the area where Lin Xu and the others were, there were rocky regions that were difficult to traverse. Lin Xu and Xia Zian could have led the exploration when they first landed, but at that time, both had other. Given the situation, then it was fine for Xia Zian to lead if Lin Xu did only a few like Su Ro would. For Xia Zian, she was strong now, but leading a large group alone was beyond her capacity. Previously, Xia Zian's knowledge of the island was not as comprehensive as now, and her strength was also lesser. Now, after everyone's adaptation, she would surely have more people with Lin Xu than before, and her strength had significantly increased. For both Xiaozian and Lin Xu, they lacked nothing. The reason to lead everyone in exploration was to train others' outdoor skills, allowing them to find resources on their own. Xiaozian had a task selection system that could earn rewards by completing tasks. However, she couldn't solely rely on completing these tasks to support everyone on the boat. Moreover, this island was a beginner's welfare island, significantly reducing danger, making it very suitable for others to train their survival skills. Lin Xu's thoughts were similar to Xiaozian's. He had received even more rewards from the system, fully capable of supporting everyone on the boat by himself. However, he did not wish to see others lacking outdoor survival skills, as he couldn't act as a caretaker for everyone. Now it was just the second day of maritime survival. Who knew what challenges lay ahead? All others were like flowers in a greenhouse, many of whom might not even know how to cook. So whenever possible, they needed to undergo some outdoor survival training. After Lin Xu's announcement, many girls stood up and walked towards Xiaozian, while others approached Lin Xu. Those coming to Lin Xu included Su Ro, Lu Mingjie, Lu Yiqian, Bai Lu, and a few others. Lin Xu's classmates also came along with Su Ro, totaling over 20 people. Bai Lu and the others were saved by Lin Xu earlier and had seen him kill monsters in treasure chests twice, believing him to be stronger than Xiaozian. As for Su Ro and her friends, they were sent by Xiaozian to bring some people to Lin Xu, otherwise there wouldn't be many at his side. When Lu Yiqian and the others arrived at Lin Xu's side, he gazed at the girls with fair skin that reflected. Even after having seen many, Lin Xu's gaze lingered on them, still feeling a sense of tranquility that he could never quite get enough of. Boys who have never experienced such circumstances as Lin Xu would find it hard to comprehend how wonderful his current situation is. Even Lin Xu himself had never imagined that he could experience a day like today. When the girls who wanted to explore with Lin Xu gathered around him, he counted the number of people and led them deeper into the island. Meanwhile, Xiaozian was also leading other girls in another direction. Lin Xu had a good understanding of the dangers that lurked on the island. Currently, Xiaozian was at level 19, and with her abilities, she could handle encounters with large beasts like tigers or bears. There were no significant dangers on the island, as long as they avoided the swamp near the center. Xiaozian could safely guide others in their exploration. On their boat, there were many people, and typically a larger crowd could lead to chaos with many individuals acting on their own whims. However, on their boat, with only Lin Xu being the sole male among the girls, they were quite obedient. Especially after facing previous dangers, each of them was more cautious than ever. Furthermore, through the area information, many were aware that besides their boat, several others had already suffered casualties after landing on the island. The girls following Lin Xu were quite obedient, with no one running off on their own. The island was rather barren except for the presence of several treasure chests. Apart from a few coconut trees that provided coconuts, there were no other wild fruits to be found. Lin Xu had excellent vision, yet unless he conducted a thorough search, there would definitely be some blind spots that Lin Xu and Lu Yiqian explored for nearly 2 hours, during which they discovered 4 black iron level chests. The rule was that whoever discovered a chest would be the one to open it with the contents belonging to them. With Lin Xu nearby providing protection, the girl opening the chest didn't have to worry about what to do if a monster emerged. Fortunately, the treasure chests they found did not spawn any monsters, whereas Xiaozian's group encountered a monster when they opened a chest. The monster that emerged from the chest on Xiaozian's side was quickly dispatched by her with a wooden stick she had picked. This was Xiaozian's first time displaying her strength in front of the others on the boat, leaving many of her companions in awe. It was astonishing how powerful she had become in such a short time since landing on the island. Given the strength Xiaozian exhibited, it was hard to believe that she was only at level 1 or 2. Xiaozian did not feel the need to explain her strength to others, believing it was neither necessary nor her responsibility. She only told others that as long as they leveled up, they would soon reach her level. After exploring for nearly 2 hours, Lin Xu communicated with Xiaozian and decided to lead the group back. After such a long exploration, many were feeling quite tired. Moreover, it was getting late, and if they didn't return soon, they would miss their chance. Lin Xu was now extraordinarily powerful, surpassing others' imaginations. However, dealing with the island's sinking was not something he could handle solely based on his current strength. After 2 hours of searching, besides acquiring some treasure chests, everyone also collected various miscellaneous. Regardless of whether the items were useful or not, with the space ring available for storage, it was best to collect everything for the time being, as they might come in handy later. When Lin Xu returned to the beach with everyone, Xiaozian also brought her group back. After reuniting Lin Xu, Xiaozian and Su Ro utilized several wooden planks to tie together and create a simple raft. Deciding to return to the boat, the girls who could swim each made their way into the water towards the boat. Those who couldn't swim had Lin Xu push the raft from behind. Lin Xu's speed while pushing the raft was even faster than the girls swimming by themselves. By the time the fastest swimmer reached the boat, Lin Xu had already climbed on board via the iron chain of the anchor. When getting off the boat, the girls only needed to overcome their own fears to descend. However, getting back onto the boat was not so easy. If there were fewer people on the boat, they could use the anchor to pull individuals up. But with so many people on their boat, using the anchor would be too inefficient. Lin Xu had a plan for this. He instructed those who could swim below to push the raft underneath the boat and then extend a grappling hook down. Those on the raft would stand on the hook and hold on while Lin Xu pulled them up. With this method, those being pulled up didn't need to exert much strength. They just had to maintain their balance, while the effort fell on Lin Xu. Initially, Lin Xu, who hadn't leveled up, could manage to pull up only 2 or 3 people before becoming exhausted. However, for the current Lin Xu, pulling up one person was effortless. Having someone on the grappling hook was comparable to having none. Lin Xu pulled each person from the raft onto the boat, while those swimming over climbed onto the raft, and Lin Xu pulled them up as well. The girls who swam over were still wet when they were pulled onto the boat, resembling water lilies emerging from the water. Of course, it wasn't that those who didn't swim looked unattractive. Being wet added a unique charm. One by one, the girls were pulled onto the boat until only those who couldn't swim remained waiting at the beach, along with Su Ro and Lu Mingjia, who were helping stabilize the raft for the others. Lin Xu jumped into the sea, quickly swimming with the raft. After 3 trips, when there was no one left on the beach, Xia Zian and Lin Xu pushed the raft to the bottom of the boat. Earlier, Xia Zian had stayed on the beach without entering the water, ensuring everyone else was accounted for. She didn't need Lin Xu to pull her up, as she hooked the grappling hook onto the raft's rope and jumped into the water. She grabbed the iron chain of the anchor, and in no time she flipped and leaped onto the deck. Seeing Xia Zian and Lin Xu board the ship with such ease left the others on board envious. They all wished to possess such abilities. Xia Zian boarded the ship, and Lin Xu pulled the raft onto the boat. Based on Lin Xu's personal experience, all the girls on board were mostly under 100 pounds, with only a few slightly exceeding that. Lin Xu helped everyone aboard, and by this time, it was nearly 11:30, leaving just over half an hour before the island would submerge. "Everyone take a break. We're getting ready to set sail," Lin Xu said before heading to the cabin to operate through the captain's privileges. After retrieving the anchor, he adjusted the sails, and the boat began to move slowly. Once it was underway, Lin Xu did not linger in the cabin and went up to the deck. Before landing on the island, when Lin Xu came onto the deck, all the girls would immediately crouch down. Now, seeing Lin Xu emerge from the cabin, no one paid any mind and continued with their activities. From 6 in the morning until now, many were thirsty, hungry, and exhausted. On the deck, some girls began eating bread, while others took out water to drink. Several others, completely worn out, simply laid flat on the deck to rest once the water on their bodies dried. Looking at the various girls on the deck, Lin Xu felt a deep sense of appreciation, realizing that this was the life he had always desired. For Lin Xu, life on his ship was truly wonderful. The only flaw was that he couldn't do anything with them yet. However, Lin Xu believed that day would come to fruition in the near future. Earlier, he had helped other crew members return to the ship from the beach, inevitably leading to some physical contact. This was especially true when Lin Xu pulled the girls up onto the ship. Many girls weren't very strong and were quite exhausted. Once pulled up by Lin Xu, it wasn't easy for them to cross over the ship's railing. Lin Xu had to help them climb over. For those who were a bit more agile, Lin Xu's assistance was enough for them to get over. However, for those who weren't as nimble, Lin Xu often had to nearly lift them up. It was impossible for there not to be some physical contact during this process. Take Wang Yuro, for instance. When she came up, she stumbled and fell right into Lin Xu's arms. Wang Yuro's situation was not unique. Several other girls experienced something similar. Among them, Li Jiai, driven by certain thoughts, intentionally pressed against Lin Xu as he helped her up. When she separated from Lin Xu, she shot him a special glance with a smile. It's worth noting that Lin Xu had previously taken off his t-shirt and stored it in his wristband space before entering the water. Not only Lin Xu, but Xia Zian also took off her shorts before going into the water. After all, clothes that have been soaked in seawater would be quite uncomfortable even if dried. After admiring the beautiful scenery for a while, Lin Xu, feeling no fatigue, approached Xia Zian and spoke. "Auntie, I opened a freshwater purifier from a treasure chest earlier, and I think we should set it up to meet our freshwater needs on the ship." I've also obtained a freshwater purifier from a treasure chest. Where should we place it?" "Let's put it over there." "All right." Xia Zian had 5 freshwater purifiers in hand. She took one out and placed it where she and Lin Xu had agreed. The freshwater purifiers in this world were quite different from those on Blue Star. The 500 milliliters freshwater purifier looked like a square box the size of a watermelon with a long water pipe attached to it. The pipe was over 10 meters long, allowing it to be placed directly into the sea. Once the switch on top was turned on, seawater was drawn through the pipe into the box for purification, and there was a 500 milliliters container beside the box. As Xia Zian took out a freshwater purifier, girls nearby came over to take a look. "What is this?" "A freshwater purifier that can produce 500 milliliters every day. Wow, that means we could have an extra bottle of water every day." The girl who had approached said this while Xia Zian smiled at her as they secured the freshwater purifier with a rope. After securing one, Xia Zian took out another and placed it nearby. There's more. They were all obtained from treasure chests. After saying this, Xia Zian continued to secure the freshwater purifiers with Lin Xu. Many curious girls gathered around to watch. Once 3 500 milliliters freshwater purifiers were lined up and secured, Xia Zian brought out a larger freshwater purifier. The 5L freshwater purifier was significantly larger than the 500 milliliters ones, about the size of a water bucket on Blue Star. Sister Xia, is this also from the treasure chest? Yes, the 5L freshwater purifier can produce 5L of freshwater every day. That's amazing. With 3 500 milliliters and 1 5L, doesn't that mean we will have an extra 13 bottles of water every day? If we can get some more from the treasure chest, we basically won't lack fresh water to drink. Such a freshwater purifier sells for an astronomical price in stores. The girls who had gathered around were chatting excitedly, all wearing smiles of joy. For them, with Xia Zian producing freshwater purifiers as members of the ship, they would definitely have their share if freshwater was scarce. Hearing the commotion, more and more girls gathered around to watch. When they learned that Xia Zian had obtained the freshwater purifier from a treasure chest, everyone felt delighted. However, when Xia Zian took out an even larger freshwater purifier, everyone who could see it widened their eyes in shock. Oh my, is this also a freshwater purifier? Upon hearing the inquiries from the surrounding girls, Xia Zian smiled and replied, this one can produce 5L of freshwater every hour. Once Xia Zian finished speaking, the crowd erupted in excitement. Wow, 5L an hour means 120L a day. Lu Yu, your math is terrible. It can produce 120L a day, which is equivalent to 240 bottles of water. Wow, that's so much. Does that mean we can have unlimited freshwater? Initially, the 4 freshwater purifiers Xia Zian took out could already produce the equivalent of 13 bottles of water a day, which was considerable. However, with so many people on Lin Xu's ship, the production of 13 bottles of freshwater only meant they wouldn't be so lacking. Even after the 7-day novice protection period, there would still be some freshwater. However, with the freshwater purifier that could produce 5L of freshwater every hour, they could generate the equivalent of 240 bottles of freshwater daily. Now, even if the daily distribution of 1 bottle of mineral water ceased after the novice protection period, everyone on the ship would not have to worry about a lack of freshwater. Seeing everyone so happy and excited, Xia Zian smiled, then looked at Lin Xu. According to her assumptions, Lin Xu's reaction to the daily 500 milliliters and 5L freshwater purifiers was not overly strong. Yet she noticed that Lin Xu did not seem too shocked by the 5L per hour purifier she had brought out. Lin Xu knew what Xia Zian had, and he had already been putting on a show of astonishment. But he had more, and it was hard to express genuine shock just by acting. With some confusion, Xia Zian said to Lin Xu, Xiao Su, didn't you also obtain a freshwater purifier from the treasure chest? Don't put this one here, put it with my other freshwater purifiers first. After saying this, Lin Xu took out a freshwater purifier that could produce 5L daily. Xia Zian was slightly taken aback when she saw it. Previously, she hadn't asked Lin Xu what he had gotten from the treasure chest. Upon hearing that Lin Xu had a freshwater purifier, she thought it was a 500 milliliters one, only to discover it was a 5L. Wow, there's actually a freshwater purifier, and it's a 5L one. If we can't use all this freshwater, we could sell it for a good amount of survival currency. It's fine for our own use, but selling it might be difficult. We only have a few water bottles left, and if we sell them, we won't have any containers left. That's true. As the group discussed happily, Lin Xu and Xia Zian secured the freshwater purifier Lin Xu had taken out. Lin Xu then took out another 5L freshwater purifier, and Xia Zian looked at him in surprise. None of her freshwater purifiers had been obtained from treasure chests. Now Lin Xu had taken out 2 freshwater purifiers that could produce 5L daily, which was beyond Xia Zian's expectations. After securing this one, Lin Xu produced another freshwater purifier that could produce 5L each day. Amidst the excited discussions from those around them, Lin Xu and Xia Zian secured this 5L purifier nearby. When Lin Xu took out an even larger freshwater purifier, Xia Zian's eyes widened. 3 freshwater purifiers that could produce 5L daily were already of considerable value, but this one was below Xia Zian's expectations. After all, the most valuable purifier she had taken out could produce 5L of freshwater per hour. However, this one, which was slightly less than her own, but still produced 5L of freshwater per hour, was beyond Xia Zian's imagination. Wow, how much freshwater can this purifier produce? Facing the inquiries from those around, Lin Xu explained, it can produce 50L every day. Wow, with so many freshwater purifiers on our ship, we won't have to worry about freshwater anymore. At this moment, Xia Zian had many doubts and questions in her mind, but with so many people around, she didn't say anything and helped Lin Xu secure this freshwater purifier with rope. After securing this purifier, Lin Xu and Xia Zian worked together to secure the 5L freshwater purifier that could produce 5 L of freshwater per hour. Once they finished securing everything and stood up, Lin Xu gestured for Xia Zian and the nearby girls to step back. Xia Zian then saw Lin Xu take out a very large freshwater purifier. At that moment, not only Xia Zian, but all the girls around gasped in astonishment. A freshwater purifier that produces 500 milliliters of freshwater daily, its size is not much bigger than a human head. A 5-liter freshwater purifier is approximately the same size as the water buckets commonly used on Blue Star. However, the freshwater purifier that Lin Xu took out can produce 50 liters of freshwater daily, and its size is much larger, about 1 meter tall and approximately 60 centimeters in length and width. Its overall size is roughly equivalent to a larger water dispenser on Blue Star. Xia Zian took out a freshwater purifier that produces 5 liters of freshwater per hour, which is only slightly larger than the previous one, about 1/3 bigger. But now the freshwater purifier that Lin Xu presented is considerably larger. This purifier is not very tall, just about 1 meter, but its length and width reach nearly 2 meters. The girls were still making various noises discussing, but when Lin Xu took out this freshwater purifier, the surroundings fell into silence. Given the size of such a large freshwater purifier, one could easily imagine it produces a substantial amount of freshwater. After a moment of silence, Li Jiai, who was closer to Lin Xu, spoke up. "Lin Xu, how much freshwater can this purifier produce in a day?" Lin Xu responded cheerfully to Lu Jiai's inquiry. 50 liters per hour, totaling 120 liters a day. When Lin Xu revealed this astonishing figure, the previously quiet crowd erupted into cheers. 1200 liters of freshwater a day is equivalent to 2400 bottles of mineral water. With this much freshwater, not only is there enough for drinking, but it is also completely sufficient for other needs. Under normal circumstances, a person would need about 20 liters of water for a shower, and if they are conservative, around 10 liters would suffice. This means that with just this freshwater purifier, not only is there enough water to drink, but it would even suffice for everyone to take a shower once. Additionally, with other freshwater purifiers, someone quickly calculated that they could collectively produce the equivalent of 2783 bottles of mineral water per day. With a daily output of 2783 bottles of mineral water at the price the store sells water, that equates to 139150 survival coins. And this is just the freshwater output for one day from Lin Xu and their ship. In comparison, some of the water others have obtained from chests seems somewhat insignificant. After Lin Xu and Xia Zian fixed the largest freshwater purifier in place, Xia Zian looked at Lin Xu. At that moment, she wanted to see if Lin Xu had more freshwater purifiers. Facing Xia Zian's gaze, Lin Xu shrugged his shoulders, indicating that this was all he had. "Did you get all of this from that chest?" "Not entirely. This largest freshwater purifier was obtained from a chest in the central area of the island." "You have such good luck." "I also feel quite lucky." At this moment, Xia Zian began to doubt whether Lin Xu also had a task selection system like her. Otherwise, how could he have so many freshwater purifiers? But upon further reflection, Xia Zian thought it was unlikely. The freshwater purifier Lin Xu took out was much better than the one she had. When she obtained her freshwater purifier, she had completed numerous selection tasks, with the last one costing her quite a bit. Throughout, she had not seen Lin Xu purposefully completing any tasks. As a user of the task selection system, Xia Zian often triggered selection tasks. Thus, she kept a closer eye on whether others were also completing any tasks like herself. Therefore, in Xia Zian's mind, she believed Lin Xu was indeed just as lucky as he claimed, having obtained a high-tier chest. Among the many on the ship, Lin Xu seemed a bit special, while the others were quite ordinary. In Xia Zian's view, as someone who possessed the task selection system, she felt a sense of being unique. She thought that others wouldn't be able to obtain the system. Lin Xu took out all the freshwater purifiers he had at once, and there were many considerations behind this. Now that they have landed on the island, he and Xia Zian had separated for a while, during which no one except for him knew what he had obtained. And the next time they land on the island, it is uncertain when that will be. The freshwater purifiers are something the others on the ship desperately need, so it is better to take them out early to avoid explanations later. Originally, everyone on the ship was still thinking that 1 bottle of water a day would only be temporarily sufficient, hoping that others who opened chests would have water that Lin Xu would distribute uniformly. But now everyone no longer has that worry. With so much freshwater output on the ship, they simply can't finish it. Once the freshwater purifiers were fixed in place, Xia Zian calmed her thoughts and spoke to Su Ro, who was not far away. "Currently, the freshwater on our ship is basically enough. We will distribute it daily. Teacher Su, how about you take care of the distribution of this freshwater from now on?" "Huh, me? Is that okay?" "Of course, you are just responsible for recording the distribution and ensuring everyone has enough freshwater to use. We don't lack freshwater. If anyone has special needs, we can give them a bit more. Bailu got hurt, so she can have a little. Also, anyone who wants to wash can wait until there is enough freshwater for everyone to take a shower. When we have enough freshwater, we can regularly distribute it to everyone for bathing. Everyone should keep the bottles that have been emptied We currently do not have enough containers to store the fresh water. What Xia Zian and Su Ro said was something she had discussed with Lin Xu earlier. However, Xia Zian never expected that Lin Xu could obtain so many freshwater purifiers. Hearing Xia Zian say this, everyone was immensely happy to know that they would have fresh water to bathe in the future. You must know that many people have fought over a single bottle of mineral water as seen in the area channel where other survivors spoke. Yet they were about to achieve freshwater freedom just on the second day of their ocean survival. As the saying goes, without comparison there is no harm. Many things are realized through comparison, and now everyone on Lin Xu's ship feels quite fortunate. With the freshwater purifier set up, Lin Xu took a portable stove out from the system space. Upon seeing what Lin Xu had taken out, Xia Zian was slightly taken aback and then spoke to Lin Xu. You got this too? What? Annie, did you get one too? One that can burn for 24 hours. After speaking, Xia Zian took out the portable stove she had from her system space. It looks the same, but my fuel bottle seems to be a bit larger than yours. Lin Xu then took out an irregular stone slab over 1 centimeter thick and about 20 centimeters wide. Upon seeing the stone slab Lin Xu pulled out, Xia Zian was slightly surprised. She had thought of this and had also found a stone slab on the island. Seeing Xia Zian take out a stone slab as well, Lin Xu smiled at her. It seems we both had the same idea. After Xia Zian finished speaking, she shouted to the others, "Girls, I saw quite a few people collect some small seafood earlier. Now, we can take them out and cook them for everyone to share." On the island, many girls had collected various stranded small fish, shrimp, and shellfish from the seaside. They gathered them just in case they had nothing to eat in the future. Even if raw, they could perhaps stave off hunger. When they were collecting, they hadn't expected that Lin Xu and Xia Zian would have even portable stoves. As soon as Xia Zian finished speaking, the girls who had gathered small seafood brought out what they had collected. When they collected these, they thought they could use them to stave off hunger if they had nothing to eat later. However, given the current situation on the ship with ample freshwater, there should be no issues with food. After all, if they truly ran out of food, they could sell freshwater to earn some survival coins to buy food from the shop. Water and food are the most basic survival resources. With water available, they can definitely exchange it for food. It's just a matter of having more or less. Now that they have the opportunity to eat cooked food, the girls on the ship didn't think to save it. They quickly piled up a small heap on the deck. While Xia Zian and the girls began to grill the small seafood, Lin Xu went to the front of the ship. He first took out monster corpses from his bracelet, and then he brought out the animal corpses he hunted on the island. Seeing Lin Xu take out the bodies of rabbits, tigers, and rhinos, many girls gasped in amazement. In the afternoon, I will cut them up a bit, and in the evening, we will have barbecue. Wow, that's amazing. The quantity of small seafood is not small, but it is impossible to fully feed everyone on the ship just with the small seafood. The roasted small seafood emits a rich aroma. For everyone on the ship, having a bite of small seafood with some bread is already a very happy thing. Knowing that there is no shortage of water, even the girls who usually hold back from drinking water are now drinking freely. As Lin Xu and the others boarded the ship, other survivors from different boats also returned to their own vessels one after another. The area channel, which was already lively, became even more animated as people shared their experiences on the island. As a resource island for beginners, many people were searching for treasure chests on the island. Except for a few unlucky ones who encountered monsters from the chests, the vast majority of survivors found a certain amount of supplies within. Based on Lin Xu's experience of opening many treasure chests, he estimated that the probability of encountering monsters from the chests is about 1 in 10. Not everyone who encounters a monster from the treasure chest will necessarily die at its hands. The monsters are not that powerful yet. The monsters emerging from the treasure chests look fierce and terrifying, but their strength is roughly equivalent to that of an adult male who is somewhat stronger than average. In fear and trepidation, due to the monster's strength far exceeding that of ordinary people, many will be killed in a few moments. However, as long as one can overcome the fear of the monsters, a normal adult male has a good chance of escaping using the terrain. Since the monster's intelligence is comparable to that of wild animals, if a few people cooperate, it is not very difficult to fight back against the monsters. However, the vast majority of people have lived in a peaceful society before, and those who have never encountered such monsters are understandably terrified, and very few dare to retaliate. Watching many survivors share their gains from the island on the area channel, the girls on Lin Xu's ship, even those who did not win a treasure chest, felt a strong sense of pride in their hearts. For the many girls on Lin Xu's ship, although they personally did not gain much, Lin Xu is their captain, and to some extent his gains are equivalent to theirs. Understanding that other survivors did not gain much either while enjoying the small seafood and having plenty of fresh water, and with some beast meat available for roasting, they felt completely happy. Look, the island is sinking. A girl who was looking towards the direction of the previous island called out to others after seeing it. Upon hearing this, everyone on the ship turned to look towards the island. At this moment, it was just noon. Under everyone's gaze, the island slowly sank into the sea. Normally, if an island were to sink, it would inevitably cause surrounding waters to rush in creating a tsunami. However, this is not Blue Star. This world is quite peculiar. The island sank without stirring a single wave, simply disappearing bit by bit from Lin Xu's view. Watching the calm sea surface after the island disappeared, Lin Xu and the others were deeply shocked. As the island vanished, they returned to eating their small seafood and bread, their faces showing little worry. Lin Xu had only eaten a piece of bread in the morning and then had some water after landing on the island without eating anything else. After such a busy time, Lin Xu was feeling a bit hungry. Su Ro handed Lin Xu the roasted small seafood. As he enjoyed the small seafood and bread, he found it quite delicious. The saltiness is just right, but it could use some cumin and chili. Having this to eat is already quite good. How many survivors want to eat but can't even get that? And you want cumin and chili? Why not ask for a bottle of red wine too? If we had that, it wouldn't be bad at all. Hearing Lin Xu's words, Su Ro rolled her eyes at him and went to distribute the roasted small seafood made by Xia Xian and Lu Mingjie to those who had not yet eaten. Standing by the ship's edge, eating small seafood and bread, and watching everyone on the deck, one's appetite naturally increases. As the saying goes, good food is pleasing to the eye. When people are in a good mood and can see beautiful things, their appetite will be much better than usual. Lin Xu had eaten quite a bit of small seafood and 2 pieces of bread, drinking a bottle of water and feeling very full. Although there were many small seafood, after sharing with everyone, there wasn't much left, but Lin Xu had received quite a bit. Now everyone on the ship clearly understands who is the most important on this vessel. For example, if it weren't for Lin Xu, getting everyone on board would have required a lot more effort. With Lin Xu, they were able to board the ship very easily. And with Lin Xu's strength, should any danger arise, it would be Lin Xu who would step up to resolve it. If yesterday Lin Xu took the lead in entering the cabin and became the captain on the surface, no one said anything, but secretly some may have been unconvinced. After all, at that time Lin Xu did not do much. He simply used his strength as a male to open the cabin door and entered first. It was inevitable that some would feel that Lin Xu became the captain too easily. However, now Lin Xu had rescued many people on the island and fairly allowed whoever found the treasure chest to keep it, helping others board the ship and bringing out so many fresh water purifiers as well as a significant amount of edible beast meat. Now, even if someone said Lin Xu shouldn't be the captain, no one on their ship would agree. In fact, many believe that having Lin Xu on their ship is a stroke of luck. After filling up and feeling satisfied, Lin Xu took a moment to rest on the deck before heading into the cabin. Earlier, he had installed all the ship-mounted cannons he obtained with his captain's authority onto the vessel. The ships in this world are quite magical, with many things resembling those in games. As long as you have an item in your bracelet that can be loaded onto the ship, it can be installed directly onto the vessel. After installing the ship-mounted cannons, Lin Xu could use the captain's screen to view data, and there was a real-time image of the target the cannons were aimed at. The ship-mounted cannons are installed beneath the bow. They can be aimed at the target in front simply by opening them. Then Lin Xu researched how to upgrade the ship. He calculated that upgrading a level 1 ship to level 2 would require about 1200 survival coins. Survival coins can only be obtained by opening treasure chests or earning 1 coin for every hour survived. The advantage of having so many people on Lin Xu's ship is reflected in the ship upgrade. Without Lin Xu, the survival coins needed to purchase items for upgrading the ship would require about 200 coins per person. If no items were purchased, it would take about 9 days to save enough. Now that Lin Xu has many survival coins in hand, he does not need to collect from others. He went through the mall page to purchase each item needed for upgrading the ship. After upgrading the ship, a prompt appeared on the screen indicating that the ship was upgrading and would take 10 minutes, and all personnel on board were to wait on the deck. In the cabin, it was just Lin Xu. After he read the prompt on the screen, he returned to the deck. I have upgraded our ship. Since this is the first upgrade, we don't know what to expect. Everyone should stay on the deck and not move around. Hearing Lin Xu say this, everyone was taken aback. What is going on? The ship is being upgraded. Although they are not the captain, they had also learned some things through the screen and knew that upgrading a ship requires a lot of items. Lin Xu had already shocked everyone by bringing out so many fresh water purifiers. How could he also upgrade the ship? Just how much has Lin Xu obtained on the island? The ship was undergoing upgrades, and everyone was waiting on the deck. As they waited, they watched the deck of the ship begin to expand outward. It was a rather bizarre situation. However, the crowd had seen plenty of strange occurrences by now and had grown somewhat accustomed to it. The captain's wristband signaled that the ship's upgrade was complete. Looking at the vessel, which was nearly half larger than before, Lin Xu checked the ship's data through the captain's wristband. Survival Rose Ironclad Sailboat. Ship level 2, current speed 45 knots, maximum speed 52 knots. Ship height 18 meters, mast height 16 meters, length 24 meters, with 13 meters, tonnage 85 tons, current draft 2. 8 meters. Ship's physical defense 500 note can defend against impacts from sea creatures of level 2 or below. Remaining cabin lighting power 100. Overall durability 100. Following the basic information of the ship, there was data on other ship equipment such as the engine. With this upgrade, the ship had grown in size while the height and mast remained the same as before. In Lin Xu's opinion, the ship had already been prepared for upgrades long ago. The ship's upgrade included an additional engine for propulsion, which would increase its speed. According to Lin Xu's previous observations, the ship's speed had increased by 4 knots from 8 knots to 12 knots. As for Lin Xu's ship, he had installed the engine he obtained earlier, which significantly boosted its speed to 45 knots. At this moment, checking the fog countdown revealed that the time was not only not decreasing, but actually increasing. This meant that the current speed of Lin Xu's ship had surpassed that of the fog. With so many people crowded on the deck, it felt quite cramped, but now it was much more spacious. "I'm going to check the cabin," Lin Xu said. Li Mengjie was already near the cabin door, and after speaking, she entered the cabin. The upgraded cabin was largely unchanged from before except that the space had nearly doubled, and there was now an iron door beside the previous screen. As Li Mengjie entered the cabin, several curious girls followed her to see what had changed. Noticing that there were no other changes, she first approached the iron door. There was a doorknob on the iron door, and seeing that many people had entered the cabin, Li Mengjie pulled open the iron door. Behind the iron door was a passageway of similar size illuminated with lights, allowing a clear view ahead. The passage was about 4 to 5 meters long, leading to a room approximately 2 meters in length and width. This room had a large glass wall through which one could see outside the ship. Based on the room's position and circumstances, it should be the captain's quarters of this ship. However, the captain's quarters were relatively small, empty, except for the captain's screen that had been moved here. Li Mengjie was the first to enter. Since the passage could only accommodate one person at a time, the girls, eager to see, followed one after another into the room. Lin Xu was also in the midst of this crowd, and when he entered the room, it was already packed with people. In fact, as he came in, someone pushed Lin Xu from behind, causing him to bump forward slightly, making a girl in front of him blush and glance back at him. Upon arriving in the room, Lin Xu found nothing of interest and wanted to turn back out, but behind him was already a crowd of people trying to get in. Stop, stop, stop. Don't come in any further. There's nothing to see. Wait until we go out before you can come. If this had been before, even with many changes to the ship, most girls wouldn't have crowded to see what was happening. However, now that they had been facing Lin Xu for quite some time, the girls had lost all reservations, which led to the current situation. Upon hearing Lin Xu's shout, the girls who were about to enter stopped in the cabin. Now that the cabin's volume had increased, everyone on Lin Xu's ship could comfortably stay in the cabin. However, compared to the deck, the air circulation within the cabin was not as good, and the visibility was limited, making it feel somewhat cramped. After exploring and understanding the changes from the ship's upgrade, everyone returned to the deck. As the ship continued to sail, there was not much for everyone to do. Xia Zian found Lin Xu and handed him some ship supplies, including the ship-mounted cannon she had obtained earlier. After loading the supplies, Lin Xu returned to the deck, where he could only watch without being able to move. After enjoying the beautiful scenery for a while, he found something to do. He spent 200 survival coins to purchase an iron knife through the shop page and began to butcher the corpses of wild rabbits and other beasts at the bow of the ship. Seeing Lin Xu butchering the beast corpses, Li Mengjie, Lu Ichi, Su Ro, and a few others came over. Although Lin Xu did not know much about slaughtering, he was aware of some basics, such as the necessity of bleeding the animals first, otherwise the meat would taste quite gamey. Moreover, there was a total of over 1,000 pounds of meat, which even with everyone on the ship eating their fill, would not be consumed quickly. To prevent the meat from spoiling, air drying was a suitable method of processing at the moment. After Lin Xu finished butchering, Lu Mengjie and others tied the prepared meat to the ship's railings for drying. While joking and chatting with Lu Mengjie and the others, they quickly processed the various beast corpses. With nothing else to do, the others took out the assorted items they had collected from the island to see if any could be utilized. There were many people on Lin Xu's ship, and someone had gathered a lot of small twigs and stones. Many small twigs could be easily broken and used as chopsticks. Previously, when Xia Zian and the others grilled small seafood, they used sticks as chopsticks. Both Lin Xu and Xia Zian could have purchased some tools through survival coins in the shop, but neither of them chose. It was also beneficial for the other girls on the ship to experience the necessity of making everything themselves, helping them adapt to their current survival situation. One should not provide too much, as it may lead to some laziness. By the time Lin Xu finished, it was already around 2 in the afternoon. Since everyone was on the deck, a treasure chest drifting on the sea was promptly spotted. The chest was a certain distance from Lin Xu's ship and was not floating directly towards them. While Lin Xu was butchering, Xia Zian jumped into the sea and swam over, bringing the treasure chest back with a strong throw onto the ship. Her ascent was simple. She used a grappling hook to latch onto the ship's railing and easily climbed up along it. This treasure chest would have been hard to obtain without going down. For other survivors on different ships, it would definitely have been quite a challenge. The chest was a black iron-level treasure chest. Xia Zian did not open it herself, but let Wang Yuro. Since her current level reached 19, opening a black iron-level treasure chest would provide her with experience. Whether she opened it or not was inconsequential. However, letting Wang Yuro open it would yield significant experience for her, and opening several would help her. This treasure chest did not spawn any monsters, and the items obtained were few. For other survivors, receiving a black iron-level treasure chest without any monsters would definitely bring joy. However, for those on Lin Xu's ship, the items from a black iron-level treasure chest seemed rather insignificant. With plenty of food and drink on board, the crew did not feel envious of the water and food that came out of the treasure chest. Lu Yiqi approached Lin Xu and assisted him along with Lu Mingjie and others, also hoping to see if they could trigger a selection task. Despite having a system, Lu Yiqi felt that she received less than what Lin Xu and Xia Zian obtained from the treasure chest. Eagerly, she wanted to earn more rewards through the selection task system. From Lu Yiqi's perspective, she believed that she needed to be proactive to potentially trigger a selection task. However, she waited until Lin Xu had butchered all the beasts without triggering a single selection task, which left her feeling a bit disappointed. With nothing to do, she could only look at the information posted by other survivors in the area channel and chat with those she was closer to. Time passed swiftly, and the weather gradually turned cooler. Taking advantage of the fact that it was not yet dark, Lin Xu organized everyone to start a fire on the deck to grill meat. The wood collected by many earlier was utilized, and after starting the fire, once the flames subsided, they placed the skewered meat on to roast. While there was a flame, Lin Xu smoked some of the meat. This not only helped with preservation, but also provided a change in flavor. Both Lin Xu and Xia Zian had salt, which they shared with everyone to sprinkle on the grilled meat. On other ships, it was quite difficult to even obtain fire, with only a few survivors relying on friction to start a fire. Lin Xu and the others found it very easy to source flames thanks to their portable stove. Gathered around enjoying grilled meat and chatting, it felt just like a campfire party. For everyone, if they could also wear some clothing, it wouldn't feel like ocean survival at all, but rather a vacation at sea. Tiger meat is not exactly tasty, you know. Oh really, have you eaten it before? I haven't, but my grandfather said he has, and he claimed it was worse than pork. Tiger meat is not bad, but alligator meat is worse. It's like chewing on wood. The crowd chatted while eating, making various comments, yet no one held back on their portions. After everyone had their fill, Lin Xu and the others began roasting some of the meat by the remaining fire. As the sky darkened, a chill from the sea breeze crept in, causing many of the girls to feel cold and retreat into the cabin. At present, everyone on the boat could face Lin Xu without hesitation, except when they needed to use the restroom, which made them avoid him. There were no toilets on the boat, so anyone needing to relieve themselves had to go to the side of the boat. Lin Xu, however, had no qualms. He was standing 3 meters away from the wind. They had installed and secured the freshwater purifier at noon, and by afternoon it had already produced a good amount of freshwater. The freshwater produced by the purifier was indistinguishable from the mineral water already in the bottles. The empty bottles from earlier had all been refilled with freshwater. As the saying goes, with food in hand, one's heart is at ease. Everyone on Lin Xu's boat felt just that. Last night, many were worried about making do with just 1 bottle of water and a piece of bread a day. A piece of bread was still sufficient, but there was not enough water to drink. Now everyone on Lin Xu's boat no longer had that worry. In fact, at this moment, it would be easy for Lin Xu to buy an entire set of clothes for everyone on board. However, Lin Xu had no intention of doing so in the short term. He hadn't even pulled out the clothes he already owned. Previously, when he had gone to the center of the island, he had found some larger grass leaves. Those larger grass leaves could easily be processed for simple cover, but Lin Xu didn't pick any of them. For Lin Xu, the situation of everyone else on the boat was quite good. If someone were to feel cold, buying a few blankets would suffice. Clothes were not a necessity for the time being. If he bought clothes for everyone, it would diminish the beauty of the scenery they could currently enjoy. Xia Zian also had quite a few survival coins. She had the means to buy outfits for everyone on the boat. She didn't buy clothes for everyone, partly because the cost would be too high for a full set. A single ordinary outfit would require 200 survival coins. Excluding the one she already had, she would need to buy 61 more, totaling 120 survival coins. With over 10,000 survival coins, she could purchase quite a few other items. During her free time in the afternoon, Xia Zian had researched what to buy, planning to delve deeper into it later that night. Moreover, everyone was already in this situation, and since she had already become intimate with Lin Xu, she felt that clothes were not urgently needed. She planned to consider buying clothes for everyone after completing more selection tasks to earn more survival coins. If Lin Xu hadn't upgraded the boat, first Xia Zian intended to check what was needed for the upgrade and use her survival coins for that. Currently, not only had Xia Zian not bought clothes for anyone else, but she hadn't even worn her denim shorts since returning to the boat from the island. She believed that if everyone else was without, she alone should not have. Even if others didn't comment, they would still feel a sense of imbalance. Since returning to the boat, neither Xia Zian nor Lu Yiqian had triggered any selection tasks. She felt that to trigger a selection task, she would need to approach Lin Xu. After the boat was upgraded, the cabin became much larger, roughly around 50 square meters. If everyone stood or sat on the floor, it wouldn't feel crowded. However, lying down to sleep would make the space feel cramped. Thankfully, the addition of a room and a corridor meant that everyone could lie down to sleep without issue. Lin Xu and Xia Zian extinguished the fire and went to check the net that had been set up with the captain's permission. At that moment, the net contained quite a few pieces of wood and other floating debris from the sea, along with some small fish. Given the current situation, it would be no problem for Lin Xu and the others to have fish for dinner tomorrow. After tidying up the deck, Lin Xu and Xia Zian returned to the cabin. When everyone returned to the cabin last night, Lin Xu had observed them all squatting on the floor from above. Now some sat while others stood and chatted with those beside them. Visually, the scene now was much more beautiful than last night. Last night, with only one bottle of mineral water per person, no one was particularly thirsty enough to drink. Furthermore, before entering the cabin, Xia Zian had organized everyone to use the restroom, so no one needed to go during the night. Even those who wanted to go last night had to hold it in due to the circumstances. Today, however, everyone could freely drink water, having gone to the restroom before entering the cabin. By the time Lin Xu and Xia Zian entered the cabin, some had already gone outside to use the restroom. Yesterday, anything they wanted to do required Lin Xu to step aside. Now they walked right past Lin Xu without feeling uncomfortable. The adaptation they underwent on the island truly made everything much easier for everyone on the boat. Due to everyone having soaked in seawater today, the cabin didn't smell as pleasant as it had yesterday. The scent each person emitted lingered, but it was intermingled with a faint hint of sea brine. Although it didn't detract from the cabin's pleasant aroma, it certainly wasn't as fragrant as before. Given this situation, Lin Xu planned to discuss with Xia Zian about letting everyone bathe with fresh water after more was produced tomorrow. While other survivors on the boats were still calculating how to conserve their freshwater, Lin Xu was already preparing for everyone on his boat to wash up. If other survivors on different boats learned that Lin Xu's boat was so well off, they would undoubtedly feel envy and resentment. Outside, the sky began to darken and turn cold, with marked temperature differences between day and night in their area. However, everyone on Lin Xu's boat was well fed and warm, plus the cabin was crowded, so they didn't feel cold at all. With nothing much to do in the evening, everyone continued to check the area channel for others' comments and chatted among. Based on the current situation in the cabin, Lin Xu believed it would be better if everyone could be more active and do something interesting together. However, at present, although everyone was showing acceptance in front of Lin Xu, he felt that his thoughts could not be realized in the short term. Last night, Lin Xu had chatted with Xia Zian, Su Ro, and a few others. Tonight, since they were no longer concerned about being seen by Lin Xu, and he didn't need to stay on the steps, more girls gathered around. On Lin Xu's boat, the group of female stars were unfamiliar with him, while the girls who were classmates with Lin Xu on Blue Star had good relationships with him. With more people, there were naturally more topics to chat about, and before they knew it, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. After a day of exertion, many girls began to feel sleepy at this hour. The girls who felt sleepy lay down in the cabin. Both the deck and the cabin were quite clean, not even a speck. Except for feeling a bit chilly when first lying down, they soon warmed up the floor. Compared to the previous night, when they had huddled with their legs, lying down now was much more comfortable, despite still being unable to stretch out fully due to the number of people. Several of Lin Xu's classmates who already had good relationships snuggled together as they lay down. Before intending to sleep, some found companions to go together to the deck to use the restroom. It was not until around 10:30 that the cabin became quiet as fewer people moved about. In contrast to yesterday, after a busy day and being able to lie down to sleep, most people in the cabin fell into a deep, sweet slumber in no time. Lin Xu sat on the floor of the cabin looking at the sprawled figures around him, then stood up. "What are you doing?" "I'm just going to use the restroom." "I'll go with you." Facing Xia Zian's words, Lin Xu smiled at her. Since returning to the boat from the island, Xia Zian hadn't triggered a selection task. She thought that most of the selection tasks had been triggered by Lin Xu. Now she wanted to see if she could trigger one. Even if she couldn't trigger a selection task with Lin Xu, she still intended to go with him to the deck to do. For Xia Zian today on the island with Lin Xu, although she had chosen tasks and done quite a bit on her own. However, throughout the entire process, it was something Xia Zian had never experienced in her life. She had never imagined it could be so wonderful. Xia Zian had been through it, but her husband had been busy every day since they got together. Only during the rare moments of leisure would they have time together, and her husband was not in great health and was quite average in certain aspects. At first it felt quite interesting, but after the initial phase, because her husband was not good in many aspects, it was mainly Xia Zian who was busy, and later she herself had little desire. The reason Xia Zian hasn't sought another partner after her husband's death for so many years is that she never felt particularly good about certain things. But today Xia Zian learned from Lin Xu that some things were quite different from what she had previously experienced. Since being on the island with Lin Xu, whenever Xia Zian looked at him, images from their time on the island frequently surfaced in her mind. It was quite normal for Xia Zian to feel this way, as the saying goes, women at 30 are like tigers and at 40 like wolves. Xia Zian had indeed reached an age comparable to that of a wolf. The reason she had not had much need in that regard was that she had not experienced it for a long time, which made her not think too much about it. Now Lin Xu was like turning on a faucet for Xia Zian, one that had not been opened for a long time. Previously on the island, Lin Xu had suggested going to Xia Zian again, but at that time she did not agree, not because she did not want him in her heart, but because her body had not yet fully recovered. After such a long time, Xia Zian had completely recovered. When she needed to go to the restroom, she needed to follow Lin Xu, and he could tell without thinking what she was up to. Rather than saying Xia Zian seized an opportunity, it would be more accurate to say that Lin Xu took the initiative to provide her with a suitable moment. For Xia Zian, she was quite eager. Did Lin Xu not have thoughts on it? When Lin Xu had been on the island, it was also his first real experience. To be honest, if it had not been for Xia Zian's helplessness, he could have lasted much longer. Having seen so much on the island and returning to the ship, Lin Xu was already quite eager. Now most people in the cabin were asleep, and in the deep of night it was indeed a very good time. Moreover, Lin Xu could also give Xia Zian many choice tasks. Each choice task came with considerable rewards, and there was no reason to refuse. At that moment, Lin Xu and Xia Zian's intimacy score was 97 points, and he could issue 21 star choice tasks to her. Xia Zian and Lin Xu went to the deck, clearly feeling that tonight was a bit colder than last night. However, at present Lin Xu and Xia Zian had strong physiques, so the temperature drop from last night had no impact on them whatsoever. In fact, due to the higher temperature inside the cabin and the poor air circulation, the cool sea breeze felt quite comfortable against their skin. Lin Xu went to the rear of the ship on the deck with the wind at his back. Xia Zian followed Lin Xu, watching him. When Lin Xu finished, Xia Zian took out a bottle of water from her wristband. Facing Xia Zian, who opened the water bottle and smiled at him, Lin Xu smiled back. Just a moment ago, Xia Zian had also triggered a choice task with two options, one at 1-star difficulty and one at 4-star difficulty. Understanding what the options were, Xia Zian chose the 4-star difficulty option without hesitation. It was no wonder to have enough fresh water. While others could not even drink, Lin Xu could already use fresh water for washing. Xia Zian helped Lin Xu wash with fresh water. Looking down at Xia Zian's delicate face, Lin Xu once again marveled at how beautiful life could be. Such things would probably never happen in his life if he were on Blue Star. Completing the 4-star difficulty option, Xia Zian received a common carpet measuring 10 meters by 10 meters. This carpet was priced at 6,200 survival coins according to the store page. Lin Xu received a carpet measuring 30 by 30 meters. Though its volume was not 10 times that of Xia Zian's, its quality and other aspects were significantly better. After completing the choice task option, Xia Zian did not stop. After a while, she triggered another new choice. Similar to before, it was a choice task with two options, one at 1-star difficulty and one at 4-star difficulty. Faced with the choice, Xia Zian still chose the 4-star difficulty option without hesitation. She took out another bottle of water and poured some from her neck down. The choice task Lin Xu issued this time was not as good for him as the previous one. However, compared to the previous one, this one had more psychological significance for Lin Xu. Overall, each had its advantages. The last one was also quite good, and this one was very good too. Before long, Xia Zian completed the choice task, and this time she received an aircraft-mounted machine gun, a weapon that needed to be installed on the ship similar to a ship-mounted cannon, but with significantly lower power. Lin Xu also received an aircraft-mounted machine gun, but it was much more advanced than the one Xia Zian received, with firing rates and power about twice that of Xia Zian's. For Xia Zian, the weapon mounted on the ship was currently of no use to her. The reason she chose this option was that even if she had not triggered the choice task, she would still be doing the same thing as now. Now that she had triggered the choice task, and the rewards were quite valuable, Xia Zian naturally did not need to consider whether she needed it. Lin Xu could only issue 21-star choice tasks to Xia Zian, and after she completed the 2 4-star tasks, he could still issue her 13-star choice tasks. Based on the choice tasks he could issue to Xia Zian, Lin Xu had found a very reasonable way to maximize their utilization. Similar choice task options had reduced rewards due to certain circumstances, and the difficulty was also lowered. If Lin Xu and Xia Zian had not engaged in intimacy, these could all reach 5-star difficulty. And now, since Lin Xu and Xia Zian had already engaged, doing things together for Xia Zian was not very difficult, so the difficulty rating in the options was also significantly reduced. Moreover, because Lin Xu and Xia Zian were on the deck and many people were still in the cabin and might come out, otherwise the rewards might have been lower. Lin Xu issued another choice task with a 4-star difficulty option to Xia Zian. This choice task involved Xia Zian actively asking Lin Xu to do certain things to her. As it stood, even if Lin Xu did not know that Xia Zian had a choice task to complete, he would still do as after a moment, he reached out his finger towards Xia Zian's face, and she shyly glared at Lin Xu. With Lin Xu's help, Xia Zian completed the choice task and received a reward of 2 to her level. Having already been at level 19, Xia Zian's level increased to 21. Xia Zian leveled up by 2 levels while Lin Xu leveled up 8 levels to reach level 80. After just doing some things, his level had significantly increased, and Lin Xu could be said to be feeling great all over. He issued another choice task with a 4-star option to Xia Zian, and they continued. After a while, Xia Zian completed the choice task and obtained proficiency in basic weaponry at level 1. Xia Zian had basic combat skills which included how to use various weapons in combat. However, compared to proficiency in basic weaponry, the weapon usage contained within basic combat skills seemed rather conventional. She gained another ability, and numerous images flashed through Xia Zian's mind as she mastered the ability of basic weapon proficiency at level 1. At this moment, Xia Zian had lost interest in understanding her newly acquired ability. She had already reached. Xia Zian gained proficiency in basic weaponry at level 1, while Lin Xu gained proficiency at level 10. Like Xia Zian, Lin Xu also did not delve deeply into it after mastering. While Lin Xu and Xia Zian were engaged with each other, a small head peeked out from the cabin, but quickly shrank back. Although Lin Xu's mind was on Xia Zian, he was still very alert to the cabin. As soon as the small head withdrew, Lin Xu opened his eyes and glanced over, seeing who had just poked their head out. Since returning to the ship from the island, Lu Yiqian had not triggered any selection tasks and was quite eager to activate some. In the afternoon, Lu Yiqian had been assisting Lin Xu and stayed by his side, hoping to trigger some selection tasks. Later, when they entered the cabin, Lu Yiqian also wanted to approach Lin Xu. However, there were too many people around him, mostly his classmates, leaving Lu Yiqian with no opportunity to get too close. Having not triggered any selection tasks, the time had gotten quite late. Seeing others had already fallen asleep, Lu Yiqian still pondered whether she could trigger some tasks. With her level now raised to level 3, Lu Yiqian had improved in all aspects, especially mentally compared. Noticing Lin Xu's condition, she saw him go to the restroom with Xia Zian. This reminded Lu Yiqian of what she had seen with Bai Lu last night, stirring many thoughts in her mind. Initially, Lu Yiqian planned not to see anything, but her curiosity kept rising. Seeing Lin Xu and Xia Zian had been gone for some time, she decided to check what they were doing on the deck. Lu Yiqian wanted to call Bai Lu, who was next to her, but at that moment Bai Lu had already fallen asleep. She thought that even if Lin Xu and Xia Zian discovered her, she could just excuse herself by saying she went to the restroom. Lu Yiqian slipped past the many people lying in the cabin and exited. Having suspected Lin Xu and Xia Zian might be doing something on the deck, Lu Yiqian only peeked her head out at the cabin door and quickly pulled back. Although Lu Yiqian had improved her overall abilities, she did not possess night vision. The cabin was bright, but the deck was relatively dim. Lin Xu and Xia Zian were at the stern of the ship, some distance from the cabin door. In a fleeting glance, Lu Yiqian saw them seemingly embracing each other. Lin Xu spotted Lu Yiqian peeking. If it were someone else, he would have chosen to separate from Xia Zian. However, at this distance, others wouldn't see much. Yet since he was with Xia Zian, there was nothing wrong even if someone saw them together. However, upon seeing Lu Yiqian, Lin Xu did not immediately part from Xia Zian. After a quick thought, he issued a selection task to Lu Yiqian. Lin Xu could also give Xia Zian a 5-star selection task. According to Lin Xu's plan, he intended to take this opportunity to issue a 5-star difficulty selection task to Xia Zian. While doing some tasks, he aimed to let Xia Zian complete the 5-star task, achieving 2 goals with 1 move. As for Lu Yiqian, Lin Xu could still issue her a 15-star selection task today. If the opportunity arose, Lin Xu would naturally issue a selection task to Lu Yiqian. However, based on the earlier situation on the ship, he could only issue her a maximum of a 2-star difficulty task. Even if he did issue a selection task to Lu Yiqian, the difficulty level was low, but it was somewhat challenging to complete. Therefore, Lin Xu had not found a suitable opportunity to issue her a task. Originally, Lin Xu planned to handle his matters with Xia Zian first. If Lu Yiqian was still awake after reaching the limit of tasks for Xia Zian today, he would consider issuing her some selection tasks. From Lin Xu's perspective, he could issue a higher star-level difficulty task to Xia Zian. However, for Lu Yiqian, he could only issue lower star-level tasks. Just considering the rewards, Xia Zian's priority was higher than Lu Yiqian's. Not to mention, Lin Xu could take the opportunity to do things he greatly wanted with Xia Zian. Having only taken a quick glance and not seeing clearly, Lu Yiqian wanted to sneak a peek. Before she could fully show herself, she received a prompt from the selection task system. Ding detected that you are peeking, triggering selection task. Option 1. Continue peeking to find out what Lin Xu and Xia Zian are doing and earn a regular fishing hook of 10 meters. Option 2. Pretend not to have seen anything and calmly return to the cabin earning 80 survival coins. If it were someone else, Lin Xu would separate from Xia Zian and not continue. For Lu Yiqian, Lin Xu had issued her a selection task system today, so he was not worried about her seeing anything. The selection task options he issued to Lu Yiqian were all 1-star difficulty, with option 1 offering much higher rewards than option 2. As long as Lu Yiqian chose option 2, Lin Xu would know through the rewards received that she had chosen that option. Lin Xu noticed Lu Yiqian. If Xia Zian were in a different state, she too would have sensed it. However, at that moment, Xia Zian had no thoughts to pay attention to her surroundings. After the task was issued, Lin Xu and Xia Zian continued as before. A moment later, without receiving a system reward prompt, Lin Xu knew what choice Lu Yiqian had made. At that moment, Lin Xu did not have much thought to focus on whether Lu Yiqian would continue peeking or return to the cabin. For Lu Yiqian, among the options presented by the triggered selection task, she leaned more towards the rewards of option 2. The reward for option 1 was good, but since she already had it on the ship, obtaining another fishing hook was not very useful. In contrast, although the survival coins were not many, their utility was better than the fishing hook. This was concerning the rewards of the triggered selection task. However, at that moment, Lu Yiqian's curiosity surged, and she wanted to see what Lin Xu and Xia Zian were really doing. Upon learning Lu Yiqian's choice, Lin Xu did not stop his actions. At this moment, both Lin Xu and Xia Zian were like arrows on the bowstring, unable to hold back. As they entered, Xia Zian completed the 5-star difficulty option from the selection task Lin Xu had issued previously. Since she had completed similar tasks before, this reward was slightly less than the previous one. Upon completing the selection task, Xia Zian received a radar worth 10500 survival coins. Meanwhile, Lin Xu received a radar worth 100 survival coins. However, at that moment, neither Xia Zian nor Lin Xu had the heart to care about the newly acquired radar's effectiveness. Sneaking a peek, Lu Yiqian popped her little head out and strained to watch them. When Lin Xu and Xia Zian made some movements and heard the faint sound of the sea breeze blowing in their ears, if Lu Yiqian still did not realize what they were doing, she would be a fool. Having seen Xia Zian do some things to Lin Xu last night, Lu Yiqian speculated that there definitely was something between Lin Xu and Xia Zian. Although she still could not see clearly what Lin Xu and Xia Zian were doing, it made Lu Yiqian completely understand that there was a romantic relationship between them. Knowing what Lin Xu and Xia Zian were doing and completing the selection task to earn a 10-meter fishing hook, Lu Yiqian took a deep breath and planned to return to the cabin. However, at that moment, Lu Yiqian triggered a selection task again. After understanding the content of the selection task, she pursed her lips. Lin Xu and Xia Zian were at the end of the deck after the ship's upgrade. The deck had expanded, placing them a certain distance from the cabin. Worried that they might be overheard by those inside the cabin, Xia Zian was making a concerted effort to suppress any sounds. However, sometimes it's not just about self-restraint, and Xia Zian would still let out relatively quiet sounds. The sounds she made were inaudible inside the cabin due to the sea breeze. But now, with only the sound of the sea breeze, Lu Yiqian near the cabin door could hear a bit if she listened close. Having already realized what Lin Xu and Xia Zian were doing, and having completed her triggered quest, Lu Yiqian decided not to continue peeking. However, since Lu Yiqian was already here, Lin Xu wouldn't let her easily return to the cabin. This was the perfect opportunity to issue her some high-star quests. After receiving a system prompt and obtaining a retractable hook, Lin Xu immediately assigned Lu Yiqian. This time, the choice quest Lin Xu gave Lu Yiqian included one option for her to place her hand on her own body and another that required her to take action. Option 1 was relatively easy to complete with only a 2-star difficulty. Option 2, on the other hand, was much more challenging, reaching a 4-star difficulty. In terms of rewards, the 2-star option offered a decent one, similar to what Lu Yiqian had received for completing a quest earlier on the island. The reward was a 500 milliliters water purifier. As for option 2, the 4-star difficulty promised a super reward for Lu Yiqian, increasing her level by 3. For option 1, although it was somewhat awkward, Lu Yiqian felt it was still quite manageable. Option 2, however, stirred some thoughts and feelings within her that she had never experienced before. For Lu Yiqian, choosing option 2 felt like she would be giving herself away. Moreover, if she did that, anyone below who woke up and looked up would see what she was doing. Despite her inner turmoil, Lu Yiqian still believed it was not a good idea. If someone saw her, she felt she wouldn't be able to face anyone again. For Lin Xu, assigning these choice quests to Lu Yiqian satisfied his wicked sense of amusement regardless of which option she chose. On one side were him and Xia Zian, while on the other was Lu Yiqian. Just imagining it was enough to be quite stimulating. After assigning the quest, Lin Xu continued with Xia Zian. Before long, Lin Xu received another system prompt informing him that he had obtained a 5L water purifier. From the reward, he understood that Lu Yiqian did not choose the higher reward option 2. Next, Lin Xu assigned Lu Yiqian another choice quest. This time the quest was relatively simple, with both options being 2-star difficulty. After understanding the contents of the two options, Lu Yiqian pondered why the choice quests triggered by the system were so strange. One option was to place her finger on her lips and gently bite for a while the other was to touch below. Faced with these two choices, Lu Yiqian chose to place her finger near her lips. Upon completing the choice quest, Lu Yiqian received a reward of a level 1 basic firearm. Completing one quest triggered yet another choice quest. For Lin Xu, assigning these choice quests to Lu Yiqian was akin to orchestrating a process that would gradually lead her to accept broader experiences. After consecutively completing 5 2-star difficulty quests, Lu Yiqian earned 650 survival coins, increased her level by 1, raised her basic combat level by 1, received 30 pieces of bread and a bundle of bandages. Having completed numerous choice quests, Lu Yiqian, after a while, without triggering another, calmed her emotions and left the cabin door to return to her previous resting spot. On Lin Xu's side, he had also finished shortly after Lu Yiqian returned to the cabin below. After finishing, Lin Xu and Xia Zian did not immediately go back into the cabin. Lin Xu sat on the deck with Xia Zian resting her head on his lap as they looked out at the pitch-black sea beyond the ship. I never imagined we would end up in such a strange world for some ocean survival. Yet, just yesterday we were in Paris attending an event. It feels like a dream. Perhaps we are dreaming, and when we wake up, everything will return to how it was. You wouldn't want to return to how it was, would you? Of course not. I feel quite good now. I knew it wouldn't be good to return with so many beautiful sights to behold at any moment. Back on Blue Star, like Lu Xiaomi and the others, they were unattainable. It was impossible even to befriend them, let alone have them right in front of us now. I have a question for you. Seeing Lin Xu glance at her, Xia Zian continued, have you ever thought about how long we would stay in this world? In response to Xia Zian's question, Lin Xu shook his head and said, I don't know. Perhaps we might never return. If we truly can never return, what plans do you have for the future? After saying this, Xia Zian kept her gaze fixed on Lin Xu. Lin Xu remained silent while Xia Zian smiled at him. I can see the answer in your eyes. I don't know what tomorrow holds, and I have no right to stop you. I just hope that no matter what happens in the future, there will always be a place for me and you row in your heart. After saying this, Xia Zian closed her eyes and quietly rested her head on Lin Xu's lap. Many girls tend to overthink after certain events. Being someone with high intelligence and emotional quotient, Xia Zian was acutely aware of how things would develop over time. However, knowing didn't change the fact that when a group of people gathered on a ship, certain outcomes were inevitable. She had never imagined that Lin Xu would only have her in such circumstances. Just this afternoon, she had seen quite a few girls moving closer to Lin Xu. With so many people on the ship, if there were an opportunity to be alone with Lin Xu, Xia Zian figured they would have rushed in. And the girls on the ship were each unique. Xia Zian did not believe that Lin Xu could resist when they actively. Feeling tired, Xia Zian closed her eyes on Lin Xu's lap, and not long after he noticed her breathing. Knowing that Xia Zian had fallen asleep, Lin Xu spent 500 survival coins in the marketplace to buy a 1m×2m blanket to cover her. The marketplace on the wristband offered a wide variety of items. Basically anything one could think of could be found. However, the rarer and higher quality items required more survival coins, while ordinary items were priced in the hundreds or thousands of coins. Higher-end items often cost tens of thousands or even more survival coins. Lin Xu had previously seen nuclear-powered engines in the marketplace, but their prices were astronomical. With Xia Zian asleep, Lin Xu looked out at the sea, contemplating what challenges awaited them in the future. Since this was about ocean survival, it surely wouldn't just entail drifting on the sea indefinitely. In that case, it was likely that in the beginning various circumstances would lead to some people perishing. As time passed, many would acquire water purifiers and other freshwater sources, gaining the ability to catch sea creatures. By then there would be food and drink available, and they wouldn't die from hunger or thirst. Oh, was that what ocean survival meant? If so, what was the purpose of increasing one's level? After pondering for a while, without coming to any conclusions, Lin Xu thought that perhaps the true ocean survival began after the novice protection period ended. At that time, it surely wouldn't be like now, where survivors only had to worry about food and drink. With nothing else to do, Lin Xu adjusted his position, leaned against the ship's railing, and closed his eyes. When Lin Xu opened his eyes again, he heard a sound different from the waves. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a girl using the restroom at the edge of the ship. With his night vision, Lin Xu could see clearly. He had seen a lot today, and based on the silhouette behind her, he recognized who it was. Bai Lu drank quite a bit of water today, and before going to bed, she didn't use the restroom, leading to her waking up in the middle of the night due to urgency. Originally, Bai Lu intended to hold it until dawn, but sometimes the more one tries to endure, the more one finds it difficult to hold on. Inside the cabin, Bai Lu did not see Lin Xu and Xia Zian, and she speculated that they must be on the deck. After a while of holding it, Bai Lu decided to go to the restroom. If it weren't for the belief that Lin Xu and Xia Zian were on the deck, Bai Lu would not have dared to come out of the cabin. The cabin door let in light from inside, and it wasn't completely dark outside. Earlier, Lu Yiqian was able to see Lin Xu and Xia Zian from the cabin door, and naturally Bai Lu could too. Bai Lu peeked outside and spotted Lin Xu and Xia Zian at the stern of the ship. With Lin Xu and Xia Zian present, Bai Lu felt a sufficient sense of security. She tiptoed to the side of the ship, not far from Lin Xu, to use the restroom. Lin Xu was asleep as well, and since Bai Lu moved quietly, he did not notice her leaving the cabin. Lin Xu possessed a sense of crisis, able to detect danger in time. However, Bai Lu posed no threat to him, which was not enough to alert Lin Xu. Bai Lu approached Lin Xu and Xia Zian, seeing that both of them were asleep. As for the blanket covering Xia Zian, Bai Lu found it unremarkable. Among the many items Lin Xu and Xia Zian had taken out today, a blanket was nothing surprising. Bai Lu originally planned to finish her business quickly without disturbing Lin Xu and Xia Zian so they could continue sleeping. Once done, she turned to glance at Lin Xu, who was already awake and looking at her. "I went to the restroom. Why are you staring at me? I was sleeping soundly, but you woke me up. I was a bit scared, so I didn't dare to go far from you guys. Why are you here instead of going back to the cabin? It's so cold here." "It's fine. After our levels have increased, our tolerance to temperature has improved a lot. I don't feel cold at all. Hurry back, you're covered in goosebumps." At this moment, it was already past midnight, and with the new day approaching, Lin Xu could once again issue a selection task system to someone. If Lin Xu did not issue a selection task system to Lu Yiqian today, Bai Lu presenting herself would prompt Lin Xu to issue her one. However, considering that there were no good selection tasks to issue to Bai Lu at this moment, Lin Xu decided. Feeling the cold on the deck, Bai Lu nodded after Lin Xu finished speaking and quickly returned to the cabin. Bai Lu had seen some things with Lu Yiqian last night, so she could naturally think of what might happen between Lin Xu and Xia Zian on the deck. Bai Lu was a clever person who, although she contemplated certain possibilities, she said nothing and acted as if she were completely unaware. When Bai Lu returned to the cabin, Lin Xu checked the time, which was already past 3 in the morning. After this period of rest, Lin Xu's spirit and other aspects had returned to their peak. No longer feeling sleepy, Lin Xu looked down at Xia Zian and reached under the blanket. Xia Zian was indeed tired last night. Lin Xu and Bai Lu had a conversation without waking her. Given Xia Zian's current alertness, she could quickly wake up at the slightest disturbance. However, since she was resting on Lin Xu's leg and knew he was right beside her, Xia Zian felt a great sense of security. In such circumstances, she had no worries, and hence, she slept exceptionally soundly. Yet, even a sound sleep could not prevent certain situations from arising. After about half an hour, Xia Zian woke up and sensed something. Initially, Xia Zian wanted to continue sleeping, but she couldn't hold it any longer. She opened her eyes and said to Lin Xu, "Xiao Su, is there ever enough of this?" "Well, how could there ever be enough? If you like it so much, why not just take it for yourself?" Xia Zian woke up, not just because of Lin Xu, but also because she had enjoyed a long and sweet sleep to recharge her energy. Seeing that Xia Zian was awake, Lin Xu leaned down and kissed her. Both had completed 2 4-star selection tasks and 1 5-star selection task, and the sky began to brighten. Early in the morning after their activities, Xia Zian looked at Lin Xu and said, "You really are like an animal. I didn't want it to be like this, but you are just too charming, auntie." From the 2 4-star selection tasks, Xia Zian received rewards of 2 in basic combat level and fuel worth over 6,000 survival coins. For the 5-star difficulty selection task, Xia Zian's reward was an increase of 2 in her level, upgrading from level 21 to level 23. Seeing that it was already past 5 in the morning, Lin Xu did not continue issuing selection tasks to Xia Zian. As things stood, the highest difficulty selection task Lin Xu could issue to Xia Zian was 5 stars. The 5-star option for Xia Zian had been completed multiple times, resulting in diminished rewards. According to previous conversations, completing a 5-star difficulty option could allow Xia Zian to increase her level by 3. It is worth mentioning that this morning the intimacy value between Lin Xu and Xia Zian increased by 1 point, now reaching 98. Seeing the intimacy value approaching 100, Lin Xu eagerly anticipated how the rewards he would receive would multiply after achieving 100 with Xia Zian. As the sky brightened after exchanging some sweet nothings, Lin Xu and Xia Zian washed themselves with fresh water. "Can you smell? I don't have any unusual odor, right?" "No, apart from being fragrant, it's just fragrant." "Stop with the flattery." Despite saying this, Xia Zian felt pleased in her heart when Lin Xu complimented her after their little exchange. "This is already the 3rd day you finally made it down. Isn't it thanks to you? Otherwise I would still be like that. They'll give you my shorts to wear for now. I don't think I need them, or I might end up needing them again later." Xia Zian looked at Lin Xu helplessly. Lin Xu and Xia Zian returned to the cabin where everyone was still asleep. Looking at the others lying in the cabin, as he had said earlier to Xia Zian, he got up again. Lin Xu did not wish for things to be this way, but some matters were beyond his control. Seeing him like this, Xia Zian shook her head and smiled helplessly. Not everyone in the cabin was still asleep. Upon hearing footsteps, Lu Yiqian woke up. Lu Yiqian's level had reached level 4, an overall improvement of 20 compared to the beginning. Her overall quality had improved in all aspects, including mental recovery, etc. Although Lu Yiqian did not sleep early last night, she had still managed to recharge herself. Seeing Lin Xu and Xia Zian coming down the stairs, Lu Yiqian opened her eyes, took a look, and then closed her eyes to pretend to sleep. Some things Lu Yiqian did at the cabin door last night, although unseen by anyone, still left her feeling a bit off. As Lin Xu and Xia Zian returned to the cabin and found that everyone was still asleep, they spread out a blanket at the edge of the cabin and sat down. Around 6 o'clock, some girls who had gone to bed early last night began to wake up one after another. Having woken up from a long sleep, many girls needed to use the restroom. With continuous movement, more and more people began to wake up. A new day had arrived, and the atmosphere on the ship with Lin Xu and the others gradually became lively. After Su Ro and the others woke up and took care of their personal matters, Su Ro gathered a few of Lin Xu's female classmates to collect the empty water bottles used for fresh water and proceeded to refill them from the freshwater purifier. The largest freshwater purifier had stopped producing fresh water because the water inside had not been taken out in time and the internal container was full. While Su Ro and the others were busy, Lin Xu and Xia Zian arrived at the stern to retrieve the fishing net from the boat. After being left hanging at the stern for such a long time, the net had caught quite a few things. Among them, there were 2 black iron-level treasure chests, the origins of which were unknown. The fishing net had collected various items, and many girls, seeing Lin Xu and Xia Zian busy, came over to help sort and organize. According to Lin Xu's estimate, the various fish, crabs, and shrimp caught in the net would be enough for everyone on the boat to eat today. Everyone was busy for a good part of the morning, finishing up just before 8 o'clock. Because the fresh water purifier produced an excess of fresh water, the empty bottles were filled to capacity, with much still remaining. Since there was still plenty of fresh water left, after discussing with Lin Xu, Su Ro instructed everyone to use the fresh water in the bottles for washing up, such as washing their faces and rinsing their mouths. The empty bottles were filled again with fresh water, and there was still a lot of fresh water left in the purifier. The store page had containers for sale, which were not too expensive for Lin Xu. However, since Lin Xu had a large amount of water in his system space, he did not purchase any containers for store. Eating seafood for breakfast is not good for the stomach, so Lin Xu and the others did not eat the seafood they had caught, opting instead for bread. Before returning to the boat yesterday, everyone was reluctant to eat too much bread, who just having a little felt quite. After yesterday's feast of seafood and barbecue led by Lin Xu, eating only bread now felt rather bland. Having eaten their fill, the group found themselves with nothing to do. Sailing on the sea is inherently a rather dull activity. With so many people on the boat, many of Lin Xu's classmates had never had the chance to interact with celebrities like Lu Yiqian before. Now, not only could they engage with them, but they were doing so openly. With little to do, many girls gathered around by Lu and Lu Yiqian, chatting and listening to stories about the entertainment industry on Blue Star. In this idle moment, Lin Xu enjoyed the beautiful scenery while reviewing the gains he had made over the past 2 days. Looking at the abundance of water, bread, and survival coins in his system space, he felt elated. At present, without needing to continue acquiring more rewards through the system, Lin Xu had the ability to lead the crew on his boat to a lifestyle far better than that of other survivors. Wandering among the crowd, looking around, and occasionally joining in their conversations, Lin Xu felt a strong sense of hope for his small life. The only regret at this moment was that he could only look but not touch. Lin Xu thought to himself that if one day he could do as he pleased, life would be perfect. In order to hasten the arrival of that day, Lin Xu believed he should work harder. After wandering around, he assigned Lu Yiqian a choice task. With nothing else to do, assigning Lu Yiqian a choice task could also earn her some rewards. Of course, he would benefit more, not to mention enjoying the show. The suddenly triggered choice task presented 2 options. One was to sing a song in public, and the other was to perform a dance in public. Both options were of 2-star difficulty, with the second option of dancing in public offering a higher reward. As a top star of Long Kingdom, Lu Yiqian had studied singing and dancing. While she couldn't compare to professionals in singing, she could still hold her own. As for dancing, Lu Yiqian had a natural talent, so she was not inferior to many professionals. However, during her time on Blue Star, she rarely sang or danced. Many videos of her singing and dancing were from when she was young and had just debuted. Faced with the choice task, Lu Yiqian made her decision after a brief moment of thought. The reward for dancing in public was considerably higher than singing a song. However, if she were to receive a fitted outfit, it wouldn't be out of the question. But under the current circumstances, dancing seemed a bit too much. After making her choice, Lu Yiqian began to steer the conversation towards singing. After just a few words, the girls around Lu Yiqian, who had never heard her sing before, began to cheer for her to sing a verse. With the encouragement from the other girls, Lu Yiqian started to sing. With her sweet and soft voice, Lu Yiqian's singing was incredibly pleasant to listen to. Lin Xu had already approached Lu Yiqian after assigning her the choice task. As Lu Yiqian began to sing, many other girls in the vicinity gathered around to listen. When Lu Yiqian finished a song, the surrounding crowd erupted in applause, everyone clapping for her and calling for another song. Listening to Lu Yiqian sing was quite an enjoyable experience. With the crowd cheering, Lu Yiqian did not refuse and sang another song she knew. Lin Xu, not having had enough, naturally assigned her another choice task. Without any accompaniment, Lu Yiqian's voice resonated, providing a feeling of a spring breeze. After singing 2 songs in succession, Lu Yiqian had completed the 2 2-star choice tasks, earning a 1 to her basic combat level and 20 pieces of bread as a reward. Having earned these rewards just for singing 2 songs, Lu Yiqian felt it was quite easy. After finishing her songs, Lin Xu did not assign her another choice task. It wasn't that Lin Xu didn't want to continue listening to Lu Yiqian sing, rather some things should not be consumed all at once, as that would take away the fun. With Lu Yiqian having opened the door by Lu Xiaomi, and others were also encouraged by the surrounding girls to sing. Bai Lu directly refused as she had a loud voice, and while her singing was passable, it was not very melodious. Yang Xiaomi was also initially reluctant to sing, and she was similar to Bai Lu, but everyone present had heard her. This song was originally sung by Yang Xiaomi, and many people on Blue Star had sung it. However, no matter who sang it, it could not compare to how Yang Xiaomi sang it. With her voice's unique tone somewhat sharp and sweet, it matched the song perfectly. Despite this, the eager crowd encouraged her, and Yang Xiaomi decided to sing this song she had performed in many places before. Whether it was Lu Yiqian or Yang Xiaomi, as artists who had been in the entertainment industry for many years, they were accustomed to being in the spotlight and were not at all shy about singing. After Yang Xiaomi finished singing, the crowd applauded her, and she pulled others into the spotlight, encouraging those like Zhao Liying who had experience singing to perform as well. Singing can be infectious, and as one after another joined in, even foreign female stars like Decisive sang. Listening to one beautiful song after another, the atmosphere on the boat became much livelier. If it weren't for the fact that everyone had no clothes on, the girls from Lin Xu's class who could dance would surely have performed a couple of dances. While Lin Xu and the others were happily singing, Lin Xu's wristband emitted a radar alert indicating that a massive marine creature was approaching their boat. Early in the morning, Lin Xu and his companions loaded the radar given to him by Xia Zian onto their ship along with another radar he had obtained himself. Xia Zian explained that this radar was something she had acquired on a previous island which she had forgotten to give to Lin Xu earlier. Lin Xu understood how Xia Zian had come to possess the radar and did not ask further questions. After the radar was installed on the ship, it was connected to the captain's wristband, allowing Lin Xu to control the radar through it. Yesterday, Lin Xu had also studied the captain's authority and wristband, developing some new functions. For instance, after linking the captain's wristband with the captain's screen, he could perform various operations on the cabin screens via the wristband. Everyone returned to the cabin quickly. A large marine creature is rapidly approaching our ship. Just after installing the radar, it was already being put to use, which took Lin Xu by surprise. He hurriedly called for the singing crowd to return to the cabin. At Lin Xu's warning, everyone promptly rose and quickly entered the cabin. "Xiaosu, can we handle it?" "No problem." The large marine creature was heading straight towards them from the direction their ship was sailing. If they wanted to avoid a collision with the large marine creature, they could adjust the ship's course in time, which might allow them to evade it. However, for Lin Xu and his ship, there was no need for such measures. Once everyone was inside the cabin, Lin Xu used the captain's wristband to control the ship's radar and check the distance. He saw that the creature was rapidly approaching the range of the ship's cannon, so he fired. A loud cannon shot rang out, hurtling towards the large marine creature. Lin Xu and Xia Zian, standing on the deck, watched as the shell flew out, crashing into the sea and creating massive waves. It didn't die, it's turning and swimming away in another direction. It should pose no threat to our ship now. The cannon fired by Lin Xu was one he had equipped on the ship, and it was quite powerful. However, since the large marine creature was not at the surface, the shot did not kill it. Watching as the creature swam farther away from the ship, Lin Xu exchanged a few words with Xia Zian before returning to the cabin to call the others out. Lin Xu chose to bombard the large marine creature with the ship's cannon because he had identified it as a target approaching their vessel through the radar. It was swimming straight towards their ship, and if it collided head-on, it would certainly cause some damage. Given his limited understanding of this world, Lin Xu's first instinct was that the creature was hostile, so he prioritized attacking. The speed of their ship was quite fast. As the girls Lin Xu had earlier sent into the cabin came out, their ship had also sailed to the area where they had just fired. The shot Lin Xu fired had indeed struck the large marine creature, and the surrounding seawater was stained red with its blood. In fact, if he had aimed for stability, Lin Xu could have waited until the large marine creature was closer to the surface before firing the cannon. That way he would have had a high chance of killing the large marine creature. However, that also carried some risk. If the large marine creature had a significant impact force and collided with the ship before being hit, their vessel could suffer damage. Seeing the large amount of blood floating on the surface of the sea and smelling the metallic scent in the air, everyone on board felt a pang of fear. If they hadn't had the ship's cannon that Lin Xu acquired and equipped, their situation would have been quite different. Just after Lin Xu had everyone enter the cabin, someone checked the regional channel information. Previously, they had all been singing and entertaining themselves, so no one had paid attention to the discussions of other survivors on the regional channel. Now, looking through the chaotic information, a few survivors mentioned that their ships had been struck by large marine. Their ships were shaking violently and were at risk of capsizing, asking other survivors how to respond. Since incidents of ships being struck by large marine creatures were not uncommon, they were quickly drowned out by many other pieces of chaotic information. However, not long after, everyone received a notification on their wristbands. The Zhuangzi in Area A562 has been damaged and sunk to the seabed. A notification that everyone could see fell upon Lin Xu's ship, leaving it in stunned silence. It wasn't just the people on Lin Xu's ship, those on other ships were similarly quiet. Many had thought that survival in the ocean while on a ship posed little danger. Previously, there had been ships that opened treasure chests and encountered monsters, and those ships had found ways to deal with the creatures. While there had been deaths before, most people had not witnessed them, so there had been little information about deaths on the region. Now that news of a sunken ship had come, it was easy to deduce that no matter how many survivors had been on that ship, none had survived. Everyone had thought that as long as they stayed on the ship, the biggest survival issues would be water and food. As long as there was enough water and food, they could survive. The current information delivered a tremendous shock to everyone, making them realize that even staying on a ship with water and food carried the risk of death. Lin Xu's decision to fend off the enemy and drive away the large marine creature with the ship's cannon was considered quite wise. He was very powerful, yet he lacked experience facing large marine creatures and did not know the extent of their destructive capabilities. Previously, all survivors faced threats mainly from monsters that emerged from treasure chests aside from basic needs like water and bread. Now the danger of large marine creatures attacking ships began to gradually reveal itself. While Lin Xu and the others remained silent, another notification came in. Another ship had been severely damaged and sunk. Seeing that everyone on the ship was mute, Lin Xu spoke to the group. Don't worry too much, our ship has been upgraded and is definitely more durable than other vessels. Moreover, we have a ship's cannon, making it difficult for large marine creatures to approach us. The crisis has been averted, so everyone should return to what they were doing. Teacher Su Mingjie, come with me. I opened a carpet from a treasure chest last night, and let's lay it down in the cabin together. Upon hearing Lin Xu's words, Xia Zian looked at him with a hint of confusion. She had obtained a carpet through the task selection system last night, so how did Lin Xu have one too? At that moment, Xia Zian began to suspect whether Lin Xu also possessed a task selection system like her. However, she knew that the task selection system had its restrictions and could not be revealed to anyone. She realized that even if she asked Lin Xu about it, he would not be able to tell her whether or not he had the task selection system. Originally, Xia Zian had planned to wait for a suitable moment to bring out the carpet, but now Lin Xu had done so before her. Since Xia Zian had fallen asleep last night, she did not know whether Lin Xu had obtained the treasure chest while she was asleep. The carpet Lin Xu obtained was of excellent material and quite large, more than enough to cover the entire cabin. After spending some time laying the carpet in the cabin, Su Ro happily remarked while touching the carpet, "With this carpet, our sleep at night will be more comfortable." Yes, but unfortunately this carpet is too thick and somewhat hard. Otherwise, it would be great to cut it up and use it to make clothes. Let's also lay it down in the passage and the captain's room. If there's any left over, we can cut it for those who feel cold to use as blankets. Lin Xu, Xia Zian, Su Ro, and the others finished laying the carpet and returned to the deck, inviting the rest to enter the cabin and see the newly laid carpet. It feels soft and warm underfoot, so comfortable. This is amazing. I want to lie down and take a nap. Everyone boarded the ship without anything. The deck and the cabin, although clean, were made of hard metal plates which felt cold and uncomfortable underfoot. Especially when sitting or lying down to sleep, they needed to warm the ground beneath them with their body heat. This was quite a struggle for the young women on the ship who had been pampered back on Blue Star. After all, no one had any clothing and their skin was delicate. However, since everyone was in the same situation and could endure, they gritted their teeth and bore it. In such an environment where life could not be guaranteed, this was merely a trivial matter. Now Lin Xu took out a carpet and laid it on the ground. Although it was far less comfortable than his large soft bed back on Blue Star, the conditions had improved significantly. That's how people are. Once they have experienced some hardships, they find great satisfaction in even slight. One girl rolled back and forth on it, already imagining how comfortable it would be to sleep on. As time passed, it was soon approaching noon. At noon, everyone used a portable stove to cut and grill some fish they had caught. By the time everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, it was almost 2 p.m. Having eaten and drunk enough, one girl returned to the cabin and lay down on the carpeted floor to rest. Many people thought the afternoon would be like the previous one, but Lin Xu detected an island over 100 nautical miles away using the radar on his wristband. There is an island to our front left. Should we deviate to land on the island? Let's vote. If more than half agree, we will head towards the island. Lin Xu sent the announcement to everyone through the captain's wristband, and the crew group immediately buzzed with excitement. Why not go? Exactly. Our ship has been upgraded, and the time for the fog to arrive is increasing. We definitely should go. Many people on the ship believe they should go. From yesterday afternoon to this afternoon, nearly a day and night had passed. Just sitting on the ship was quite boring, and everyone was eager to go. Moreover, landing on the island would surely yield some rewards. Although everyone currently had enough to eat and drink, they needed to plan for the future. Lin Xu initiated a democratic vote, and more than half chose to head to the island. Seeing that a vast majority were willing, Lin Xu adjusted the course towards the island. With the ship upgraded and equipped with a level 10 engine installed by Lin Xu, the ship's speed was remarkably. Currently, the speed of their ship far exceeded the spread of the fog, so the countdown kept increasing. With the ship moving quickly, Lin Xu and the others had plenty of time, and their ability to spot the island was due to the high-level radar. Without the radar, unless the island appeared within a certain distance in front of them, it would be very difficult to discover its existence. The island over 100 nautical miles away was nearly 200 kilometers in a straight line from Lin Xu and the others. At their current ship speed, it would take about 2 hours. Everyone make sure to rest. We have nearly 2 hours to reach the island. Although the crew had done nothing all day, given the unknown situation on the island, it was wise to rest in advance. Once the arrangements were made, Lin Xu went to the deck and sat at the bow looking ahead as they approached the island. A few girls also came to sit beside him. After about an hour and a half, they were closer to the island and could see some outlines of the land in the distance. At this point, everyone on the ship had gathered on the deck, gazing at the distant island. As they got closer, the island appeared larger in their view, and Lin Xu received a prompt asking whether to dock. Yesterday's island seemed to have appeared suddenly in front of the ship. As a beginner's resource island, it had provided a lot of information in advance. However, the island they were approaching this time had a danger level of 2, with no other alerts present. The beginner's resource island had a danger level of 1A, and it had a 100 reward increase in difficulty. This current island with a danger level of 2 did not lower any danger difficulty. From a distance, it looked quite different from the bright beginner's resource island. It had many trees, giving it a somewhat gloomy and eerie feel. There is no time limit for this island, but we need to return before dark. I will go first to confirm that there is no significant danger before I come back for you all. Facing Lin Xu's suggestion, no one had any objections, although the first person to land on the island would like. Everyone on the ship believed this, given that Lin Xu and Xia Zian had previously landed on an island and returned with many valuable items, becoming significantly stronger. However, it was equally true that being the first to land was undoubtedly very dangerous. After Lin Xu and Xia Zian confirmed there was no danger, they allowed others to explore the island, but they dared not venture too deep. Now it was the same. Knowing that those who landed first had greater chances for rewards, no one was willing to do so. After all, one's own life was more important than opportunity. In fact, for Lin Xu and Xia Zian, their earlier gains from landing first were not significantly greater than others. They mainly benefited from system rewards rather than from the island's resources. Lin Xu took the lead to scout for others to prevent any potential crises on the island that could lead to casualty. As the ship approached the island and stabilized, Lin Xu made some arrangements, assigning Xia Zian to lead while he jumped into the sea to swim towards the island. Once on the island, Lin Xu quickly headed deep into the land. Compared to before, his level had increased significantly, making him stronger. This island was not very large. Lin Xu spent over 10 minutes to get a general understanding of the entire island. Compared to the previous beginner's resource island, this one was indeed filled with much more danger. For instance, there were swarms of red fire ants on the ground, various poisonous insects hiding among the grass and the trees, and wild boars in the central area of the island. Lin Xu quickly scouted around and found 6 black iron-level treasure chests and 2 bronze-level chests. This time he did not open them directly, but tied them together with a rope to move them as a group. As for the wild boars and other beasts near the center of the island, any he encountered became resources in his wrist. After understanding the general situation of the island, Lin Xu quickly returned, and after swimming back to the ship, told everyone, "I have checked the situation on the island. It is far more dangerous than the previous one. This area in front of us is relatively safe, so everyone can explore here. As for other areas, please avoid them, as there are too many poisonous insects. Auntie, please assist in the sea while I send the others down." After Lin Xu spoke, Xia Zian nodded and jumped into the sea. Lin Xu then threw down the raft he had pulled onto the ship earlier. Last time when the girls disembarked, he wasn't present, and they climbed down the ship's anchor chain one by one. Climbing down the anchor chain was possible, but inefficient. This time with Lin Xu present, he decided to help them disembark using the method they had used to board. First was Su Ro, who climbed over the ship's railing and stood outside. Lin Xu took out a grappling hook and had her stand on it. While standing outside the railing, Lin Xu held Su Rao's waist with one hand and grasped the hook with the other. Su Ro held the grappling hook with both hands ready for the descent. Once she was prepared, Lin Xu lifted the hook and began to lower her away from the ship. Lin Xu slowly lowered her down, and soon Su Ro reached the water's surface. Compared to climbing down the anchor chain herself, Lin Xu's help made it much easier and more convenient. After Su Ro went down, the others followed suit. One by one, they leaned on Lin Xu to step outside the ship's railing, where Lin Xu protected them by holding their waists, quickly sending everyone who could swim down. Lin Xu's movements were swift, and the cooperation of the others was quite good, so he quickly helped all the swimmers down to the boat. During this process, although Lin Xu did not deliberately take advantage, there were still some intimate physical contact. For example, when a girl stumbled while climbing over the boat railing, Lin Xu helped her steady herself, and some who were a bit scared standing at the edge of the boat held onto Lin Xu's arm. When it came to Li Mengjie, Lin Xu wrapped his arm around her waist and gave her a playful slap on the backside after she steadied herself, which made Li Mengjie glare at him furiously. Those who could swim were taken down by Lin Xu, and under Xia Xian's arrangement, they swam towards the island. The rest who could not swim were taken down by Lin Xu a few at a time until the raft was full. Then he told the others to wait and jump down. After about 20 minutes, everyone from Lin Xu's boat had arrived on the island. This was thanks to Lin Xu helping everyone disembark quickly. Otherwise, if they relied on their own capabilities, it would have taken over an hour for everyone to reach the island. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and darkness would soon fall. Although there were no regulations on how long to stay on this island, nighttime on the island would definitely pose more dangers than being on the boat. According to the prior arrangements, Lin Xu and Xia Xian would each lead a portion of the group to explore. Having a larger number of people on Lin Xu's boat had its advantages and disadvantages. The current downside was that with so many people, issues were likely to arise. However, after the previous experience, everyone on Lin Xu's boat had become more seasoned and no longer felt as lost as they did the first time. Lin Xu instructed Wang Yuro and the others to open the 8 treasure chests he had found and brought to the beach. For Lin Xu, he felt closer to Wang Yuro and the others. Since Lin Xu was the one who found and brought the treasure chests, no one had any objections to whom he assigned to open them. After Wang Yuro opened 2 bronze-level chests, her level increased to level 1. Wang Yuro was very happy and excited after leveling up, as this was a clear indication of her overall enhancement. This kind of improvement was a very special and delightful feeling for someone experiencing it for the first time. Seeing her excitement, Lin Xu said to the others, "Let Teacher Su open the remaining ones. Once Teacher Su levels up, I will also try to bring back treasure chests I find in the future, so everyone can level up." For Lin Xu, the experience gained from opening treasure chests was too little, and the items obtained from the chests weren't particularly impressive. Using the treasure chests to gain experience for others to level up was also a good method. Wang Yuro was Lin Xu's sister, and no one had any objections to her opening the treasure chests first. There were also no objections to letting Su Ro open the remaining chests. Over the past 2 days, Su Ro had done just as much as Xia Xian. In terms of effort, Su Ro had put in a lot, so she should have priority in opening the treasure chests. The 2 bronze-level treasure chests that Wang Yuro had opened did not yield any monsters, and the resources obtained were roughly 5 times that of Black Iron level. However, Su Ro was not so lucky when she opened her 4th chest, as it released a monster. Su Ro stepped back in fright upon seeing the creature emerge. Lin Xu quickly stepped forward and kicked the monster away. Previously, he had studied that the monsters released from treasure chests had meat similar to pork. However, since the monster was humanoid, Lin Xu felt that if one did not know beforehand, it was fine, but knowing that they would be eating its flesh could be quite unsettling. Since there was no shortage of wild meat, several monster corpses were thrown into the sea by Lin Xu to feed the fish. Lin Xu received experience points for the kill even before the kicked monster landed. Earlier, Lin Xu had thought about not killing the monster right away to let the girls practice, but as soon as the monster appeared, he instinctively kicked it. While he was thinking, his foot had already landed on the monster. Lin Xu planned to let the others try to kill the next monster that came from a treasure chest to train their abilities. Su Ro opened the remaining treasure chests, and this time no more monsters were released. Aside from water bread and survival coins, the chests contained some everyday useful items such as ropes, wooden barrels, and items to upgrade the boat. After opening the treasure chests, Lin Xu collected all the items. Since Su Ro had not opened any chests before, the experience gained from these chests did not allow her to level up. Then Lin Xu and Xia Xian began to form teams. Initially, there were more people wanting to follow Xia Xian, but now after spending a day together, more wanted to follow Lin Xu. After some coordination, they were finally divided into 2 teams with Lin Xu and Xia Xian each. Once the teams were formed, Lin Xu led the girls with him in one direction, while Xia Xian took the others in the opposite direction. Xia Zian was now much stronger than when she first arrived at the Novice Resource Island. The dangers of this island posed little threat to her. As long as everyone did not act recklessly and did not open treasure chests on their own, being careful not to venture too deep was not a major issue. Whether it was Lin Xu or Xia Zian, after bringing their teams to a certain area, they allowed everyone to explore freely, while they also explored within a certain range. As long as everyone stayed within a certain area, Lin Xu could respond to any dangers quickly. Seeing that everyone was searching for useful items, Lin Xu sent a message to Xia Zian. Upon receiving Lin Xu's message, Xia Zian felt somewhat speechless. Ever since their encounter yesterday, they had communicated many times. Although it was nice, she thought it couldn't be all about him. However, since she had triggered a selection task, Xia Zian made some simple arrangements before heading to the location Lin Xu mentioned. Today Su Ro was with Xia Zian because if Su Ro did not bring some girls along with Xia Zian, there would be too many people with Lin Xu. Having Lin Xu's location from Xia Zian, he waited at a grassy area for her arrival. A moment later, Xia Zian reached Lin Xu and spoke to him. "You little rascal, why do you keep thinking about that all day? I wish I could be with you all the time, don't you want to?" In response to Lin Xu's question, Xia Zian did not answer directly, but instead showed him her thoughts through her actions. Lin Xu and Xia Zian were close to Xia Zian's group, and she had walked about 300 or 400 meters towards him. At this distance, Xia Zian didn't have to worry about being overheard by others, so she didn't need to lower her voice. Lin Xu felt particularly attuned to the sound she made. Since time was not very ample, Lin Xu did not stay with Xia Zian for too long. After about half an hour, Xia Zian completed 3 4-star options and 1 5-star option. Being in different places brought different feelings. Although the time was short, Lin Xu felt quite good. Xia Zian also had some different feelings due to the current environment and found it very pleasant. For Xia Zian herself, she deeply understood and experienced a lot. If time permitted, she would want to have another round with Lin Xu. Similarly, Lin Xu wanted to quench his thirst. If there was nothing else, as he said, he wished to continue with Xia. Being naturally quick, Xia Zian felt comfortable afterward and did not feel tired at all. After a simple tidy-up, she parted ways with Lin Xu to head back. The prolonged battle has its own advantages, while the quick skirmish has its own pleasures. Lin Xu walked back with satisfaction. Many people were exploring in groups of 3 or 5, and with numerous others around, not much attention was paid to Lin Xu and Xia Zian. People were not clustered together. Once they dispersed, they could only see those who were relatively close within their field of vision due to some obstructions. The majority did not notice the absence of Lin Xu and Xia Zian for a while, but some did pay attention. Lu Yiqi, after seeing Lin Xu and Xia Zian on the deck last night, thought a lot about it afterward. After witnessing what Xia Zian did to Lin Xu the night before, Lu Yiqi realized that the relationship between them was not ordinary. However, Lin Xu was asleep at that time, and Lu Yiqi thought Lin Xu was unaware of Xia Zian's actions. Last night's events made Lu Yiqi fully understand that Lin Xu and Xia Zian shared the kind of relationship she had suspected. After interacting with Lin Xu yesterday, Lu Yiqi found him quite likable. After much thought about the nature of Lin Xu and Xia Zian's relationship, Lu Yiqi deemed it quite reasonable. Although Xia Zian did not appear to be that kind of person at first glance, Lu Yiqi did not know her too well. In Lu Yiqi's view, Lin Xu was a young man full of vigor and exceptionally handsome. Meanwhile, Xia Zian, having lost her husband early on and lived alone for many years, had needs that were quite normal. As long as Xia Zian had any inclination in that regard, living with Lin Xu daily and being a bit proactive, it was inevitable that they would develop that kind of relationship. Although Lu Yiqi thought that Xia Zian raising Lin Xu and the nature of their relationship would not be accepted by society, her years in the entertainment industry had exposed her to many unbelievable stories. While the relationship between Lin Xu and Xia Zian seemed somewhat irrational, it was nothing compared to some stories she had heard in the entertainment circle. The mere existence of their relationship did not cause Lu Yiqi to overthink. The reason Lu Yiqi was thinking so much was that her selection task system was mostly related to Lin Xu. Moreover, she had a lot of physical contact with Lin Xu yesterday, and even her intimate areas had been brushed against by him multiple times. Additionally, listening to Xia Zian's voice while doing various things made her feel extremely restless. Early this morning, Bai Lu sought out Lu Yiqi for a chat, and they communicated through their wristbands. Bai Lu quietly informed Lu Yiqi that after midnight last night, when she went to the restroom outside the cabin, she saw Lin Xu and Xia Zian on the deck. Both Bai Lu and Lu Yiqi had seen what Xia Zian did the night before. Lu Yiqi did not tell Bai Lu that she had already known about Lin Xu and Xia Zian being on the deck and had done some things. When Bai Lu brought it up, Lu Yiqi pretended to be surprised and acted as if she had no knowledge of the situation. Faced with Bai Lu's curiosity about whether there was something between Lin Xu and Xia Zian, Lu Yiqi, who already knew the truth, did not clarify and engaged in some discussion with Bai Lu. Since Bai Lu was curious about the relationship between Lin Xu and Xia Zian, she was just as vigilant about Lin Xu's movements as Lu Yiqi. Luichi, on the other hand, was not curious. Her focus on Lin Xu was aimed at attempting to trigger some selection tasks again. When Lin Xu acted alone and had not shown up for a long time, Luichi noticed. Like yesterday, Luichi and Bai Lu followed Lin Xu today. After noticing that Lin Xu had not appeared for a while, they discussed it among themselves. Luichi messaged Chen Dudu, who was with Xia Zian, to inquire about her situation. Chen Dudu was supposed to be with Lin Xu, but due to the large crowd around him, she joined Yang Xiaomi and Zhao Lying to be with Xia Zian. Initially, Chen Dudu had not paid attention to Xia Zian's whereabouts, but after Luichi inquired, she looked for not finding Xia Zian. Chen Dudu replied to Luichi that she had not seen her. With Lin Xu missing, Xia Zian also seemed to have disappeared, and Luichi speculated that they might have gone off to do something again. Xia Zian had just completed a total of 1 2-star task, 3 4-star tasks, and 1 5-star task with Lin Xu. Since many options were similar to those before, the rewards had decreased considerably. However, due to the higher difficulty levels, the rewards were still quite good. Among the 2-star tasks, Xia Zian received a steel fork, and the 3 4-star tasks yielded 6,000 survival coins, an increase of 2 in her level, and a daily water purifier of 50 liters. As for the 5-star task, Xia Zian received an electric scooter. After completing the selection task, her level increased to level 23. Lin Xu's rewards were 10 times that of Xia Zian, and his level rose to 97. With his level rapidly approaching 100, Lin Xu was terrifyingly powerful, now nearly 20 times his original strength. For an average adult, a comprehensive increase of 20 times would mean that even a powerful rifle shot would be deflected off their body. Currently, the intimacy value between Xia Zian and Lin Xu is 98 points, and this round consumed 19 points. Additionally, with today's events on the deck, she can still issue 66-star selection tasks to her. After parting ways with Xia Zian, Lin Xu returned to the area where he had gathered the group of women. They had long since dispersed, and his arrival did not attract much attention. Those who saw Lin Xu assumed that he had been nearby all along, just out of their line of sight. During Lin Xu's absence, someone had found a treasure chest. After finding the treasure chest, this time nobody opened it directly. Instead, they took it to a relatively flat area. The desire to open the treasure chest themselves after finding it yesterday stemmed from their selfish motives, thinking of secretly hiding it for later use. Now, however, with plenty of supplies on the ship, Lin Xu and Xia Zian did not require others to turn over what they found inside the treasure chest. Whoever finds the treasure chest gets to open it. Under such circumstances, there was naturally no need to secretly open it themselves. Lin Xu and Xia Zian set a good example for everyone, and others consequently interacted more harmoniously. Without the worry of needing fresh water or food, disputes naturally diminished significantly. For Lin Xu, finding anything on the island was not important. What mattered was seizing the opportunity to do something. Today, he could still issue a selection task system to someone. Yesterday, when he issued a selection task system to Luichi, although the rewards were limited, Lin Xu found the process quite delightful. By giving Luichi a selection task, Lin Xu had quietly taken many advantages. If it weren't for the selection tasks, Lin Xu would have merely been able to watch and would have never dared to touch her. Now, in Luichi's mind, she not only did not think Lin Xu had taken advantage of her, but believed it was her own initiative. It is necessary to consider the timing and circumstances when granting the selection task system to someone. For instance, with Luichi, it is currently not easy for Lin Xu to grant her a selection task. It is set that Luichi will autonomously trigger a selection task based on the situation she encounters. Once a number of selection task systems are issued, Lin Xu will no longer have to worry daily about what tasks to assign to others. If Lin Xu had not been with Xia Zian after midnight, the selection task system for today would have been issued to Bai. At that time, Lin Xu had just finished with Xia Zian, who was sweetly resting her head on his lap. He did not want to wake her, so he refrained from assigning a task to Bai Lu. Moreover, there were no suitable tasks to assign to Bai Lu at that moment. Issuing a selection task system also requires good timing. Without the right moment, it holds little significance. After all, Lin Xu intends to provide the selection task system to everyone on the ship. It is merely a matter of time. The outcomes of landing on an island are not important. The ship is too small and crowded, making it difficult for anyone to complete selection tasks. On the island, however, tasks can be issued and completed by others. Additionally, Lin Xu has many items he wishes to take out, necessitating a reasonable excuse. After landing on the island, he could claim that any acquisition was from there, as no one could verify the authenticity. For Lin Xu, assigning the selection task system to Wang Yuru would certainly yield the greatest benefits. They grew up together, leading to a naturally high affinity. However, since Lin Xu first granted the selection task system to Xia Zian and had a more intimate relationship with her, he must carefully consider the tasks for Wang Yuru and the others. For others, Lin Xu can proceed according to his wishes. As long as they are receptive, he will continue to enhance them. As for Wang Yuru and the others, Lin Xu admits that his thoughts are somewhat wicked, but these wicked thoughts did not arise from coming to this world. At home in Blue Star, Wang Yuru and the others generally wore light loungewear. Having grown up with Lin Xu, they did not feel the need to hide themselves from him, so he often caught glimpses of what he shouldn't have. Long ago, when Lin Xu had just matured, he would sneak back to his room and utilize ancestral skills when he observed certain situations at home. Even when Wang Yuru asked Lin Xu for help while she was bathing, he would take the opportunity to look a little longer, though he could hardly see much. To be honest, had it not been for societal constraints and the awareness that such actions are inappropriate, Lin Xu might have done something to Wang Yuru and the others. Many times Lin Xu wanted to sneak a peek while they bathed, but ultimately did not dare to take action. Some things are not about desire, but knowing one shouldn't do them. Now that he has been intimate with Xiazi and Lin Xu only dared to think about such matters when utilizing his ancestral skills back in Blue Star. Given that such things have already become a reality, it is understandable that Lin Xu desires more. Moreover, what he once dreamed of can now be viewed openly. If given the opportunity, Lin Xu would naturally prioritize granting the selection task system to Wang Yuru and the others. Upon returning to the original area, he quickly roamed around to see if there were any suitable options. After some deliberation, Lin Xu focused his thoughts on Bai Lu. It's not that he favors Bai Lu more, he is quite fond of everyone. The reason he chose Bai Lu is that she currently has the best opportunity. The others are in groups while only Bai Lu and Lu Yiqian are together. Having shared secrets from Lin Xu and Xia Zian, the relationship between Bai Lu and Lu Yiqian has improved. Lu Yiqian has leveled up to level 4 by completing selection tasks, and with her level 2 basic combat skills believes she is significantly stronger than many others. She only informed Bai Lu about her level up and slightly showcased her abilities. Upon learning that Lu Yiqian's level had risen, Bai Lu decided to accompany her. Due to her newfound strength, Lu Yiqian has also explored deeper areas than others. Lu Yiqian is somewhat directionally challenged, while Bai Lu has an excellent sense of direction. Being with Bai Lu alleviates her fears of getting lost. Their exploration area is larger than others, especially since Lu Yiqian already possesses the selection task system. Issuing the selection task system to Bai Lu can also be extended to Lu Yiqian, achieving 2 objectives at once. With this idea in mind, Lin Xu appeared before Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu. Seeing Lin Xu, both Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu were momentarily taken aback. They had not noticed his presence earlier, as he seemed to have suddenly appeared before them. How did you suddenly pop up? You startled us. I was already in front of you. I saw you and came over. How? Our luck hasn't been great. We still haven't found a treasure chest. There are some wild fruits ahead. Currently the crew has interacted more with Lin Xu, and there is less formality between them. Lu Yiqian spent some time alone with Lin Xu yesterday, especially in that particular environment. Although the time was short, the depth of their relationship has already reached a level comparable to some girls in Lin Xu's class with whom he seldom interacted. As for Bai Lu, she is no less fond of Lin Xu than Lu Yiqian. In her heart, Lin Xu's timely arrival yesterday made him her savior. Now that she has been in front of Lin Xu without any clothes being scrutinized closely by him, she feels slightly uncomfortable but no longer minds. As Lin Xu approached, Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu both instinctively glanced toward him. Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu thought that since they hadn't seen Lin Xu for a while, Xia Zian must also have been absent for some time. If both of them disappeared simultaneously, it is likely that they were avoiding others to engage in intimate activities. Lu Yiqian knows about the nature of Lin Xu and Xia Zian's relationship, which is substantial, so she is quite certain. Bai Lu may not know as much as Lu Yiqian, but she believes that Lin Xu is straightforward, and if given the chance, he would certainly want to resolve certain matters. Whether it is Lu Yiqian or Bai Lu, they both understand that Lin Xu and Xia Zian might engage in such. Currently, the reason they instinctively look toward Lin Xu is to further verify their thoughts. However, what they see is still Lin Xu being straightforward, which makes them wonder if they misjudged the situation. Maybe Lin Xu did not engage in anything with Xia Zian. As for Lin Xu himself, the thoughts he had in the past 2 days with Xia Zian were indeed less intense compared. Just now, Lin Xu and Xia Zian had a quick encounter which alleviated things a bit. In the absence of others, he felt slightly lowered. Although under such circumstances, as long as Xia Zian reached out to hold his hand or something, it would revert. However, at that moment, Xia Zian thought time was tight and did not touch Lin Xu. Similarly, Lin Xu felt that a quick encounter was enough. He already felt quite good. Continuing might be better, but it would double the time. Lin Xu had been slightly lowered, but he had just turned around in search of a target to activate the task selection system. It said that a person has only so many traits, and they all seem similar. But the reality is far from it. Everyone is different, and different physiques with different faces give entirely different impressions. After turning around and appreciating various different views, he lifted his head again. For Lin Xu, he felt that unless he could connect with everyone for an extended period, it was unlikely to remain as it was now. As for how long it would remain like this, Lin Xu had no certainty in his heart. When he was on Blue Star, he often had many thoughts in that regard, using his ancestral skills 7 or 8 times in one night at most. Having come to this world with his level continuously rising and his overall capabilities rapidly improving, he felt his range of desires had become stronger. Lin Xu was unsure if this was due to his level increase or the circumstances of this world that amplified his. He estimated that it was both. Understanding that this world had no secular constraints allowed his inner thoughts to uncontrollably rise. In contrast, when he was on Blue Star, even if he unintentionally saw some beautiful sights from Xia Zian or classmates, because of the pressure of societal views, although he had thoughts, he dared not express them, actively restraining himself from surfacing. Sometimes, even when he felt like surfacing, he would try to hide it. Now, without the burden of societal views, Lin Xu's inner thoughts were freed. Moreover, he was thinking of eventually being able to engage, thus, he felt more like he does now. This marked a significant change in Lin Xu's mindset, which naturally altered his approach to matters. As for Lin Xu at present, he was rapidly becoming extraordinarily powerful due to his level increase. Had he remained like this for an extended period before leveling up, he would have undoubtedly faced some physical issues. Seeing Lin Xu still, as before, Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu were puzzled if they were overthinking. Sister Qianqian, it's not as we think, right? I'm not sure about that. Bai Lu only knew Xia Zian had done some things to Lin Xu, so seeing him, now she thought she might be overthinking. Although Lu Yiqian was aware of the relationship between Lin Xu and Xia Zian and had witnessed them together, it seemed to her that Lin Xu's current demeanor was not what would typically follow. Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu exchanged messages through their wristbands. During their exchange, Lin Xu checked Bai Lu's personal information and initiated the task selection system for her. Bai Lu, female, 24 years old, height 167 centimeters, leg length 105 centimeters, bust 88 centimeters, a waist 63 centimeters, hip 85 centimeters, attractiveness score 94, charging count 0, charging time 0, clothing score 0, identity score 3, overall score 93. The minimum standard for Lin Xu to activate the task selection system for someone is an overall score above 80. In Bai Lu's case, there was no doubt she met the criteria. Lu Yiqian's overall score was 94, just 1 point higher than Bai Lu's. In other aspects, while Bai Lu's height seemed quite tall on its own, standing next to Lu Yiqian, it was evident she was shorter by a notch. The reason she didn't appear short was that Bai Lu had long legs. Lu Yiqian was 170 centimeters tall with a leg length of only 101 centimeters, while Bai Lu was 167 centimeters tall with a leg length of 105 centimeters. In terms of leg length alone, Bai Lu's legs were longer than Lu Yiqian's, making her appear taller. Currently, Bai Lu was the third person Lin Xu checked personal information for to activate the task selection system. Lu Yiqian and Xia Zian's legs were both slightly shorter than Bai Lu's. Xia Zian was even taller than Lu Yiqian, reaching 173 centimeters, with a leg length of 104 centimeters, which was still 1 centimeter shorter than Bai Lu. When on Blue Star, many of Bai Lu's fans joked that she had long legs, claiming she was 1.6 meters tall, with legs measuring 1.8 meters. This was a joking statement from fans, but it also indicated that Bai Lu's legs were significantly longer than those of others at her height. Bai Lu had an excellent body proportion, with a pair of long straight legs devoid of any excess flesh. When Lin Xu looked at her, he couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be to have such legs. Besides her leg length, Bai Lu's bust was also 3 centimeters larger than Lu Yiqian's. Although the numbers were similar visually, it was evident that Bai Lu was slightly larger than Lu Yiqian. Among Bai Lu, Xia Zian and Lu Yiqian, Xia Zian had the largest bust, reaching 90 centimeters. In addition to her bust, Xia Zian also had a large hip measurement of 95 centimeters. Meanwhile, Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu measured 86 centimeters and 85 centimeters respectively. As for waist measurements, Lu Yiqian had the smallest waist among the three, with Xia Zian and Bai Lu differing by only 1 centimeter, making it nearly negligible. Moreover, because Xia Zian had larger bust and hip measurements, her waist appeared quite slim. According to Lin Xu's estimation, Xia Zian's figure ratio was likely due to her having given birth to 2 children. As for Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu, they still had some room for growth. It's said that everyone has their own characteristics. Lin Xu had seen everyone on the ship and noticed that apart from Gu Qing and Guya, everyone was different. Even among the twin sisters Gu Qing and Guya, upon closer inspection, one could see they also had some numerical values are just one aspect. In reality, there are other differences as well. For instance, Xia Zian had a slightly downward curve due to being softer and larger. Lu Yiqian had a more upright posture, while Bai Lu had a slight upward curve. Additionally, there were differences in shape and color, as well as variations in size and spacing. Overall, they were all quite good, each with their own merits. As Lin Xu checked Bai Lu's personal information to activate the task selection system, he quickly glanced over her data. Essentially, the system's values matched what Lin Xu observed, confirming his earlier judgment was very accurate. However, while the personal information values could be directly viewed and estimated, some things were impossible to. Upon seeing that Bai Lu's personal information showed 0 people and 0 times charged, Lin Xu was momentarily stunned. In Lin Xu's understanding, the entertainment industry of Blue Star is a chaotic place, more disordered than many other sectors. Due to the abundance of handsome men and beautiful women in this industry, many stars seeking resources are often subject to exploitation. To gain more resources, one must be willing to offer something in return. The most valuable asset that stars can provide is themselves. At that time, Lin Xu felt some confusion regarding Lu Yiqi's lack of support, although he later came to understand. Lu Yiqi debuted early and gained fame quickly, and it was revealed that she had a wealthy patron. As long as this wealthy patron did not exploit Lu Yiqi with their status and resources, she would remain safe from such predatory advances. What the situation was with Lu Yiqi's wealthy patron remained unknown to Lin Xu. It was possible that this patron truly regarded Lu Yiqi as their own daughter. Lin Xu could understand Lu Yiqi, but Bai Lu was different. According to Lin Xu's understanding, Bai Lu did not seem to have any wealthy patron backing her. Her family background was quite ordinary. In terms of family background, she was even less privileged than Lin Xu. Xia Zian, whether in Longhua or internationally, still held a respectable reputation as a high-end designer. Aside from her beauty and figure, Bai Lu had little networking in the entertainment industry when she first entered. Lin Xu contemplated that perhaps Bai Lu was fortunate to have encountered Yu Yadu early on. It was said that Yu Yadu preferred men and identified as a 0. Now, looking at Bai Lu having never been exploited, it seemed almost certain that Yu Yadu was indeed a 0. Bai Lu could be said to have been brought into the spotlight by Yu Yadu. It was surprising that Yu Yadu had been quite protective of Bai Lu. For Lin Xu, whether Bai Lu had ever been exploited was not of great importance. After all, for these top-tier female celebrities, being exploited was far too common. However, Bai Lu not having been exploited was akin to winning a lottery for Lin Xu, which brought him considerable joy. The fact that Bai Lu had never been exploited meant it was a boon for him. After briefly reviewing Bai Lu's information, Lin Xu glanced at the intimacy value between himself and Bai Lu. Previously, when Lin Xu first assigned the choice task system to Lu Yiqi, their intimacy value was 18 points. After spending some time together, it had increased to 25 points. Now Lin Xu and Bai Lu's initial intimacy value had reached 33 points. Lin Xu speculated that this high initial value was perhaps due to having saved Bai Lu earlier and shown her concern. In reality, this was true. Lin Xu and Bai Lu had not communicated at all before. They had been strangers. Just like with Lu Yiqi, had it not been for Xiazi and Lin Xu wouldn't even have had the chance to meet Bai Lu. They had not known each other before, so their initial intimacy value was certainly low. However, when Lin Xu unexpectedly appeared during Bai Lu's most perilous moment, she felt as if she had narrowly escaped death, which heightened her fondness for him beyond that of Lu Yiqi. Furthermore, Lin Xu had taken care of her by offering water to clean her wounds, which made Bai Lu extremely grateful, resulting in a significantly higher initial intimacy value compared to Lu Yiqi. In fact, it wasn't just Bai Lu. After spending these 2 days together, the intimacy values of all the other people on the boat had also increased significantly. For instance, if it were today, Lu Yiqi's initial intimacy value with Lin Xu would also have increased by 2 or 3 points. Lin Xu could view the personal attributes of others through the system, but it didn't mean he had to assign them the choice. The premise for assigning the choice task system was meeting the overall scoring criteria. Lin Xu could currently see other people's personal information. However, for Lin Xu, it felt like opening a blind box. If he could see everyone's personal information at once, it would lose its charm. When assigning the choice task system to someone, the anticipation it generated for Lin Xu was significant. In Bai Lu's case, she had given him a pleasant surprise. If he had accessed everyone's information en masse beforehand, he wouldn't feel as surprised as he did now. While Bai Lu and Lu Yiqi were discussing Lin Xu through their wristbands, a sudden voice in Bai Lu's mind startled her. The content of the choice task system was not extensive, and the acceptance check was quick. After a moment of surprise, Bai Lu sent a message to Lu Yiqi and quickly checked the choice task system she had just activated. After understanding the situation of the choice task system, an uncontrollable joyful smile appeared on Bai Lu's face. I actually have a system. I am the destined female protagonist. This is wonderful. With this system, I am sure I can become incredibly powerful in the future. Seeing Bai Lu suddenly smile, Lu Yiqi asked her, Lu, what are you laughing about all of a sudden? It's nothing. I just suddenly feel that our situation is quite amusing. Lin Xu, stop just looking at us. Hurry, and take us to pick the wild fruits you mentioned. Seeing that Bai Lu did not want to explain her laughter, Lu Yiqi did not press further. From the moment Lin Xu arrived in front of Bai Lu and Lu Yiqi to the brief exchange of messages discussing Lin Xu and the choice task system, Bai Lu had only a short period had passed. After Bai Lu said this, Lin Xu nodded, and then turned his gaze away from Bai Lu and Lu Ichi, leading them toward a nearby area where some wild fruits grew. The island they landed on this time was much richer in resources compared to the newbie welfare resource island they had previously visited. Chatting as they walked, Lin Xu soon brought Bai Lu and Lu Ichi to the place he had mentioned. Looking at the sparse wild fruits among the shrubs, he said to them, "This is a type of plant from the Rosaceae family similar to the apple trees on our blue star. These wild fruits resemble apples, but their taste is far inferior. They are somewhat sweet, but more sour and a bit astringent, though not poisonous." After Lin Xu finished speaking, Bai Lu looked at him in surprise and asked, How do you know so much?" Lin Xu smiled at Bai Lu's inquiry. "I used to love reading books on this topic. You are quite knowledgeable." Bai Lu, having just obtained the choice task system, was immensely happy, even though she hadn't yet gained anything from it. In her joy, Bai Lu was in a very good mood, so when Lin Xu said this, she praised him. "We lack fruit items. We can pick some and share them with everyone later. There aren't many wild fruits in this area, so let's not call the others over. The three of us can gather them quickly." After saying this, Lin Xu stepped forward to pick a wild fruit, wiped it, and then put it in his mouth. Although they had been eating well these past 2 days, having eaten too much meat, tasting this small wild fruit felt quite pleasant. Seeing Lin Xu eat it, Bai Lu and Lu Ichi also picked one. The wild fruit, which was somewhat red and about the size of a fist, did not appear difficult to eat at first glance. Bai Lu and Lu Ichi also brought it to their mouths for a bite. As soon as she bit into it, Bai Lu's little face scrunched up. "So sour." Since Lin Xu showed no reaction after eating, Bai Lu and Lu Ichi thought it was fine and both took a bite. Like Bai Lu, Lu Ichi also frowned upon taking a bite, quickly taking it out of her mouth and saying to Lin Xu, "Why is it so sour? You don't seem to find it sour at all." At this time, Lin Xu was still munching away while Lu Ichi and Bai Lu felt as if they were eating something entirely different from what he was. "I think it's fine and not sour at all. If you savor it carefully, it's even a bit sweet. Sister Qian, I think he is just pretending to be fine in front of us, tricking us into eating it." Facing Bai Lu's accusation, Lin Xu chuckled and said, "You caught me, it is indeed quite sour. However, these wild fruits are rich in vitamins. Eating them regularly is not only good for your health, but can also help with skin whitening. We're already quite fair, how much fairer can we get?" Although they said this, Lu Ichi and Bai Lu still took small bites and continued eating. Biting too large a piece was indeed quite sour, but taking smaller bites and chewing slowly revealed a hint of sweetness. That's how girls are for many things. As long as they are associated with beauty and other benefits, they can eat even the most unpalatable items. Both Lu Ichi and Bai Lu were already so fair that they reflected light, but they didn't mind becoming even fairer. While Lu Ichi and Bai Lu took small bites and gathered wild fruits, Lin Xu was also picking some nearby. After a short while, Bai Lu received a prompt indicating the activation of a choice task. Not only Bai Lu but Lu Ichi also triggered a choice task. The simultaneous assignment of choice tasks to both Lu Ichi and Bai Lu was something Lin Xu had carefully considered. If they compared notes, they would find that the tasks they needed to complete were linked to each other and perfectly matched. Upon realizing the content of her first triggered choice task and its two options, Bai Lu was slightly taken aback. She had thought about many possibilities regarding what the choice task system would assign to her, but she never expected one of the options to be so special. Lin Xu simultaneously assigned selection tasks to Lu Ichian and Bai Lu, where option 1 required only 1 star and simply involved continuing to pick wild fruits. Option 2, on the other hand, had a difficulty of 2 stars, and Lu Ichian and Bai Lu were in direct opposition. Lu Ichian needed to find a way to let Bai Lu bump into her, while Bai Lu needed to find a way to bump into Lu Ichian. The reward for option 1 was significantly lower than that for option 2. Lu Ichian chose option 2 without hesitation. Bai Lu, triggering a selection task for the first time, also opted for option 2 after a brief pause. As both Lu Ichian and Bai Lu were girls, Bai Lu thought that although option 2 was relatively more challenging than option 1, it was still not too difficult to accomplish. However, Bai Lu was quite surprised after making her choice in this selection task. After Lin Xu assigned the selection tasks to Lu Ichian and Bai Lu, he secretly observed them. Lu Ichian was intentional in wanting Bai Lu to bump into her, while Bai Lu was constantly on the lookout for an opportune moment to act. Naturally, both of them tried to get closer to each other. When Bai Lu bumped into Lu Ichian, she received a system notification that she had completed the selection task and earned a reward. She felt that the process of completing the selection task was much easier than she had imagined. Not only Bai Lu felt this way, but Lu Ichian also found the completion of this selection task to be very smooth. She just leaned toward Bai Lu, intending to try and not stand too close to her. However, before she could act, Bai Lu happened to turn around and waved at her, making contact just in front of her. Lin Xu, the instigator of all this, found great amusement in watching Lu Ichian and Bai Lu's efforts to complete the task. Pretending to accidentally bump into Lu Ichian, Bai Lu repeatedly apologized, saying, "I'm so sorry, did I hit you? I feel terrible about it." "It's all right." Lu Yiqian was the one who moved closer, and she felt quite happy that completing the selection task was so simple. After chatting with Bai Lu and laughing, Lu Yiqian examined her newly acquired reward in detail. Seeing that Lu Yiqian was not upset, Bai Lu let out a slight sigh of relief. Lu Yiqian completed the selection task and received Basic Swimming Level 1 as a reward. Bai Lu, upon completing the task, gained a level. Although Lu Yiqian could swim, her skills were at a standard level for an average person. Achieving Basic Swimming Level 1 raised her swimming abilities to a professional standard. Lin Xu also received a reward when Lu Yiqian obtained hers, gaining Basic Swimming Level 10. It was then that he realized that swimming involved a multitude of techniques. Having just received the selection task system from Lin Xu, it was highly probable that Bai Lu would also receive a level-up reward. Upgrading to Level 1 was a simple task, and Bai Lu felt immense joy as she clearly sensed her newfound strength. Lin Xu assigned opposing selection tasks to both of them. Lin Xu easily received 10 times the rewards from both Bai Lu and Lu Yiqian. Although it wasn't the best moment to improve the intimacy values with them, the simplicity of assigning selection tasks made their completion effortless. Moreover, it allowed him to indulge in his mischievous interests. Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu each completed a 2-star difficulty selection task. Due to his high level, Lin Xu only leveled up by 1 from 97 to 98 when Bai Lu leveled up. After a moment, Lin Xu assigned another opposing selection task to Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu, this time requiring them to switch roles. The simplicity of the previous task made this one not too difficult for them. They simply needed to get a bit closer. Bai Lu would approach, and Lu Yiqian would pretend not to notice and casually wave, completing the selection task. Since both Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu were girls, although they bumped into each other's sensitive areas, it didn't bother them. If it had been Lin Xu, a boy, Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu would certainly not have taken it as lightly as they did now. This time, Lu Yiqian received a reward of 650 survival coins for completing the selection task, while Bai Lu obtained Basic Combat Level 1. Having just received the selection task system, the rewards from the task options were quite favorable for Bai Lu. Having just leveled up by 1, now earning Basic Combat Level 1 allowed Bai Lu to grasp a multitude of combat techniques in an instant, filling her with anticipation for the future. Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu quickly completed 2 selection tasks of 2-star difficulty each, and Lin Xu immediately edited and sent them 2 more tasks. This time, the selection task assigned by Lin Xu required the 2 of them to hold hands for a period. The difficulty level was 1 star, only slightly better than the first option of continuing to pick wild fruits. While picking wild fruits, Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu completed the 2 selection tasks while chatting with Lin Xu. On the surface, they appeared just like usual, and if Lin Xu hadn't assigned them the selection tasks, one would not realize that they had completed 2 tasks during this time. While chatting and laughing as they picked wild fruits, Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu were also considering how to accomplish the new selection tasks. In the midst of their conversation, Lu Yiqian suddenly turned to Bai Lu and said regarding her hands, "Lulu, your hands are so beautiful." "Oh really? They're just okay. I did some modeling work for hands before my debut, and your hands are beautiful too. I have chubby little paws, a bit plump, and they're not as slender as yours. I think they're fine. A little meat on them looks good." As Bai Lu spoke, she leaned closer to Lu Yiqian, staring at her hands. Seeing this, Lu Yiqian instinctively extended her hand toward Bai Lu. Bai Lu had been looking for an opportunity to complete the selection task, so she took the chance to grab Lu Yiqian's hand. Lu Yiqian extended her hand toward Bai Lu, hoping for an opportunity for her to reach out. Bai Lu's cooperation was exactly what Lu Yiqian wanted. Not fat at all, and so soft. Lu Yiqian, who was aiming to complete the selection task, naturally wouldn't pull her hand back. Bai Lu, whose task was still incomplete, continued to praise Lu Yiqian while holding her hand. "Look at my hands, they're all meat while yours aren't. Yours are slender." As Lu Yiqian's hand was being held by Bai Lu, they complemented each other's hands, appearing like a pair of very close. After a moment, both completed the selection task and received their rewards. Once they finished their tasks, Lin Xu assigned them a new selection task. This time, Lin Xu added a bit of difficulty to the selection task. After all, simply completing tasks between each other would only increase their relationship and intimacy values because of their actions, but not with Lin Xu. Thus, for this new selection task, Lin Xu included himself in the mix. He timed it perfectly, making the selection task just right for them. Consecutively issuing 3 selection tasks to Lu Yiqi and Bai Lu was meant to give Bai Lu a taste of sweetness, as they were all relatively easy to complete. However, simply letting the 2 of them grind tasks without Lin Xu's involvement didn't align with his intentions. Thus, sensing the moment was right, Lin Xu seized the opportunity to issue another selection task to both Lu Yiqi and Bai Lu. This time, the selection tasks they received had option 1, which was still quite easy to complete: stop gathering wild fruits and explore other areas instead. Option 2, however, required them to hold hands with Lin Xu for a while. For Lu Yiqi, the difficulty of option 2 was 1 star with rewards slightly better than option 1. Because Bai Lu had no prior physical contact with Lin Xu, and due to him being male, her option 2 difficulty reached 2 stars. Lu Yixi and Bai Lu had just been complimenting each other's hands, praising their various merits. When the selection task was triggered again, Bai Lu briefly pondered, then looked at Lin Xu, who was only 4 or 5 steps away. Lin Xu, your hands look pretty nice too. Can we take a look? Bai Lu went straight to the point, planning to complete the selection task in the simplest way possible. Hearing Bai Lu's words, Lu Yixi paused slightly. She had been pondering how to find an opportunity to hold Lin Xu's hand. Now that Bai Lu had spoken up, if Lin Xu came over, it would make completing her own selection task much easier. People have different ways of handling things and different mindsets. If it were Lu Yixi, she would have thought of a way to complete the task discreetly without anyone knowing. But Bai Lu believed that holding Lin Xu's hand was no big deal. As long as Lin Xu had no objections, she would seize the chance to complete it. As for whether this action would raise too many questions, Bai Lu thought it probably wouldn't. After all, it was just holding hands, not something excessive. In response to Bai Lu's words, Lin Xu smiled and, "My hands as a guy's are rough and can't compare to yours. Let us see them, please." After Bai Lu said this again, Lin Xu walked to the front of Bai Lu and Lu Yixi, extending his hand toward them. Looking at Lin Xu's outstretched hand, Bai Lu naturally reached out and held it, then tilted her head slightly and said to Lin Xu, "Take a good look. Smooth and fair-skinned, not rough at all. If someone only saw this hand, they'd think it belonged to a girl. Sister Cece, don't you agree?" From Bai Lu's perspective, holding Lin Xu's hand alone felt a bit awkward, so she pulled Lu Yixi into it. And Lu Yixi, who needed to complete her selection task anyway, had no reason to refuse when Bai Lu handed her the opportunity on a silver platter. She also came over, grabbing Lin Xu's hand like Bai Lu did, and said to Lin Xu, "And Bai Lu? Yeah, just like yours, Lulu, long and slender, so pretty. Doesn't look like a guy's hand at all." Watching Lu Yixi and Bai Lu put on a show in front of him, Lin Xu felt an indescribable sense of ease. Being able to issue selection tasks through the selection system was wonderful. It felt like he could manipulate others. Both Bai Lu and Lu Yixi held on to Lin Xu's hand, praising and commenting on it. As for holding hands, as long as they touched, that was enough. There was no need to hold it alone. Soon Bai Lu and Lu Yixi each received a system notification that they had completed their selection tasks and earned rewards. This time, Lu Yixi received 80 survival coins, while Bai Lu got a freshwater purifier that produced 500 milliliters of freshwater daily. After they completed the tasks, Lin Xu didn't immediately issue new selection tasks. "It's just a hand, nothing much to see. Let's hurry up and gather all the wild fruits here." With the tasks done, Bai Lu and Lu Yixi stopped and resumed picking wild fruits. "Lin Xu, do you have a... No, why? You're so outstanding, and there are so many pretty girls in your class. Why haven't you picked one? People say college is the best time for romance. Love is pure then, without too many other factors." Bai Lu's question was one Lu Yixi had also thought about asking yesterday. But at that time, Lu Yixi was alone with Lin Xu, and she felt she should avoid topics involving men and women. Now that Bai Lu had asked, Lu Yixi also looked at Lin Xu with curiosity. After Bai Lu finished, Lu Yixi asked Lin Xu, "Is it because Sister Xia won't let you date?" Lu Yixi's question was a double entendre. She already knew about the relationship between Lin Xu and Xia Zian. In her view, Lin Xu wasn't aware that she knew. She asked this to see how Lin Xu would react. Lin Xu, however, knew that Lu Yixi had witnessed what happened between him and Xia Zian last night. In response to Lu Yixi's question, Lin Xu gave her a deep look and said with a smile, "No, auntie doesn't object to me dating. But as you can see, all the girls in my class are stunning beauties. Spending every day studying with so many beauties feels great, so I just can't pick one that's right. That's why I've never been in a relationship." After Lin Xu finished, Bai Lu smiled and said, "Oh my, so you've never even been in love before?" Lin Xu nodded and then asked Bai Lu in return, "As celebrities, aren't you even more restricted from dating?" "Of course we are. Our agents even control, we have to be responsible to our fans. Apart from male co-stars, we rarely even interact with guys." Earlier, when Lu Yixi first got along with Lin Xu alone, she didn't dare to discuss topics about men and women. But now with Bai Lu around, such topics became more open for discussion. In fact, Bai Lu also felt that having Lu Yixi there made it easier. If she were alone with Lin Xu, she wouldn't have brought up the subject of romance either. After some casual chat about relationships, Bai Lu added, "You don't know how tough our lives are. Can you believe the barbecue I ate yesterday was the first meat I've had in half a year? So what do you usually eat? Boiled vegetables, what else? It's terrible, not even as good as the bread we had." Bai Lu complained, and Lu Yixi followed up, "I'm okay, I don't usually restrict myself too much, but I still can't eat too much. Even so many people say I'm chubby. But I don't really care. Let them talk." Hearing this, Lin Xu gave Lu Yixi another once-over. Lu Yixi had a bit more flesh than Bai Lu, but at most she was slightly plump, nowhere near fat. In fact, in some ways her figure was even more exquisite than Bai Lu's. Noticing Lin Xu checking her out again, Lu Yixi pursed her lips and turned her head away. She had noticed yesterday that his eyes, whenever idle, couldn't seem to stay away from certain key areas. Earlier on the boat, there were many people around Lin Xu, and Bai Lu and Lu Yixi also had some girls who liked them. Bai Lu only got to talk to Lin Xu after he came over. Considering Lin Xu her savior, Bai Lu held him in high regard and was happy to chat more with him. With just 2 people, there were fewer topics to discuss, but with 3 the conversation flowed more easily. Through their chats, Lin Xu, Bai Lu, and Lu Yixi quickly gathered all the wild fruits in the area. After some time of chatting and getting to know each other, the relationship between Lin Xu, Bai Lu, and Lu Yixi grew a bit closer. Each of their intimacy values with Lin Xu increased by 1 point. Should we go back? After picking Bai Lu asked Lin Xu. Let's keep going forward. I haven't explored ahead in detail. Maybe we'll find something. Let's check it out. At that moment, Lin Xu hadn't yet issued enough selection tasks to Lu Yixi and Bai Lu, so naturally, he wasn't about to head back. Neither Lu Yixi nor Bai Lu objected to Lin Xu's suggestion, so they followed him onward. After walking a short distance, Lu Yixi and Bai Lu once again received a prompt that a selection task had been. Through continuous conversations with Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu, Lin Xu gained a greater understanding of Bai Lu. Lu Yiqian's personality is somewhat reserved, which Lin Xu had come to realize yesterday. In contrast, Bai Lu is more straightforward than Lu Yiqian and tends to be direct in her actions. Lin Xu assigned a choice task to both Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu, where the high reward option was for the two to embrace each other. Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu shared similar thoughts. When faced with a high reward option that wasn't too difficult to accomplish, they would prioritize the more rewarding choice. Their reasoning was quite normal. If it were Lin Xu, he too would prioritize an easier task that offered a higher reward. When the choice task was triggered again, Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu began to consider how to complete the high reward option and embrace each other. Without a suitable moment and reason, embracing each other for no reason would seem quite abrupt. Thus, they needed to create an appropriate opportunity. Both Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu are intelligent, otherwise they wouldn't have become superstars on Blue Star. After a quick consideration, Bai Lu had an idea. It's no wonder Bai Lu, coming from an acting background, possesses remarkable acting skills. They were simply walking forward with Lin Xu. When they encountered a bit of a dead branch making it difficult to walk, Lin Xu turned to help Lu Yiqian over, and then Lu Yiqian extended her hand to assist Bai Lu. Seeing this as a good opportunity, when Lu Yiqian pulled Bai Lu over, Bai Lu leaned into Lu Yiqian's embrace, acting as if she had lost her balance and was trying to control it, but failed. Noticing Bai Lu wobbling toward her, Lu Yiqian was able to slightly evade and help Bai Lu stabilize her. But Lu Yiqian also had the same choice task as Bai Lu, and she needed to complete it too. Just a moment ago, Lu Yiqian was contemplating whether to exert a bit more force to make Bai Lu unsteady, providing an opportunity to complete the task. After a brief hesitation, Lu Yiqian felt the timing wasn't quite right, as it might seem a bit forced. Now, with the opportunity presenting itself, she naturally wouldn't shy away. Thus, Bai Lu fell into Lu Yiqian's embrace. Lin Xu, standing to the side, observed as Bai Lu and Lu Yiqian embraced. At that moment, it was indeed a beautiful sight. The visual impact of the 4 bodies pressed together was indescribable. Needing to complete the choice task, Lu Yiqian, without receiving a system prompt indicating the task was completed, casually wrapped her arm around Bai Lu's back and spoke to her. "Are you alright?" I'm fine. Just as they finished speaking, they both received a system prompt indicating the task was completed. At that moment, they received another system prompt triggering the choice task again. Faced with the 2 options that appeared, Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu paused slightly. After a quick contemplation, Bai Lu deemed this a great opportunity to complete the task. Since she was still in Lu Yiqian's embrace, she leaned up and kissed Lu Yiqian on the cheek. Upon being kissed by Bai Lu, Lu Yiqian's eyes widened slightly. "What are you doing? Cough, you look so beautiful up close, I couldn't help myself." Lin Xu had issued the same choice task to both Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu, where Bai Lu was to kiss Lu Yiqian on the cheek. Similarly, Lu Yiqian also needed to kiss Bai Lu. She was still pondering how to accomplish this task. Now, after being kissed by Bai Lu, Lu Yiqian, somewhat taken aback, leaned down and kissed Bai Lu on the cheek as well. "I can't let you have all the fun. I need to return the favor." If it were Lu Yiqian, she wouldn't have completed the task option so quickly. Bai Lu, however, was more straightforward and figured she could come up with an excuse afterward. It proved that Bai Lu's approach was indeed swift. Shortly after the choice task was triggered, she completed it. Bai Lu kissed Lu Yiqian on the cheek to complete the task and received a reward, while Lu Yiqian returned the kiss on Bai Lu's cheek, also completing the task and gaining a reward. From Lu Yiqian's perspective, she felt it was slightly odd when Bai Lu kissed her. However, with Bai Lu's explanation, it wasn't too much of an issue. It is perfectly normal for 2 girls to express affection by kissing each other's cheeks. From Bai Lu's perspective, she saw nothing out of the ordinary. She simply thought that after she kissed Lu Yiqian returned the gesture. In friendships among girls, such displays of affection are common. After Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu had more interactions, their relationship rapidly improved. For Lin Xu, he simply enjoyed the visual feast from the sidelines. With Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu embracing, their bodies pressed tightly together and each kissing the other's cheek. Such a scene was indeed rare. Upon receiving the reward notification, Lin Xu looked at Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu and said, "What are you two doing kissing each other like this? Why don't you come and kiss me too?" Watching Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu's actions, Lin Xu felt he needed to say something, otherwise it would seem strange that he wasn't reacting to such a situation. In response to Lin Xu's remarks, Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu both turned to him. PFF, how shameless. Having interacted with Lin Xu often, they could joke with him, knowing he enjoyed making such playful comments. Knowing Lin Xu was joking, Lu Yiqian pursed her lips, teasing him. After Lu Yiqian spoke, Bai Lu intended to follow her lead and mock Lin Xu a little. However, before Bai Lu could say anything, she received a notification triggering a choice task. Understanding the options for the choice task, Bai Lu swallowed her words. "You want us to kiss? Come here, and he'll give you a kiss." This time Lin Xu assigned the choice task only to Bai Lu, not Lu Yiqian. Given the current situation, if he assigned both of them the same choice task, they might speculate about each other's motive. By only giving the task to Bai Lu, Lu Yiqian would only perceive Bai Lu's behavior as slightly unusual, but wouldn't think too deeply about it. Previously, Lin Xu had given both Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu the choice tasks of embracing and kissing, both of which were rated as 2-star difficulty. After consecutively completing 2-star difficulty tasks, Lu Yiqian received rewards of a t-shirt, denim shorts, and a fishing hook. Bai Lu received 500 survival coins and level 1 basic medical skills. Lin Xu assigned Bai Lu another choice task with 2 options. One was 1-star difficulty and the other was 3-star difficulty. The 3-star difficulty option required Bai Lu to kiss Lin Xu on the cheek. Upon completion, Bai Lu would receive a reward of 2 to her level. Just a kiss on Lin Xu's cheek to increase her level by 2 seemed quite worthwhile to Bai Lu. Hence, she held back her initial thought and asked Lin Xu to come over so she could kiss him. This time, the selection task assigned by Lin Xu to Bai Lu reached a difficulty level of 3 stars, largely due to Lu Yiqian being nearby. If it were just Lin Xu and Bai Lu alone, this option would only be a maximum of 2 stars in difficulty with better rewards. Now, just by kissing Lin Xu, she could elevate her level by 2 with minimal effort on her part. As for the kiss itself, Bai Lu considered it to be nothing significant. Lin Xu followed the edge of the deck all the way around and finally stopped near the bow. There he found 2 recessed handles set within a... Moreover, if one were unaware of the relationship between Lin Xu and Xia Zian, Bai Lu believed there would be no harm in trying to get closer to Lin Xu. Many girls are similarly inclined, their hearts drawn to strength. Lin Xu was powerful, the only male on their ship, and he brought many benefits to everyone, making a lot of girls see him as a source of support. Additionally, being so exposed in front of Lin Xu surely evoked different feelings for her. Many girls remember their first boyfriend fondly. It's a natural psychology. It's not just the girls, many boys feel similarly and can never forget their first girlfriend. For many girls, it is difficult to take that first step. However, once they have had a boyfriend, it becomes relatively easier to give themselves to a second boyfriend. As the number of boyfriends increases, as long as the feeling is right, many girls are willing to give themselves away, even knowing there might be no future. For Bai Lu and the others, being watched by Lin Xu at all times was in a sense no different from giving themselves. When one is already able to show their most private areas to a boy at any time, a certain string in their heart has snapped regarding that boy. Bai Lu, with her straightforward nature and decisive actions, believed that if she spent enough time with Lin Xu, anything could happen. Since the selection task was necessary and could enhance her strength, there was nothing wrong with that. Lin Xu assigned the selection task to Bai Lu, but not to Lu Yiqian, clearly recognizing Bai Lu's character. For Lin Xu, Bai Lu's choice was naturally the best. If she chose not to, he would incur no loss. After Bai Lu finished speaking, Lin Xu took a step closer to her, and Lu Yiqian, smiling at Bai Lu and saying, "Am I not taking a great advantage of you?" Bai Lu replied, "You taking advantage of us? That's an understatement." After saying this, she released Lu Yiqian, approached Lin Xu, and stood on her tiptoes to give him a kiss on the cheek. Lu Yiqian, watching Bai Lu's actions, widened her eyes. Just yesterday, she had secretly done something with Lin Xu that she thought no one else knew about. Now seeing Bai Lu kiss Lin Xu right in front of her exceeded Lu Yiqian's imagination. To her, Lin Xu and Bai Lu had never interacted much before, aside from him rescuing Bai Lu and the others yesterday. She never expected the relationship between Lin Xu and Bai Lu to have reached such a level. After Bai Lu kissed Lin Xu, the reward was issued, and she leveled up by 2 levels from level 1 to level 3. With Bai Lu receiving rewards and leveling up, Lin Xu also received a 10-fold reward, instantly leveling up to level 100. Upon reaching level 100, in addition to the expected enhancements, Lin Xu felt a surge of special energy flowing into his body. This special energy Lin Xu could distinctly sense was nurturing him comprehensively, enhancing him, and keeping him in peak condition at all times. With this energy coursing through him, Lin Xu felt as though he had consumed a teninone restorative pill. After a brief moment of calm, Lin Xu touched the spot on his face, where Bai Lu had kissed him, then smiled at her. You really kissed me, but feels somewhat unbelievable. Earlier Lin Xu had spoken in jest, but now his tone carried a hint of shock. This was of course an act Lin Xu was putting on. He had known that Bai Lu planned to kiss him when she suggested it, but knowing was one thing, acting was another. In response to Lin Xu's words, Bai Lu blushed and pretended to be indifferent, saying, if you want a kiss, just take one. Is it true you have never been kissed by a girl before? Bai Lu's question still probed into Lin Xu's past with Xiaoxian. Facing Bai Lu's inquiry, Lin Xu glanced at Lu Yiqian beside him. In Blue Star he indeed had not experienced such treatment, but not only did he have Xiaoxian, but Lu Yiqian also kissed him yesterday. Seeing Bai Lu ask, and then look at him, Lu Yiqian turned her head away. To be honest, Lin Xu felt that Bai Lu's straightforward character was evident, yet he wasn't entirely sure. Now that Bai Lu had kissed him, Lin Xu felt it was significantly easier to deal with her compared to Lu Yiqian. Observing Lin Xu's silence and smile, Bai Lu pursed her lips and continued to tease him. Could it be that you are still a pure-hearted boy? Bai Lu feigned an air of experience, giving the impression that she was unfazed by such matters. Lin Xu recognized that Bai Lu was merely putting on an act, especially since her personal information indicated she had never been in a relationship. In truth, Bai Lu's heart was racing. She was simply using jokes and teasing to alleviate her own emotion. Facing Bai Lu's teasing, Lin Xu shot her a fierce look and said, let me tell you, you are provoking me, and it's tantamount to inciting a crime. If I were to impulsively take action against you, you would have no place to argue your case. It seems you have the intention, but lack the courage. These past few days I've been observing you. Aside from constantly staring at others, you seem quite honest. Moreover, you spent a long time alone with Yiqian yesterday, yet nothing happened. After finishing her sentence, Bai Lu looked at Lu Yiqian. From Bai Lu's perspective, Lin Xu had spent considerable time picking up Lu Yiqian yesterday. Upon Lu Yiqian's return, she showed no signs of anything unusual, indicating that Lin Xu had not taken advantage of their alone time. Hey, I'm still here. You two stop flirting, and let's move on, shall we? Although Lu Yiqian was somewhat surprised by Bai Lu kissing Lin Xu, she was unsure of Bai Lu's thoughts. As an actress on Blue Star, Lu Yiqian had performed kissing scenes, so a kiss didn't seem like a big deal. However, considering the current situation was not a performance, she found it hard to understand. Seeing that Lin Xu and Bai Lu's conversation had veered off course, Lu Yiqian promptly brought it back on track. However, the matter did not end there, as Bai Lu received another prompt for a selection task from the system, triggering another choice. Faced with this triggered selection task, Bai Lu was somewhat bewildered upon understanding the high rewards. She never expected to trigger such a selection task, and looking at the exceptionally high rewards, she hesitated about whether to complete it. After a brief moment of contemplation, Bai Lu thought that dying early or late was still dying, so she gritted her teeth and spoke to Lin Xu. Do you often stare at us because you want to touch? Lin Xu had issued a task to Bai Lu, estimating that her personality would lead her to find a way to complete it. Based on Lin Xu's estimation, she would be similar to Lu Yiqian, finding an opportunity to let Lin Xu touch her hand. Previously, Lin Xu had given Lu Yiqian a similar task with this option, but it was only rated 2 stars in difficulty. The same task for Bai Lu was rated 3 stars in difficulty, because Lu Yiqian was nearby. Lin Xu never expected Bai Lu to speak so directly. After she spoke, both Lin Xu and Lu Yiqian were left speechless. Of course I wanna, but can I? Do you dare? With Bai Lu saying this, she had Lin Xu cornered. If Lin Xu didn't dare, it would make him seem like a man with desires, but no courage. But if he acted on Bai Lu's provocation, Lu Yiqian would be watching. Bai Lu brazenly leaned towards Lin Xu. He clenched his fist, raised his hand, and then lowered it again. Grabbing her was indeed something Lin Xu wanted to do, but after a brief consideration, he chose to give up. There would be plenty of opportunities to grab later. It was unnecessary to do so in front of Lu Yiqian. Bai Lu would not suffer any consequences from this, but it would certainly leave a bad impression on Lu Yiqian. It's not that if you miss this village, you'll miss this store. There was no need to rush. He stared hard ahead at Bai Lu, took a deep breath, and said to both Bai Lu and Lu Yiqian, let's continue forward and see. Seeing Lin Xu not take action, Bai Lu felt a bit disappointed, but also she wanted to seize the opportunity to provoke Lin Xu and quickly complete the task. However, if Lin Xu really acted directly, she would feel uncomfortable. After all, Bai Lu had never been touched by a boy before. I knew you didn't have the guts. Lin Xu had already moved forward, and Bai Lu stubbornly provoked him again. Lin Xu pretended not to hear and continued walking ahead. Lulu, what's wrong? Why are you so friendly with Lin Xu? Lu Yiqian found Bai Lu's behavior a bit strange and sent her a message through her wristband. In response to Lu Yiqian's inquiry, Bai Lu replied, Sister Qian, I found that I have developed a bit of a liking for Lin Xu after interacting with him. Moreover, as actors we have acted in kissing scenes before. This is nothing. Actually thinking about it, is it possible that we will both end up with Lin Xu in the future? Bai Lu indeed had some feelings for Lin Xu, especially since he had saved her but at the moment it hadn't reached the level of love. She said this to Lu Yiqian merely to provide a reasonable explanation for her earlier actions. Besides, Bai Lu had been thinking a lot about the future these past few days. As it stands, they were all on the same boat, so to speak, and could be likened to grasshoppers on the same string. Since realizing she was trapped in a misty world for ocean survival, anyone with a bit of common sense understood that returning to the original world was impossible. With no way back, they had to live together on the same boat long term. And since Lin Xu was the only boy on the boat, many things would still need to rely on him. It was fine in the short term, but what about in the long run? Due to innate gender tendencies, many girls tend to admire strength. Lin Xu was handsome and strong, and Bai Lu noticed that many girls were trying to please him. When Bai Lu countered Lu Yiqian's question, Lu Yiqian had also thought a lot about it. Yesterday, she had spent time alone with Lin Xu, had many physical interactions, and had come to understand him to some extent. Although Lin Xu seemed to be doing nothing now, one could tell from his gaze that he was not an honest person. From Lin Xu's blatant and equal gaze directed at everyone, she could tell that he was a playboy. Now he still behaved like one, but who knows how he would be in the future. Of course, Lu Yiqian believed she had a task system to choose from. Once she gained more rewards to enhance herself, no one could force her to do anything she didn't want to. In response to Bai Lu's message, Lu Yiqian thought for a moment before replying. Even so, you shouldn't actively— Oh, I know he definitely wouldn't dare. And even if he did touch, so what? He saved my life yesterday, so it's only right that I give myself to him. Bai Lu had not yet completed the task, so she did not make her words definitive, but instead gave herself a way out with Lu Yiqian. Everyone has different thoughts. Lu Yiqian didn't know what Bai Lu was truly thinking, and after Bai Lu spoke, she did not reply. The human heart is complex. Often one doesn't even know what they truly think themselves. After walking a bit further together, Bai Lu was the first to discover a treasure chest hidden in the grass. Finally found a treasure chest. Who among you will open it? Since you found it first, you should open it. I'm afraid a monster will pop out again. Bai Lu had encountered a monster when opening a treasure chest yesterday, leaving her with some psychological shadow. In response to Bai Lu's concern, Lin Xu said to her, "It's okay, they'll be right next to you. Even if a monster comes out, it will be fine." After Lin Xu spoke, Lu Yiqian added, "Go ahead, it's fine. I leveled up when I opened a treasure chest yesterday. Oh, I feel I can now face a monster on my own. Yiqian, if a monster comes out, why don't you try to deal with it?" "No problem." After Lin Xu and Lu Yiqian each said their piece, Bai Lu let out a slight sigh. "All right, you two stay close to me." Bai Lu's luck was indeed a bit poor. After facing a monster from a treasure chest yesterday, another monster appeared before them today. Previously, Bai Lu had undergone desensitization to monsters, but she had only seen the corpses of monsters after death. When another monster appeared, Bai Lu was stunned, screamed, and then pounced towards Lin Xu. Seeing a monster come out of the treasure chest also startled Lu Yiqian. She instinctively wanted to move closer to Lin Xu, but remembering she had reached level 4, Lu Yiqian steadied herself. Recalling Lin Xu's earlier suggestion that she should try to deal with a monster if one appeared, Lu Yiqian took a deep breath and quickly moved to stand in front of Lin Xu and Bai Lu. Bai Lu had just leaped towards Lin Xu, and seeing him open his arms, she instinctively jumped into his embrace. Lin Xu held Bai Lu and took a few steps back, giving Lu Yiqian space to maneuver. After the brief scare, Bai Lu calmed down and wanted to get down from Lin Xu's arms. However, at that moment, she felt a hand slip beneath her armpit. Feeling Lin Xu's hand resting on her, Bai Lu's face turned crimson as she looked at him. Concerned about Lu Yiqian being in front, she whispered a single word. "You? Did you not say that I wouldn't dare?" Bai Lu had a task to complete and was looking for the right moment. However, she never expected Lin Xu would be so direct at that moment. Hearing the prompt for completing the task and receiving rewards, she felt herself growing stronger as she leveled up. Moreover, with Lin Xu still holding her, Bai Lu experienced an indescribable feeling. As Lin Xu spoke in a very low voice, Bai Lu quickly reached out to grasp his hand. Bai Lu did not expect Lin Xu to be so bold, which was quite different from what she had learned about him beforehand. However, the current situation left Bai Lu feeling extraordinarily conflicted. For Lin Xu, if Lu Yiqian had not been nearby earlier, he would have already taken action when Bai Lu provoked him. Now that Bai Lu had jumped onto him, there was no reason for him not to seize the opportunity. Moreover, this could also help Bai Lu complete her selection task. Upon completing the task, Bai Lu's level increased by 2, upgrading from level 2 to level 4. Lin Xu's level also increased by 2, upgrading from level 100 to level 102. Bai Lu's level increase of 2 meant her overall abilities increased by 10 from level 2. As for Lin Xu, this 2-level increase meant his overall abilities doubled compared to when he was at level 100. When one of his hands was grabbed by Bai Lu, Lin Xu quickly issued another selection task to her. Once the selection task was triggered again, Bai Lu thought quickly and looked down at Lin Xu to make her choice. Ding, detected that you and Lin Xu are in close contact. Lin Xu wishes to kiss you, triggering a selection task. Option 1, dodge Lin Xu, preventing him from kissing you. and receive a plain white t-shirt. Option 2. Allow Lin Xu to kiss your cheek and receive 15 pieces of 500g bread. Option 3. After being kissed on the cheek by Lin Xu, find an opportunity to kiss him back and receive a regular handgun with 6 bullets. This time the selection task issued to Bai Lu by Lin Xu had option 1 at 1-star difficulty, option 2 at 2-star difficulty, and option 3 at 3-star difficulty. Option 1 was the easiest to complete, as she just needed to block Lin Xu. The reward was only a plain white. If it had been yesterday, Bai Lu might have chosen option 1, as she felt a strong need for a piece of clothing at that time. However, now she had obtained quite a bit of survival currency by completing the selection tasks, allowing her to purchase directly from the shop page. But since yesterday Lin Xu had seen her clothing countless times, and even if she had clothes, it was not suitable to wear them in front of others. Yesterday, even Xia Xian, who was wearing denim shorts, did not put them back on to match everyone else. Since returning to the ship, Lin Xu had not put on the t-shirt he was originally wearing, claiming he wanted to be like everyone else. Yesterday, wearing a white t-shirt made Lin Xu regretful multiple times. With the excuse not to wear it, he naturally refrained from putting it on again. Now Lin Xu and Bai Lu were alike, as he felt very wise for finding excuses not to continue wearing. Option 2 was also not difficult for Bai Lu to complete. Lin Xu had already lowered his head, and she just needed to wait to finish it. If it had been yesterday, lacking water and food, 15 pieces of 500g bread would have been quite valuable. However, now there was plenty of food on the ship, and Bai Lu did not have much need for bread. As for option 3, it offered a handgun. In this misty world, having a handgun would definitely be a lifesaver. So after learning about the various rewards from the selection task, Bai Lu chose option 3. Just think of it as acting. Bai Lu did not stop Lin Xu when he lowered his head, and Lin Xu realized she had chosen either option 2 or option 3. As for which option Bai Lu had chosen, it would soon be revealed. Lin Xu kissed Bai Lu's cheek, and she slightly turned her head, her lips brushing against his. Normally, just a kiss would result in a difficulty rating of 2 stars. However, this time, not only did the star difficulty reach 3 stars, but the rewards were also quite good, as Lu Yiqian was still present. Bai Lu had acted in many kiss scenes, while performing on Blue Star, hugging and kissing male actors. However, those scenes were always surrounded by many cameras. Now being kissed by Lin Xu, Bai Lu felt a significant difference compared to before. Her body felt somewhat stiff. This sensation reminded her of her first time filming a kiss scene. In fact, although Bai Lu claimed to establish a psychological defense to treat it, as acting, the situation was vastly different. In the past, there was always a distance when filming kiss scenes, but now there was no distance at all, and Lin Xu even had one hand on her. In front of Bai Lu, Lu Yiqian initially felt a bit scared when facing the monsters in the treasure chest. However, when a monster swiped at her, she dodged effortlessly, realizing the monster was not that intimidating. This was Lu Yiqian's first real combat experience since obtaining basic combat skills at level 2. The foundational combat skills proved to be extremely powerful in practice. Lu Yiqian initially just dodged, but when she saw the monster posed no threat, she retrieved a wooden stick from her wristband to use as a weapon. Although basic combat relies on unarmed close combat, having those skills still allows her to use weapons effectively. Since it was her first time facing the monsters in the treasure chest, Lu Yiqian was fully focused. She did not notice that Lin Xu and Bai Lu had already kissed not too far behind her. With the system notification, Bai Lu received the system reward. And because Lin Xu did not look up, they had not yet separated. When Bai Lu felt Lin Xu about to extend his tongue, she turned her head to the side. At that moment, Bai Lu felt somewhat numb all over. Although she had acted in many kiss scenes on Blue Star, those interactions were always at a distance, merely touching lips, nothing like what Lin Xu was doing. The acting needed to have a sense of visual beauty, which was vastly different from reality. After turning her head to the side, Bai Lu struggled to get down. Lin Xu also let go of Bai Lu, allowing her to get down. As soon as she touched the ground, Bai Lu nearly lost her balance, and Lin Xu quickly supported her. "Why are you like this?" "I couldn't help myself." You big pervert." To avoid being heard by Lu Yiqian, Bai Lu glared at Lin Xu and sent him a message through her wristband. Lin Xu used the excuse Bai Lu had given Lu Yiqian, to which Bai Lu snorted softly and then looked at Lu Yiqian, who was continuously attacking the monster. Under normal circumstances, simply leveling up to level 4 would mean she was not afraid of monsters, but it would not be easy to deal with them either. With her level 2 basic combat skills, Lu Yiqian continuously struck at the monster's vital points. At this point, Bai Lu had also leveled up to level 4 and possessed level 2 basic combat skills. She observed Lu Yiqian battling the monster and felt that Lu Yiqian's combat power should be comparable to hers. Although Lin Xu had kissed Bai Lu, he was still paying attention to Lu Yiqian's battle with the monster. He knew that Lu Yiqian was capable of handling the monster independently. However, Lu Yiqian was still a girl and had never engaged in much combat before. Having the capability was one thing, but maintaining a steady mindset was another. If her mindset was unstable, she wouldn't be able to fully utilize her abilities. If Lu Yiqian struggled to deal with the monster, Lin Xu would step in and handle it. The monster was stronger than an average adult and had considerable resilience. However, it could not withstand being hit repeatedly on its vital points by Lu Yiqian. Lu Yiqian became more adept as she fought, even glancing towards Lin Xu and Bai Lu for a moment. Seeing Lin Xu and Bai Lu watching from not too far away, she increased her strength and quickly defeated the monster. Sister Qianqian, you are amazing. Seeing the monster finally unable to rise, Bai Lu clapped her hands and praised Lu Yiqian. Lu Yiqian felt quite happy and excited to have independently killed the monster that emerged from the treasure chest. Under Bai Lu's praise, she walked over to Lin Xu and the others with a beaming smile. Lulu, why is your face so red? Huh, what do you mean? Maybe I was a bit scared just now. Actually, there's nothing to be afraid of. I can handle it on my own now. Indeed, there's nothing to fear. As she said this, Bai Lu glanced over at Lin Xu and shot him a fierce. Having personally verified her ability to single-handedly slay the monster within the treasure chest, Lu Yiqian was filled with excitement. She paid no mind to the excuse Bai Lu had casually conjured. Through the regional channel, Lin Xu and the others learned that some people on nearby boats had killed the monsters in the treasure chests. For those on other boats, the monster corpses were also a source of food. In the absence of food, some resorted to using friction to create fire, roasting the monster corpses for consumption the previous day. According to those who had tasted it, the roasted meat was quite fishy, very woody, with a texture similar to that of eating wood. However, in a food shortage, even the worst tastes are not worth wasting. Lin Xu learned from the regional channel about the feedback from others who had consumed it, which led him to toss the few monster corpses from the boat into the sea. Firstly, the monsters had a humanoid form, which made eating them a bit repulsive. Secondly, Lin Xu's boat had plenty of food, so they were not lacking in that regard. If the flesh were palatable, it could have been saved as a reserve. But since it was unappetizing, there was naturally no need. Now Lin Xu didn't even glance at the monster Lu Yiqian had killed. Lu Yiqian understood that keeping the monster's corpse was of little use, so she didn't bother to store it in her hand ring. Bai Lu felt that her abilities should be similar to Lu Yiqian's. Watching Lu Yiqian slay the monster in the treasure chest, she too harbored a desire to try her hand at it. Having taken advantage of Bai Lu quite a bit, Lin Xu turned to her with a smile while glancing at her. After a brief exchange, Lin Xu, Bai Lu, and Lu Yiqian continued their exploration. After a short while, Lin Xu assigned each of Bai Lu and Lu Yiqian a choice task. This time, the high reward options for both Bai Lu and Lu Yiqian were related to Lin Xu. Bai Lu understood the contents of the choice task, and remembering how Lin Xu had previously taken advantage of her, promptly decided to select the option with the higher reward. After a brief contemplation, Lu Yiqian also chose the option with the higher reward. The choice Bai Lu made was to find a way to hold Lin Xu for a moment. Lu Yiqian's chosen option was to find a way to make Lin Xu touch her. Lu Yiqian had done a similar choice task yesterday, but today Bai Lu was also nearby. Lin Xu assigned her a similar choice task with the difficulty level increased, and the rewards significantly higher than before. Similarly, Bai Lu's high reward choice task was also more difficult due to Lu Yiqian being present, with rewards higher than if she were alone with Lin Xu. Currently, Lu Yiqian's intimacy score with Lin Xu was 26 points. She had completed 11 stars of the choice task assigned by Lin Xu today, with 15 stars remaining. Bai Lu's intimacy score with Lin Xu was now 34 points. Her current completed choice task was 19 stars with 15 stars remaining, just like Lu Yiqian. This time, the high reward options for the choice tasks reached a difficulty of 3 stars. If they both chose to complete them, 12 stars would still remain. After assigning the choice tasks to Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu, Lin Xu engaged them in casual conversation as before. While Lu Yiqian checked a bush ahead, Bai Lu came to Lin Xu's side and reached out. Lu Yiqian had previously tried to conceal her actions from Lin Xu. Bai Lu, on the other hand, was quite bold, showing no hesitation before Lin Xu, which caused him to widen his eyes in surprise. Confronted by Lin Xu's gaze, Bai Lu shot him a glare. Her face flushed and quietly said, "Who told you to treat me like that before? I'm just returning the favor. If you take advantage of me again, I'll make sure you regret it." Bai Lu was just putting on a brave front, as she had done considerable psychological preparation before deciding to act this way. Upon receiving the notification that her choice task was complete, she hurriedly released her grip. After quickly completing the choice task, Bai Lu dashed away while Lin Xu was momentarily stunned. Her action was indeed quite unexpected for Lin Xu. For Lin Xu, if he truly wanted to evade, Bai Lu wouldn't have had any chance. However, Lin Xu certainly wouldn't evade. After Bai Lu did this, he understood her better and could better gauge her. Watching Bai Lu rush over to speak with Lu Yiqian, Lin Xu smiled. He did not assign Bai Lu another choice task. He was waiting for Lu Yiqian to complete hers. After some time had passed, Lu Yiqian still hadn't undertaken her choice task. Lin Xu speculated that she also intended to choose the high reward option. This time, Bai Lu completed another task with a difficulty of 3 stars, receiving a reward of 5500 survival coins. Normally, one would earn 1 survival coin for surviving an hour, and finding a black iron-level treasure chest would yield just a few dozen survival coins. Now Bai Lu had only to hold Lin Xu briefly to receive such a significant amount of survival coins. She felt that although the process was a bit awkward and embarrassing, the outcome was very rewarding. Bai Lu was quite direct in her approach to completing the choice task to obtain rewards, while Lu Yiqian was much more reserved. She considered numerous methods, but dismissed them all, feeling they risked being detected by Lin Xu and Bai Lu. She patiently awaited a suitable opportunity to complete her choice task. However, no suitable moment arose, and Lin Xu noticed Lu Yiqian was still inactive. After exploring ahead for a while, Lin Xu took the initiative to create an opportunity for Lu Yiqian. Seeing Lin Xu right beside her, and Bai Lu ahead, Lu Yiqian spotted a dry branch and pretended not to see it as she walked up. As Lu Yiqian stumbled, Lin Xu reached out to steady her. When he did so, Lu Yiqian adjusted her position slightly, and Lin Xu's hand ended up resting on top of hers. If Lin Xu had not secretly manipulated the situation, Bai Lu would not have noticed anything. However, earlier Bai Lu hadn't seen anything out of the ordinary. Now Bai Lu saw that Lin Xu's hand was placed on Lu Yiqian. At that exact moment when he steadied Lu Yiqian, Lin Xu flicked a small twig toward Bai Lu. Lin Xu controlled the force well. The twig landed on Bai Lu's back, and she only felt something fall on her. Not knowing what was happening, Bai Lu instinctively turned to look behind her, curious about what it was. As a result, she turned just in time to see Lin Xu's entire hand resting on Lu Yiqian's. Lin Xu intentionally let Bai Lu see his hand on Lu Yiqian, which had its own motives. Seeing this scene, Bai Lu's mouth fell agape in astonishment. When Lu Yiqian completed her choice task and turned to look at Bai Lu, she hurriedly turned her head, pretending she hadn't seen anything. Seeing that Bai Lu had noticed nothing, Lu Yiqian quickly steadied herself. She glanced at Lin Xu, murmured a thank you, and then pretended nothing had happened as she continued forward. Initially, Bai Lu had thought that there was nothing between Lin Xu and Lu Yiqian. However, when Lu Yiqian stepped closer to her, and seeing Lu Yiqian's face was flushed, yet she acted as if nothing had happened, Bai Lu's mind raced with thoughts. Previously, Bai Lu had been embraced and kissed by Lin Xu, leaving her with quite complex feelings. Now seeing Lu Yiqian in a similar predicament, she felt a sense of balance, realizing that Lu Yiqian was not much better off than herself. Moreover, Bai Lu was aware that her encounters with Lin Xu were part of a selection task, which meant she had gained quite a bit while being taken advantage of. However, from Bai Lu's perspective, Lu Yiqian did not need to fulfill any selection task. Her being touched by Lin Xu felt like a one-sided advantage taken by him. As the saying goes, when one speaks only for oneself, their thoughts remain singular, but when someone shares the same experience, their perspective can change significantly. Especially from Bai Lu's viewpoint, Lu Yiqian was more famous in Blue Star than herself. Now sharing the same experience made Bai Lu feel that being touched by Lin Xu for rewards was somewhat acceptable. Lu Yiqian completed her selection task, and her reward this time was an increase of 1 in her basic combat level. Yesterday, Lu Yiqian had done a similar selection task, and not just once. Thus, although the difficulty level increased, the rewards were not particularly high. Nonetheless, given that it was a 3-star difficulty task, even if the reward was low, it still met the highest standard for a 2-star difficulty option. Both Bai Lu and Lu Yiqian had completed another selection task, and now Lin Xu could assign them each a 12-star difficulty task. It quite satisfactory. Both Bai Lu and Lu Yiqian had completed another selection task, and now Lin Xu could assign them each a 12-star difficulty task. How to effectively utilize these 12 stars to assign selection tasks to Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu was a matter worth careful consideration. Lin Xu had a plan for the direction in which he led Bai Lu and Lu Yiqian. While chatting and laughing, they continued their exploration, soon arriving at an area resembling a cornfield on Blue Star. The plants in this area belonged to the same family as corn, but as wild varieties, their fruits were much smaller than corn, roughly the size of a fist, with kernels similar to rice grains. Moreover, not every plant bore fruit, most of them were barren. Looking ahead at this area, Lin Xu briefly introduced it to Bai Lu and Lu Yiqian. This can be used as food, for our supplies on the ship are currently too monotonous. Let's collect some, and when our ship upgrades and expands, we can also keep some seeds to try planting on board. Various items can be found on the shop page, but they are mostly finished products. Even if the plants they discovered now could be cultivated, the yield would be minimal. However, since they did not know if they could obtain similar items upon landing on islands later, it was wise to collect some, whether for food or as seeds. Bai Lu and Lu Yiqian had no objections to Lin Xu's proposal and nodded slightly. There might be some wild beasts around, so be cautious and don't stray too far from each other. At this point, both Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu were at level 4, and with their basic combat skills, they had enough self-preservation ability on this island. Before entering, Lin Xu took out 2 retractable hooks and handed them to Bai Lu and Lu Yiqian. The hooks were made of iron, retracting to over 1 meter in length and about the thickness of a baby's wrist. Holding it in hand felt like wielding an iron rod, and Lin Xu instructed Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu to use them to clear the obstructing leaves. Bai Lu and Lu Yiqian accepted the retractable hooks from Lin Xu, and the three began to delve into the vegetation, searching for harvestable fruits. The plants were roughly 2 meters high. Unlike the orderly cornfields in reality, they were quite chaotic, with some areas dense and others sparse. In dense areas, there could be dozens of plants within a meter, while in sparse areas there might only be one or two. At first, Lin Xu, Bai Lu, and Lu Yiqian walked together, searching for fruits within a certain range. However, as they walked, the distance between them gradually increased. When they could no longer see each other, Bai Lu and Lu Yiqian called out occasionally to each other and to Lin Xu, ensuring they did not stray too far. "Sister Qian, I've found one. I just found one too." As Lu Yiqian's voice reached her, Bai Lu heard some sounds behind her, gripping the hook and turning to be on guard. Upon seeing it was Lin Xu, Bai Lu said to him, "Weren't you over there just now? How did you end up here?" From the sound, Bai Lu deduced that Lin Xu had been about 10 meters away from her to her left front. Now he was approaching from behind, which puzzled her. In response to Bai Lu's question, Lin Xu smiled and said, "I found a treasure chest over there and brought it over for you to open." Hearing this, Bai Lu noticed a treasure chest being dragged behind Lin Xu. "I want to open it. I triggered monsters from the last 2 chests I opened. As the saying goes, 1 brings 1, 2 brings 2, but never 3. You can't be so unlucky as to trigger monsters again, can you?" Lin Xu's words made Bai Lu ponder. It made sense, since she had already triggered monsters from 2 chests. If she opened another and found monsters, that would indeed be very unfortunate. "That's true, then you protect me a bit. Don't worry, if monsters come out again, I will deal with them immediately." As Lin Xu brought the treasure chest in front of Bai Lu, she approached it to open it. Bai Lu had previously opened only 2 chests, both of which yielded monsters, but this time, she didn't have such bad luck. Inside the treasure chest were 6 bottles of mineral water, 5 loaves of bread, 28 lord coins, and a bundle of 20 meters of iron wire. With no monsters emerging from the opened chest, Bai Lu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After she finished opening the chest, Lin Xu stored the items in his space bracelet. Watching Lin Xu take the items away, Bai Lu smiled at him and said, "Fortunately, although there aren't many items, at least there were no monsters this time." Facing Bai Lu's smiling face, Lin Xu assigned her a selection task and then moved closer to her, coming within half a meter. At this distance, both Lin Xu and Bai Lu could reach out and touch each other. Their eyes met, and Bai Lu quietly asked Lin Xu, "What are you going to do?" Lin Xu stepped forward again, embracing Bai Lu in his arms, then leaned down to kiss her. Bai Lu, caught in Lin Xu's embrace, hesitated for a moment before yielding to his kiss on her lips. It is said that different people require different approaches. As an ancient saying goes, "One monkey, one way to tie it." Lin Xu, based on Bai Lu's previous behavior, already knew how to handle her. In just a short while, Lin Xu's tongue pried open Bai Lu's lips. Lin Xu's proactive and assertive behavior towards Bai Lu stemmed from his understanding of her character through their interactions over time. Especially when Bai Lu jumped into Lin Xu's arms earlier, her lack of strong resistance to his advances made him realize he could push the boundaries further. Lin Xu was not incapable of being proactive, he simply needed to adapt to different individuals. For instance, if he were to act similarly towards Lu Yiqian, she would not be as compliant as Bai Lu. After Lin Xu issued a choice task to Bai Lu, she was somewhat resistant, but ultimately allowed him to part her lips after a brief struggle. After some time, Bai Lu completed the choice task, and her intimacy value with Lin Xu increased by 3 points, rising from 34 to 37. Bai Lu was a very intelligent person with strong adaptability. Back on Blue Star, she was originally a flat model, later discovered and entered the entertainment industry. Not long after entering the entertainment world, she quickly rose to fame and adapted swiftly to her new life as a superstar. Upon arriving in this world, she also adjusted faster than many others. Now, in order to earn more rewards, she knew that her relationship with Lin Xu would inevitably develop, and she accepted it with composure. The choice task Lin Xu issued to Bai Lu had a high reward option rated at 3 stars, requiring their tongues to touch for a period. Completing this option required considerable effort, especially since Bai Lu had never done this with anyone before. However, the rewards were enticing, and she felt it was worth the sacrifice. The random rewards from the choice tasks Lin Xu issued were generally aimed at leveling up. This time, Bai Lu received a reward that upgraded her level by 2, while Lin Xu upgraded from level 102 to 104. Upgrading from level 100 to 101 increases one's overall strength by 50, so Lin Xu's 2-level upgrade effectively doubled his power. Bai Lu felt Lin Xu's hand on her, even pinching her, prompting her to press his hand down. Though they had kissed, Bai Lu still felt it was inappropriate. However, Lin Xu had already realized the extent of Bai Lu's tolerance and did not wish to stop there. After Bai Lu pressed his hand down, Lin Xu issued her another choice task, allowing her to submit to him. Upon receiving the task, Bai Lu released her grip on his hand. Having been touched by Lin Xu earlier, and now having been pinched, she found it acceptable to let him continue. People's bottom lines gradually lower over time. After a moment, Bai Lu completed the task and received her. This time, Bai Lu received a level 2 basic firearm. Having just obtained a handgun, now getting a level 2 firearm was quite fitting for her. Even though she had completed the task and received her reward, Bai Lu refrained from holding Lin Xu's hand again after being pinched for quite some time. After everything that had just occurred, Bai Lu felt quite flustered. Physically affected, she became somewhat dazed, her mind blank, and she really wanted to give in to Lin Xu. In fact, Lin Xu could still issue up to 12 stars worth of choice tasks to Bai Lu. So far, she had completed 2 3-star difficulty tasks. Just a moment ago, Lin Xu and Bai Lu's intimacy value increased by another 2 points, reaching 39. Now Lin Xu could issue 11 stars worth of choice tasks to her. With the intention of taking advantage of the moment, Lin Xu issued another choice task to Bai Lu. Although she was currently somewhat lost in her feelings, she still retained some rationality. She wasn't initially unwilling to reach out, it was just that her remaining rationality told her not to do so. However, the high reward option now urged her to extend her hand to grasp. Understanding what the choice task system was about, Bai Lu thought to herself, it's all for the sake of completing the task. This was a bit of self-deception as she shifted the responsibility onto the choice task system. Bai Lu's fingers were long and slightly cooler than the rest of her body. After some time, she completed another 3-star difficulty option. This time, Bai Lu received a reward of 7,600 survival coins. Given the current situation between Lin Xu and Bai Lu, their physical interactions were becoming a normal occurrence. However, just as Lin Xu was about to reach down, he heard Lu Yiqian's voice calling out Lin Xu. Lu. Bai Lu was startled and quickly broke out of her flustered state. She immediately let go and pushed Lin Xu away. Due to the earlier situation, even after pushing him away, she still held onto his arm. She felt she needed to hold onto Lin Xu's arm, otherwise she would struggle to stand. After taking a moment to compose herself, Bai Lu spoke to Lu Yiqian, her voice trembling. Sister Qian, I'm over here, what's wrong? I found a treasure chest. Then just open it. Even if a monster appears, you can handle it. Then I'll open it. After Lu Yiqian spoke, Bai Lu did not respond, but instead looked at Lin Xu. At this moment, Bai Lu felt extremely conflicted about what had just transpired between her and Lin Xu. Had Lu Yiqian not interrupted, things would have escalated quickly. Seeing Bai Lu's flushed face, Lin Xu smiled, looking at her meaningfully from head to toe. I thought you were an honest person, but it turns out you're not so innocent. I'm just a normal guy. You're so charming, how could I possibly resist? You're quite experienced. How many girls have you said this to? You're the first. I don't believe you. After the earlier incidents, the dynamics between Lin Xu and Bai Lu had undergone a significant shift. Bai Lu huffed and let go of Lin Xu's arm, feeling she could stand firm now. However, just as she released his arm, Lin Xu reached out and grabbed hers. After grabbing Bai Lu's arm, Lin Xu gently pulled her towards himself, causing her to fall into his embrace. He then placed his hand on top of hers. In response, Bai Lu looked up at Lin Xu and said, "You're taking advantage of me, quickly let go. We should hurry and gather some plants. What if Sister Qian comes to see us?" Bai Lu did not resist, but used her words as she was not trying to stop Lin Xu from touching her, but was worried about Lu Yiqian coming over and seeing. So what if she sees? Let me tell you, I've touched her too. I saw that earlier. You're such a rogue. After Bai Lu spoke, Lin Xu smiled and leaned down. Bai Lu raised her hand to block him and said, "Are you trying to take me down here?" To this, Lin Xu nodded. He indeed had that thought. After everything that had happened, he felt he was ready to take action. That's not possible, we've only just met. Should I make a move on you then? If Lu Yiqian hadn't interrupted, then Lin Xu and Bai Lu would have naturally progressed to that point. However, Lu Yiqian's interruption brought Bai Lu back to some clarity. She herself had thought about it, but she and Lin Xu had only known each other for less than 3 days. Although what had just occurred was not much different from reality, Bai Lu still felt it was too fast. In Bai Lu's view, she and Lin Xu would definitely end up together in the future. But giving herself so easily to Lin Xu would surely make him think she was the kind of girl who was casual about such things. As a smart person, Bai Lu knew that many boys were the same. The easier something was to obtain, the less likely it was to be cherished. Although there was a choice task available with a very high reward, Bai Lu still did not intend to give herself to Lin Xu right away. Lin Xu embraced Bai Lu again and issued another choice task. This time, the highest difficulty level was a 5-star task with a reward of a shipborne cannon worth over 1,000. The remaining 2 options were both 4-star tasks, and after a brief consideration, Bai Lu decided to give up on the 5-star option. Currently, Lin Xu could still issue an 8-star choice task to Bai Lu. Since he didn't have many options left to give her, he decided to include the 5-star option this time. If Bai Lu chose to complete the 5-star task, she would have only 3 stars left. And after completion, her intimacy value would definitely increase. Although it seemed like there wasn't much difference between her and Lin Xu now, that step was still very crucial, especially for someone like Bai Lu who had never been charged before. Lin Xu thought that if it worked out, their intimacy value would increase, and he could issue Bai Lu more choice tasks based on the situation. Since Lin Xu was already committed, he did not include a 1-star easy option with an escape route in the choice. 1 5-star and 2 4-star options meant Bai Lu had to choose one from these three. Lin Xu did not just give 2 5-star options to Bai Lu, thinking that if she wasn't ready, she could choose not to complete it in a short time. Lin Xu could indeed add a time limit to the choice tasks. Failing to complete them in time would be considered a forfeit, but that wasn't very reliable. To be safe, Lin Xu paired 1 5-star option with 2 4-star options. The 5-star option involved him, and upon hearing Bai Lu's remarks, Lin Xu realized she had given up on the 5-star option. The 2 4-star options were for Bai Lu to use her hands or to use her upper body. To be honest, Lin Xu was quite eager for Bai Lu to use her body. For Bai Lu, the highest difficulty she had completed before was only a 3-star task. Now these 5-star and 4-star tasks had very good rewards. But no matter how good the rewards were, Bai Lu believed she couldn't give herself to Lin Xu right now. She didn't know how to use her body, and while she didn't know how to use her hands either, she did understand some things. Upon hearing what Bai Lu said and understanding her choice, Lin Xu nodded slightly. He had to handle the situation now, no matter how he did it. Bai Lu was quite clumsy, merely trying to proceed through the methods she imagined. Lin Xu, on the other hand, watched her and placed his hand on her upper body. For the 4-star difficulty options, Lin Xu didn't impose too much difficulty on Bai Lu, just a period of time would suffice. The reason for this was that he had his own plans. He was well aware of his own situation and wanted to take advantage of this choice task to have Bai Lu do a few more. Normally, if Lin Xu and Bai Lu's intimacy value was sufficient, he could issue Bai Lu many choice tasks, and he certainly wouldn't behave like this. This task would allow him to issue another 4-star task after completion, so he needed to conserve a bit. The 4-star difficulty choice tasks were not so easily completed. Bai Lu felt like a long time had passed, but in reality, it had only been a short while. She pouted and looked at Lin Xu with a helpless expression. After a long wait, she finally heard the prompt indicating she had completed the task and received system rewards, yet Lin Xu didn't show much reaction. After a little more time, Bai Lu spoke to Lin Xu. Lin Xu, why are you like this? My wrist is so sore, can we just call it a day? How can that be? If I don't get involved, won't that be awkward? When choosing this task option, Bai Lu knew that since she had chosen, she had to see it through to the end. But she had underestimated Lin Xu too much. Now that the task reward was in hand, Bai Lu didn't want to continue. How about I help you with this? Knowing what Lin Xu meant, Bai Lu shook her head and replied, but I don't know how. It's very simple, just place them together. Okay then. Previously, option 1 was exactly this, which Bai Lu did not select at that time. Now she wanted to help Lin Xu handle things quickly, but seeing that it wasn't effective, Bai Lu took a deep breath and followed Lin Xu's instructions. After a while, seeing it still wasn't working, Bai Lu stopped. Lin Xu, I tried my best, really. He'll teach you another. No, this won't work, really. Bai Lu shook her head in disagreement with Lin Xu's suggestion. Using her hands wasn't working, and using her upper body was already what Bai Lu considered to be her limit. Lin Xu's suggestion exceeded what Bai Lu could accept. After she finished speaking, Lin Xu issued another choice task to her. This time, Lin Xu issued Bai Lu a choice task with 1 1-star option and 1 4-star option. Why don't you give it a try, eh? If not, then I will ask you to do something else. Looking at the options in the choice task along with the current situation, after a brief hesitation, Bai Lu took out a bottle of mineral water from her bracelet and took a sip. This is as far as it goes. If it doesn't work, I won't be responsible anymore. After washing with the mineral water, Bai Lu followed Lin Xu's instructions. If Lin Xu didn't plan to end things, he could control himself. However, some time had passed, and Lin Xu had not deliberately restrained himself. After a moment, Lin Xu completed the task. For him, it was more psychological than physical. As for Bai Lu, she hardly knew what she was doing. Overall, it wasn't very good. Bai Lu took a sip from the water bottle, and with a complex expression said to Lin Xu, Lin Xu, about what just happened, you have to keep it a secret. No one can know, not a single person. Don't worry, how could I possibly tell anyone? Lin Xu replied, and both he and Bai Lu looked ahead. After a rustling sound, Lu Yiqian approached from the front. Lin Xu, you're here too. I just opened a treasure chest and got quite a few things. After opening the treasure chest, Lu Yiqian wandered around nearby. Earlier, she had obtained quite a few things by completing choice tasks. She thought to conveniently use this treasure chest to store some of the things she had obtained. After some time, feeling it was enough, she headed over to find Bai Lu. Bai Lu and Lin Xu hadn't been at it for too long. Just as Lu Yiqian was approaching, Lin Xu finished. He wanted to end things quickly. He also used his bracelet to locate Lu Yiqian approaching them. Given what he and Bai Lu had just done, Lin Xu didn't plan to let Lu Yiqian know. After Lu Yiqian finished speaking, Lin Xu smiled and said to her, I also found a treasure chest just now. I brought it here for Bai Lu to open. I have gathered enough over there. Let's go collect here. For Bai Lu, she didn't feel good about helping Lin Xu, but she had indeed done many things. The intimacy value between the two increased by 1 point at the end, now totaling 40 points. Lin Xu could still issue Bai Lu a 1-star choice task. Bai Lu basically had no choice tasks left to issue, so Lin Xu planned to find an opportunity to give Lu Yiqian a choice task. One of Lin Xu's main purposes for coming to the island today was to find someone to issue the selection task system and to seize the opportunity to assign some selection tasks. Now this primary goal has been achieved beyond Lin Xu's imagination. He hadn't anticipated it would go so. Next, Lin Xu only needed to assign some selection tasks to Lu Yiqian and have some contact with her, which would be Lin Xu could also assign an 8-star selection task to Lu Yiqian, and he needed to carefully plan what tasks would yield the greatest benefits for himself. Bai Lu had just completed 2 4-star difficulty options and received rewards of 3 to her own level and a level 3 crisis sensing ability. These 2 rewards were quite good for Bai Lu. Her level increased from 6 to 9, and she now possessed a level 3 crisis sensing ability. Lin Xu's level also rose to 107 because of Bai Lu completing the selection tasks, greatly enhancing his own strength. As for the crisis sensing, it upgraded by an additional 30 levels from the original. Although Bai Lu put in a lot of effort to receive the rewards were indeed very generous, and she felt it. Next, the 3 of them separated again to continue gathering fruits, occasionally calling out to each other, just like having gained so much but unable to take it out. Bai Lu and Lu Yiqian shared similar thoughts, wanting to use a treasure chest to provide a reasonable explanation. Lu Yiqian could single-handedly defeat the monsters in the treasure chest. Bai Lu believed that she could also easily defeat the monsters now, so she wasn't afraid of encountering monsters from the chest. Moreover, she didn't actually need to find a treasure chest, so Bai Lu took the initiative to distance herself from Lin Xu and Lu Yiqian. Since he could only assign a 1-star selection task to Bai Lu, Lin Xu didn't look for her this time. Seeing Bai Lu moving further away, Lin Xu guessed what she was trying to do. Indeed, using a treasure chest was the best way to explain things and least likely to raise others' suspicions. Lin Xu pushed all his gains onto the treasure chest. Bai Lu, Lin Xu, come over quickly. Look at what I found coming. In response to Lu Yiqian's call, both Lin Xu and Bai Lu acknowledged and walked towards her direct. Soon Lin Xu reached Lu Yiqian's side, where there were 2 palm-sized sea turtles on the ground before her. The 2 turtles were curled up inside their shells, and as Lin Xu approached, Lu Yiqian spoke to him. Can we take them with us? Of course. Lin Xu, being the captain on the ship, thought it was reasonable for Lu Yiqian to seek his opinion on such matters. After Lin Xu spoke, Lu Yiqian stepped forward to pick up the 2 sea turtles. Although Bai Lu was a bit far from Lin Xu and Lu Yiqian, she was also rapidly increasing her own level. While Lin Xu was discussing what kind of container to use with Lu Yiqian, Bai Lu also came over. What a cute little... Let's find a container to keep them in. In response to Bai Lu's suggestion, Lin Xu and Lu Yiqian nodded with smiles as Bai Lu continued. By the way, I just found a treasure chest, and after opening it I directly leveled up to level 10. So lucky. Lin Xu and Lu Yiqian both expressed surprise with Lin Xu's being feigned while Lu Yiqian's was genuine. She had completed quite a few selection tasks through the selection task system, and her level was only at 4. It was indeed a bit too lucky for Bai Lu to level up to 10 just by opening a treasure chest. I didn't expect it either. I thought you were nearby, and if a monster came out you could handle it too. Besides, I had already encountered 2 monsters from treasure chests earlier, so I thought my luck shouldn't be that bad to encounter monsters again. So this time when I found the treasure chest, I didn't say anything about opening it to you. Not only did I level up to 10, but I also obtained quite a few items from the chest. After Bai Lu finished speaking, Lu Yiqian looked at her with envy and said, Lulu, this is the result of your earlier bad luck. I think so too. Now I feel much stronger. Bai Lu's current level was only 9. The reason she claimed to be level 10 was that she possessed basic combat skills. Additionally, Bai Lu was thinking about preemptively reserving for any selection tasks that might trigger next. Lin Xu knew Bai Lu's situation but naturally wouldn't expose her. After Bai Lu finished speaking, he also expressed his happiness for her. You are truly lucky. That means you will be much safer in the future. You won't have to worry about encountering monsters from treasure chests anymore. I see that this area hasn't been gathered yet, and it's not too late, so let's finish gathering here and head back. In a simple interlude, Bai Lu explained her gains using the excuse of opening the treasure chest, and the 3 continued to gather. Since the area ahead wasn't very large this time, all 3 of them gathered within each other's sight. Seeing the timing was right, Lin Xu assigned a selection task with a 3-star difficulty option to Lu Yiqian. To reach a 4-star option, there needed to be very intimate contact. For instance, Bai Lu previously used her body, just touching wouldn't suffice. The highest would only be a 3-star difficulty unless it was like Bai Lu holding on to achieve a 4-star. Lin Xu wanted to assign a selection task with a 4-star difficulty option to Lu Yiqian. However, given their current relationship, even if he assigned it, Lu Yiqian likely wouldn't choose to complete it. The previous selection tasks Lin Xu assigned to Lu Yiqian with a 3-star difficulty option had reached quite a deep level. This time the selection task Lin Xu assigned to Lu Yiqian was due to Bai Lu being nearby. Thus, some options that should have been 2-star difficulty could reach 3-star. Lin Xu thought that Lu Yiqian like Bai Lu would definitely not be able to do it in the short term. Now assigning selection tasks to Lu Yiqian would serve to increase their intimacy value through more interactions. After all, doing more things together would naturally make them more familiar with each other. After Lin Xu issued the selection task with a 3-star difficulty option to Lu Yiqian, he waited for her to complete it. The options with 3-star difficulty were not too easy for Lu Yiqian to complete. If it weren't for Bai Lu just mentioning that she leveled up to 10 by opening a treasure chest, Lu Yiqian would likely have chosen a task with a lower difficulty to complete. With Lin Xu and Xia Zian in front, and now Bailu's level even higher than her own, Lu Yiqian, who considered herself the destined protagonist with the selection task system, was eager to obtain more rewards. After a brief reflection, Lu Yiqian decided to pursue the option with a higher reward in this selection task. She wanted to avoid Bai Lu from noticing her while completing this task. As for Lin Xu, Lu Yiqian believed he would definitely notice something. Just like before, she tilted towards Lin Xu with his entire hand resting on her. If Lin Xu didn't feel anything at all, Lu Yiqian absolutely wouldn't believe it. Yesterday, Lu Yiqian and Lin Xu spent time alone together with their bodies frequently making contact, touching nearly every place they could. Today, Lu Yiqian triggered several choice tasks again, causing Lin Xu to come into contact with her quite a bit. Lu Yiqian was well aware that Lin Xu could not have been oblivious to everything. That would be unrealistic. With all the physical contact and many instances where Lin Xu had touched her, there was a distinctly special ambiguity between Lu Yiqian and Lin Xu. Lu Yiqian pretended as if nothing had happened, and Lin Xu tacitly chose not to acknowledge it. Having learned from previous mistakes with Bai Lu, Lu Yiqian suddenly realized that some matters were not as taboo as she thought and could be approached more directly. After all, she was completing tasks for the choice task system, and during this process Lin Xu had also made quite intimate contact with her. Seeing Bai Lu ahead, Lu Yiqian deliberately slowed down to get closer to Lin Xu. "Lin Xu, can I give you a kiss?" The 3-star difficulty option was for Lu Yiqian to kiss Lin Xu on the cheek. Lu Yiqian thought long and hard, but could not find a way to kiss Lin Xu without him noticing. She recalled that Bai Lu had directly asked Lin Xu, so after some mental preparation, she said this to Lin Xu. Faced with Lu Yiqian's request, Lin Xu looked quite surprised. After all, it was quite bizarre for someone like Lu Yiqian, an extraordinarily beautiful woman, to come over and ask to kiss him for no apparent reason. Seeing Lin Xu's astonished reaction, Lu Yiqian bit her lip and looked at him. "Your request has caught me off guard. Of course you can kiss me, but may I ask what the reason is?" Lin Xu's reaction seemed quite normal to Lu Yiqian, who under normal circumstances he should respond like this. Due to the existence of the choice task system, she could not disclose any information to anyone in any way. Considering Lin Xu's inquiry, Lu Yiqian thought for a moment before softly speaking again. "I think I might have developed a bit of a liking for you. I want to try and see if that's true." Lu Yiqian was just finding an excuse to explain her feelings. She had a good impression of Lin Xu, but it had not yet reached the level of genuine affection. This excuse was also suggested to her by Bai Lu earlier, and she felt it was quite fitting. Moreover, since she obtained the choice task system, the vast majority of triggered tasks had been related to Lin Xu, making it difficult for Lu Yiqian to avoid him. Rather than figuring out a way to kiss Lin Xu, it would be better to be more direct. Upon hearing Lu Yiqian's words, Lin Xu appeared somewhat taken aback. Lin Xu understood that Lu Yiqian was probably not being entirely sincere. She was simply saying this to fulfill the requirements of the choice task system. However, given the situation from earlier to now, Lu Yiqian's change was quite favorable for Lin Xu, and it was something he hoped to see. After all, when no one expressed anything, their relationship wouldn't warm up much, and the intimacy value would increase only marginally. Looking at Bai Lu, she was straightforward. Although she had not spent as much time with Lin Xu as Lu Yiqian, her intimacy value had increased significantly, and the progress was very rapid. For a request from such an extraordinarily beautiful woman, I really can't think of any reason to refuse. After all, it would be to my advantage. After Lin Xu spoke, he slightly turned to Lu Yiqian's profile. At the moment Lu Yiqian made her request, Bai Lu was busy with her own matters. As Lu Yiqian leaned towards Lin Xu, she glanced at Bai Lu again, noticing that Bai Lu had no intention of However, Lin Xu felt that such a thing could not go unnoticed by Bai Lu. So as Lu Yiqian approached to kiss him, Lin Xu quietly threw a small branch towards Bai Lu. Lin Xu hit Bai Lu with something again, and she turned her head in confusion. Lin Xu timed it perfectly. As Bai Lu looked over, she happened to see Lu Yiqian leaning in to kiss Lin Xu. "You said nothing happened between you and Lin Xu yesterday. So this is how it is, huh? I always felt that you two were not as innocent as you claimed. Wait a minute, I got hit by something earlier, and now I've been hit again. I know this was Lin Xu's doing. Lin Xu did this on purpose to let me see." Bai Lu reacted quickly, glancing before turning back. She also began to understand many things, contemplating that Lu Yiqian's earlier remarks were because Lu Yiqian herself had a complicated relationship with Lin Xu. Now that Lu Yiqian had initiated a kiss with Lin Xu, Lu saw this as her catching them in the act. After Lu Yiqian kissed Lin Xu, she completed the choice task and received her reward. This time Lu Yiqian gained a level increase of 2, raising her level to 6. Meanwhile, Lin Xu, who was previously level 109, only leveled up by 1 to 110. If I don't meet the requirements for leveling up, then before others level up 10 times, I won't receive any rewards for my 1 level, which is quite unfair. So once the intimacy value reaches 100 points, this issue will be resolved. I'm already at a high enough level, so it doesn't matter if I miss out. After quickly sorting through many thoughts in his mind, Lin Xu soon issued Lu Yiqian another choice task with a 3-star difficulty. Understanding the content of the triggered choice task and finding the timing appropriate, Lu Yiqian softly said to Lin Xu again, "Can you kiss me?" In response, Lin Xu had no objections and kissed Lu Yiqian on the cheek. Having completed another choice task, Lu Yiqian gained a sense of crisis at level 1. The 2 relatively easy 3-star difficulty choice tasks were completed smoothly, granting rewards. Lu Yiqian suddenly realized that being more direct with choice tasks could lead to such quick and easy completions. After being kissed by Lin Xu for a choice task, the system completed and reward notification sounded, prompting Lu Yiqian to quickly run away from Lin Xu. Meanwhile, Lin Xu received a notification that his intimacy value with Lu Yiqian had increased by 1 point. Now his intimacy value with Lu Yiqian was 27 points, and he could issue her another 3-star difficulty choice task. With Lu Yiqian taking the initiative to kiss Lin Xu and requesting him to kiss her back, their relationship had significantly changed compared to before. It was as if the dynamic between a couple changed from one state before holding hands to another state after they did. "You threw something at me on purpose to make me see, didn't you? What stage have you and Jie reached? You big perp." Lu turned her head, but did not continue watching the end, yet she understood what had happened. She sent several messages to Lin Xu through her wristband. After Lu Yiqian ran away, Lin Xu replied to Lu, "Yeah, I did it on purpose for you to see. It has reached the stage you witnessed." After Lin Xu replied, Lu immediately sent another message to him. "You're such a bastard. I just helped you deal with things, and now you turn around to provoke Jie. It's not my fault as she came to me first asking to kiss me. I couldn't just refuse, could I? You bastard." From Lu's perspective, she had done so much with Lin Xu before. In a sense, they were just one step away from being together, as if she had already given herself to him. However, Lin Xu soon turned to Lu Yiqian, which undoubtedly made Lu uncomfortable, especially since Lin Xu had done it on purpose for her to see. Thus, Lu continuously cursed Lin Xu as a big jerk through her wristband. Lin Xu gladly accepted her messages. Indeed, he was quite a jerk. However, there were many benefits for him in doing this to Lu. Now that Lu was reacting strongly, he could easily appease her later. For Lin Xu, Lu was already at his side, and he could have her whenever he wanted without any difficulty. After parting with Xiaozi, Lin Xu had basically achieved his goals. He could also assign tasks to Lu Yiqian and Lu, and it would be easy for him to let them complete them. After collecting some plant fruits, Lin Xu noticed it was getting late and the sky was beginning to darken. He and Lu, along with Lu Yiqian, decided to head back. When they arrived on the island, it was already late, and staying on the island as it got dark would pose too many risks. When Lin Xu, Lu, and Lu Yiqian reached the location Lin Xu had posted in the group, the girls who had accompanied Lin Xu were already waiting for him there. Staying within a certain area to explore without delving deep into the island or recklessly opening treasure chests was quite safe, and since the time was short, none of the girls encountered any issues. Moreover, this island was rich in resources, and the girls had made some gains with many finding treasure chests. Lin Xu organized those who found treasure chests to open them. Initially, they obtained some items, but on the 6th chest a monster was revealed. Faced with the monster that emerged from the treasure chest, Lu felt a surge of excitement. She felt incredibly powerful now. Previously, she had been terrified when encountering monsters, and she wanted to overcome the psychological shadow they had left by killing the monster from the chest. Originally, Lin Xu intended to kill the monster himself, but when Lu sent him a message expressing her desire to try, he refrained from killing it and gently kicked the monster beside her. The monster from the black iron level treasure chest was formidable, yet Lu could easily handle it now. Watching her dispatch the monster with a few swift moves left the surrounding girls in shock and awe. The monster that had once chased her in a panic was now defeated by her in mere moments. After slaying the monster, Lu beamed with joy at the excited expressions on the faces of the surrounding girls. "Sister Lu, how did you become so powerful?" "I leveled up to level 10 with a single treasure chest." "Wow, what level is that treasure chest? You must be so lucky. I don't even know what level it is, that looks no different from these other chests." Whether it was Lu Yiqian before or Lu now, their battles against monsters without any armor were a visual feast for Lin Xu. Seeing Bai Lu surrounded by several girls asking questions, Lin Xu instructed the others to continue opening the treasure chests. Out of a total of 9 chests, only one contained a monster. The rest yielded various resources. Once all the chests were open, Lin Xu led the girls to the beach to meet up with Xia Zian and prepare to return to the ship. By this time, it was already getting dark. As with yesterday, Lin Xu helped those who couldn't swim onto the ship first. With yesterday's experience, everyone was much more adept today, and the time taken was shorter. After ensuring everyone had boarded and there were no oversights, Lin Xu started the ship and continued sailing. Then he and Xia Zian organized everyone to make a fire and prepare a meal. After enjoying roasted meat and some grilled seafood on the deck, the sky had turned completely dark. Lin Xu collected everyone's survival coins in a wave. Since Lin Xu provided so much, no one objected to him collecting the survival coins to pool together for After all, for everyone, the survival coins they currently possessed would not normally allow them to eat and drink without worries like now. Each person earned a certain number of survival coins daily. The girls who had found extra survival coins from the treasure chests also willingly handed over their surplus. Xia Zian also contributed 200 survival coins to Lin Xu. After tallying everything, Lin Xu instructed everyone to wait on the deck while he went into the cabin to upgrade the ship. This time, Lin Xu upgraded the ship by 2 levels from level 2 to level 4, spending over 600 survival coins in total. The upgrade enlarged the ship and increased its speed. Survival Rose Ironclad Sailboat Ship level 4, current speed 66 knots, maximum speed 72 knots, ship height 18 meters, mast height 16 meters, ship length 42 meters, ship width 22 meters, tonnage 165 tons, current draft 2 meters. Physical defense of the ship 2000 note, can withstand impacts from marine creatures of up to level 4 in size. Remaining power of cabin lighting 100, overall durability 100. Since Lin Xu had previously installed a level 10 engine on the ship, the speed did not improve significantly even after the upgrade to level 4. However, the overall size of the ship had increased significantly and the cabin had expanded as well. This time, with the 2-level upgrade, the ship gained 2 additional storage rooms. The area of the storage rooms was roughly half that of the cabin when it was a level 1 ship. After upgrading the ship, everyone entered the cabin. Previously, if everyone lay down to sleep in the cabin, it would be a bit cramped, and now, with everyone inside, it felt very. Xia Zian also took out the carpet she had obtained earlier and laid it down in areas that were not covered with carpet with Su Ro and others. The quality of Xia Zian's carpet was not as good as Lin Xu's, but once laid down, it was comparably soft. Stepping on the carpet felt significantly different from stepping directly on the floor. Thinking about being able to sleep on it tonight, everyone on the ship felt a wave of happiness. Later, Lin Xu and Xia Zian purchased some containers from the shop interface to store the fresh water produced by the purifier. After handling some necessary matters, everyone entered the cabin. Now the cabin had 4 spaces, the largest being the main cabin, as well as the captain's room and 2 storage rooms. If it were previously, many girls would have chosen to rest in the storage rooms. However, having been watched by Lin Xu for so long, the girls were no longer afraid of being seen by him, and no one chose to rest in the storage rooms. Previously, due to space constraints, it was impossible to lie down comfortably. Now, with ample space, several girls sprawled out on the carpet in the cabin. In the following period, everyone formed small groups to chat and played simple games to pass the time. With nothing much to do, Lin Xu came up to the deck. The deck was quite spacious, resembling a small square. It was piled with various items they had collected from the. Looking at the massive ship and the multitude of supplies on board, along with the vast amount of survival coins and various items in his system space, Lin Xu felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Standing at the bow of the ship, Lin Xu gazed out at the vast sea, spreading his arms to feel the ocean breeze blowing against him. The reason he had come to the deck alone was not because he had grown tired of the beautiful scenery. He believed that he could never appreciate the beauty of the scenery enough in such a short time. Rather, he felt the urge to take action, eager to personally experience what it felt like to be amidst such beauty. Moreover, with so many people in the cabin, the chatter created a bit of noise, and Lin Xu sought a moment of quiet. Currently, although the living environment is excellent, Lin Xu faces numerous challenges. He is even considering whether to buy clothes for everyone on the ship. In any case, he has already seen everything worth seeing over the past 2 days, and he is well aware of even the smallest details. Buying clothes for them would be fine, but Lin Xu doesn't really want to do it at this moment. After all, buying clothes for everyone on the ship would make them quite comfortable. However, if he does that, Lin Xu won't be able to enjoy the beautiful scenery as he does now. Today, Lin Xu is collecting survival coins from others. Today marks the 3rd day, and each person possesses over 60 survival coins. If another day passes, those who opened treasure chests earlier will likely have around 100 survival coins. With food and drink available on the ship, many people might want to buy themselves a piece of clothing first. This is human nature, and Lin Xu understands it well, but he doesn't want them to do so. Collecting survival coins tomorrow would feel somewhat forced. Today is a perfect opportunity to upgrade the ship, and everyone seems to have no objections. After all, upgrading the ship is for everyone's better survival, and everyone should contribute to that. In fact, aside from Lin Xu, the 3 people he appointed to issue the task selection system are all capable of buying a set of clothes. Yet none of them have done so, as they want to avoid standing out. Moreover, since she has already been intimate with Lin Xu, it's not a problem for him to see her, and it's also fine for him to touch her casually. However, if she buys clothes for herself, others would definitely think too much. Yesterday, Xia Zian arranged for everyone to undergo desensitization, including Wang Yuro and the others. Xia Zian definitely wants to buy a set of clothes for them to wear. However, if Wang Yuro and the others wear clothes first, the others would definitely disagree. She must let Wang Yuro and the others set an example for everyone. Lu Yiqian also considered buying a set of clothes yesterday, claiming it was from the treasure chest. But when Lin Xu separated from Lu Yiqian, he had already examined her thoroughly and touched many places. Lu Yiqian similarly does not want to be too different from others, as it would make her susceptible to isolation. After all, she has seen and touched everything, so being seen again is no big deal. As for Bai Lu, she just received the task selection system today. After acquiring many survival coins, she also thought about buying herself a set of clothes. However, since she and Lin Xu have become intimate, Bai Lu feels there's no need to stand out. The current situation is such that if no one has it, then no one has it. If someone does, others might feel envious. Even Xia Zian no longer wears the denim shorts she wore earlier, and Lin Xu also stopped wearing his t-shirt. No one is wearing those clothes now, just to avoid standing out. Lin Xu stood at the bow of the ship for a while before sitting cross-legged. Gradually, people began to come out of the cabin to use the restroom. Currently, there is no restroom in the cabin, so those who need to go must come to the deck and use the railing to go outside. Although the sky is dark today, visibility is slightly better than yesterday. Moreover, after upgrading the ship, there is now a large searchlight at the bow. Those coming out to use the restroom can see Lin Xu from afar. After some time, Bai Lu came out of the cabin. She first went to the railing to use the restroom, and then walked over to Lin. "What are you doing here? It's noisy below, so I came here to find some peace." Bai Lu sitting next to Lin Xu. "I think you're here to calm down," Bai Lu said, while Lin Xu merely smiled and naturally reached out to her. Bai Lu swiftly slapped Lin Xu's hand away. "What do you plan to do with me? What else could I do? How do you want? I want to be your girlfriend." "Sure, you are now my girlfriend. You can only be nice to me." "That's impossible. I can't give up a whole garden for just one flower." "You think you can just take what you want and not take responsibility? How is it taking everything? Clearly you were the one who wanted it. You jerk. Are you trying to take in everyone on this ship?" "Of course, that's every man's dream. Aren't you afraid I'll tell others about what we did?" "Go ahead, it doesn't affect me much, but what about you? How will others see you? You're quite a jerk. A bad man is loved by women, isn't that so? Take me back, I want to go to sleep now. Let me touch you a bit longer. Go touch someone else." After saying this, Bai Lu took Lin Xu's hand away from her and stood up, walking toward. Watching Bai Lu's retreating figure, Lin Xu gently shook his head and smiled. Earlier, when they boarded the ship, while at sea, Lin Xu had taken the opportunity to touch Bai Lu. At that time, Bai Lu glared at Lin Xu. Having done many things already, she no longer minded being touched by Lin Xu. She was just worried about being seen by others. And just now she said she didn't want to be touched, but when Lin Xu did touch her, she didn't really resist. Moreover, Bai Lu's claim of being fierce wasn't entirely true, otherwise her intimacy level with Lin Xu wouldn't have increased by 1 point. Now Bai Lu and Lin Xu's intimacy level is already 41 points, and today Lin Xu can still issue a task selection with a difficulty level of 2 stars to Bai Lu. Because the cabin area is larger, and there are more people moving around inside, few have noticed Lin Xu alone on the. Bai Lu also wanted to talk to Lin Xu. After searching around and finding him missing from the cabin, she used her wristband to message Lin Xu, discovering he was on the deck. Bai Lu talked with Lin Xu for a while, and his answers to her questions were all within her expectations. Since Lin Xu is not being proper, Bai Lu feels that if she continues to stay on the deck with him, something might happen, so she didn't let him touch her much before heading back. Lin Xu would like to keep Bai Lu a little longer, but the only task he can issue to her now has a difficulty level of only 2 stars. A 2-star task is no different from before, whether to issue it or not is irrelevant. Watching Bai Lu return to the cabin, Lin Xu placed his hand on his nose. At this moment, Lin Xu's hand still carried a faint fragrance. He found it amazing that Bai Lu hadn't bathed in nearly 3 days, yet still smelled fragrant. Bai Lu returned from the deck and came to Lu Yiqian's side. "Lu, where did you just go?" "I went to the restroom." "Oh, did you see Lin Xu?" "I saw him." "Why are you looking for him?" "Yes, I opened some items from the treasure chest and wanted to see if they were useful to him. He's on the deck enjoying the breeze." Bai Lu went to find Lin Xu, wanting to speak with him face to face about some matters. Moreover, since returning from the island, she had not triggered any choice tasks. Basically, all the choice tasks she had triggered were related to Lin Xu. She was also thinking about interacting with Lin Xu again to trigger more choice tasks. Bai Lu was unaware that Lin Xu intended to issue her a choice task, but today she had already run out of chances. Lu Yiqian was similar to Bai Lu. Since returning to the ship, she too had not triggered any choice tasks. She also wanted to interact more with Lin Xu to see if she could trigger some choice tasks. Bai Lu's rapid progress put considerable pressure on Lu Yiqian, who was eager to improve herself quickly. With competition comes motivation, and Lu Yiqian had thought of quite a few things since returning. Lu Yiqian looked for Lin Xu, and Bai Lu informed her that Lin Xu was on the deck. Bai Lu had already seen Lu Yiqian kiss Lin Xu, voluntarily feeling that Lu Yiqian should be in a similar situation as herself. Earlier, when Bai Lu wanted Lin Xu to kiss her, Lu Yiqian had claimed it was inappropriate. Now Bai Lu believed that Lin Xu and Lu Yiqian already had something going on which made her feel jealous. Upon learning that Lin Xu was on the deck, Lu Yiqian got up and left the cabin. Inside the cabin, there were many people moving about, and no one noticed Lu Yiqian leaving. Lu Yiqian approached the deck, spotting Lin Xu at the bow of the ship from a distance. When Bai Lu approached, Lin Xu naturally placed his hand on Bai Lu's shoulder. As for Lu Yiqian, Lin Xu and she were not yet at that level of intimacy. Lu Yiqian sat down next to Lin Xu and spoke to him. "What are you doing here? It's quite noisy in the cabin, or I wanted some peace. Do you need something from me?" Lu Yiqian came straight to Lin Xu as soon as she reached the deck, so Lin Xu could not pretend he didn't know she was looking for him. "Not really, I was just down there with nothing to do, and since I saw you weren't in the cabin, I thought I'd come chat." Currently, Lin Xu could still issue Lu Yiqian a choice task worth 3 stars. Now that Lu Yiqian was here, Lin Xu was pondering how to issue her a choice task. The most reasonable option would be to issue Lu Yiqian a choice task with a difficulty of 3 stars. However, with a 3-star difficulty task, Lu Yiqian was currently not as capable as Bai Lu. However, not issuing Lu Yiqian any choice tasks would mean they would refresh after today, which would be a waste. After a brief consideration, Lin Xu came up with an idea and proceeded to edit and publish a choice task for Lu Yiqian. The choice task had 2 options, one was 1 star and the other was 2 stars. The 2-star option was for Lu Yiqian to share a secret she had never told anyone. Previously, Lin Xu and Lu Yiqian had engaged in quite a few intimate actions. However, their understanding of each other was not very deep. Casual conversations could greatly enhance their feelings for each other. Most friendships between men and women are formed through conversation. Now Lin Xu's choice task for Lu Yiqian was aimed at deepening their relationship. Getting close to Lin Xu easily triggered choice tasks. This was Lu Yiqian's experience over the past 2 days. Now that she had just arrived, she triggered a choice task, further believing that spending time with Lin Xu made it easy to trigger tasks. Understanding the contents of the choice task, Lu Yiqian pondered for a moment and then spoke to Lin Xu. "Lin Xu, do you think we can go back?" "It's highly likely that we can't." "Yes, that's what I think too. I wonder how my parents are doing." Lin Xu's whole family had come, and they were all on the same ship. For others, they also had parents, friends, and relatives on Blue Star. Now it was only the 3rd day, and many people had not felt much yet. After some time, many would definitely miss their loved ones. To complete the choice task, Lu Yiqian needed to engage in a deeper conversation with Lin Xu. However, a deeper conversation required a starting topic, and now Lu Yiqian was looking for a subject to discuss with Lin Xu. Faced with what Lu Yiqian said, Lin Xu took a deep breath and responded based on the circumstances of other speakers in the area. Information: it seems that Blue Star hasn't had many older individuals enter the Misty World. There are no minors either. Most people's ages should be between 18 and 50. Your parents should be over. Yes, they're both over 50. Then they should still be on Blue Star. The current situation of people on Blue Star and whether they were still alive felt like Schrodinger's cat to Lin Xu and the others. They didn't know anything and could only think positively. I actually haven't spent much time with my parents. Now thinking about possibly never seeing them again feels quite unsettling. In a conversation, one person finds a topic and the other is willing to continue talking. Gradually, Lin Xu and Lu Yiqian discussed more and more, deepening their understanding of each other. After feeling that they had chatted enough, Lu Yiqian voluntarily shared a little-known secret with Lin Xu, completing the choice task. After chatting for a while, the intimacy value between Lu Yiqian and Lin Xu increased by 1 point, currently reaching 28 points. With the increase of 1 point in intimacy, Lin Xu could issue Lu Yiqian another choice task with a 2-star difficulty option. The choice task with a 2-star difficulty option was relatively easy to complete. If it were simpler, simply holding hands could achieve a 2-star difficulty. Completing 2 choice tasks with 2-star difficulty awarded Lu Yiqian quite a good mood. Previously, the highest difficulty task she had completed was 3 stars. The rewards from the 2-star difficulty options were already quite good for Lu Yiqian. This time she received a reward of 1 to her level and 1 to her basic combat skills. For Lu Yiqian, both rewards were something she desperately needed. However, for Lin Xu, he did not receive the reward of 1 to Lu Yiqian's level. Previously, when Bai Lu leveled up by 1 tenfold, Lin Xu was not able to level up, and he did not retain that this time. Lin Xu and Lu Yiqian chatted on the deck for over half an hour until Xia Zian came out of the cabin. Xia Zian, who had been in the cabin, felt it had been quite a while since she had seen Lin Xu. Upon exiting the cabin, she spotted Lin Xu and Lu Yiqian. Slightly exhaling, Xia Zian walked towards Lin Xu and Lu Yiqian. As Xia Zian emerged from the cabin, Lin Xu noticed and turned to look in her direction. As Xia Zian approached, Lu Yiqian also looked at her. Then Lu Yiqian stood up and said to Lin Xu and Xia Zian, "I'm heading back to the cabin." If Xia Zian hadn't come over, Lu Yiqian had intended to chat with Lin Xu a bit longer. Although there hadn't been a choice task triggered for a while, Lu Yiqian felt very comfortable chatting with Lin Xu. Lu Yiqian knew the relationship between Lin Xu and Xia Zian, and she believed that she had also done some things with Lin Xu that she shouldn't have, so she didn't want to remain on the deck. When Lu Yiqian returned to the cabin, Xia Zian sat down next to Lin Xu. "What were you chatting about with that beauty?" "Just some casual conversation." Speaking of which, Lin Xu reached out his hand towards Xia Zian. Lin Xu himself was unsure about his situation. He simply felt the urge to touch her when he saw her right in front of him. Currently, Lin Xu had issued 3 choice tasks through the system, and he had issued nearly all the choice tasks available for Bai Lu and Lu Yiqian today. There were only a few choice tasks left that he could issue to Xia Zian to gain rewards. Hearing Lin Xu say this, Xia Zian pursed her lips and spoke to him. "Look at you surrounded by flowers. Isn't this what you wanted? It's not bad." After Lin Xu finished speaking, he issued Xia Zian a choice task and then leaned in to kiss her. For Lin Xu and Xia Zian, even if Xia Zian did not choose a task, Lin Xu could still do certain things to her. However, choosing a task could yield rewards, so it should not be wasted. Therefore, before Lin Xu intended to do certain things, he first issued a choice task to Xia Zian. The things he wanted to do could be accomplished through the choice task, achieving 2 objectives at once. "Don't let people see us. It's fine if anyone comes out of the cabin, I will hear the footsteps. Then you better keep up." Currently, Lin Xu could issue a choice task worth 66 stars to Xia Zian. It was already past 8 in the evening, and it was indeed time to speed up the process. Xia Zian had already completed several related choice tasks. Thus, the rewards for similar options now were also on a downward trend. For Lin Xu, the decreasing rewards meant that the most urgent matter was to quickly increase the intimacy value with Xia Zian. Once their intimacy value reached 100 points, Lin Xu would receive a 100-fold reward. At that time, even if the rewards decreased further, he would still obtain excellent rewards. In order to issue choice tasks with high-star options to Xia Zian, Lin Xu had exhausted quite a bit of his brainpower. The choice tasks he issued to Xia Zian were all quick to complete. After completing one task, Xia Zian immediately received another one after another without pause. Lin Xu issued both 3-star and 4-star tasks to Xia Zian, distributing them according to the stage they were at. In just over 10 minutes, Xia Zian had completed 6 tasks of 3 stars and 4 tasks of 4 stars. Lin Xu still had 66 stars worth of choice tasks available to issue to Xia Zian, and after a series of tasks there remained 32 stars. At this moment, many people in the cabin were still awake, making it unsuitable for Lin Xu and Xia Zian to engage in more special activities. However, sometimes one cannot afford to be overly cautious. The arrow is on the string and must be released. To prevent anyone from coming out of the cabin, Lin Xu and Xia Zian had to act swiftly. Lin Xu and Xia Zian arrived at a place piled with various items. There were many obstructions here, and the dim lighting made it difficult for anyone on the deck to see. Lin Xu held Xia Zian as they made their way here. After a while, Xia Zian had completed 2 5-star difficulty choice tasks. After all was said and done, both Lin Xu and Xia Zian were quite satisfied. "Little rascal, how much do you want by the end of this day? It will never be enough. If possible, I would want to continue forever. Then wouldn't you tire yourself to death?" "I would willingly tire myself to death." Lin Xu had already done his best to issue as many choice tasks as possible to Xia Zian. However, even with Lin Xu's efforts, it was not easy to issue too many high-star option tasks in this session. If he were not trying to issue at least 3-star options, it would have been simple, but 2 2-star choice tasks did not yield better rewards than 1 3-star choice task. Lin Xu issued another wave of choice tasks to Xia Zian. Although the rewards he received had decreased compared to before, they were still quite impressive. Just in terms of levels, Xia Zian leveled up 5 levels from level 23 to level 28. Meanwhile, Lin Xu, under the 10-fold rewards, leveled up 13 levels directly from level 107 to level 120. Xia Zian's level was slightly higher, and with each choice task completed, she leveled up 3 levels or 2 levels at a time. Although Lin Xu did not fully utilize the 10-fold reward, he was close enough. With the rapid leveling up, Lin Xu's strength increased significantly. In addition to the level increase, Xia Zian also gained many other rewards through completing various choice tasks. With 22 stars remaining, Lin Xu was not in a hurry to continue issuing choice tasks to Xia Zian. After they were done, they sat at the bow of the ship chatting idly. After chatting for a while, Xia Zian suddenly said to Lin Xu, "If you have the ability to help others, prioritize helping you Ro and the others." In response to Xia Zian's unexpected remark, Lin Xu was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "I understand." Xia Zian did not clarify what she meant, but Lin Xu understood. Lin Xu was not too surprised that Xia Zian had figured out that the choice tasks were led by him. Xia Zian was very smart. She had her suspicions yesterday, especially when Lin Xu took out so many items after returning to the ship. Today Lin Xu had gained more than she did, and after pondering carefully, she felt that something was off. She likely was not the only destined protagonist. Lin Xu might also have a system, and it could be even better than hers. Xia Zian even speculated whether the choice task system she possessed was one that Lin Xu could issue tasks to her. It was not surprising that Xia Zian had this speculation, as all the choice tasks she triggered were related to Lin Xu. She had received a great deal of rewards through completing choice tasks, and she had not relied on searching the island for many items. Especially concerning her own level, Xia Zian had all her increases through system rewards, while Lin Xu's level was much higher than hers. Xia Zian had also conducted various searches on the island, gaining from her own efforts. She believed that an island should not have so many resources all obtained by Lin Xu. Moreover, Lu Yiqian, who had had private contact with Lin Xu yesterday, also leveled up. Additionally, today Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu had interaction, and both of their levels increased significantly. Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu were both top-tier female celebrities in Blue Star, stunning beauties. Given their status and identity in Blue Star, it was difficult for anyone to approach Lin Xu despite his excellence. Now they had a connection with Lin Xu simply because they were on the same boat. However, the pace at which Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu's relationships with Lin Xu progressed was too rapid. Two superstars who initially had no connection to Lin Xu were now willing to draw closer to him, which was high. The unusual elevation in Lu Yiqian and Bai Lu's levels and the rapid warming of their relationship with Lin Xu led Xia Zian to suspect whether it was related to Lin Xu and whether they also possessed a choice task system. Because her choice task system could not be disclosed to anyone through any means. Earlier, Xia Zian had considered trying to say something to others. However, when she was about to speak, it was as if she had been silenced and could not utter a word. Even trying to use any other method was futile, it simply could not be addressed. Thus, Xia Zian believed that if Lin Xu also had a system, he likely could not disclose it to others, just like herself. Seeing Lin Xu nod slightly, Xia Zian immediately understood. Indeed, everything was related to Lin Xu. Confirming the connection to Lin Xu, she reflected on the various choice tasks he had issued to her from the beginning until now. Xia Zian felt an urge to bite Lin Xu. After all, Lin Xu had made her do so many embarrassing things, setting her up step by step from the very start. However, since things had already come to this point, Xia Zian did not want to dwell on the past, as there was no meaning in pursuing it further. Xia Zian could guess many things related to herself, which did not surprise Lin Xu. After all, the selection tasks he assigned to Xia Zian were all triggered when she encountered them, and they were all connected to him. If Lin Xu were to keep hiding, then he should not assign so many selection tasks related to him to Xia Zian. However, currently most people spend the majority of their time on the ship, and the space on the ship is limited, leaving them with little to do. It would be difficult to assign Xia Zian tasks related to him without offering high-star option tasks. Alternatively, Lin Xu could directly give her random selection tasks, allowing her to trigger them at random. Yet this same issue meant that it would be hard for Xia Zian to trigger high-star option tasks while on the ship. Lin Xu acknowledged that the selection tasks he assigned to Xia Zian were driven by significant personal motives, but they were not purely selfish. Moreover, even if he were to keep hiding, Xia Zian would eventually find out it was only a matter of time. After all, one cannot keep receiving many good things repeatedly. Now that Lin Xu and Xia Zian had crossed a certain line, he was not worried about her ceasing their relationship once she found out. When Lin Xu confessed, Xia Zian paused for a moment before biting him. "You little rascal. Ouch, that hurts. Why don't you just get hurt to death?" Xia Zian naturally did not bite too hard, as she feared that she might hurt him too much. Lin Xu's physique was incredibly strong, so he naturally wouldn't be easily hurt. He was merely acting. Realizing it was related to Lin Xu, Xia Zian continued. "Don't forget what I just said. Don't worry. You can't treat them the same way you treat me. Rest assured." "Why do I feel so uneasy?" Xia Zian had already made a judgment suggesting that Lin Xu prioritized Wang Yuro and the others, which further confirmed her thoughts. Currently, everyone was in a strange world, and no one could predict what they would face in the future. If Lin Xu could enhance Wang Yuro and the others' personal strength, it would naturally be a very good thing. As for whether Lin Xu would treat Wang Yuro and the others the same way he treated her, Xia Zian felt there was nothing she could do about it. If they could return to Blue Star, it certainly shouldn't be this way. However, if they could never return and were destined to live on the ship forever, then her relationship with Lin Xu would just be as it is. After all, Wang Yuro and the others had no blood relation to Lin Xu, and they were all thoroughly observed by him. there were no other boys on the ship. Xia Zian knew that her warnings to Lin Xu were of little use and was not at ease with him. After all, if Lin Xu were as obedient as he was on Blue Star, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to overpower her first. Lin Xu embraced Xia Zian, and as she lay in his arms they chatted for a while. When Lin Xu jokingly suggested that Xia Zian should join Bai Lu and Lu Yiqian in the future, Xia Zian shot him a glare. She reached out and pinched Lin Xu's thigh hard. In response, Lin Xu just chuckled. It didn't hurt at all. As they spoke, Lin Xu found it quite enjoyable. He once again assigned a selection task to Xia Zian and leaned over. It was a selection task with 22 stars, including 2 5-star and 3 4-star options. Although the difficulty level of this selection task was quite high, the rewards were relatively lower than before. However, even a 4-star option, despite the lower rewards, was still much higher than a 3-star option. From last night until now, Lin Xu and Xia Zian had completed 5 rounds, including the one on the island yesterday, totaling 6 rounds. In such a short time with so many rounds, it seemed Lin Xu was still not satisfied, and Xia Zian couldn't help but marvel at his abilities in this regard. For Xia Zian, she had already soared to new heights. For a while, she didn't say anything. Once the sensation wore off completely, she reached out to touch Lin Xu's muscles. I know it's wrong, but I just can't control myself. That's just how people are. Besides what's right or wrong, I think it's quite good as it is. Don't overthink it. In our current situation, we don't know whether disaster or tomorrow will come first. Enjoying the moment is what matters most. Yes, not knowing whether disaster or tomorrow will come first, everything feels like a dream. When we wake from the dream, we will be back in our own beds at home. Auntie, if this is really a dream, will the things you experienced with me in your dream leave a lasting impression on you? In response to Lin Xu's question, Xia Zian ignored him and stood up to clean herself. Feeling that there was nothing wrong with her body, Xia Zian said to Lin Xu, I'm tired and going to sleep in the cabin. I haven't slept well these past 2 days. By the way, we also have enough fresh water. Let's organize everyone tomorrow for a bath. I feel uncomfortable since I haven't bathed these past 2 days. Alright, tomorrow let's have everyone take a shower while it's warm at noon. Aren't you going back to sleep? I'm not sleepy yet. I want to stay here a bit longer to make sure I can spot anything unusual. Okay, I'll go back to sleep first, and when I wake up, I'll come over to relieve you. Xia Zian hadn't slept well these past 2 days, and having had too many encounters with Lin Xu, she now felt quite exhausted and drowsiness was setting in. This was normal. After such complete relaxation, it was indeed easy to feel drowsy. After finishing her conversation with Lin Xu, Xia Zian walked toward the cabin. In the second round, the rewards Xia Zian received from completing several selection tasks were all items with no level or ability enhancements. After 2 rounds with Xia Zian, Lin Xu felt no fatigue. In fact, he was quite energetic. When Xia Zian returned to the cabin, Lin Xu was sitting at the bow of the ship with a smile, looking at the endless sea, feeling completely relaxed. At this moment, even if everything could return to Blue Star, he wouldn't want to go back. It was now just past 9 in the evening. Lin Xu and Xia Zian had gone through 2 rounds in succession, not taking much time at all. During their activities, there were indeed people coming out of the cabin to use the restroom. However, when Lin Xu heard someone approach, he would stop. They were hidden behind a pile of items, and if they didn't make a sound, others wouldn't know they were there. Moreover, many people in the cabin were not constantly paying attention to Lin Xu and Xia Zian. With many people in the cabin and no one seen on the deck, those who came out to use the restroom thought Lin Xu and Xia Zian had been in the cabin the whole time. For Lin Xu and Xia Zian, each time someone came up on the deck to use the restroom, it brought about a rather unique mindset. Currently, aside from being able to assign Bai Lu a 2-star selection task, Lin Xu had completed all the others. After spending some time alone, he figured it was about time and returned to the cabin door. At this moment, it was just past 10 in the evening, and most people in the cabin had already lain down on the carpet. For the people in the cabin, having slept on the hard floor for 2 consecutive days, being able to lie on the carpet now felt like a true luxury. Seeing that many people in the cabin had fallen asleep, Lin Xu edited a selection task for Bai Lu and the past few nights were spent on the hard floor, but now with a carpet, lying down feels incredibly comfortable. Many people in the cabin have already fallen asleep, and Bai Lu is also drowsy, about to drift into dreamland. The sudden prompt from the task selection system jolted Bai Lu awake. After understanding the content, she took a deep breath, made her choice, and got up. Many people had fallen asleep, but not deeply. On Bai Lu's other side, Chun Dudu opened his eyes upon hearing the noise and quietly asked Bai Lu, who was standing up, Lulu, what are you doing? I'm going to the bathroom. Oh, okay. The first star options in the task selection are quite basic and easy to complete. The second star options, however, pose a bit more difficulty, though not too much. For instance, Lin Xu assigned Bai Lu a task with a second star option, asking her to chat with him on the deck for an hour. Lin Xu assigned this task to Bai Lu purely because he wasn't ready to sleep yet and wanted someone to chat with. The reason he sought Bai Lu was that he could easily assign her a task, making it simple for her to come over. Why aren't you sleeping yet? I can't sleep. Bai Lu didn't mention that she had come over because of the task selection, and even if she wanted to explain, she couldn't find the words, so she casually made up a reason. Facing what Bai Lu said, seeing her sitting beside him, Lin Xu turned and replied with a smile, "Since you can't sleep, let's chat about something trivial." "Let's chat then, but can you keep your hands to yourself?" After being swatted away, Lin Xu retracted his hand, chuckling. "Haha, it's just a habit. You're the first guy who's ever touched me like that." "Really? I thought actors who perform intimate scenes would be used to it." Because of the earlier events with Lin Xu, Bai Lu felt a bit annoyed by his comment and replied, "Can you speak? I've shot some intimate scenes, but no one has ever been as reckless as you. And there were so many cameras around, even if we accidentally touched, there were still plenty of clothes in between. After what happened between us today, do you think I'm a very easy woman?" Lin Xu knew that Bai Lu hadn't been charged up and that she must be quite reserved to maintain her reputation in the entertainment industry. He said this because of the public's prejudice towards many female stars, which is also a result of the entertainment industry frequently stirring up scandals. Lin Xu understood this, but spoke to Bai Lu from a perspective of ignorance. Seeing her a bit upset, he quickly added, No, I swear on my life, I never thought that way." Bai Lu appreciated Lin Xu's words. "I know many people have some prejudices against us actors, which is normal. The entertainment industry can indeed be chaotic, but that doesn't mean we should generalize and deny everyone. If I said I had never had a boyfriend before, would you not believe me?" After Bai Lu finished speaking, Lin Xu quick, "I believe you, how could I not? You have no reason to lie to me. Good, you owe me an apology." After Bai Lu and Lin Xu had done some things together today, Lin Xu immediately became intimate with Lu Yiqian, which made Bai Lu feel a bit angry, even if she didn't say it outright. So now when Bai Lu spoke to Lin Xu, she was a bit fiery in her tone. "I apologize, I'm sorry I spoke out of turn. I was being petty. You haven't been in the industry for long, right? I saw online that you used to be a model." Seeing that Lin Xu wasn't a typical macho and didn't apologize, Bai Lu shot him a glance and replied, "Yes, after graduating from college, I went to Korea to be a trainee, but I got eliminated in the first round of auditions. After coming back, I became a model. I had a good foundation, initially shooting some microfilms and short videos, gradually gaining some popularity and becoming a minor internet celebrity. Later, Yu Yao felt I had potential and signed me as an artist for their company, starting my acting career in dramas. You could say I owe my rise to him." Hearing Bai Lu say this, Lin Xu looked her up and down, nodded, and continued. "The outside world refers to him as Yu Yao. Do you call him that too?" "Yes, we call him that privately, just not. Is he really a zero?" "I think so. I've seen him with the new boys from the company hugging and going in and out of hotels." Bai Lu has many secrets that are not known to others, and Lin Xu is quite curious, so he inquired about her. If this were back on Blue Star, Bai Lu would not easily divulge such information, as Yu Yao had greatly helped her. However, now that she believes she can no longer return to Blue Star and will likely never see Yu Yao again, she doesn't mind sharing with Lin Xu. Bai Lu and Lin Xu talked a lot, covering many things that Lin Xu had never encountered or understood before. Time passed little by little, and they were so engrossed in conversation that they hardly noticed an hour had gone by. Completing the task earned her a level 1 reward, but Bai Lu didn't rush to return. Initially a bit sleepy, she found herself opening up more while chatting with Lin Xu. After talking a bit more, Bai Lu looked at Lin Xu and asked him, "You're quite excellent and articulate. It shouldn't be hard for you to find a girlfriend. So why have you been single on Blue Star? Tell me honestly, is it because of Sister Xia?" In response to Bai Lu's inquiry, Lin Xu laughed and shook his head. "Not really, but it's purely that I wasn't willing to. To be honest, there are too many beautiful girls in our class. Oh, any one of them could be considered a goddess by others. But spending every day with them made me a bit picky. Since I couldn't choose, I might as well remain single." "So you just want to be a playboy, huh? You could learn to be a fishing king and keep multiple partners." "Hey, I have thought about that, but I need to wait until I start working. Since we were all in the same class, if I were to fish, it would be easy to get exposed." Previously, Lin Xu had merely harbored such thoughts, but hadn't taken action. Now that the conditions had changed, he had no reservations and directly admitted to Bai Lu that he had indeed thought about it. Bai Lu knew Lin Xu must have many mischievous ideas, but she didn't expect him to be so blunt about it. After casting a disdainful glance at him, she stared at Lin Xu and asked, "Tell me the truth, what kind of relationship do you have with Sister Xia?" Bai Lu had long wanted to ask Lin Xu this question, but hadn't found the right opportunity. Now that they had opened up and talked a lot, Bai Lu finally asked. Lin Xu wasn't aware of what Bai Lu had seen Sister Xia do to him earlier. When Bai Lu asked this, Lin Xu was taken aback and then responded, "Why do you ask?" In response to his question, Bai Lu pointed at him and said, "I saw Sister Xia eating your food the night before last. And you two were alone on the deck last night. If you didn't have that kind of relationship, how could Sister Xia sleep on your lap? If it weren't for the things that happened on the island this afternoon with Lin Xu, Bai Lu wouldn't have shared this with anyone other than Lu Yiqian." Now that she had experienced so much with Lin Xu, she directly confronted him. Bai Lu clarified her question, and Lin Xu decided not to hide it any longer, nodding. Seeing Lin Xu's acknowledgement, Bai Lu continued to ask, "Did you two have that kind of relationship on Blue Star?" In Bai Lu's view, Lin Xu and Xia Zian must have already been involved on Blue Star. In response to Bai Lu's probing, Lin Xu answered honestly, "No, it was after coming to this world." I thought you two were already involved on Blue Star." "No, we were just in a normal relationship back then." "Then how did you get so close so quickly?" "It's the same as you and me, haven't we become close quite fast?" Lin Xu's words made Bai Lu think about it. And indeed it was true, she had little interaction with Lin Xu before. It was only this afternoon that they had spent some time together and ended up at the final stage. In such an environment, it's indeed easy to develop some special situations. You're the only guy on this boat, it's quite advantageous for you. I also feel this is a blessing from heaven. After Lin Xu finished speaking, Bai Lu looked at him and slightly tilted her head, saying, "Kiss me." Bai Lu was not thinking about it, rather it was already past midnight and Lin Xu had given her a choice task. The 2-star option in the task was for Bai Lu to kiss him. Bai Lu was quite direct and let Lin Xu kiss her without hesitation. Naturally, Lin Xu seized the opportunity without reluctance. The kiss marked the completion of Bai Lu's choice task. This time Bai Lu received a reward of level 1 crisis sensitivity. Having already kissed, Lin Xu would not allow Bai Lu to separate from him even if she completed the task. As Lin Xu's hand reached Bai Lu, she pressed down on it. Just like earlier in the afternoon, she did not want to give herself to Lin Xu so quickly. Lin Xu sensed that Bai Lu was reluctant to surrender herself so soon. However, he had many goals and did not wish to prolong this moment with Bai Lu. Although their current interaction was quite good, if it weren't for the numerous matters awaiting him, Lin Xu would have chosen to spend more time with Bai Lu in this manner. After all, Bai Lu's demeanor had changed dramatically since their kiss. It was as if before this afternoon she had a completely different attitude towards Lin Xu. After helping Lin Xu with that matter, Bai Lu's attitude towards him changed significantly. Many people would undergo substantial changes after certain experiences. With Bai Lu's hand pressing down on his, Lin Xu gave her another choice task. After a brief hesitation, Bai Lu chose the option with the higher reward and removed her hand from Lin Xu. This time the choice task Lin Xu assigned to Bai Lu reached a 3-star difficulty level. Naturally, a 3-star task comes with excellent rewards, but is also quite challenging to complete. While on Blue Star, Lin Xu had never engaged in real combat, yet he had watched many videos featuring couples. Some things can be learned intuitively without anyone teaching. After a while, Bai Lu received a system prompt indicating she had completed the choice task and earned her reward. Immediately after, Lin Xu assigned her another choice task. Upon receiving the choice task, Bai Lu quickly made a decision after understanding the options. Then she separated from Lin Xu and pressed his head down. Touching with hands and direct engagement are two entirely different concepts. Initially, Lin Xu focused on 2 aspects, but after some time he expanded to more. Bai Lu did not want to make any sounds, yet she could not control herself. Her intimacy value with Lin Xu was initially 41 points, and shortly after it increased by 2 points to 43. Earlier on the island, it was mainly Bai Lu helping Lin Xu. Although she had her own situation, she managed, but now it was different. Bai Lu had never experienced anything like this before. At that moment, she had a strong feeling of needing to be fulfilled. With 1 2-star task and 2 3-star tasks completed, Bai Lu received her rewards. Lin Xu then continued to assign her choice tasks, and upon receiving the new task, Bai Lu made her choice without hesitation. Previously on the island, she had no issues holding on, and now it was naturally no problem. On the deck with the sea breeze, Bai Lu felt a bit chilly. After a series of events, Bai Lu was not as cold anymore, but her hands, being extremities, remained quite cool. After completing another 3-star option, Lin Xu continued to assign her choice tasks. This time Lin Xu assigned Bai Lu a choice task with a 4-star difficulty level. At this moment, Bai Lu actually preferred to take things one step at a time. However, Lin Xu did not want to rush into the final step just yet. He also did not put Bai Lu in a difficult position by assigning her a 4-star task like the ones on the island. This time Lin Xu aimed to increase the enjoyment of the process for Bai Lu, allowing her to engage with him both physically and mentally. After a moment, Bai Lu completed the choice task, and Lin Xu once again assigned her another choice task. This was yet another task with a 4-star option. As Bai Lu began, she looked up at Lin Xu and asked, "Is this good? Do guys like this sort of thing? Is it really very comfortable?" "It's okay, not particularly comfortable. The main thing is psychological." Earlier on the island, Bai Lu followed Lin Xu's instructions for her first attempt. Having had previous experience, Bai Lu now knew what to do without Lin Xu's detailed instructions, and she was previously on the island. She had no choice, and the choice tasks given to her did not align with what Lin Xu. Now Lin Xu could still assign Bai Lu many choice tasks. After she completed the recent task he assigned her, originally Bai Lu needed Lin Xu quite a bit. After completing 2 4-star option tasks, she was no longer in such urgent need. When the choice task was triggered again, Bai Lu did not select the 5-star option. She was still reluctant to give herself to Lin Xu so soon, similar to her feelings on the island. After all, she had never experienced it before, and she still harbored some trepidation about such matters. Bai Lu chose the 2-star option in the choice task instead. After making her choice, Bai Lu jumped into Lin Xu's arms and kissed him. Lin Xu embraced Bai Lu with her legs entwined around him. Through the rewards, Lin Xu knew that Bai Lu still did not choose the final step. He was not in a hurry and assigned her another choice task. The reason Bai Lu did not choose earlier was that she no longer desired it as much and the task rewards were not something she particularly needed. However, being held and kissed by Lin Xu reignited feelings she initially wanted to suppress, overwhelming Bai Lu's rationality. Faced with the options of the choice task with the reward being a level up, which was what she valued most. Having been influenced by her emotions, and with little rationality left, Bai Lu made her choice and said to Lin Xu, "Give it to me." It was now past midnight. Since Bai Lu came to the deck to chat with Lin Xu, no one had emerged from the cabin. Thus, Bai Lu and Lin Xu had freely done many things without any reservations. Hearing Bai Lu's murmurs, Lin Xu knew it was time. However, the upcoming process would be lengthy, and Lin Xu, to prevent any unexpected situations, carried Bai Lu to the place where he had previously stayed with Xiaozian. Often a person's rationality cannot be fully controlled. When certain situations arise, one's rationality can be overshadowed by other factors, leaving no room for weighing pros and cons. After arriving at the place where he had previously been with Xiaozian, Lin Xu adjusted himself, and then for girls, perhaps it was quite good before, and in the end the proportion of what came before and after is about half and half. However, for many boys the last part accounts for a much larger proportion, while the previous events only make up about 1/3 of the overall. Only when that happens does one feel an unparalleled sensation from within, encompassing both body and mind. On Blue Star, Lin Xu had no opportunity to even interact with Bai Lu. And now Lin Xu has already reached that stage with Bai Lu. Just thinking about it feels like an extremely wonderful thing. Bai Lu's selection task was soon completed. It was Bai Lu's first time completing a 5-star difficulty option, and the rewards were incredibly generous. At the same time, when Lin Xu received the system rewards, he immediately got a system notification that his intimacy value with Bai Lu increased by 10 points, reaching 53 points. Bai Lu had previously done many things with Lin Xu, but when it came to the most crucial moment, it meant that she had completely given herself to him. This first time always has the greatest impact on oneself, which caused Bai Lu and Lin Xu's intimacy value to soar. As a new day began, Lin Xu continuously assigned selection tasks to Bai Lu, and she completed a total of 26-star selection tasks. Based on their current intimacy value, Lin Xu could assign another 27-star selection tasks to Bai Lu. Unlike Xiaozian, Bai Lu had never experienced this before. Although Xiaozian also hadn't had this for many years, she had experienced it before and even given birth to 2 children. As for Bai Lu, during the halftime, she clung to Lin Xu tightly, whispering that it couldn't be. Knowing why Bai Lu said it couldn't be, Lin Xu remained silent. Bai Lu had already leveled up to level 15 by completing selection tasks. At level 15, Bai Lu's overall quality had nearly doubled compared to the beginning. If it were the Bai Lu before leveling up, she would have found it even harder to bear. Lin Xu's innate talent was simply extraordinary, and there was nothing that could be done about it. After a period of time, the situation improved. Watching Bai Lu's stunning beauty, Lin Xu felt a tremendous sense of satisfaction. The only downside was that Bai Lu knew she was with Lin Xu on the deck and dared not make too much noise. In fact, at present the ship was sailing at high speed, and the howling sea breeze could drown out many sounds. Unless one came to the deck, otherwise, even if Bai Lu's voice was a bit louder in the cabin, no one else could hear anything except for Xiaozian. However, Bai Lu was unaware of this, so she also tried her best to keep quiet. Although she couldn't let go given Bai Lu's current situation, it was still a unique experience. Previously, having seen Bai Lu's long, slender legs, Lin Xu had fantasized a lot. Now he had achieved his wish and personally experienced what those long legs brought him. Lin Xu had always been quite gentle with Bai Lu. However, for Bai Lu, that was already sufficient. After these few days, Lin Xu had experienced a lot, and his earlier emotions had diminished considerably. Before long, Bai Lu completed another 5-star difficulty selection task. After some time had passed, Bai Lu, feeling much recovered, looked at Lin Xu and spoke to him. "Lin Xu, you have to take responsibility for me. What do you want me to be responsible for? Feed me, provide for me, and take care of me. Even if we didn't have that, I would still take care of you. Will you treat me well in the future?" "Yes, you can rest assured." "Then you must keep your word." After seeing real-time progress, girls tend to overthink and even develop feelings of insecurity. Although Bai Lu was a top-tier female star on Blue Star, she had just gone through a lot and shared the same psychology as many ordinary girls. Seeing Bai Lu's display of a small woman's demeanor, Lin Xu stroked her face and made her a promise. Upon receiving Lin Xu's response, a faint smile appeared on Bai Lu's face. "Am I your second woman? Then do the ones that come after have to call me sister." "Well, it can't be I want to accept that I want to be considered like that." All right, it's up to you." Bai Lu leaned her head against Lin Xu's chest, her face pressed against him. After chatting with Lin Xu for a while, Bai Lu traced circles on him and asked, Do you think we'll always live on this ship in the future? Who knows, they say it's about survival at sea, so they surely won't let us leave the ocean easily. Right now we have no worries about food and drink, but we don't know what will happen later. Bai Lu also thought the same as Lin Xu. Because I know it's likely that we won't go back. I'm a bit homesick. I miss my parents. Before I wouldn't feel anything even if I didn't see them for 10 days or half a month, but now just a few days without seeing them feels like a long time. People tend to overthink at night, especially after experiencing certain things. Now Bai Lu is experiencing both and her emotions are changing rapidly. Girls are inherently more emotional, otherwise there wouldn't be a saying that girls can turn their backs faster than flipping a book. At this moment, Bai Lu, having initially experienced soaring highs and then coming back down, was filled with intense feelings of lost, thinking of all sorts of chaotic things. In response to Bai Lu's words, Lin Xu had no comforting words to offer. After all, this was a reality that not only Bai Lu faced but the majority of survivors as well. Not everyone, like Lin Xu, is without parents, and Xia Xian's family was also on the same boat as him. Seeing Bai Lu's emotions drop further, Lin Xu quickly thought it best not to continue this topic. Don't think so much. Maybe we're all dreaming right now, and when we wake up, everything will be back to normal. You're just playing with me. How could there be such a realistic dream? I really want to cry for a while. After saying this, Bai Lu buried her head in front of Lin Xu and started to cry softly. Seeing Bai Lu cry, Lin Xu gently ran his fingers through her long hair. For many girls, being able to cry when emotions run high is a huge relief from their low spirits. After letting Bai Lu cry for a while, Lin Xu said to her, "Don't cry or others will think I'm bullying you." "Aren't you bullying me?" "How is this me bullying you? Who was it that made me go all out earlier?" Upon hearing Lin Xu's words, Bai Lu covered his mouth with her hand and said, "You mustn't say that." All right, I won't say it. The long night is upon us, and you don't seem tired. Shall we continue?" When Lin Xu said he wanted to continue, Bai Lu immediately replied, "No way, I feel a bit swollen right now. I've seen movies with 2 people before, and their peaks were at most half of yours. How come you're like this?" "It's just a natural talent," Lin Xu said before turning to Bai Lu and asking, "So you've watched movies with 2 people too?" Bai Lu candidly responded to Lin Xu's inquiry, "Well, when I was in high school, many girls in my class were sharing it privately, so I watched a few. I thought only we boys would share this among ourselves. I didn't expect you girls would too. Isn't it just curiosity? It's just that I'm curious about what boys are like. You think only boys like to watch beautiful girls? We girls also like to watch handsome guys. If it weren't for you being handsome, I wouldn't even bother with you." "Oh, so it's because I look good, huh? Otherwise I wouldn't give you the time of day. And if I were ugly, a total eyesore, would you Well, I really wouldn't." "Then that's settled." Bai Lu spoke realistically, as she had only known Lin Xu for 3 days, and their interactions had not been long before she gave in to him. Aside from the fact that Lin Xu saved her life, his good looks contributed significantly to her feelings. Using an analogy from ancient times, if a handsome scholar rescued a woman, she would pledge herself in gratitude. If the one who saved her was not to her liking, she would say she would repay him in the next life by working as a cow or horse. Essentially, Bai Lu's feelings were similar. Similarly, if Bai Lu were not a stunning beauty, but rather unattractive, Lin Xu wouldn't even spare her a second. What they call love at first sight is merely when both parties just happen to meet each other's aesthetic and requirements. It's purely a matter of attraction. Men and women are the same. They are visual creatures, part of the so-called aesthetics association. Many people claim they are not superficial, but that's simply deceiving themselves. Whether beautiful or handsome, one receives many privileges when interacting with others. Lin Xu naturally understood Bai Lu's situation, as this was all orchestrated by him. Given Bai Lu's current physique, it would take her at least several hours to recover. Moreover, as Bai Lu mentioned, she felt swollen, or if they were to engage again, just the act of entering would be quite difficult. Lin Xu was exceptionally talented while Bai Lu was barely managing. Lin Xu said this to shift the topic. As he had surmised, Bai Lu was genuinely worried that Lin Xu wanted to. Although the experience had been excellent for Bai Lu, she knew she could not endure another round and hurriedly refused. Furthermore, concerned that Lin Xu would want to continue, she had little mental space to daydream. Bai Lu ended up sharing some things with Lin Xu that she had never dared to say before. As they chatted, Bai Lu felt drowsy and said to Lin Xu, "I'm a bit sleepy and want to sleep." "Are you feeling sleepy?" "I'm fine. Are you staying here or going back to the cabin?" "Of course I'm going back. I need to tell you, you absolutely cannot let anyone know about our affair. Not even Sister Xia can find out, do you hear me? If anyone discovers it, I won't have the face to see anyone." Although Bai Lu had already given herself to Lin Xu, she didn't want anyone to know what had happened between them. To Bai Lu, their relationship had progressed too quickly. Within just 3 days, they had reached this stage. She worried that if others found out, they would think of her as a girl who was very loose in that regard. Although in this world one doesn't have to care too much about their image, Bai Lu had once been a superstar on Blue Star, so she still valued her reputation highly. In response to Bai Lu's words, Lin Xu nodded and said, "Okay, I won't tell anyone." After spending time chatting with Lin Xu, Bai Lu had recovered a bit. She had tidied herself up a bit. As she was cleaning herself, she looked over at Lin Xu, who was still watching her, and said irritably, "You don't know how to cherish beauty. Look how swollen I am." Initially, it wasn't apparent, but after some time, Bai Lu started to look a bit like a rising dough bun. In this state, there was a unique beauty to her. Lin Xu stared, and then raised a hand. "By heaven's conscience, if I didn't cherish beauty, you wouldn't even be able to stand right now." Bai Lu shot Lin Xu a glance, and responded, "It's all your fault anyway." Many times girls are not easily reasoned with, and Lin Xu knew this. Since Bai Lu blamed him, he didn't argue back. In fact, he bore the primary responsibility, so it was no problem for her to blame him. After much cleaning, Bai Lu sniffed her body, and then approached Lin Xu. "Can you smell anything unusual on me?" "Nothing, just a pleasant fragrance." "Where does your fragrance come from? Is it something you've had since childhood?" "I don't know, I can't smell any fragrance on myself. Others say I smell nice." I once saw a report by an expert that many girls smell nice because they use so many cosmetics that the scent sticks to them. What nonsense. You can't believe everything the experts say, they are just fooling people. There are girls in our class who never use cosmetics, and they also smell good. Really? I didn't know that. After saying this, Bai Lu kissed Lin Xu on the cheek and said goodnight. Then Bai Lu walked back toward the cabin, moving a bit awkwardly. Once she entered the cabin, Lin Xu lay on the blanket, gazing at the dim sky devoid of stars. In the misty world, even when it gets light, the sun is not visible, though there should be a sun or something similar present. The shadows in the morning differ from those in the afternoon. As for the night, although there is neither moon nor stars, the sky is not pitch black. It resembles a super cloudy day where the clouds completely cover the sky. It is dark, but not pure black, somewhat similar to blue star, when the moon is out, but not very bright. Under normal circumstances, a person on the deck after dark could still see 2 to 3 meters ahead. However, for Lin Xu, due to his night vision ability, there was no difference between night and day. As for Bai Lu, she had also gained night vision abilities after completing many selection tasks. Although Bai Lu's night vision ability was only at level 1, far inferior to Lin Xu's, after acquiring this ability, she didn't differ much from Lin Xu at close distances. She just couldn't see as far as he could. Bai Lu was the third to receive the selection task system, and as a result, she was the second to give herself. Bai Lu's worth is known only to those who have experienced it. Lin Xu believed that if this were Blue Star, just this one time would make him willing to sacrifice 2 years of his life. The sense of satisfaction Lin Xu felt was indescribable. Who will the system send to today? Should it be Sister Yu Ro? I would really like to be with her. Sister Yu Dai too. I remember seeing her in thin clothes with 2 points showing Yu. I went back and practiced my ancestral skills several times. How about Sister Qing and Sister Ya? The twins would definitely be quite an experience. Lin Xu often contemplated various matters on Blue Star. Since entering puberty, he fantasized about how wonderful it would be if he could have certain things from his family. Of course, while on Blue Star, Lin Xu dared only to think about such things privately, never revealing such thoughts to anyone. Now Lin Xu not only dared to think, but would soon see those thoughts turn into reality. Lin Xu had lived with Wang Yuru and the others since childhood, and by the time he visited Xia Xian's house, he was already aware that Wang Yuru and the others were not related to him by blood. Despite being surrounded by many beautiful girls in his class, Lin Xu had never dated anyone, partly due to his relationship with Wang Yuru and the others. In Lin Xu's eyes, if he were to date someone, and Wang Yuru found out, she would definitely distance herself from him. On Blue Star, living together with Wang Yuru and others since childhood, they had grown up playfully. Although as they got older, Xia Xian prohibited Lin Xu and the others from sharing the same room and bed. However, Wang Yuru and the others were not particularly guarded around Lin Xu. They often wore light clothing at home, sometimes even without undergarments. In such circumstances, Lin Xu would often unintentionally witness unique sights. Wang Yuru and Wang Yudi, one tall and poised with an air of maturity, the other with a doll-like face, but with a pair of significantly larger features. Both of them were not short. One could tell that just by looking at Xia Xian, who was exceptionally tall. Wang Yuru and Wang Yudi could easily rival the school beauties like Li Mingjia. Spending every day together without any blood ties, it was only natural for Lin Xu to develop special feelings and thoughts towards them. Gu Qing and Gu Yo are twins, and what boy hasn't fantasized about how wonderful it would be to be with beauty? As Lin Xu thought of various matters, a knowing smile appeared on his face. He recalled the various interactions with Wang Yuru and others, and then thought of others. Actually, it would be nice to give Teacher Su a chance. I still remember when I first saw her in her professional attire. She was stunning, and I secretly took a photo of her. Li Mingjia is also a good choice, but winning her over might not be easy. Li Jiayi is quite mature. Among those present, only Ani and Yang Xiaomi could compare with her. Let her be the one to take the initiative. It should be great. However, with her, I don't need to issue a selection task system. Given the opportunity, I can probably win her over. Oh, it's too difficult to choose. You'll see how things go later. Issuing a selection task system to someone allows for a series of tasks that deepen the connection with that person. This afternoon, I issued a selection task system to Bai Lu, and I plan to win her over tonight. Therefore, Lin Xu was a bit conflicted about who to give the task system to today. As Lin Xu contemplated various past events and analyzed some matters, he heard some sounds. He turned to look at the cabin and saw Xia Zian coming out. Lin Xu glanced at the time on his wristband, realizing it was almost 2 a.m. without him noticing. When Xia Zian sat next to him on the blanket, Lin Xu spoke to her. "Auntie, are you awake? Don't you want to sleep a bit more? I've slept enough. Oh, I feel like I can recover all my energy without needing to sleep too long." "Haven't you slept at all?" "I'm not tired. Oh, I was just about to doze off." "Then go ahead and sleep. You'll keep." Xia Zian came over and saw that Lin Xu hadn't returned to the cabin. Although she knew Lin Xu could handle any danger alone, she still didn't want him to be alone on the deck. After Xia Zian spoke, Lin Xu replied, "I wasn't tired to begin with, and now that I see you, even." After Lin Xu finished speaking, Xia Zian reached out to lift the blanket off Lin Xu. After a glance, she placed the blanket down and turned to Lin Xu asking, "Did anyone come to the deck earlier?" Facing Xia Zian's inquiry, Lin Xu knew she had already noticed something. He paused before responding. Bai Lu came by earlier. Xia Zian was very perceptive and immediately noticed certain things upon arrival. Although Lin Xu and Xia Zian were not as close as before, they still had a bond. Now, even when Lin Xu was under the blanket, it was hard to tell anything, which is why Xia Zian lifted the blanket. After seeing Lin Xu like that, Xia Zian's first thought was whether Lin Xu had done something after she left. Lin Xu noticed that Xia Zian had figured it out, so he took the initiative to confess. Even though Bai Lu had asked Lin Xu not to tell anyone, he felt that if he hid it from Xia Zian, now she would feel very uncomfortable. Now that Lin Xu admitted it directly, although Xia Zian would still feel uncomfortable, being honest was far better than her discovering it herself. "Hey, you just met Bai Lu a couple of days ago, right? You haven't interacted much, yet you're quite quick and efficient." Upon learning that Bai Lu had come, Xia Zian's expression changed, and she coldly ridiculed Lin Xu. Lin Xu understood that Xia Zian must be feeling upset. "Wasn't I her savior yesterday? She said I was her lifesaver and chatted with me. As we talked, I lost control, and it happened." In response to Lin Xu's explanation, Xia Zian snapped back, "That thing is so disobedient. Oh, just get rid of it." Lin Xu being with other girls on the boat was within Xia Zian's expectations. However, Xia Zian didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Moreover, it was with Bai Lu. In her understanding, Bai Lu was a sought-after star on Blue Star, and even if she were to have a relationship with Lin Xu, it shouldn't happen so fast. Of course, knowing someone's face, but not their heart, Xia Zian was aware that the entertainment industry was chaotic, and she was unsure of Bai Lu's true nature. After mentioning wanting to get rid of it, Xia Zian continued, "Am I better off, or is she?" "Of course you're better off. Even though she's a star on Blue Star, she's far inferior to you. You talk better than you sing. If I were good enough, would you have been with Bai Lu so quickly? Isn't it delightful to be with a big star?" Xia Zian felt a mix of anger and jealousy upon hearing about Lin Xu and Bai Lu. Xia Zian had only been with Lin Xu yesterday, and now it seemed he had moved on so quickly. Feeling the anger and jealousy in Xia Zian's tone, Lin Xu reached out and pulled her closer, saying, "No one brings me as much joy as you do." After Lin Xu finished speaking, he issued a selection task to Xia Zian. Faced with the triggered selection task, Xia Zian coldly huffed and said to Lin Xu, "Come on, aren't you capable? Don't sleep tonight. Let's see just how capable you really are." The more intelligent a person is, the more they tend to think. Xia Zian is a very smart person, and given the current situation on the ship, she knows that it is only a matter of time before Lin Xu and the other girls become intimate. Even if Lin Xu does not take the initiative, there will definitely be many girls who will actively seek his affection. The reason this hasn't happened yet is that everyone has only recently arrived in this world and is still adapting to their current circumstances. As for Bai Lu, the fact that she gave herself to Lin Xu so quickly, aside from the influence of the task system, is actually a clever move on her part. Having risen from humble beginnings without much background to become a top star, Bai Lu is highly intelligent. She has seen through many things and believes that forming a deep bond with Lin Xu early on will be beneficial for her. Bai Lu initially hesitated to give herself to Lin Xu, not because she didn't intend to, but because she felt their time together had been too short. She believed that if a boy easily obtained something, he would not cherish it. However, when the time came, although it was somewhat early, the generous rewards from the task system made Bai Lu disregard her previous concerns. Putting herself in Lin Xu's shoes, Xia Zian thought that if she were in his situation, she would also be fantasizing about wanting a lot. It was only the third night, and Lin Xu had already become intimate with Bai Lu, which was indeed beyond Xia Zian's imagination. As someone who had already been intimate with Lin Xu multiple times, Xia Zian was also upset that Lin Xu had just finished with her and was already with someone else before they had even passed their novelty phase. Furthermore, Bai Lu is very exceptional. Although Xia Zian believes she is not inferior to Bai Lu, she is older and has already given birth to 2 children. Not to mention Bai Lu is a superstar on Blue Star, shining with the aura of fame. A normal man would naturally want to connect with a girl like Bai Lu. With various factors at play, Xia Zian felt a complex emotion deep within her that even she found hard to understand. It was in this emotional state that Xia Zian asked Lin Xu who was better, her or Bai Lu. Regarding Xia Zian and Bai Lu, Lin Xu honestly believed that he couldn't distinguish between them as each had their own merits. However, since Xia Zian was right in front of him, he naturally said that Xia Zian was better. Xia Zian was quite satisfied with Lin Xu's answer. Regardless of whether he was just flattering her, what mattered most was Lin Xu's attitude. Lin Xu also knew that Xia Zian was not in a good mood at the moment, so, in order to prevent her from getting even angrier, he quickly issued her a choice task. Xia Zian now clearly understood that triggering the choice task was related to Lin Xu. Upon receiving the task system and seeing the options, she realized what Lin Xu was aiming to do. As for Lin Xu's action, Xia Zian was already annoyed, and she initially wanted Lin Xu to rest for a while. Now with the choice task, she felt it was time to teach Lin Xu a lesson. Xia Zian had taken a nap and had almost fully regained her energy. Lin Xu had been quite impressive these past 2 days. Xia Zian thought to herself she would give everything to Lin Xu and see how he would continue to flirt with others. Although Lin Xu had gone down, it didn't mean he was out for the count. As soon as Xia Zian finished speaking, Lin Xu embraced her. Having been intimate with Xia Zian many times already, it was the perfect moment to issue her a choice task. 1 task with 3 stars, 5 tasks with 4 stars, and 2 tasks with 5 stars were basically all completed. After Xia Zian finished the second 5-star difficulty choice task, she weakly spoke to Lin Xu. Come on, let's keep going, I'm not done yet. At this moment, Xia Zian was already at her limit. However, for girls, even when they felt they couldn't move, they could still continue. Lin Xu could naturally see what state Xia Zian was in. But since she wanted to continue, Lin Xu issued her another choice task before proceeding again. Since he had already issued several choice tasks earlier, there was no need to repeat them now that they were approaching the end. Moreover, given Xia Zian's current condition, she wouldn't have the ability to handle the previous tasks. From the beginning to the end, Lin Xu had tried various things in between, but the difficulty of the options wasn't too high. Only by issuing a choice task before entering could the star rating of the options reach 5 stars, and even upon completion, there would still be a 5-star difficulty choice task. Earlier, Xia Zian had exhausted all her strength, and under the ongoing circumstances, it wasn't long before she was defeated. Xia Zian wanted to hold on, but even though her level was quite high and her overall strength was strong, some things couldn't be endured just by wanting to. Before long, under Xia Zian's continuous pleas for mercy, Lin Xu accelerated his pace. Soon Lin Xu finished, looked at Xia Zian, and said to her, "Now you know my capabilities, right?" At this moment, Xia Zian didn't even want to acknowledge Lin Xu. She closed her eyes and ignored him despite his somewhat triumphant remarks. Although Xia Zian didn't say anything, Lin Xu understood that she had realized his strength. From yesterday until now, Lin Xu and Xia Zian had engaged in 8 encounters. Counting them all, it had been less than 48 hours, and in such a short time, even Xia Zian, who was experiencing a drought and was at a vigorous age, had enough. Moreover, Lin Xu had not only been with her, but had also been with Bai Lu. Even now, Lin Xu looked energetic, and Xia Zian had to admit that relying solely on herself, she truly couldn't keep up with Lin Xu. Xia Zian had just managed to keep up because she had completed the choice task halfway, received level rewards, and improved her overall qualities, allowing her to regain some stamina during the upgrade. Xia Zian had obtained a large number of system rewards just from being intimate with Lin Xu, which could be considered quite effortless. Today there was another choice task with 43 stars, and Lin Xu could also issue her one with 55 stars. At this point, it was already impossible to issue Xia Zian any more choice tasks, as even if they were issued, she wouldn't have the strength to complete them. The rewards Xia Zian received were easy for her, while for Lin Xu, he gained even more and experienced immense physical and mental pleasure. Some time passed, and Xia Zian had recovered a bit. "Lin Xu, how are you like this?" "I don't know, I just feel fine no matter how long it goes on. This must be my extraordinary talent. Are you impressed now? Do you still want to test my capabilities?" Upon hearing Lin Xu's words, Xia Zian rolled her eyes at him, and then redirected the topic. "Tell me about what happened between you and Bai Lu." In response to Xia Zian's inquiry, Lin Xu recounted the events that had transpired with Bai Lu. "Auntie, the night before last you did some things to me, and Bai Lu told me she saw it all." Bai Lu had seen some things Xia Zian did with Lin Xu, and prior to this, Lin Xu had been unaware. Learning that Bai Lu had seen Xia Zian was quite surprised. She had been very cautious at the time and never expected that someone would see it. "What all did she see?" "She saw you with me." Upon hearing Lin Xu's words, Xia Zian playfully hit him. "How embarrassing. It's all your fault. Oh no, how am I supposed to face Bai Lu after this?" "Not just Bai Lu, I heard her say that Lu Yiqian Bailu saw it, which made Xia Zian feel extremely embarrassed as being caught in such an act was truly humiliating. However, upon hearing Lin Xu say that not only Bailu saw it, but Lu Yiqian also witnessed it, Xia Zian felt utterly ashamed. Now Xia Zian had guessed a lot, so she knew it had been Lin Xu's intention all along. Therefore, Lin Xu definitely had not been asleep at that time. Xia Zian recalled how Lin Xu's veins had bulged when she was doing that, which certainly didn't suggest he was in a state of slumber. At that moment, Xia Zian was secretly doing something deeply concerned about being caught and had no mind to pay attention to these details. Knowing more afterward upon reflecting on that time, she could confirm many things. Xia Zian never expected that despite being cautious, she would still be seen by two people. And the two who knew about it were just the beginning. There might be others who were unaware. Thinking about the shameful act she had done being seen by others, Xia Zian felt a desire for everyone to just disappear. Blaming everything on Lin Xu, Xia Zian hit Lin Xu's chest with all her might. She had always portrayed herself as a strong woman, but only when with Lin Xu did she show a more vulnerable side. Now she was acting like a completely delicate woman, pouring all her emotions onto Lin Xu. In response, Lin Xu pulled Xia Zian into his embrace and spoke to her. Yes, it's all my fault, it's all my bad. But don't be angry and don't feel embarrassed. When we return to Bailu, I'll call you over to see, and then you both will be even. As for Lu Yiqian, we'll have to wait a few days. Hearing Lin Xu's words, Xia Zian bit Lin Xu's arm and said angrily, Can this even be compared? Our relationship is different. They will definitely think I'm an old cow eating. Xia Zian was a very proud person with a strong sense of dignity. She was extremely restrained on Blue Star. Yet here, after everything that had happened with Lin Xu, she still found it quite difficult to accept. At the root of it all, Xia Zian believed she was Lin Xu's elder and deep down thought that their relationship was. However, due to all that had transpired, she ended up being intimate with Lin Xu step by step. Lin Xu understood Xia Zian very well now. He clearly knew what she was thinking. Lin Xu could only continuously comfort and guide Xia Zian, telling her not to take it too much to heart. Just go ahead and act. Tomorrow you get Lu Yiqian too. There was no changing what had already happened, and Xia Zian thought that if others were also in the same situation, then everyone would be equal. If Lu Yiqian was also taken down by Lin Xu, then the two known witnesses would be resolved. Alright, I'll do my best. Lin Xu chatted with Xia Zian for a while longer, including what Bailu had said earlier about not letting Lin Xu tell Xia Zian, and Lin Xu asked Xia Zian to keep it a secret for him as well. After sharing many intimate words, Xia Zian's mood improved significantly. Lin Xu and Xia Zian spent a considerable amount of time talking, and the sky began to lighten. Lin Xu held Xia Zian as they slowly watched the sky brighten together. This world doesn't even have a sun, otherwise we could see the sunrise. The sunrise over the sea is beautiful. In response to Xia Zian's comment, Lin Xu thought for a moment. I estimate there must be a sun, but there's a layer of cloud-like substance covering it, similar to a cloudy day on Blue Star. Otherwise, how could there be black nights and white days? Auntie, I got a camera earlier. Let me take some pictures. Xia Zian was taken aback by Lin Xu's words. She immediately thought that the camera Lin Xu obtained was likely acquired through the system. Xia Zian and the others could not disclose the task selection system given by Lin Xu to anyone. However, Lin Xu's system had no such restrictions. He could tell anyone. Although Xia Zian had guessed some things, Lin Xu did not want to disclose the details to her. Moreover, Xia Zian's selection tasks had limitations, and she would naturally assume Lin Xu did too. The camera Lin Xu obtained was from one of the many selection tasks completed with Bailu earlier. From the moment he appeared on this ship, Lin Xu had yearned to possess a camera. Too many beautiful scenes are fleeting. The scenery when everyone had just awakened on the deck was gone forever. Even if they were to recreate that moment now, it would be different from before. Lin Xu obtained a camera, and naturally Bailu also got one, just not as good as Lin Xu's. After getting the camera, Lin Xu wanted to take pictures of Bailu. However, it was dark at that time, and he couldn't capture anything beautiful. Furthermore, Bailu was swollen. It would have been difficult for her to let Lin Xu take her photos. But now that it was bright, Xia Zian was right there, and seeing her stunning beauty and posture, Lin Xu wanted to capture some memories. After a brief pause, Xia Zian smiled at Lin Xu and said, You little rascal, don't think I don't know what you're Just wait for me to put on my clothes before you take my photos. Oh no, just take them like this. Lin Xu's intentions were seen through by Xia Zian, and he didn't hide what he wanted. After Lin Xu finished speaking, Xia Zian lifted the blanket she had covered herself with, revealing her upper body. Having been so intimate with Lin Xu, she didn't mind if he took some photos. As a well-known designer on Blue Star, Xia Zian understood how to create a sense of beauty and harmony. Her casual movements formed an incredibly beautiful scene. Seeing this, Lin Xu quickly found a good position and took several pictures of Xia Zian. After Lin Xu finished, Xia Zian adjusted the blanket again, creating another exquisite and beautiful image. After Lin Xu took more pictures, Xia Zian said to him, Come over and let me see how good the photos you took are. Many girls love taking pictures, did something they enjoy doing. Although Xia Zian was not a young girl anymore, everyone has a desire to be beautiful, and she wanted to see how the photos Lin Xu took turned out. If the pictures Lin Xu took did not turn out well, Xia Zian would not let him take more. Sitting at the bow of the ship, any angle was stunning. Lin Xu didn't have much technique in photography, but he understood what looked good. When Lin Xu showed the pictures to Xia Zian, she was quite satisfied with the results. Not bad. I thought you would take some ugly pictures. How could that be? Auntie, you are so beautiful, you can't possibly look ugly in any photo. Then Xia Zian struck numerous poses, and Lin Xu captured all of them. While they were taking pictures, Lin Xu and Xia Zian heard a noise and looked towards the cabin. Lin Xu's other beautiful teacher Zhou Nuan was in the cabin where she had been sleeping comfortably on the carpet. Zhou Nuan woke up early, checking the time to find it was already past 5, so she went up to the deck to use the restroom. She came out of the cabin and saw Lin Xu holding a camera, momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Lin Xu snapped a few pictures of Zhou Nuan while she was in a daze. Some scenes are worth capturing, fleeting moments that can be described as ephemeral. Lin Xu took advantage of Zhou Nuan's lack of reaction to snap a few photos of her. Zhou Nuan is another beautiful teacher from Lin Xu's class, serving as the deputy class teacher. She is 2 years older than Su Ro, and Lin Xu heard that she was originally supposed to be the head teacher of their class, but gave the position to Su Ro because she found the responsibilities too burdensome. Su Ro has a gentle personality and appears to be quite tender. In contrast, Zhou Nuan is also very beautiful, but tends to be serious and rarely smiles, presenting a stark contrast to Su Ro. Since coming aboard this ship, Zhou Nuan, initially skeptical about being on an unfamiliar vessel, has since gone along with the crowd, doing whatever others do. Zhou Nuan, with her aloof demeanor, has exquisite features and a curvaceous figure with long straight legs. When she saw Lin Xu taking her picture, she paused for a moment before speaking to Lin Xu and Xia Zian. Why are you both awake so early? In response to Zhou Nuan's inquiry, Lin Xu smiled and replied, we need less sleep after leveling up. Zhou teacher, why are you awake so early too? Perhaps I drank too much water last night. Good morning, sister. Good morning, teacher Zhou. Although Zhou Nuan was not wearing anything when Lin Xu took her picture, she did not see. Having interacted with Lin Xu several times, she had seen everything worth seeing. It was just a photo after all. Besides, they were all on the same boat and had yet to interact with anyone else besides those on board. Zhou Nuan did not think much about what Lin Xu would do with the photos of her not wearing clothes. Moreover, even if Lin Xu had intentions, they would likely be the same things. And those things, even if Lin Xu didn't take a photo, he could still observe her while she slept. Being adults, Zhou Nuan understood many things clearly. During their conversation, Zhou Nuan also glanced at Lin Xu. Compared to before, while he still held his head high, it wasn't quite so elevated. After looking at Lin Xu, Zhou Nuan then glanced at Xia Zian, sensing that there was definitely something between Lin Xu and Xia Zian. However, she thought it wasn't wise to pry too much, so she acted as if she were completely oblivious. Zhou Nuan greeted Xia Zian and then walked towards the stern of the ship. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Xu used his camera to capture the beautiful scene. Seeing Lin Xu taking pictures of Zhou Nuan, Xia Zian pursed her lips. She had completely realized that Lin Xu intended to collect them all. Zhou Nuan reached the stern, facing the outside of the ship. Before the session began, she turned back to glance at Lin Xu and Xia Zian. Seeing Lin Xu still aiming the camera at her, Zhou Nuan called out, Lin Xu, what's so interesting to photograph? Turn around quickly. After being candid with Lin Xu for a long time, Zhou Nuan was not just immune, but could also ignore the way he looked. After all, everyone was the same. They were all frank with each other, and whatever she had, everyone else besides Lin Xu also had. With Lin Xu's aggressive gaze focused on her, she initially felt uncomfortable being looked at, but after a long time, she was forced to gradually let it go. However, being watched wasn't a big deal since she had already been seen so many times. Yet with Lin Xu looking over while holding a camera, Zhou Nuan felt it was too awkward. When Zhou Nuan shouted at him, Lin Xu turned his head away. When Zhou Nuan saw Lin Xu turn, she faced the sea. Lin Xu then turned back and snapped several photos of her. Seeing Lin Xu behave this way, Xia Zian disdainfully said to him, Little Xu, you're so lewd. Haha, just documenting life. How come I never noticed you were such a rogue before? That's because you didn't look deeply enough. As Lin Xu said this, he glanced down at Xia Zian. Xia Zian understood that Lin Xu was implying something, pursing her lips without saying anything further. Although they were a bit distant from Zhou Nuan, their voices were quiet enough that she could still potentially hear them. Zhou Nuan was unaware that Lin Xu had taken pictures of her while she had her back turned. After she finished, she looked back at Lin Xu, who wasn't looking her way, and took out a bottle of water to rinse herself. Currently, there was no toilet paper on the ship, and initially everyone had to manage without it after using the restroom. At present, with plenty of fresh water available, the girls would wash themselves with clean water after using the facilities. For the girls, maintaining cleanliness was crucial to avoid health issues. Over the past 2 days, some had experienced gastrointestinal issues, and both times they had to go on the islands. After cleaning herself, Zhou Nuan walked towards Lin Xu and the others. Isn't it time to collect the fresh water? Yes, it's getting a bit full. Then I'll go check on it. Xia Zian assigned the task of collecting fresh water to Su Ro while Zhou Nuan helped her gather it. Since the others were still not awake, Zhou Nuan planned to start collecting it first. With many people on the ship, Zhou Nuan woke up and went to the deck to ease herself, and others began waking up one by one. As a new day began, Lin Xu also went to retrieve the fishing net for processing. After a night of fishing, the net had caught many fish and shrimp, as well as 4 black iron-level treasure chests. Lin Xu's ship moved quickly, and the fishing net captured a lot of catches. Once all the girls had woken up and come to the deck, Xia Zian instructed Su Ro to open the 4 black iron-level treasure chests. Opening treasure chests grants experience points. The more chests one opens, the quicker they can level up. Since Su Ro had been busy these past 2 days, no one objected to her opening the chests. None of the 4 black iron-level treasure chests yielded any monsters. Lin Xu took the survival coins while the other items were placed in the storage room of the ship. After a flurry of activity, everyone began to eat breakfast. Breakfast consisted of bread and grilled meat. Once everyone was full, Xia Zian found Su Ro to arrange for everyone to take a shower. Now that there was plenty of fresh water on their ship, Lin Xu had previously purchased some containers from the shop to store fresh water. Ladies, let's all go wash up over there. However, even though we don't lack fresh water, we still need to conserve it where we can. Near the ship's railing, there were many containers filled with fresh water. To facilitate showering, Lin Xu purchased a 10-meter water hose from the shop and cut it. By plugging one end and sucking on the other, the hose would continuously flow water. The 10-meter hose was cut into 5 sections, allowing 5 people to shower simultaneously. Upon learning that they could wash up, everyone was thrilled. After all, everyone had previously gone into the sea, and after the seawater dried on their skin, it felt tight and uncomfortable. The weather in the foggy world had significant temperature fluctuations, and at night, it could be quite cold for ordinary people. When daytime arrived, the temperature would rise rapidly. By noon, it could reach around 30 degrees Celsius, and even without wearing anything, one could feel a slight warmth. Thus, taking a shower after breakfast, even without hot water, would not feel too chilly. Under the arrangements of Xia Zian and Su Ro, everyone lined up to wait for their turn to shower. Once Xia Zian and Su Ro arranged for the first group to start showering, Lin Xu approached.